Xia Qingfeng finds himself marooned on a desolate island after a catastrophic maritime disaster, surrounded by the perils of a tropical jungle, including serpents, wild boars, wolf packs, and saber-toothed tigers. In the face of this unpredictable wilderness, is survival truly a challenge? A cold smile graces Xia Qingfeng's lips. Is survival even a question? I am a man of extraordinary capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate what audacity truly entails. Chapter 1. Awakening on the Deserted Island. The vast, resplendent azure sea stretches before him, with waves chasing one another, crashing rhythmically upon the sandy shore. Suddenly, Xia Qingfeng jolts awake, just as a wave crashes over him, causing him to cough violently. Seizing the moment as the water recedes before the next wave arrives, he struggles to prop himself up, surveying his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovers he is sprawled on the beach, his lower half submerged in the surf. After enduring the relentless onslaught of several waves, clarity begins to return to him. He slowly rises to his feet, acutely aware of the soreness coursing through his body, yet he is relieved to find no serious injuries. Stumbling forward a few steps, he manages to escape the relentless wash of the waves. He gazes up at the sky, squinting against the blinding sunlight, which forces him to shield his eyes with his hand. The heavens are a brilliant expanse of azure, devoid of clouds, while a few seabirds circle overhead, their calls mingling with the rhythmic sound of the ocean waves. How did I end up here? A look of bewilderment crosses Xia Qingfeng's face. The vast cosmos, boundless and resplendent, with its glittering stars and infinite seas, has long been a source of concern for humanity, who have pondered the potential for extraterrestrial invasion. In that year, extraterrestrial beings of advanced civilizations truly descended upon Earth in their colossal spacecraft, which overshadowed the skies. The vessel, akin to a city in size, lingered on a plane for an entire month, prompting nations across the globe to dispatch their military forces. Regrettably, they did not invade. Instead, they departed in tears, their sorrow palpable and heart-wrenching. To these aliens, Earth appeared impoverished beyond measure. In their eyes, the planet was no different from a desolate abode stripped bare. Lacking resources, it was strewn with debris, its oceans polluted, and even the air rendered utterly toxic. What a plight for these extraterrestrial visitors. As they sorrowfully exited, they bestowed upon Earth 10 beams of benevolence, a hope that life might improve in the future. It was akin to a thief entering your home, only to find it littered with refuse, soiled garments, and foul socks, leaving behind a mere $5 as they departed in tears. Among these 10 beams of goodwill, one struck Xia Qingfeng, endowing him with a system that promised empowerment. If fate favored him, he would become an asset to the nation, his future shrouded in uncertainty. Thus commenced his survival mode on a deserted island. Amidst the chaotic memories that flooded his mind, clarity emerged, revealing his current predicament. He could no longer afford to ponder the intricacies of his situation. Thirst gnawed at him, his throat ablaze with an unbearable fire. His stomach rumbled with hunger, echoing the desperate sounds of longing. He now requires the club's attendant to concoct a cocktail known as iceberg bowtie slips for him, along with several servings of medium-rare filet mignon. Upon contemplating this, Xia Qingfeng could not help but emit a chuckle, realizing that such fantasies were unattainable. It was evident that he had found himself marooned on a deserted island. To be frank, he had no notion of his whereabouts or the oceanic expanse in which he was situated. While aboard the fighter jet, the Special Forces operatives had remained as unyielding as timber, completely disregarding his attempts at conversation. Eventually, boredom overcame him, and he shut his eyes for a brief respite. Little did he know that this would lead to unforeseen circumstances. He pondered whether rescue would arrive and when a rescue aircraft might come to his aid. Gazing down, he noticed his designer jeans, which had set him back 20,000 yuan, clinging damply to his legs. Fortunately, his calfskin shoes remained intact. He was clad in only a t-shirt and a sweatshirt. His Rolex watch on his wrist was also unharmed. However, his phone and wallet were nowhere to be found, leaving him with just these few possessions. Raising his hand to glance at the Rolex purely to check the time, he noted it was 10 o'clock in the morning. By observing the sun's position, he could easily discern the cardinal directions. The east lay the tumultuous sea, while the west revealed land, adorned with distant mountains and forests. The south and north stretched endlessly, with the beach extending towards rocky formations and cliffs, though the more distant vistas remained obscured from his view. Suddenly, Xia Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically, quickly transforming into one of surprise, for he realized that the likelihood of his demise here had significantly diminished. In the distance to the southwest, he spotted several tall coconut trees standing resolutely against the sea breeze. Coconuts hold an unassailable position among all castaways. No survivor on a deserted island has ever begun their arduous existence without relying on coconuts. In the minds of these island dwellers, coconuts are akin to the legendary fire axes in a post-apocalyptic world teeming with zombies. The fate of a castaway, whether they can endure the initial challenges and continue to survive, hinges upon their ability to procure coconuts. Upon noticing the coconut trees in the distance, Xia Qingfeng wasted no time and dashed towards them. However, after just a few strides, he abruptly halted. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch sight of something on the sandy beach, glancing in that direction, which also aligned with the path to the coconut trees. Thus, he proceeded southward along the edge of the waves for a few steps. As he drew closer, he realized it was a person. More precisely, it was a corpse, clad in military attire. The legs lay sprawled on the sand, while the head was submerged beneath the relentless waves, the body gently rising in ling with the ocean's ebb and flow. Without hesitation, Xia Qingfeng approached, grasping the individual's leg and pulling him away from the surf, eventually flipping him over to reveal a ghastly, pale face of the December. Eased that it appears that the individual has not been deceased for long. The contours of his face remain unaltered, devoid of the swelling typically associated with prolonged submersion in water. Thus, one can deduce that his demise occurred no more than 3 hours prior. This individual is known to Xia Qingfeng, as he was one of the soldiers who had shared the cockpit of the Obsidian fighter jet with him. During their brief exchanges, while other soldiers averted their gazes, this particular soldier had offered a faint smile, leaving a lasting impression on Xia Qingfeng. To his dismay, the first casualty he encounters is this cheerful soldier. A wave of sorrow washes over Xia Qingfeng's heart. Perhaps rescue will arrive shortly. With this thought, he gazes skyward, but besides a few circling seabirds, there is naught but emptiness. Lowering his gaze, he begins to search the body of the fallen soldier, discovering no conspicuous external injuries. This suggests that the soldier might have succumbed to drowning. At his waist, he finds a military dagger. In the pocket of his jacket lies a pack of cigarettes, thoroughly soaked and rendered mushy by seawater. However, he finds no lighter, which leaves Xia Qingfeng somewhat disheartened. As he is not a smoker, he had not brought a lighter with him. On this desolate island, igniting a fire poses a significant challenge, and without a lighter, he must contemplate alternative methods. Xia Qingfeng meticulously scours the soldier's belongings once more, yet finds nothing else of significance. No identification, no mobile phone, nothing at all. With a forceful motion, he cast aside the sodden pack of cigarettes onto the ground. Xia Qingfeng rose to his feet and silently cast a glance at the young soldier. He found himself devoid of strength to bury him, resigning to the fact that he would remain there, lying by the shore. Grasping the military dagger, he whispered an apology in his heart. Then, Xia Qingfeng turned and set his sights on his objective, the cluster of coconut trees not far ahead. Soon, he arrived beneath the coconut trees, having already devised a plan for harvesting the coconuts in his mind. Initially, he intended to find a stone to fashion into a crude knife, but with the military dagger in hand, that step became unnecessary. He removed his sweatshirt and skillfully cut a strip from its hem with the dagger. Wrapping it around his right hand, he tested its length and strength, feeling satisfied with the sturdy grip it provided. He laid the nearly 1-foot-long strip at his feet, then tied the remaining sleeves of the sweatshirt together, forming a longer and more robust strip. Once prepared, Xia Qingfeng glanced once more and, holding the 2 strips, one long and one short, approached the coconut trees. Chapter 2. The remarkable technology of others. He secured a slightly shorter strip of cloth between his legs and extended his arms around the coconut tree. The tree he chose was not particularly thick, comparable to the girth of a human thigh, allowing him to easily embrace it. Grasping a longer strip of cloth firmly at both ends, he leaned back, instantly tightening his arms in the cloth as he exerted force. He pressed his entire weight upon his hands and the cloth, then propelled his knees upward, launching his feet into the air. The strip of cloth between his feet rested solidly against the coconut tree, bearing his full weight with stability. With his hands gripping the cloth, he leaned forward slightly, momentarily easing his hold to free his hands. He stretched upward, ascending approximately half a meter, then repeated the previous motion. Before long, he had reached the top of the coconut tree. Utilizing the support of the strip between his feet, Xia Qingfeng freed his hands, securing the tree with one arm while drawing a military dagger from his waist with the other. He forcefully struck the coconut stem. This military dagger was exceptionally sharp, and within just a few strikes, a coconut the size of a human head plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud upon the sandy beach. Having made the arduous climb, he certainly could not settle for just one. Xia Qingfeng wielded the dagger vigorously, cutting down all 7 coconuts of varying sizes from the tree. Only then did he carefully descend using both legs and arms. Upon reaching the ground, Xia Qingfeng collapsed onto the beach, leaning against the coconut tree, gasping for breath. Although the entire process may seem straightforward, he deftly harnessed the power of the cloth, yet it drained a significant amount of his physical energy. His throat felt increasingly parched, as if it were ablaze. Even more frightening was the growing weakness in his limbs due to the lack of energy replenishment. His head was clouded. Sweat incessantly dripped from his brow, and his consciousness began to wane. He realized he could not afford to pause any longer, as his body was on the brink of collapse. Fainting at this moment would spell disaster. He extended his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. The sharp pain sent a jolt through his body, instantly sharpening his awareness. Struggling to rise, he knelt on the beach, randomly seizing a coconut nearby, placing it upon his knee, and struck it fiercely with his military dagger. This dagger, measuring over half a foot in length, boasted a razor-sharp edge and a serrated back, feeling notably heavy in his grasp. After just 7 or 8 strikes, the coconut began to release its precious water. Hastily cupping the coconut in his hands, he leaned forward, finally savoring the coconut water. Just moments before, his tongue had been bitten, and now the metallic taste of blood mingled with the coolness of the coconut water as it flowed down his throat into his stomach. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he greedily swallowed mouthful after mouthful of coconut water, replenishing his severely depleted stomach. He continued until he had consumed every last drop from the coconut. The military dagger proved to be immensely useful, as he effortlessly scooped out the coconut flesh from the shell and brought it to his mouth to eat. He consumed a coconut with remarkable thoroughness. Yet instead of feeling satiated, he found himself even hungrier and thirstier. Thus, he reached for his second coconut. After devouring 3 coconuts in one go, he finally exhaled deeply, feeling a modicum of relief as his withered stomach finally contained something, alleviating the discomfort. The burning sensation in his throat also subsided. Summer Qingfeng extended his tongue to lick the 2 blisters at the corners of his mouth. His current state was far more favorable than when he first awoke, and his strength gradually began to return. Seizing this moment, he scanned his surroundings. For the time being, there appeared to be no other threats. Aside from the occasional rustle caused by the sea breeze, silence reigned. With the issue of hydration addressed, he resolved to delve into the intricacies of his system. For his survival on this deserted island, reliant on the hope of rescue, this system was his sole support. When he acquired the system, it had already provided some prompts, indicating that it was bound to him. He was the system's only host. However, many of its features remained unexplored, as he had been whisked away by soldiers onto the Obsidian combat aircraft. After merely a brief hour or 2 aboard, they encountered a violent storm, culminating in the aircraft's crash. He had only summoned the system in his mind, and instantly a pale blue display emerged before him, exuding an aura of high-tech sophistication. Now, with ample time at his disposal, he could thoroughly examine the various features indicated on this system. As Xia Qingfeng gazed upon the initial line of the page, a modest red progress bar caught his eye, accompanied by an annotation. Soul power, strengthen the soul. Each completion allows for 1 enhancement of the soul 0-100. The subsequent line mirrored the first, presenting an equally lengthy progress bar, albeit in a vibrant green hue. Vitality, enhance one's attributes. Each completion permits 1 enhancement of attributes 0-100. At this moment, both progress bars appeared dim, likely due to their current state of 0, remaining dormant and unactivated. Further down the page, he encountered the section on soul, F, soul, divided into grades A, B, C, D, E, F, each level spanning 2 grades, bestowing resilience. A heart as steadfast as rock, the fortitude to slumber soundly on a desolate isle, and the audacity to conquer all challenges. Muscle enhancement stood at level 5, symbolizing explosive power, resistance, strength, suppression, and resilience. providing the confidence to dance with wolves and converse with lions. Sensory enhancement was at level 4, indicating the ability to see farther, perceive more clearly, hear from greater distances, and smell more acutely, thereby augmenting one's sensory perception to uncover potentially beneficial elements for survival, not only on the deserted island, but also in the wider world beyond. Cellular vitality enhancement reached level 6, representing health, endurance, longevity, and resistance to adversities, enabling prolonged labor. Increased carrying capacity, and the capacity to disdain common ailments. Yet, this strength often goes unnoticed, only truly appreciated during extended periods of toil, amidst storms, or in the face of illness, revealing the invaluable nature of physical stamina. The inner cycle, enhanced to level 5, is designed to foster improved health, better bodily coordination, swifter running, and higher jumping, allowing one to race alongside antelopes and revel with deer. As for the host's strength assessment, what more is there to say? Your current capabilities elicit nothing but a dismissive chuckle. Having reached this point, one finds themselves at the very bottom of the screen. Xia Qingfeng meticulously searched every nook and cranny, yet found no means to turn the page. This encapsulates all that the system currently offers. His gaze fixated on a particular phrase, possessing the formidable inner strength to sleep soundly on a deserted island. Xia Qingfeng felt as though he had not encountered this phrase upon his initial exploration. How could it possibly know I would spend the night on an island? Could this system truly update itself in real time according to my surroundings? Is alien technology truly that advanced? However, he reconsidered, pondering that perhaps their technology is indeed remarkable. After all, Earth is vast, and to them, this blue planet might merely resemble a refuse heap, devoid of anything worth taking. Among the entirety of Earth, only 10 systems were bestowed upon humanity, and to be fortunate enough to possess one is undeniably extraordinary. Xia Qingfeng sensed he was straying into unfounded thoughts, allowing his mind to wander into disarray. His eyes remained fixed on the screen before him, where the information was remarkably clear and easy to comprehend. In essence, it boiled down to a single directive: seek vitality, accumulate soul points, and thereby grow stronger. It was as simple as that. Moreover, the aliens had thoughtfully annotated the function of each attribute in detail. It bears little resemblance to the gamers on Earth who merely utter phrases like self-exploration in a carefree manner, displaying a lack of responsibility and inviting criticism. Thus, one must ponder, what precisely is this vitality? How might one attain it, along with that elusive soul power? Chapter 3. The Rocky Forest. It appears that this extraterrestrial higher life form is not particularly reliable. Ultimately, it insists on self-exploration, initially deserving of a 5-star rating. This has now compelled me to settle for a mere 4 stars. Raising his hand, he glanced at his Rolex. It was already past 11 o'clock. To his surprise, merely chopping down a coconut had consumed over an hour of his time. There could be no further delay. He must locate a suitable place to spend the night before darkness fell. Ideally, it would be a cave. If such a refuge were unavailable, he would have to construct a temporary shelter. The urgency of time weighed heavily upon him. He had mentally calculated that his maritime misfortune must have occurred around dawn. Now, at most, only 3 or 4 hours had elapsed. Should rescue operations commence, assuming the military became aware of the incident involving his Black Hawk helicopter and dispatched a team, the earliest assistance would arrive in 24 hours. And that would be a swift response. He could only brace himself for the worst, refusing to sit idly by, awaiting salvation. Should rescue not materialize, it would be far too late. At present, he dared not dwell on such grim possibilities. His immediate focus was to survive the night, with the hope that tomorrow would bring aid. He lifted his gaze to the coconut grove surrounding him. To the east lay the ocean, and continuing southwest would lead him into a rocky forest. This region is composed of a chaotic assemblage of stones, each varying in shape and size. Amidst the multitude of boulders, one might find sparse vegetation, perhaps a concealed cave within this rocky forest. Nevertheless, before embarking on his journey to the stony thicket, Xia Qingfeng resolved to make one final visit to the seashore. He sheathed his military dagger at his waist and set off toward the coast. Beneath a coconut palm, he noticed 4 coconuts he had yet to consume, but there was no urgency. Upon reaching the shoreline, he meticulously scoured the beach, occasionally bending down to collect some scallops. An hour swiftly elapsed. Xia Qingfeng stumbled back to the base of the coconut tree, the sun now at its zenith, casting its relentless rays upon the sand. He estimated the temperature to be at least 40 degrees. Enduring an hour on the beach had pushed him to his limits. He was drenched in sweat, which evaporated almost instantaneously under the intense heat. His arms bore the painful sting of mild sunburn, a fiery discomfort. The sour odor of perspiration clung to his t-shirt and jeans, a testament to the sun's merciless evaporation. His head began to feel heavy. Aware that he could no longer linger on the beach without risking heatstroke, he disregarded his condition and hastily drew his military knife to open 2 coconuts, quenching his thirst. The first coconut spilled half its water over his head, and he hastily wiped his face, which offered a slight clarity to his muddled thoughts. He felt exceedingly weak, even reluctant to wash in the ocean's embrace. He feared that if he descended, the waves might engulf him, dragging him into the depths of the ocean from which he might never return. Gasping for breath, he allowed the sweltering sea breeze to fill his lungs through his mouth and nostrils, exhaling deeply. Each inhalation felt as though it were scraping against his throat. A torturous ordeal. Leaning against a coconut tree, he took a brief respite, closing his eyes slightly, originally intending merely to rest. The sun outside was exceedingly bright, nearly blinding. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, he succumbed to slumber. It felt as if he had merely shut his eyes for an instant before awakening abruptly. The first thing he did upon waking was to survey his surroundings, then raised his hand to glance at his Rolex watch 3:15. To his astonishment, he had dozed for 2 hours. The sun had begun its descent, and the shade of the tree had shifted eastward, leaving him exposed to the sun's rays. He needed to act swiftly. Thankfully, he had only slept for 2 hours. Had he slumbered until nightfall, he would have faced dire consequences. Unable to even kindle a fire in the dark. In a state of urgency, he hastily hacked open another coconut, drinking its refreshing water and consuming the flesh within. Afterward, he took a moment to relieve himself near the tree. Simply drinking water and eating coconut would soon leave him ravenous. He must venture toward the rocky forest to find a suitable place to spend the night. Once he secured a location for shelter, he could gather some timber and dry branches to start a fire, ensuring that the seafood he had collected on the shore would not spoil under the sun's relentless heat. Xia Qingfeng utilized the upper part of his sweatshirt to secure the seafood he had collected around his waist. Additionally, he bound the last remaining coconut with a shorter strip of cloth, slinging it over his shoulder as he strode purposefully towards the rocky forest. The expanse of the rocky forest was considerable, appearing to cover several thousand square meters. Xia Qingfeng did not require traversing the entirety of this chaotic landscape. He merely sought a vantage point from which to survey the surroundings. Ultimately, he found himself somewhat disheartened. While the view was unobstructed, there were no caves or similar formations to be found. The stones here stood solitary, reminiscent of a barren woodland. These rocks varied in size, some towering over 10 meters. Every ounce of his strength was precious now, necessitating meticulous conservation. Wastefulness was absolutely prohibited. Once he made a decision, Xia Qingfeng hastened towards his destination. There stood 2 colossal stones of nearly equal height, rising over 2 meters and separated by a distance of 4 to 5 meters, providing an ideal location for erecting a temporary shelter. Upon entering the grove, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. After enduring the relentless sun since awakening, stepping into this verdant sanctuary filled with the essence of trees compelled him to inhale deeply, as the air here was no longer scorching but rather imbued with a hint of coolness. The afternoon sun was particularly blinding, filtering through the foliage to cast an array of peculiar and fantastical patterns upon the ground. As he gazed around, he was greeted by a tapestry of delightful colors. The trees were vibrant green, the grass lush, and the humid air fostered a unique environment that nurtured mosses equally tinged with greenery. The refreshing and gentle atmosphere defies description. Even the air inhaled into the lungs is imbued with verdant vitality. Yet, he did not linger, swiftly moving towards the depths of the forest. Peering inside, towering trees stood in layers, their growth exuberant and unrestrained, showcasing the fierce arrogance of the primeval woods. Each tree engaged in a silent competition, creating an illusion that he was not confronting mere trees, but a battalion of ancient giants, embroiled in a brutal conquest. After a brief moment, he placed some dry branches before 2 massive stones. Breathing lightly, he resumed his labor, clearing away smaller rocks nestled between the 2 great boulders. He sought out 3 stones of nearly identical size, positioning them outside the colossal rocks. Arranging them into a perfect triangle, they stood nearly half a meter high. He glanced around for suitable slabs, but found none, prompting him to venture further afield, recalling a slab he had passed earlier. Chapter 4. The fire he ignited standing before the slab he had discovered, Xia Qingfeng found himself momentarily dazed. The slab was sizable, yet trapped beneath a boulder taller than a man, rendering it impossible to extract. Grasping the slab, he shook it vigorously, but it remained immovable. Scratching his head in frustration, he resolved to resort to brute force. Lowering his gaze, he picked up a rock the size of his fist and struck fiercely at the junction where the slab met the boulder, intent on dislodging it. Fortunately, the stone slab was not particularly thick, measuring approximately 7 or 8 centimeters. He struck it relentlessly with a rock, and after a dozen blows, the slab shattered into numerous pieces. Luckily, he discovered the largest fragment, which was about the size of a wash basin, and it was entirely sufficient for his needs. As he lifted the stone, he felt its considerable weight, around 50 or 60 pounds. Under normal circumstances, he would not have found such a burden overly strenuous, however. Exhaustion had rendered him exceedingly weak, and the seemingly modest weight now made it difficult for him to maintain an upright posture. The distance to the two colossal stones was over 100 meters, a span that felt insurmountable to Xia Qingfeng. After enduring great hardship to carry the slab to the vicinity of the two massive rocks and placing it atop the 3 stones, he collapsed onto the ground. Lying on the slab, utterly drained, he remained in that position for nearly 10 minutes, gradually regaining his strength. Upon raising his gaze to the sun, he realized it was nearly 4 o'clock. If he did not hasten his pace, twilight would soon descend. The remainder of the task was straightforward. He placed the dry twigs he had gathered upon the stone slab and located a smaller rock to crush some of the finer branches, extracting fibrous wood material. These fibers, resembling strands of hair, were scattered chaotically into a clump the size of a fist. Finally, he reached into the pocket of his jeans and retrieved the bottom of a glass bottle. Now, utterly devoid of possessions, he understood that if his wound became inflamed and went untreated, it could pose a grave threat to his very life. However, he could no longer afford to contemplate such matters. Perhaps, by tomorrow at the latest, rescue would arrive, alleviating his worries somewhat. The bottom of the beer bottle served as a convex lens. He lifted it high, adjusting the angle to focus sunlight onto a bundle of wooden fibers. The intense sunlight on the deserted island proved effective. Soon, wisps of white smoke began to emerge from the fibers. Summer's gentle breeze remained still as he continued to hold the bottle aloft. The smoke thickened, and he took the opportunity to gently blow on it. Careful not to exert too much force, nor too little. His entire being was now devoted to those slender tendrils of smoke. The outcome hinged on this moment, leaving no room for negligence. With a soft puff, a flame ignited. He allowed the kindling to burn upon the stone slab for a while, the flames growing larger, reaching heights of over a meter. He then gathered the twigs in the fire pit, placing them beneath the stone slab, adding more fuel to ensure a robust blaze. This time, he ventured into the woods to collect thicker branches, capable of burning longer and leaving behind some charcoal. He hurriedly added the dry twigs, watching the flames rise once more. Among the dried branches, he found one adorned with leaves, a branch he had deliberately plucked from a tree, its foliage lush. He used the leaves of this branch to sweep the stone slab, clearing it of the lime dust with meticulous care. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he chopped open a final coconut, pouring its water onto the slab for a thorough cleansing. He hesitated after pouring half, feeling a pang of regret, and then brought the remaining coconut water to his lips, savoring it. Then, Xia Qingfeng took out the shells he had previously collected by the seaside. At that moment, he placed his hand above the stone slab, sensing the warmth emanating from beneath it, realizing it was nearly time. Observing the pouch brimming with shells, he swiftly drew his military knife to pry them open, extracting the flesh within and placing it upon the stone slab. Just as he succeeded in cracking open the first shell, a sudden notification echoed in his mind, akin to a chime from a system. The system emitted a single sound, devoid of any further indication, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He opened his system interface for a closer inspection. A soft gasp escaped Xia Qingfeng's lips as he noticed that the red and green progress bars had both brightened slightly. Previously dimmed, they were now activated. Notably, the value behind the red progress bar, representing soul power, had transformed to 0, 100, while the green progress bar, indicating vitality, displayed 0, 100. Thus, he realized that the shell possessed life. By eliminating it, he had garnered 0, 3 vitality and 0, 1 soul power. This was somewhat disappointing. A mere 0, 3 vitality for such an effort, requiring a full 100 points to increase a single attribute point. How long would that take? Nevertheless, Xia Qingfeng quickly reassured himself. After all, the shell was minuscule. Were he to slay a whale, or rather, any fish, he would undoubtedly acquire a far greater vitality than from a shell. The thought of a whale was utterly inconceivable at this point. However, these shells and starfish provided him with a modest 5 points of vitality and 6 points of soul power, which, albeit minimal, was better than nothing. I particularly appreciated the design where slaying a single shell granted both vitality and soul power. How delightful! At this moment, Xia Qingfeng recalled that he had previously chopped down several coconuts, yet the system had not offered him any feedback. After some contemplation, he came to understand that these coconuts were merely the fruits of the coconut tree and did not signify any vitality. Perhaps if he were to fell the entire coconut tree, he might acquire some vitality. Of course, this remained a mere hypothesis for now. As for whether this conjecture held true, he would only discover the answer through experimentation at an opportune moment. Now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. With unwavering determination, he utilized his military dagger to meticulously split each shell open. Before him lay the flesh of the shells on a stone slab. Indeed, his intention was to grill them. Lacking any condiments or extravagant desires, his sole aim was to cook the shellfish thoroughly. Soon, wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise as he placed all the shellfish onto the stone slab. Among them, he had also found a pentagonal starfish, which he added to the grill. The meat inside the shells was scant. The combined flesh of about 10 shells was still less than that of a single starfish. Nevertheless, the enticing aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air, causing Xia Qingfeng, famished and eager, to swallow hard. Yet, he refrained from indulging in the shellfish just yet. Exerting immense self-control, cautiously, he turned the shellfish on the stone slab, ensuring that each piece received even heat. How does that saying go? The essence of cooking lies in mastering the heat. Chapter 5. Extreme Discomfort. For the famished Xia Qingfeng, those fleeting minutes felt like an eternity of torment. It was highly probable that the shells harbored parasites. Consuming seafood necessitates utmost caution. Otherwise, one risks poisoning and gastrointestinal distress. The annual reports of seafood-related poisoning and allergies are innumerable. For him in this moment, it could prove fatal. He needed to grill the shellfish thoroughly to eradicate a multitude of parasites. There was no need to rush. This vast deserted island was devoid of other souls. It was an isolated expanse, with no one to compete with. All the meat was his, and he need not hurry. Xia Qingfeng muttered to the stone slab, engaging in self-dialogue to divert his attention. Otherwise, he feared he would recklessly seize the shellfish and devour them raw. First, the ingredients must be roasted to a golden hue. Golden alone would not suffice. They required further grilling. Xia Qingfeng continuously chanted to himself. The shellfish on the stone slab had begun to char and blacken. At this stage, they were fit for consumption. Xia Qingfeng had long prepared 2 roughly equal twigs to serve as chopsticks, and he used a coconut half as a bowl. He picked up a piece of shellfish from the stone slab and placed it into the coconut shell. Turning it slightly inside the shell served 2 purposes. It allowed the shellfish to cool rapidly and provided moisture from the coconut to alleviate the dryness of the grilled shellfish. He took a hearty bite. Goodness! Xia Qingfeng could not restrain himself, his mouth overflowing with exclamations. The shellfish was not thoroughly cleaned, containing grains of sand. Yet, at this moment, he paid no heed, carelessly chewing a few times before swallowing with great vigor. As for the flavor, discussing it with someone who was ravenously hungry would be rather absurd. There was no salt, no seasoning, rendering it tasteless, only a strong fishy odor lingered. None of this posed a problem. The lengths to which a famished individual might go are unimaginable. Even so, Xia Qingfeng's chopsticks remained in constant motion, the 2 twigs in his hands swirling like shadows. He extracted piece after piece of shellfish, giving them a slight twirl in the coconut shell before shoving them into his mouth, his lips parting in a cheerful grin as the scalding morsels met his tongue. Hardly chewing, he swallowed them whole, presenting an utterly comical sight, so much so that an onlooker might mistake him for a rapper performing an energetic verse. Even in this state, he was reluctant to spit out any remnants, staring wide-eyed as he gulped them down. He devoured the shellfish with a fervor that left the stone slab nearly barren, save for a single sea star. This was a prized find. The sea star possessed anti-inflammatory and swelling-reducing properties, capable of preventing tonsillitis and soothing the nerves. It also had the ability to clear heat and resolve phlegm. The rest mattered little. The sea star's medicinal qualities were paramount. A small wound adorned the back of his hand, making it fortuitous that he could consume this sea star for precautionary measures. It had been roasted to a golden brown on both sides. After his earlier indulgence in shellfish, his stomach had settled somewhat, alleviating his urgency. He roasted the starfish a little longer before he grasped it with 2 twigs and placed it into his mouth, biting down with fervent determination. With a fierce tugging, He exhibited a primal struggle, as if engaged in a battle for survival. After a relentless struggle that lasted quite a while, he ultimately succumbed. The starfish was as unyielding as a piece of cowhide, impervious to his efforts. Spitting in frustration, he decided to pin the starfish against the stone slab. Firmly securing it with the twigs, and drew a military dagger from his waist. With an air of resolve, he felt an unexpected sense of dining in an upscale restaurant enjoying a steak. His demeanor shifted elegantly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he hummed an indistinct melody. In no time, the entire starfish was reduced to morsels and swallowed whole. Eating seemed a misnomer for the act. Yet, he paid little heed to this, leaving the rest to his stomach. After finishing, he gazed longingly at the stone slab, feigning a belch. He was far from satiated. He activated the sleek technological screen to check his current attributes. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul power, enhanced soul. Each completion allows for 1 soul enhancement 1. 6-100, vitality. Enhanced personal attributes. Each completion allows for 1 attribute enhancement 4. 5-100, muscle enhancement level 5, representing explosive power, resistance, suppression, and resilience. Enabling him to dance with wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory enhancement, level 4, indicating an ability to see farther and with greater clarity to hear distant sounds, and to perceive scents from afar, thereby amplifying one's sensory awareness to uncover potentially useful elements for better survival, extending beyond mere isolation to encompass the broader world. Internal circulation. Level 6, symbolizing health, endurance, resilience, and resistance to adversity, enabling prolonged labor and increased load-bearing capacity, allowing one to disdain ailments and plagues. However, such benefits are often subtle, only truly appreciated during extended exertion, amidst storms, or in the face of illness, revealing the invaluable nature of physical vitality. Cellular vitality, level 5, enhancing overall health, improving coordination, accelerating speed, and elevating jumping ability, allowing one to race alongside antelopes and frolic with deer. Soul, level F, the soul, divided into levels A, B, C, D, E, and F, each with a 2-tier division, granting resilience, a heart of stone, and the fortitude to sleep soundly on a desolate island at night. Possessing the audacity to conquer all challenges. Post-strength evaluation. There is little to commend. Your current prowess elicits only a bemused chuckle. Gazing at the 2 progress bars displayed on the screen, he feels a flicker of anticipation. What transformations might occur if vitality were to reach 100 and he were to enhance a single attribute? Yet, for now, Xia Qingfeng finds himself preoccupied with more immediate concerns. The day gradually succumbs to twilight, the once blinding sunlight softening to a warm tangerine hue, as the sun descends slowly towards the western horizon. The setting sun elongated his shadow towards the east, rendering him somewhat solitary and desolate amidst the chaos of the rocky forest. Time was no longer on his side. Unable to resist, he glanced at the Rolex adorning his wrist, 5:13. It was time to depart. He had already identified a suitable branch while collecting twigs, one slightly thicker than a human arm. Although it was merely a small tree in comparison to its surroundings, it was sufficient for constructing a temporary shelter. A thicker tree would pose a challenge, especially with only a military dagger at his disposal. He could not fathom how long it would take to fell one. Standing before this inconspicuous sapling, Xia Qingfeng felt an inexplicable tension, akin to the anticipation of a duel. It reminded him of a moment in 3rd grade when he faced off against a classmate. The emotions were strikingly similar. That encounter marked his first confrontation with another boy, and the memory remained vividly etched in his mind. This small tree was hardly remarkable in the thicket, yet as he stood before it with his military dagger, he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt. He cast aside all distractions swirling in his mind. With a determined lift of his arm at a 45-degree angle, he brought the dagger down with all his might. The strike exuded an indomitable spirit, accompanied by a piercing whistle of the wind. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the trunk at approximately 1 meter high, embedding itself deep within the wood. Simultaneously, Xia Qingfeng felt a jolt of force rebound from the tree through the blade, traveling up to his wrist and palm, leaving his entire forearm tingling with an electric sensation. It seemed as though the small tree had mounted a defense and counterattack against his assault, leaving him with the sensation that each thrust of the dagger was laden with sluggishness and difficulty. With a deft motion, the general withdrew the dagger from the trunk. Holding the blade before him, Xia Qingfeng scrutinized it closely. The edge gleamed like a pool of clear water, still remarkably sharp. As his gaze lifted, 2 piercing beams of light shot forth from the depths of his eyes, and with a flash, the military dagger cleaved through the air. In that moment, Xia Qingfeng felt as though he was not merely chopping at a tree, but engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a fierce adversary. Either he or the tree must perish. Each strike was infused with all the strength he could muster. An unrelenting barrage of blows rained down upon the small tree, swift as lightning and furious as a tempest. Ultimately, the tree succumbed to his relentless onslaught, crashing down with a resounding thud. Just as he felled the tree, the system's notification chimed once more. Upon glancing at the screen, he was astonished to see his vitality increase from 4.5 to 5.2, a notable rise of 0.7 points. Curiously, however, his soul power remained unchanged at 1.6 points. Gripping the military dagger, he paused to contemplate, finding his earlier conjecture validated. Only by completely uprooting the tree could he gain vitality. Merely severing its fruits or branches yielded no such reward. Furthermore, he pondered that his act of felling the tree had conferred vitality without any enhancement to his soul power, raising the question of whether the tree possessed no soul. Even creatures like starfish bore souls, yet this tree seemed devoid of one. It appeared that this was the only interpretation. At this juncture, he finally began to grasp the intricacies of the system. Upon reaching his destination, he wielded a dagger to prune the tree, severing all the superfluous branches above. He then measured the distance between two colossal stones, deciding to cut the tree down to a length exceeding 5 meters. He placed the severed limb across the two stones for inspection, but found himself somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to adjust its position slightly forward. Subsequently, he commenced to trim the remaining shorter branches, layering them atop the initial branch to create a sloped structure. Once all the branches were arranged, a rudimentary shelter emerged, one that could comfortably accommodate Xia Qingfeng. The two imposing stones flanked either side, while the rear was shielded by branches, and he intended to kindle a fire at the front, ensuring warmth through the frigid night. With twilight still lingering, Xia Qingfeng made another trip to the coconut trees, discarding his finds between the two massive stones before hastily darting back into the woods, realizing that his firewood supply was insufficient. Since awakening that day, he had been in relentless motion. Before darkness enveloped the land, he finally erected a temporary refuge and amassed a sufficient reserve of branches. As night descended, he resolved to remain there, not only due to potential dangers lurking outside, but also because the pervasive darkness instilled a sense of trepidation within him. With no urgent tasks at hand, Xia Qingfeng leisurely employed his military dagger to slice open a coconut, savoring every last drop of its refreshing water. He then proceeded to scoop out the flesh, indulging in its nourishing sweetness. The empty coconut shell was cast aside, for it might prove useful in the future. Of course, if rescue arrived tomorrow, that would be a different matter altogether. In Chapter 6, Longing. After all, he was one of the 10 system owners in the world. His significance was self-evident, and given that this was a military operation, it was inconceivable that they would not initiate a search and rescue. Perhaps, at this very moment, he lay leisurely by the fire, roasting it. Meanwhile, those prominent figures outside were undoubtedly overwhelmed, frantically seeking him. This thought brought a smile to Xia Qingfeng's lips, revealing humanity's inherent flaws. Hence, considering all factors, the likelihood of receiving rescue tomorrow was quite high, and Xia Qingfeng felt a sense of calm within. He added 2 branches to the fire and stood up, selecting a sturdier branch from the pile. Approaching the space between 2 massive stones, he glanced around and chose to sleep on the right side. With the branch in hand, he began to dig a trench beneath the left stone. The ground beneath the stone was predominantly composed of rubble and sandy soil, making it relatively easy to excavate. The trench measured approximately 30 centimeters in width and 10 centimeters in depth, extending over 2 meters from beneath the stone to the outside. Once the trench was completed, Xia Qingfeng carefully maneuvered the fire towards it, ensuring that each branch, including the charcoal, was placed within. He remained vigilant not to ignite the branches at the back, which shielded him from the wind. Otherwise, his painstakingly constructed makeshift shelter could be reduced to ashes. A fire at night could even prove fatal, consuming him within. This was no trivial matter. Thus, after multiple confirmations, Xia Qingfeng finally felt reassured. The warmth generated by the fire in the ravine is absorbed and reflected by the massive boulders on the left, ensuring a stable temperature between the 2 colossal stones. This allows Xia Qingfeng, lying on the right, to retain a certain amount of heat. The fire flickers gently in the ravine, casting a dance of orange-red light that intermittently illuminates his face. He senses that the wind outside has intensified, yet within this sanctuary formed by the boulders, the gusts are scarcely felt. The heat emanating from the burning ravine envelopes him in a comforting warmth. As calmness descends upon him, his thoughts begin to drift. The three individuals he worries about most are, notably, his parents and, thirdly, his girlfriend. The so-called colleagues and friends fade into insignificance in this moment. Reflecting on his disappearance, he realizes that his greatest concern rests with these three people. Xia Qingfeng's father, named Xia Difu, along with his mother, Lu Suyun, runs a modest grocery store. While others pass their time drinking, smoking, or playing chess with fellow elderly men, Xia Qingfeng has been shaped by his father's influence, which has led to his current capabilities. It can be said that all of his survival skills have been nurtured under his father's guidance. Despite his father's confident discourse on survival techniques, he has never truly practiced them. Since Xia Qingfeng can remember, his father has devoted himself to the grocery store, rarely venturing out for travel. Little did his father anticipate that a mere hobby of his would ultimately contribute to the achievements of his son today. Upon reflecting on these memories, tears involuntarily welled up in Xia Qingfeng's eyes. Perhaps his parents remain unaware of his predicament on this desolate island. This moment must correspond to the peak hours of bustling activity at the supermarket. Unable to contain his emotions, he raised a hand to wipe away the warm tears, and in doing so, caught sight of the Rolex adorning his wrist. It was already 8:42. This exquisite timepiece had been a gift from his girlfriend, Shen Xiyu, bestowed upon him just 2 days prior on June 9th, a date that marked both his birthday and the anniversary of his acquaintance with Shen Xiyu. 1 year earlier, on June 9th, Xia Qingfeng had celebrated his birthday at a nightclub with a group of raucous friends. That day was also significant for another reason. He had been signed by a modeling agency, and the contract had already been delivered to him. Consequently, he felt an exhilarating thrill that night, prompting him to invite a crowd to revel in the nightclub's festivities, feeling as if he were floating on air. Among those present was a female model named Li Jieqi, who had also signed with the agency. At that time, Shen Xiyu was Li Jieqi's close friend, having been coerced into joining the celebration. Xia Qingfeng stood at an impressive height of over 180 centimeters. His handsome visage adorned with thick eyebrows that seemed to ripple with charm, perpetually graced by a smile reminiscent of a crescent moon illuminating the night sky. His large, luminous eyes sparkled like stars, while his fair complexion accentuated the gentle blush of his lips, elevating his appearance to an ethereal level of perfection. Throughout the evening, Xia Qingfeng was a veritable torrent of eloquence, with witty repartee and humor that rendered him the most captivating presence at the party. However, Shen Xiyu remained silent, as she was unfamiliar with the people around her. Instead, she ordered a refreshing drink called Ice Mountain Beauty's Lips and sipped it through a straw, her gaze frequently drifting towards Xia Qingfeng. Standing at approximately 165 meters, Shen Xiyu was considered tall among ordinary girls, yet beside her friendly Siki, who stood at 178 meters, she appeared somewhat petite and delicate. The light cast a translucent glow on Shen Xiyu's face, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, while her eyes exuded a subtle intelligence, bestowing upon her a distinctive charm. Clad in a form-fitting black Adidas outfit, her figure was strikingly accentuated, and her sun-kissed skin radiated a healthy sheen under the lights. Throughout the evening, the two hardly exchanged words, their interactions limited to polite nods and smiles when their gazes met. However, the following morning, as Shen Xiyu descended the stairs to begin her workday, she encountered Xia Qingfeng standing there with a smile. In that moment, she felt as though her heart had been playfully jolted by a tiny deer. Thus, the two naturally began to walk together. A year flew by swiftly, during which Shen Xiyu felt she had experienced the happiest moments of her life, a sentiment echoed by Xia Qingfeng. According to Shen Xiyu, she held a rather ordinary position as a white-collar worker in a company, earning a modest monthly salary of around 4,000 to 5,000. In contrast, Xia Qingfeng's modeling career had not flourished over the past year. Excelling in the fiercely competitive modeling industry required more than just striking looks. Perhaps the disposition of Xia Qingfeng dictated that he was ill-suited for this profession. His lack of guile and his forthright manner of speaking rendered him somewhat naive, and his cynical view of the industry's darker, unspoken rules led him to a state of social obscurity within the company by the latter half of the year. However, this did not tarnish the bond between him and Shen Xiyu. Just the day before, Xia Qingfeng had presented a meticulously chosen 1-carat diamond ring, proposing to Shen Xiyu, whose face radiated surprise as she eagerly nodded in agreement, revealing a birthday gift for him, a splendid Rolex watch. That evening, within the confines of their hotel room, they transcended the final vestiges of restraint, engaging in an indescribable intimacy. The following morning, the couple emerged from the hotel, entwined in affection, scattering their love like confetti. Xia Qingfeng drove Shenxiyu to her office building, watching her enter before he departed. Unbeknownst to him, a pink meteor streaked across the sky, capturing the attention of nearly every passerby in the city, even amidst the brightness of day. The meteor's descent was slow, drawing not only the gaze of the citizens, but also the watchful eyes of the military. This celestial phenomenon was, in fact, a vessel from an extraterrestrial civilization, one of 10 systems cast down upon Earth, and it was destined to collide with Xia Qingfeng. As he remained dazed, unaware of the events unfolding around him, the military approached and whisked him away aboard a Black Hawk helicopter, leaving him in the dark about what his parents and Shenxiyu might know regarding his predicament. Upon reflecting on this, Xia Qingfeng gently rubbed the Rolex watch on his wrist. His eyes grew moist, and the pang of longing for Shenxiyu tightened his heart, evoking a soul-wrenching ache. The night on the deserted island was anything but tranquil. Distant sounds of animals tearing at one another, and their cries filled the air. He even discerned the chilling howl of a wolf, signaling that peril lurked in every shadow of this forsaken place. It was wise for him to refrain from venturing out into the night. Xia Qingfeng's thoughts churned restlessly, rendering sleep impossible. A cold breeze seeped through the gaps in the branches he had assembled for shelter. He replenished the fire pit with the dry twigs he had gathered, and the flames surged once more, providing him with a modicum of comfort. Yet, the warmth of the fire could only envelop his body, failing to soothe the icy grip of fear that clutched his soul. The night passed in a restless haze, and whenever he began to drift into a slumber, he was jolted awake by the inexplicable cries of creatures lurking in the darkness. Thus, he endured until the dawn of the second day. Xia Qingfeng rose before the sun, as the eastern horizon merely hinted at the faintest blush of daybreak. He sprang from his makeshift refuge, gazing skyward, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. It had now been 24 hours since he had encountered the shipwreck, yet rescue remained elusive. This uncertainty filled him with an inexplicable anxiety. Had something irreversibly catastrophic transpired? After all, with the advent of extraterrestrials, it was not beyond reason for some apocalyptic calamity to unfold. What other explanation could there be for the absence of rescue? Chapter 7. Details determine success or failure. Xia Qingfeng stood vacantly by the rocks, gazing up at the sky. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. The fire in the pit had dwindled to a mere scattering of glowing embers. If he did not hasten to add dry twigs, it would soon extinguish. However, the dry branches he had gathered the previous night had already been consumed. The branches suitable for constructing a shelter were too damp to ignite. Thus, the first task upon waking was to consume a coconut, serving as his breakfast, before he hurried into the woods. In the nearby thickets, he had nearly exhausted all the available dry twigs. He was compelled to venture deeper into the forest. This time, fortune favored him. Not only did he discover a plethora of dry branches, but he also stumbled upon a vine. The weight of these dry branches was manageable, yet the number he could carry was limited by his ability to embrace them with both arms. Any excess would hinder his movement. With meticulous care, he employed some slender twigs to spark the flames, subsequently adding the larger branches. At last, the fire blazed to life. By this time, daylight had fully arrived, and the sun was gradually ascending from the east. Golden rays illuminated the earth, casting a dreamlike golden hue upon all the objects on this deserted island. To be fair, had he not been cast adrift here by a shipwreck, the scenery would be utterly enchanting. Coconut groves, sandy beaches, and seabirds soaring amidst the azure waves. For the moment, the fire could sustain itself. Xia Qingfeng glanced at the 3 coconuts he had remaining, realizing that there was no immediate need to harvest more. Thus, he made his way back to the beach, where he once again encountered the lifeless body of the fallen soldier. Upon his arrival this time, he dragged along 2 branches adorned with vibrant green leaves. He laid the branches over the lifeless body of a soldier, initially intending to bury him. He wandered along the shore for quite a distance, chasing the waves, collecting an abundance of shells and starfish, and even fortuitously capturing an octopus measuring over half a foot in length. This place was devoid of the bustling tourist attractions. It was utterly desolate. No one had set foot here, making the acquisition of seafood relatively effortless. Glancing at the system screen, he noted that his vitality had surged to 7, 8, and his spiritual strength had reached 3, 9. One word encapsulated his experience: exquisite. In his heart, he exuberantly chanted 666. Having satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst with coconut water, it was time to commence his work. He tightened his grip on the military dagger and ventured toward the woods. While previously gathering dry twigs, he had familiarized himself with the layout of this area of woodland. The robust trees, akin to those he had encountered before, were sparse. Only about 4 or 5 of such stature remained, armed with a military dagger rather than a specialized axe. He found the task somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, the principles of felling trees remained unchanged. He crouched slightly, swinging the dagger downward at a 45-degree angle. The blade penetrated approximately 3 to 4 centimeters into the trunk, a mere half-meter above the ground. With a forceful pull, he extracted the dagger, then squatted down, kneeling on the earth, and swung the dagger upward from below, striking fiercely at the trunk. This stroke mirrored the previous one, albeit from the opposite direction. The wood chips flew as he alternated between downward and upward strikes, swiftly carving a notch into the tree trunk. A section of the tree bark fell away, and with a similar motion, a notch was carved into the opposite side of the gash. At this juncture, the connecting part of the tree was barely the width of a finger. All that was required of Xia Qingfeng was to take 2 steps back, lift a foot, and with a vigorous kick from his calfskin shoe, he sent the tree crashing to the ground. Instantly, he gained 0.7 vitality. With this influx of vitality, Xia Qingfeng felt invigorated and swiftly dashed towards the next tree. The trees were of similar girth, thus each one yielded approximately 0.7 vitality. In one breath, he felled 3 trees, accumulating his vitality to 9. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed a massive boulder, towering to the height of a person. This stone was broad and irregular, forming an angle on one side. Delighted by the sight, Xia Qingfeng dragged the 3 trees over in 3 trips, sheltered from the wind. The branches would ignite splendidly. Once the withered branches blazed into a bonfire, he brought forth one of the trees he had felled, placing its leafy end atop the flames, which immediately released a thick plume of smoke. The leaves, saturated with moisture, were not easily combustible, producing a grayish-white smoke laden with water vapor rather than the dark, acrid smoke one might expect. Observing the smoke's performance, Xia Qingfeng felt satisfied. The terrain was expansive and near the coast, allowing the smoke to rise over 10 meters high before being dispersed by the sea breeze. He was signaling to the rescue team, having initially considered using stones on the beach for this purpose. He contemplated signaling for help with an SOS, yet such an endeavor would demand excessive physical exertion. How large a stone would need to be lifted for a helicopter to discern it from above? An alternative method presented itself. Rather than moving stones, he could wield a sturdy branch to etch the signal in the sand. However, this approach also seemed unreliable. If drawn too finely, it would be invisible from the sky, while a boulder rendition would require more energy than simply kindling a fire. After weighing these considerations, he concluded that igniting a fire was the most pragmatic choice. Firstly, the proximity to the forest meant that felled trees would not have to be transported far. Secondly, chopping wood would replenish his vitality, a prospect he found quite appealing. He felt an urgent desire to accumulate enough life force to reach 100 and enhance one of his attributes. This fervent aspiration overshadowed the notion of awaiting rescue. With the fire now requiring little oversight, he tightened his grip on his military knife and dashed into the woods. He had already felled 3 trees of a thickness comparable to his arm and spotted 2 more within sight, swiftly bringing them down as well. Now he faced a choice: to chop down even thicker trees, as he had noticed several with a girth akin to a human thigh, or to venture deeper into the forest where he was certain arm-thick trees awaited. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the latter idea. Delving deeper into the woods was ill-advised. The night prior, he had heard various animal cries emanating from the forest. Encountering a wild boar, let alone larger carnivores like wolves or tigers, could jeopardize his very life. Thus, he resolved to remain near the forest's edge, prioritizing safety above all else. Without further ado, he added another piece of wood. These were all trees he had just felled. Therefore, he placed the lush, leafy ends onto the bonfire. As for the trunks, he had no immediate plans for them. For now, this arrangement would suffice. Once the rescue arrived, he would bid farewell to these things. Xia Qingfeng involuntarily glanced up at the sky. The weather remained splendid, with a clear azure expanse unmarred by clouds, save for a few white wisps drifting by, transforming into ethereal shapes that were nothing short of breathtaking. He envied the seabirds soaring above, knowing they represented potential soul value. Unfortunately, given his current stature, he could not afford to covet those flying creatures. After all, he reminded himself, I am a man with an advantage. Yet, reality remained steadfast. For now, he could only diligently continue to chop wood. Throughout his youth, he had seldom engaged in any strenuous labor. He had just successfully felled 5 trees, and his fingers, gripping the military dagger, had developed several blisters. These blisters had burst, oozing yellow pus, and any touch brought a sharp sting. How foolish of me. I should have anticipated this. I've needlessly created several large blisters. Resolutely, Xia Qingfeng plunged back into the forest, targeting a tree thicker than a man's thigh. With swift strokes of his knife, wood chips flew, and he felt an exhilarating rush as he struck fiercely. Chapter 8. Nightmare. Under Xia Qingfeng's tempestuous onslaught, the tree finally succumbed and fell. The system notification chimed. This tree had granted Xia Qingfeng a substantial one. 5 vitality points. Each tree was worth 2. Indeed, the thicker the tree, the greater the vitality it bestowed. Xia Qingfeng let out a mighty roar. Ollie give. The vitality bestowed upon him was indeed invigorating, yet undeniably exhausting. He was utterly fatigued, slumped on the ground, panting heavily with his mouth agape. Earlier, when he had felled those 3 small trees, his vitality had reached 9. Subsequently, after cutting down 2 more small trees, he had gained an additional 4, bringing his total to 11. 3. Now, having chopped down a large tree that granted him 5, he calculated his vitality to be 12. 8. Xia Qingfeng mused, opening a remarkably high-tech screen. Oh yes, his calculations were flawless. His vitality indeed stood at 12. 8. He felt compelled to exclaim 666. However, this tree felling did not contribute to his soul power, which remained at a mere 3. 9. After a strenuous effort to regulate his breathing while seated, he found himself devoid of strength to fell another tree. His right hand ached to the point of numbness. He could scarcely grasp his military dagger, which trembled slightly in his grip. Gently massaging his right hand with his left, he rose and ambled towards 2 massive stones. After consuming a coconut, his stomach emitted a gurgling sound. The sensation of hunger once again enveloped his entire being. Casting a glance at the still smoldering campfire, he scrutinized the sky once more, but the rescue aircraft remained elusive. An ominous premonition lingered in his mind. Typically, the golden hour for rescuing those in distress is within 24 hours. He calculated that the crash of his Black Hawk helicopter had occurred yesterday morning. By today's dawn, the 24-hour mark had passed without any sign of rescue, and now, as midday approached, the likelihood of his salvation diminished with the passage of time. How could one even contemplate such a scenario? After all, he was aboard a military aircraft. In this era of advanced satellite technology, how could it be that his location remained undetected? Under normal circumstances, the rescue aircraft should have arrived yesterday. Consider that he resided in a third-tier city. And after merely a night following the system's activation, soldiers burst into his home at the break of dawn, whisking him away to a black obsidian fighter jet. What remarkable swiftness of action! He could not fathom why rescue operations had yet to materialize. Surely, the location tracking posed no issue, and his significance was self-evident. Could it be that the mere existence of 10 global system binders outweighed that of a millionaire or billionaire? Was his plight not worthy of military intervention? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible, yet the stark reality before him was that no rescue had arrived. Suddenly, an unsettling thought burgeoned within Xia Qingfeng's mind. Though this notion was preposterous, he could not suppress its relentless growth. Would those extraterrestrial beings, possessing superior intelligence, truly exhibit such benevolence? Beyond endowing Earth with a mere 10 systems, might it be that in this world, or indeed within the cosmos, there exists neither uncaused affection nor unfounded animosity? At present, Xia Qingfeng could only forcefully repress this thought as he made his way toward the shoreline. His sole source of sustenance could now be gleaned from the beach, scavenging for shells and seafood. While coconut water quenched his thirst, the flesh of the coconut was far from satiating. Furthermore, a more pressing concern loomed: the coconuts atop the several coconut trees. If he continued to consume them as he had, they would scarcely sustain him for a few days. On the numerous coconut trees, nearly every one bears 5 or 6 coconuts. Yet, a few of these coconuts are merely the size of a fist, evidently unripe. If he were to persist in his endeavor of felling 1 coconut tree each day, it would not take even 10 days before he would find himself without water to drink. However, at this moment, he remains untroubled by the coconuts, for he harbors an unwavering belief that rescue will arrive at any moment. Perhaps, in the very next second, the enchanting sound of a propeller will resonate above him. He tirelessly roasts the shells he has gathered from the shore upon a stone slab. This time, fortune has not favored him, as he has not found any starfish, nor has he encountered octopuses. Only a handful of modest-sized shells adorn his collection. It seems that this stretch of sea has been nearly depleted of edible offerings. He consumes the flesh of these shells, and then proceeds to crack open the last coconut, drinking its water and devouring the pulp. Yet it scarcely suffices to quell his hunger. Glancing at his Rolex, he notes that it is 1:07 p.m., with no other tasks at hand beyond felling trees. He grips his military knife and strides into the forest. At this juncture, the branches atop the large bonfire are nearly consumed. He retrieves another tree he has felled and positions its crown atop the fire, releasing a plume of thick smoke once more. He must ensure that the smoke rises at least 10 meters high so that any approaching rescue aircraft can easily locate him from the sky. Now, within his visible range, he has surveyed all the trees as thick as his thigh. Henceforth, he must turn his efforts to felling trees of a girth comparable to his waist. The military dagger is not a specialized tool for felling trees. It suffices for those slender trunks encountered earlier. However, upon facing trees as thick as a human waist, its efficiency noticeably dwindles. It would take him nearly an hour to bring down a single tree of such girth. Yet, these robust trees offer a greater vitality, each providing approximately 3 points of life force. Fortunately, the blade of the military dagger remains sharp, exhibiting no signs of dullness or chipping, a testament to its quality craftsmanship from China. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the world did not experience even a hint of relief. Instead, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, resembling a vast stagnant pool. The gray clouds in the sky, akin to the lifeless belly of a suffocated fish, exuded a sense of despair. Under the cloak of night, the stars sparkled brilliantly, resembling a luminous ribbon stretching into the distance, breathtakingly beautiful. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the rocky landscape, casting a cold and enigmatic aura. Yet, lying in his makeshift shelter, Xia Qingfeng had no inclination to admire the nocturnal sky. His gaze was vacant since morning. He had been filled with hope for rescue, yet as night fell, there was still no sign of salvation. This left a profound impact on his spirit, leading him to wonder if he had been forsaken. Abandoned on this small island, with no one to seek him out or offer assistance, despair gradually consumed him. He clenched his left fist and struck the ground fiercely, tears streaming from his eyes as he silently wept. After all, he was still young. The sound of the propeller grew from a whisper to a roar, as Xia Qingfeng was enjoying shellfish in front of the stone slab. He was taken aback when he looked up to see a military obsidian fighter jet approaching from a distance, drawing nearer until it hovered above the small island. In sheer exhilaration, he tossed the shell he held onto the ground, leaping with joy, his hands waving in the air, filled with elation. He felt as though he had been saved. He ran and shouted, and the aerial hawk fighter jet clearly spotted him. It flew closer, ultimately landing steadily on the beach. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Qingfeng dashed towards it. The propellers gradually came to a halt as the door of the aircraft swung open. For fully armed soldiers leapt out, each adorned with oversized tactical helmets and brandishing assault rifles, cautiously advancing toward the approaching Xia Qingfeng. In no time, the 4 soldiers encircled him, pointing their rifles at him. Remaining utterly silent, Xia Qingfeng was momentarily dazed, instinctively raising his hands as he gazed at the 4 soldiers before him. "Are you here to rescue me? We encountered a maritime disaster. I am the only survivor. I have no idea what happened to the others." Unsure of what to say, he stood there bewildered. At that moment, one of the soldiers slowly removed his tactical helmet. Xia Qingfeng's eyes widened in horror at the sight within the helmet, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. What lay inside was not a human being, but rather a coconut, roughly the size of a human head, perched upon the soldier's neck, with 2 bell-like copper eyes glaring menacingly at him. The second soldier also removed his tactical helmet. Within it stood a massive shell, poised upon a man's neck. This shell opened and closed rhythmically, releasing a stream of bubbles. Summer Qingfeng, overwhelmed by excessive fright, felt as though an unseen force was constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. The intense sensation of suffocation widened his eyes to their fullest extent. When the third warrior removed his tactical helmet, Summer Qingfeng felt on the verge of collapse, astonishingly. A pentagonal starfish was affixed to the warrior's neck. In the center of the starfish, rows of sharp teeth ground against one another, emitting a chillingly eerie creaking sound. The last warrior also took off his helmet, and the sight within did not disappoint Summer Qingfeng. His terror escalated anew. This warrior bore an octopus on his neck, its 8 elongated tentacles reaching out, slimy and sticky, advancing towards Summer Qingfeng's face. Unable to endure such a horrifying tableau, Summer Qingfeng let out a piercing scream. With that heart-wrenching cry, he jolted upright, drenched in sweat, his face ashen, hands shielding his face, eyes darting in terror. Chapter 9. The fish head can still be simmered into a soup. It was all but a nightmare. He remained nestled between 2 colossal stones in his shelter, gasping for breath as if he were a fish out of water. his mouth opening and closing fervently, greedily inhaling every breath of air. After a considerable time, he finally managed to steady his breathing. The dawn had begun to break, and Xia Qingfeng found himself marooned on the deserted island since June 11th, following a maritime disaster. Today is June 13th. For a long time, the sun rises as it always does. The entire world becomes illuminated as golden rays of sunlight descend, bringing forth the most resplendent colors and brilliance this realm has to offer. In that fleeting moment, the world comes to life. The forest's edge, bathed in the morning light, is enchanting, filled with the melodious chirping of birds. A veil of milky morning mist envelopes the scene, resembling a fairyland. Due to the sparse trees, the wild grasses and flowers thrive exuberantly, a vibrant tapestry of hues scattered across the landscape, enhanced by the hazy mist and the cheerful birdsong, a truly splendid place. By the time he finished his breakfast, it was already past 10 in the morning. He sat idly before the stone slab for quite some time before rising to relocate the fire pit. It was still at the same rocky corner as yesterday, where he had already prepared a tree he had felled. Once again, thick smoke billowed upward from the fire. The few trees he had cut down the day before, each as thick as a human arm, had been reduced to ashes. He had deliberately left one trunk intact, intending to sharpen it into a weapon for self-defense, for he possessed only a military dagger and lacked a longer weapon. However, at that moment, the summer breeze made him feel somewhat disoriented, uncertain of what to do. As the anticipated rescue had yet to arrive, a significant blow to his spirits. Throughout the day, he managed to fell only 4 or 5 trees. That evening, he hardly consumed anything, merely a coconut, before collapsing between 2 stones, allowing the day to slip away in such a manner. As night fell, he found himself staring intently at the flames flickering in the fire pit, unaware of when he finally succumbed to sleep. He was awakened by the chill, and as Xia Qingfeng opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, his body submerged in water. It took him a moment to realize that the tide had risen. Waves crashed relentlessly against him, the flames in the fire pit having long been extinguished by the sea. He clumsily rose between 2 massive stones, the water now lapping at his knees and continuing to rise swiftly. Xia Qingfeng sputtered as he inhaled several mouthfuls of seawater, hastily making his way towards higher ground. At that moment, he was oblivious to the time. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and he relied solely on instinct to ascend. Finally, he escaped the reach of the waves and collapsed beneath a large boulder, trembling uncontrollably against its surface. The island's unique geographical conditions resulted in a significant temperature variation between day and night, rendering the nights particularly frigid. Coupled with his immersion in water, he felt an overwhelming chill. Now, Xia Qingfeng was caught in a desperate plight, unable to do anything but huddle beneath the stone, awaiting dawn. Glancing at his Rolex, which was waterproof and undamaged, he wiped the moisture from the face and saw that it was already 1:37 a.m. He was acutely aware of his dismal condition. He alternated between bouts of cold and warmth, his teeth chattering involuntarily, producing a rhythmic clatter as he clasped his arms tightly around himself, curling into a tight ball. The island's cool breeze relentlessly assaulted him, penetrating every crevice and stealing away the scant warmth he possessed. As dawn approached, the sun began its slow ascent through the canopy, golden rays filtering through the dense foliage like glittering shards of gold, dazzling and resplendent. Amidst the forest, a veil of mist dances and dewdrops glisten, reminiscent of a fantastical realm, ethereal and dreamlike. Golden sunlight bathes the form of Xia Qingfeng. He lies motionless beneath a colossal rock, his face resting on his arms. Suddenly, his index finger curls slightly, followed by his entire hand clenching into a fist. After a brief pause, he musters the strength to lift his head. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, the warmth of the sun invigorates him, lending him a flicker of energy. As daylight breaks, clarity returns to his vision. Following the high tide from the previous night, 1/3 of the 2 massive stones that formed his makeshift shelter are now submerged. Fortunately, the terrain here is slightly elevated, with the tide merely 5 or 6 meters away. He steadies himself against the stone, exerting all his strength to rise, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight as he gazes into the distance. As anticipated, the cluster of coconut trees has also succumbed to the tide, though the water appears to be only 2 to 3 meters deep. Turning to survey the area where he had ignited a signal fire, he finds it remains untouched by the encroaching waters. That spot is still remarkably dry, with several unburned logs nearby. A thought strikes him. He resolves to reignite the fire. Checking his pockets, he discovers the bottom of a beer bottle still safely nestled in his jeans, and his military knife secured at his waist. But beyond that, He possesses nothing else. The few coconuts he had saved from yesterday have been swept away by the tide, and the stones he had arranged for grilling seafood are now submerged beneath the waves. He attempts to take a step forward, only to feel as if his legs are laden with lead, heavy as if 1,000 pounds weigh upon him. Staggering with each step, as if expending the last of his strength, he steadied himself against a nearby rock and gazed once more at the heavens. A wry smile played on his lips as he shook his head. It was already June 14th. He had arrived on this island on June 11th, indicating that the prospect of rescue had dwindled considerably. He needed to devise a strategy for his survival. Awakening to the encroaching tide the previous night, he had clung to the rocks, consumed by despair. The allure of simply succumbing to death to end his suffering had been strong. Yet, with the dawn's first light, a spark of hope had rekindled within him, fueled by the presence of the alien system within his body. Alas, his current physical frailty rendered him powerless. Even the simple act of walking proved arduous. The bonfire, a mere few dozen meters distant, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Just then, another wave surged forth, crashing a short distance before him. As the water receded, a sudden surge of energy coursed through him, and without hesitation, he lunged forward. His desperate gamble paid off, and he pinned a fish to the ground. With his right hand, he drew his military-grade dagger and plunged it mercilessly into the fish's head, repeatedly, until it lay still and lifeless. It is in the face of utter desperation that humanity summons its ultimate reserves of potential. As he dispatched the fish, the system's notification had sounded, but he paid it no heed. With his military blade, he swiftly cleaved the fish in two. He sliced the fish into strips, grasped them in his hands, and stuffed them into his mouth. In this environment, he could only indulge in sashimi, and the fish was surprisingly fragrant, sweet, and succulent. This fish, measuring over a foot in length, weighed 3 to 4 pounds, and he devoured it entirely in one sitting. The ground was left littered with fish bones, with only a large fish head remaining. Even so, he hesitated to discard the head, holding it in his hand. If possible, it could be simmered into a delicious soup. He felt his slightly protruding belly, realizing that after spending so much time on the island, he finally experienced a sense of satiety. This was the first truly satisfying meal he had since arriving on the deserted island. After finishing, he found a stone to sit upon, using a fish bone to pick his teeth while summoning the sleek, high-tech system interface. As he gazed at the light blue screen before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. His vitality had reached 52.8, and his soul power was at 10.9. How could that be? He counted on his fingers, recalling that yesterday he had consumed seafood, which hardly contributed to his vitality and soul points. Moreover, he hadn't chopped down many trees. Suddenly, his vitality had surged past 50. It had to be the fish, indeed. It was. Calculating this, he deduced that the fish must have granted him around 20 points of vitality and 7 points of soul power. Why bother with chopping trees when he could simply catch fish? Just then, he was seized by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if a hand were gripping and squeezing inside him. He hurriedly unfastened his belt and crouched down, opening the gates of convenience to alleviate post-anguish. The horizontal inscription reads, "A land of many troubles." In our village, there exists a colloquial term for the behavior exhibited by Xia Qingfeng, running diarrhea. As the saying goes, a brave man cannot withstand 3 bouts of diarrhea, which aptly describes this situation. If you are unfamiliar with this dialect, it simply means that Xia Qingfeng has succumbed to an upset stomach. He squatted on the ground for nearly half an hour before finally rising unsteadily to his feet. His legs numb from the prolonged position. Standing proved to be a challenge, and he swayed as if about to collapse again, hastily clutching onto a nearby stone for support. At that moment, he noticed the tide receding a few meters away, and it struck him with sudden clarity. The tide was withdrawing. Chapter 10. The Agony of Reinforcement. Drawing his military dagger from his waist, he staggered toward the shore. In his haste, he stumbled over a stone and fell, yet managed to grab a crab, dispatching it with a swift thrust of his knife. The crab possessed a vitality of 12 and a soul power of 1.7. The sea urchin had a vitality of 9 and a soul power of 1.1, while the small yellow flowerfish had a vitality of 14 and a soul power of 3.1. This frenzied slaughter brought Xia Qingfeng a sense of exhilaration, even alleviating some of the intense pain in his abdomen. Finally, he came to a halt. Upon opening the system screen, he was taken aback once more. To his astonishment, his current vitality was displayed as 115/100 and his soul power as 39/100. What was this phenomenon? He had assumed that upon reaching the vitality cap of 100, it would remain static. Instead, It had astonishingly increased to 115. However, he had no time to ponder the implications of this revelation. As turmoil once again roiled within his belly, he glanced down at his current state. Muscle enhancement stood at 5, symbolizing explosive power, resistance, suppression, and resilience, the confidence to dance with wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory enhancement measured 4, indicating an ability to perceive further and more clearly, to hear and smell from greater distances, thus heightening the faculties of perception and uncovering potentially useful elements for survival, not only on a deserted island, but also in the broader world. Internal circulation boasted a strength of 6, representing health, endurance, longevity, and resistance to ailments, enabling prolonged labor and greater burdens, dismissing the common cold and disease with ease. Yet, this strength remained elusive, only truly appreciated during extended exertion amidst tempests, or in the face of illness. Cellular vitality also reached 5, fostering enhanced health, improved coordination, swifter running, and higher jumping, allowing one to race alongside antelopes and revel with deer. Soul strength lingered at F, divided into levels of through F, each tier reflecting a 2-point scale, providing resilience akin to a rock, nurturing a formidable inner peace capable of restful slumber on a deserted island and the audacity to conquer all challenges. As for the host's strength evaluation, there was little to say. His current capabilities could only elicit a dismissive chuckle. He found himself devoid of choices. On the screen, a phantom appeared above the indicators for muscle, sensory, internal circulation, and cellular vitality, suggesting the possibility of enhancing these 4 attributes. However, the aspect of the soul remained unchanged. Xia Qingfeng did not hesitate. He promptly tapped the plus sign on the internal cycle. Instantly, the enhancement level rose from 6 to 7. To be honest, Xia Qingfeng possessed a remarkable physique. As a model, he adhered to rigorous fitness training imposed by his agency, rendering his 8-pack abs merely a standard feature. Perhaps this was why his internal cycle boasted the highest value among the metrics, standing at 6. Just as he completed the action, he felt a profound transformation within his body. There was pulling, excruciating pain, entanglement, friction, and a tumultuous rolling sensation. His metabolic rate surged at an alarming pace. He felt as if his internal organs were ensconced within a washing machine, spinning relentlessly. A wave of increasingly intense sensations flooded his mind, signifying hunger and insatiable hunger. After several moments, he gradually rose, exhaling deeply. Fortunately, the pain induced by the tearing sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. However, his thoughts were consumed entirely by hunger. He recklessly seized the freshly caught yellow croaker he had just slain, devouring it with fervor, savoring every bite. Earlier, he had contemplated cooking it over a fire due to concerns about an upset stomach. Now, however, that sense of hunger rendered him heedless. Raw fish, crabs, anything edible that fell within his line of sight found its way into his mouth. As the tide receded, more fresh fish revealed themselves along the beach. These fish, washed ashore by the ocean's waves, became the most selfless gifts from the sea to Xia Qingfeng. He discarded the remnants of his feasting carelessly, having devoured them all. He made a rough calculation. The figure he arrived at startled him. In such a brief span, he had consumed no less than 100 pounds of fish. He could distinctly feel the fish in his stomach, being rapidly broken down and transformed into energy that replenished his parched organs. Initially, the speed at which he ingested the fish did not keep pace with the rate of its decomposition. Fortunately, the absorption of the fish in his stomach gradually slowed down, allowing him to return to normalcy. This entire process consumed nearly all of the more than 100 pounds of fish he had ingested. Now, he gazed at his slightly protruding abdomen, still unable to believe that he had devoured such a vast quantity of fish in under half an hour. Yet, the reality lay before him. He had yet to feel the other changes brought about by the enhanced internal circulation. However, the speed at which he consumed food genuinely astonished Xia Qingfeng, though he could eat no more. He picked up a military dagger and proceeded to dispatch the lively fish still flitting about on the beach, for they embodied vitality. Having tasted the benefits, he acutely recognized the advantages that life force bestowed upon him. If he did not eliminate these fish at once, they would likely perish due to prolonged exposure to air, resulting in the loss of this substantial reservoir of vitality and spirit. Was it not a great man who once proclaimed that waste is shameful? In times past, engaging in 2 consecutive hours of such vigorous activity would have left him utterly exhausted. However, Xia Qingfeng was not experiencing substantial fatigue at present. The acute pain in his lower abdomen had long since dissipated, and he felt healthier than ever before, brimming with vitality. After scouring the entire stretch of beach, spanning over 1,000 meters, the tide had largely returned to its previous position. He had eradicated all the fish on this beach, reaping a considerable amount of vitality and soul force. Naturally, he wouldn't squander these fish. Using his military dagger, he bisected each fish. After locating some smooth stones, he arranged the fish on them one by one, intending to use the intense sunlight to dry them into jerky. Additionally, he had a string of crabs, tethered together with a vine he had discovered earlier in the forest, the same one used to bind dry branches. Surprisingly, it had not been swept away by the tide. He found it on a rock and repurposed it for the crabs. Besides crabs, there were also some peculiar seafood items, such as a couple of sea urchins and 3 large lobsters. Carrying these spoils, Xia Qingfeng returned, laden with his bounty. He was in high spirits, singing, "The great king has sent me to patrol the mountains. The sun winks at me, the birds sing for me. I am a hard-working and independent little imp. Don't ask me where I come from, nor where I am going. I shall pluck the most beautiful flower and offer it to my little princess." Xia Qingfeng's voice was rich and resonant, imbuing the song with a unique charm. It must be acknowledged that he was a singer whose talents were overshadowed by his modeling career. Perhaps he should not pursue a career in modeling, but rather venture towards becoming a singer. With his strikingly handsome appearance, he might have already achieved great fame. Unfortunately, he now finds himself on this desolate island, reveling in solitude. Returning to the shade of the trees, the clock has passed 1 p.m. The sun blazes fiercely in the sky, and even the slightest internal circulation cannot provide respite. Sitting beneath the cool shade, he hangs the seafood he has gathered from the branches. Xia Qingfeng now intends to assess his spoils. His vitality has reached 152.8, while his soul power stands at 73.9. What a bountiful harvest. His eyes are narrowed with joy, unable to contain his delight at the unexpected bounty brought forth by the rising tide. Although it washed away his makeshift shelter and nearly cost him his life on a frigid night, the ancients wisely proclaimed that survival from great peril brings future blessings. He had previously enhanced his internal circulation, and now, remarkably, his vitality is sufficient for another enhancement. The 4 options in the upper right corner once again display the symbol of addition. The intense, tearing pain he experienced during the last enhancement still lingers in his mind. Hesitantly, he stretches his fingers, reluctant to proceed, yet ultimately, with a firm resolve and a determined glare, he selects the plus sign above his muscles. His internal circulation has now reached 7, and he cannot increase it further. The other 2 enhancements are of lesser importance. A heightened sense is not urgently required, while cellular vitality seems to warrant an increase in agility. Given his current circumstances, enhancing his strength and muscle seems the most advantageous. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, his tree-felling speed will surely improve. Alas, why has the thought of felling trees resurfaced in my mind? I ought to embark on a quest to catch fish instead. Just as his hand pressed upon that plus sign, an intense wave of pain engulfed his entire being once more. Yet this time, it was not the visceral tug of his internal organs. Rather, this agony permeated his muscles beneath the surface of his skin, akin to thousands upon thousands of steel needles piercing through his flesh. The sharpness of the pain surged like a mountain's roar, a tsunami that electrified his nerve endings. His mouth gaped wide in a silent scream, his face contorted in a mask of terror and anguish. Chapter 11. Once more, I returned with several coconuts. His eyes bulged, veins in his head and neck protruding like writhing worms, subtly pulsating with life. Sweat cascaded down his skin, and an unusual flush enveloped his entire body, a clear sign of ruptured capillaries. He gasped deeply, a primal instinct surging through him. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming strength coursing within, surpassing even his peak physical condition. In his prime at the gym, he could lift nearly 80 kilograms. Now, he felt assured that he could effortlessly exceed 100 kilograms, and even believed he could lift 120 kilograms with ease. This was a clear manifestation of enhanced power. Aligning perfectly with his assumptions, muscles indeed symbolized strength. Glancing down, he caressed his arms, noting the significant enlargement of his pectorals and the firm definition of his abdominal muscles. His arms, thighs, and calves had grown considerably more robust, this slight augmentation of muscle yielding a comprehensive enhancement throughout his physique. Ha 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 ha. Xia Qingfeng rose to his full height, erupting in unrestrained laughter, his left hand pointing towards the heavens. You scurvy knaves neglect to rescue your emperor? Observe how I shall thrive and dominate this desolate isle with my cheat. In this instant, Xia Qingfeng exuded an aura of juvenile delusion, imbecility, and utter buffoonery. His imposing presence momentarily unparalleled. Even a seabird soaring in the firmament felt its cloaca clench in response to his ludicrous display. A cascade of guano descended from above, landing squarely upon Xia Qingfeng's forehead. Immediately, a multitude of black crows circled above his head, while a stampede of 10,000 alpacas raged within his mind. At that very moment, Xia Qingfeng attained complete clarity. Today was already the 14th, and the prospect of rescue had dwindled to near non-existence. However, this held no consequence for him, as he was a man endowed with a cheat, capable of reigning supreme upon this deserted island. Once his attributes were sufficiently enhanced, he could rely on his superhuman physique. Just then, Xia Qingfeng's countenance shifted as he turned his gaze. Beneath a tree, a pristine white rabbit observed him with crimson eyes. What the devil? You may look, but what is the meaning of that expression? He perceived disdain in the eyes of the rabbit, as if it held him in utter contempt. Xia Qingfeng advanced a couple of paces, yet the rabbit remained unfazed, rooted to the spot. Instead, it turned to nibble at the nearby weeds, its eyes intensifying their scornful gaze. Truly, forbearance had reached its limit. He couldn't resist erupting in a tirade. You're merely an ingredient, understand? A bounty of nature, do you comprehend? And yet, you dare look down upon me. I present you with two options. Would you prefer to be braised or barbecued? Xia Qingfeng unleashed a torrent of colorful language. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his military-grade dagger. He couldn't indulge the rabbit's insolence. He was, after all, the apex predator of this desolate island. You, he declared, are but a minor creature. A minor creature should embrace its fate as sustenance for the boss. Is it not fragrant to barbecue such an adorable rabbit? The dagger spiraled through the air toward the rabbit, landing with a thud a few inches away. In an almost comical fashion, the hilt struck the ground first. Even Xia Qingfeng cringed at his own ineptitude. Startled, the rabbit propelled itself into the adjacent thicket, disappearing from sight. Xia Qingfeng was not about to let it escape. This rabbit had already been earmarked for his culinary endeavors. He strode forward, retrieved his dagger, and gave chase. Alas, within moments, he had lost the rabbit's trail. He thrashed at the foliage with his blade, but to no avail. The rabbit was too swift. Xia Qingfeng surmised that even with enhanced cellular activity, he could not hope to capture it barehanded. If he desired braised rabbit, he would require a bow and arrow. During his year-long professional career, Xia Qingfeng had acquired a diverse array of skills, including archery. His benefactor was not a man, but rather an unattractive woman in her 40s. Dressed in garish finery and adorned with gold and silver, she insisted on having Xia Qingfeng accompany her. There is a saying that ugly people tend to behave oddly, and this could not be truer. This rather unattractive woman, well into her 40s, had an inexplicable passion for horseback riding and archery, which left Xia Qingfeng in a state of utter despair as he struggled to make ends meet during those taxing days. The only silver lining was that he had managed to hone a respectable skill in archery, sufficient to impress young ladies. After all, one must admit that he possessed a handsome visage, did he not? His stance while shooting was undeniably charming, and he never missed the target. What a perfect combination. It is worth noting that when Xia Qingfeng later took Shen Xiyu for a shooting session, she was utterly astonished, even bestowing him with a kiss of admiration. He relished in that moment of triumph. Yet, as the conversation turned to the subject of archery, it strayed far from the pressing matters at hand. He needed to contemplate how to spend the night, as the makeshift shelter had been swept away by the tide. It was imperative for him to find an alternative refuge. The space between those two large stones could no longer serve as a sanctuary. He certainly did not wish to be inundated in slumber once more. The tides were unpredictable, and Xia Qingfeng had no knowledge of their schedule. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 2 in the afternoon, leaving him with little time to seek a new haven. However, he was not one to waver. Once he made a decision, he acted promptly. Venturing into the woods, he came across 2 trees he had felled earlier. After a day of relentless sun, their leaves had turned a crisp yellow. With determination, he grasped a tree trunk as thick as his thigh and began to move, as if carrying 2 massive stones. After strengthening his muscles slightly, he felt the tree become lighter in his grasp, and effortlessly he dragged it to the designated spot. Utilizing the familiar method, he severed the branches from the trunk and cut the tree down to a length of 4 to 5 meters. He propped it against 2 massive stones, allowing the remaining branches to lean haphazardly against one side. His shelter was thus re-established. Without pause, he ventured into the woods to gather dry twigs. Relieved that the tide had not encroached upon this area, the absence of twigs at the edges posed no issue. He ventured a little further inward. There, the stones and slabs remained intact, albeit dampened by seawater. He discovered a large stone over a meter high that had not been soaked by the tide. Using the bottom of a glass bottle, he spent over half an hour igniting a fire upon it. Once the flames grew robust, he relocated the fire to the stone slabs to dry them out. As the flames flickered, white mist rose gracefully from the slabs. He then moved the fire pile beneath the slabs, where the flames blazed fiercely. Despite the damp ground, it quickly dried under the heat. He tossed a cluster of crabs and seafood beside the slabs. It was still early in the day, and having feasted on a bellyful of fish, he was not hungry. He decided to reserve these for dinner later. He had already harvested half of the ripe coconuts from the dozen coconut trees. On the tree he had climbed today, he had only cut down 4 coconuts, leaving 3 that were merely the size of his fist, clearly still unripe, to remain as reserves. After finishing with the coconuts, he surveyed the coastline. Xia Qingfeng stood silently on the beach for a moment, contemplating the fate of the laughing warrior whose body had been swept away by the tide. Ultimately, it all boils down to the absence of rescue. Had assistance arrived, none of this would be an issue. Why didn't rescue come? This question resurfaced in Xia Qingfeng's mind. Discarding the coconut beside the stone slab, Xia Qingfeng ventured into the woods once more. This time, he was emboldened, his muscles having strengthened, granting him a newfound sense of power. Thus, he proceeded a dozen or so meters into the forest. He encountered no peril, nor was he assailed by any wild creatures. However, he did detect rustling sounds in the undergrowth, as if some animal had been startled and fled. Gazing at the dense thicket of trees, he maintained a respectful distance. Using his military dagger, he severed the branches of another tree, procuring a trunk some 7 or 8 meters in length. From this, he fashioned a spear, stripping the bark with his dagger and sharpening one end. He intended to use this spear to hunt fish in the sea come morning, now that his strength had fully returned. No longer resembling the frail state in which he had first washed ashore, he was fully capable of venturing into the sea. Wouldn't it be far more gratifying to spear fish for sustenance than to consume gritty shellfish? He labored on the spear until nightfall. He lay down directly in his makeshift shelter, the military dagger beneath his head, cradling the newly crafted spear. A sense of security washed over him. Chapter 12. Entrusting all to time today, having consumed his fill of fish, he felt little hunger by evening. Consequently, he refrained from roasting any further seafood and simply retired for the night, perhaps because he had come to terms with the situation, no longer dwelling on the question of rescue. That night, unexpectedly, he enjoyed a restful slumber. As the morning sun broke through the temporary shelter, he awoke feeling invigorated and radiant. The gentle sea breeze caressed his face, and seabirds soared and called in the sky above. Suddenly, he perceived that this existence was not as dire as he had imagined. With a javelin resting on his shoulder and a military dagger in hand, he made his way to the large stones where he had left the fish to dry the previous day. It must be said that the winds on this deserted island were quite robust, allowing for excellent air circulation, coupled with the ample sunlight. The fish had already lost a considerable amount of moisture in a short span of time. He tore a piece off and savored it, swallowing with pleasure. It was quite delectable, albeit lacking a hint of salt. How could one reside by the sea without salt? He resolved to prioritize the collection of salt. With renewed determination, he strode purposefully toward the shoreline, carrying with him several intact half-shells of coconuts he had consumed. He filled them with seawater and placed them on the sandy beach. The process of harvesting sea salt was remarkably straightforward, comprising but 2 main steps. First, he needed to collect seawater, which he was now doing with the coconut shells, allowing it to settle. The rolling waves carried with them a significant amount of sediment, and after 3 or 4 hours of settling, he could pour off the clear, transparent water above, thereby obtaining what is known as brine for salt production, discarding the layer of mud beneath. Xia Qingfeng discovered a stone, roughly the size of a dining table, with a slight depression in its center, making it ideal for his salt-making endeavor. He did not require a large quantity of salt. Sufficiency for oneself is all that is required. This stone alone is entirely adequate. He meticulously poured the brine collected in the coconut shell onto the stone, and soon enough, a pool of seawater gathered in the stone's depression. The remainder was beyond his concern. He merely awaited the sun's rays to evaporate the water, promising him the reward of sea salt. While attending to the matter of sea salt, Xia Qingfeng did not lose sight of his paramount task for the day, catching fish. Alas, the ideal was as abundant as it was unattainable, for reality proved to be unforgiving. Throughout the entire morning, reality dealt him a stinging slap. Not a single fish was caught. After consuming another coconut and observing 2 remaining ones, he felt no fatigue. It seemed that with a touch of internal circulation, his stamina had notably improved. With no further ado, he resumed chopping wood, for he believed that one day He would triumph against the odds and feast on fish to his heart's content. Throughout the afternoon, Xia Qingfeng's pace of chopping would significantly accelerated. However, his endeavor to sun-dry the sea salt did not proceed as smoothly. When he checked in the afternoon, he discovered that the brine in the stone's depression had evaporated completely. Yet he found no pristine white salt. He ran his fingers along the depression, tasting the residue. It bore a salty flavor. The issue was not with his method, but rather the scant amount of seawater. The depression could not hold enough brine to reach the crystallization point for salt. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng invested over an hour attempting to compress the depression further with a stone, yet the results were minimal. He hesitated to use his military dagger for this task, reluctant to sacrifice such a valuable tool. Ultimately, while some progress was made, the results were not particularly pronounced. Resigned, Xia Qingfeng refilled the depression with brine. He possessed 14 coconut shells, yet the stone cavity could only accommodate the brine from 3 shells at a time. After some deliberation, Xia Qingfeng divided the remaining shells into 2 groups. 7 were designated for the sedimentation of seawater to produce brine, while the remaining 7 were directly filled with brine and placed under the sun for evaporation. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng diverted his attention to felling trees. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky a fiery red, and his vitality once again reached its zenith. After contemplation, he allocated this enhancement opportunity to his senses. The anticipated pain arrived, but it differed from the tearing sensation of internal circulation enhancement or the needle-like pricks of muscle enhancement. Instead, it was a scorching, burning sensation. This sensation was not dispersed throughout his body, but rather concentrated almost entirely in his head and facial features, as if his head were immersed in a bonfire. He clutched his head with both hands, his eyes wide with pain, their corners tearing. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of his eye, tracing a path down his cheek. He could clearly perceive that his face exhibited no external changes, yet the intense heat and searing sensation were undeniably real, causing him excruciating agony. Fortunately, this torment lasted only a few seconds, which he endured with gritted teeth. As the pain subsided, he perceived the world around him as if it had suddenly become more luminous. Xia Qingfeng observed a butterfly fluttering in the distant grass and could discern its eyes with remarkable clarity, even from a distance of several meters. His auditory perception extended remarkably, enabling him to discern the subtle rustling of an earthworm beneath a leaf. Concurrently, his olfactory senses heightened, allowing him to perceive the faintest saline notes carried by the sea breeze. In essence, the amplification of his senses constituted a comprehensive enhancement of his perceptual faculties, granting him a profound comprehension of the world around him. Upon reviewing his attributes, he noted muscular fortitude, level 6, signifying explosive power, resilience, dominance, and robustness, bestowing upon him the confidence to engage with wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory acuity, level 5, denoting enhanced visual range and clarity, extended auditory reach, and heightened olfactory sensitivity, facilitating the discovery of potentially valuable insights and augmenting his capacity for survival, not only on the deserted island but also in the broader world. Internal resilience, level 7, indicating robust health, endurance, stamina, and resistance to adverse conditions, enabling him to sustain prolonged labor, bear heavier burdens, and effortlessly ward off common ailments. Its benefits, however, remain subtle, manifesting primarily during extended periods of exertion amidst tempestuous weather, and in the face of illness, underscoring the intrinsic value of physical vitality. Cellular vigor, level 5, promoting enhanced well-being, improved bodily coordination, and increased agility, enabling him to rival the speed of antelopes and revel alongside wild deer. So, F categorized on a scale from S to F, with each level further subdivided into 2 tiers, imbuing him with unwavering resilience, steadfastness of mind, the capacity to find solace in the solitude of the deserted island at night, and an indomitable spirit to overcome any adversity. The evaluation of the host's strength is rather unremarkable. At present, one can only chuckle at it. Both sensory perception and cellular vitality are rated at a mere 5, while muscle strength has surprisingly reached 7, solely due to internal circulation. It is no wonder that after a day of labor, fatigue does not weigh heavily upon me. A brief respite suffices for a swift restoration of vigor. Yet, I ponder why the subsequent evaluation transitions from a chuckle to a hearty laugh. Are these not divergent expressions? I have undergone enhancements thrice, after all. Summer Qingfeng, no longer preoccupied with such thoughts, seizes the opportunity before dusk to make another trip to the stones where salt is being dried. Indeed, The seawater nestled within the depressions of the stones has completely evaporated. Observing the barren stones, Xia Qingfeng remains unfazed, pouring the brine from the coconut shell atop them once more. This time, 1/3 of the brine has also evaporated, significantly intensifying the salinity of the seawater. Perhaps by the morrow's dawn, I shall procure salt. Clutching the coconut shell, he hastens to the stones where fish is being dried. He picks up a piece of dried fish, which originally weighed around 10 pounds, now reduced to 4 or 5 pounds due to the loss of moisture. Squatting by the firelight, he tears the fish into strips, lightly toasting them by the fire before dipping them into the coconut brine. As he savors the morsel, he chews thoughtfully, indeed detecting a delightful saltiness. The enhanced flavor of the salted fish is extraordinarily delectable, instantly elevating Xia Qingfeng's sense of happiness. After a satisfying meal, he drifts into a peaceful slumber, the night devoid of conversation. At the break of dawn, Xia Qingfeng first replenishes the fire with an ample supply of branches. His speed in chopping wood has markedly improved, allowing him to disregard any concerns regarding the consumption of firewood. He can assuredly maintain a continuous blaze for 24 hours. He hurried to the salt production base to inspect it. In the stone depression, roughly the size of a tabletop, there remained a fist-sized pool of water that had not completely evaporated after a night of drying. However, this was of little concern. As the sun ascended, the evaporation rate would surely accelerate. Xia Qingfeng poured the brine from the coconut shell beneath the stone into the depression, filling it to the brim. He noticed that a delicate layer of white frost had already formed around the edges of the depression. Dipping his finger into it and tasting, he immediately spat it out. It was far too salty. It was indeed salt. His methods were undoubtedly effective. If he continued to let it bask in the sun, he would eventually obtain pure white sea salt. There is a saying, after all, time will reveal all. Chapter 13. A bountiful harvest. He retrieved a smaller piece of dried fish and dipped it into the brine, solving his breakfast dilemma. With renewed vigor, he shouldered his spear and strode confidently toward the beach. Having caught no fish the previous day, today he was determined to redeem himself, especially since he had recently enhanced his sensory perception. This time proved markedly different. Within less than an hour, Xia Qingfeng managed to catch a fish weighing around 10 pounds. Sufficient for a hearty meal. The significance of this catch was extraordinary, for it deepened his understanding of the art of fishing. Spearing fish required more than just keen eyesight. Previously, he had gripped the spear tightly, fixated on the waves, and lunged at any approaching fish. Yet, due to the refraction of light on the water's surface, he often misjudged his aim and missed his target. The fish he caught was a result of his unconscious action of thrusting the spear just beneath the water's surface, maintaining a distance of several centimeters below. This clever maneuver effectively countered the refraction at the water's surface, allowing him to strike the target with precision. The fish was rather sizable, appearing to weigh over 20 pounds, and its strength in the water was astonishingly fierce, even with his muscles having been enhanced once. Xia Qingfeng struggled to maintain his grip on the spear. The fish's tail lashed out violently, striking Xia Qingfeng's calf and causing him to stumble and fall into the sea, while the fish swiftly vanished, taking his spear along with it. This was a classic case of losing both the fish and the spear. Fortunately, his stamina remained ample. With no alternative, he ventured into the woods, using a military dagger to fell a tree and craft a new spear. The following hours went relatively smoothly. After all, he had previously sharpened his senses, enhancing his acuity, which significantly improved his success rate in catching fish. By the end of the evening, he had successfully caught 3 fish, each weighing around 10 pounds. Additionally, he collected 2 crabs, an octopus, and a dozen shells along the shore. One of the fish, though only half of it, weighed around 7 to 8 pounds. When placed on a stone slab and pan-seared to a golden brown on both sides, it looked delectable. During the cooking process, Xia Qingfeng continuously drizzled salty brine from a coconut shell onto the fish. As he finally took a bite of the grilled fish, he was nearly moved to tears. Indeed, the addition of salt brought the fish to life, rendering it extraordinarily delicious, bursting with flavor. Having consumed the fish, Xia Qingfeng settled cross-legged upon a rock, his countenance growing somber, his gaze fixed upon the futuristic screen before him. A sense of trepidation welled within him. Vitality, 119-100, soul force, 124-100. A plus sign illuminated above each of the 4 enhancement vectors, signifying their availability. This time, even his soul force had surpassed the threshold of 100, causing a crimson plus sign to appear above it as well. He was now presented with the opportunity to undergo 2 augmentations. However, each prior enhancement had been akin to a descent into oblivion, the agonizing torment indelibly etched into his memory. Yet, with unwavering resolve. He gritted his teeth and activated the plus sign associated with cellular activity. As anticipated, the excruciating pain surged forth. His muscles were subjected to 1,000 needle pricks. His senses were engulfed in flames, and his internal systems were torn asunder. This time, the sensation of cellular activity was akin to having his entire being submerged in scalding oil. He could almost discern the sizzling of his flesh as it underwent this agonizing ordeal. The torment emanated from every cell on his skin, each one writhing in agony and emitting a cacophony of desperate cries. Aware that this torment would only endure for a fleeting few seconds, he clenched his jaw and persevered. As the pain subsided, he detected no immediate alteration. After rising to his feet and performing a few experimental steps and leaps, he discerned that his gait had become remarkably lighter and his jumping ability had been significantly amplified. With a mere exertion of force from his feet, he could effortlessly ascend onto boulders exceeding 2 meters in height, and feat previously relegated to the realm of fantasy. Although the exterior was shrouded in darkness, the heavens were adorned with a tapestry of resplendent stars, and the moonlight cascaded down with a cool, aqueous luminescence. Augmented by his enhanced senses, he commenced sprinting around the 2 colossal rocks. As he gradually accelerated, the wind whipped past him like a bolt of lightning, eventually transforming his run into a display reminiscent of parkour, with an increasing array of acrobatic feats such as front flips and back flips. As time passed, Xia Qingfeng began to perceive that the vitality coursing through his cells brought about changes that transcended mere agility and speed. More significantly, it bestowed upon him an exquisite mastery of his body and a remarkable sense of balance. This newfound ability enabled him to perform each movement with flawless precision, devoid of any errors. Thus, he spent a full hour reveling in this exhilarating experience. He had fallen in love with the sensation of sprinting freely across the vast wilderness, embodying the spirit of a youth chasing the wind, with freedom lying just ahead. Eventually, he came to a breathless halt, the intensity of his exertion having drained substantial reserves of his energy. Even after enhancing his internal circulation, fatigue set in. After a brief respite to steady his rapid breathing and sipping on coconut water, Xia Qingfeng resolutely activated the screen before him. He pressed the red plus sign representing his soul, fully aware that each increment would unleash excruciating pain. Yet the enhancements gained were tangible and undeniable. To achieve something worthwhile, sacrifices must be made. Perhaps this aligns with the adage that great responsibilities are bestowed upon those who must first endure trials. As he augmented his soul, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him, and in an instant, he found himself in a confined space. The dimensions were a mere 10 square meters. Yet it brimmed with what appeared to be meteor-like entities swirling around him in a clockwise motion, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors that intermittently surged against his being. Yet, when he looked down, he was unable to discern his own body. He was reduced to a luminous sphere of consciousness, radiating a soft white glow. The entities surrounding him were no larger than the heads of matchsticks, darting about with the swiftness of tiny tadpoles. They relentlessly collided with his consciousness, merging into it after each fierce impact. Each collision inflicted excruciating pain upon him. The colors of these entities varied greatly, and each brought forth a distinctly different sensation. Among them, he could distinctly perceive the fiery rage of flames, the frosty sorrow of ice, the joyousness of raindrops, the contemplative heaviness of smoke, the ashen sadness, the razor-like fear, and the inky terror. Each encounter served as a profound baptism for Xia Qingfeng's consciousness, evoking feelings that were both heart-wrenching and unforgettable. Within mere seconds, the luminescent entities around him dissolved into his consciousness. He observed the space around him becoming desolate, with thick, swirling black mists enveloping the exterior. Even his heightened senses could discern nothing beyond. Just as he wished to examine the black fog more closely, a soft sound resonated. He opened his eyes to find himself before a flickering fire amidst the pitch-black night. His gaze began to waver, yet within the haze of confusion, a glimmer of clarity emerged. It seemed he had grasped something, yet simultaneously, it eluded him. The sensation was enigmatic, ineffable, and profound. After a considerable time, Xia Qingfeng regained his composure. The first thing he did was summon the system interface. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul Force, enhancing the spirit. Augmentations are available with each increment, 24,100. Vitality, fortifying personal attributes. Enhancements are available with each increment, 19,100. Muscular fortitude, level 6, signifying explosive power, resistance, dominance, and resilience, the confidence to consort with wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory acuity, level 5, denoting enhanced visual range and clarity, auditory perception, and olfactory sensitivity, amplifying sensory awareness to unearth potentially valuable assets, thereby improving survivability, not only on the deserted island, but also in the world beyond. Internal circulation, level 7, indicating health, endurance, stamina, and resistance to adverse effects, enabling more sustained labor, greater load-bearing capacity, and the ability to withstand common ailments and epidemics. Its benefits, though subtle, become evident during prolonged exertion, in inclement weather, and in the face of illness, underscoring the value of physical resilience. Cellular vigor, level 6, promoting improved health, enhanced bodily coordination, increased speed, and greater jumping ability, facilitating races with antelopes and revelry with wild deer. Spirit, spirits are categorized from S to F. Each level further divided into gradations. This fosters greater resilience, unwavering resolve, and the fortitude to sleep soundly on a deserted island, as well as the audacity to overcome any obstacle. Soul tentacles, mastered upon reaching an soul development level. The effect intensifies with each subsequent level. When activated, a secondary soul magnetic field with a 10-meter radius emanates from the user, capable of detecting most perils and locking onto a significant portion of incoming attacks, consuming 10 soul force per use. Assessment of the host's capabilities. Your insignificance is beneath my contempt. In the vast cosmos, even the most minute speck of dust surpasses you by orders of magnitude. He noticed his vitality and soul force levels on the system, a slight perplexity forming as he sensed something amiss, a vital detail eluding his grasp. However, he swiftly dismissed the concern, focusing on the present windfall. "This is a bountiful harvest," Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, his face beaming as he gazed at his system interface. The augmentation of cellular activity, albeit slight, was anticipated. The system update, which now included an evaluation of his capabilities, was a welcome surprise. Despite the customary derisive tone highlighting his insignificance, the mere presence of an assessment signified progress. Surely, a celebratory acknowledgement was warranted. What elated Xia Qingfeng the most was the emergence of a skill upon reaching an soul development level. The description of the skill was nothing short of extraordinary. "Indeed, I am a man blessed with advantages, eclipsing all other golden opportunities." Without hesitation, he activated the soul magnetic field skill. Immediately, a miniature map-like representation materialized within his mind. The environment surrounding his body, even the areas concealed behind the colossal rock, materialized vividly in his mental landscape. He could even perceive the presence at the edge of the boulder. A mouse stealthily scours its surroundings, within a mere 10-meter radius. It possesses an extraordinary ability to perceive even the slightest movement. Not a whisper of the wind or a rustle of grass escapes its keen gaze. Truly impressive. Such a remarkable skill indeed. 3 fleeting minutes swiftly elapsed, and the divine perspective that enveloped Xia Qingfeng vanished without a trace. Yet, in that brief span, he expended 10 units of his soul energy. Remarkably, he felt no regret. The sensation was utterly sublime, granting him a sense of control that left him entranced. If it were possible, he would wish to remain in that state indefinitely, but such a notion was unattainable. Seated upon a stone in a moment of distraction, Xia Qingfeng contemplated the resources at his disposal. His fish supply was nearly exhausted, with only a few left to be sun-dried each day. The sea salt was on the verge of crystallization by tomorrow. Yet, he faced a grave dilemma: the scarcity of fresh water. Relying solely on coconut water, he could not sustain himself for many more days, for the ripe coconuts from the dozen or so trees had nearly all been harvested. It was time to consider venturing deeper into the island, searching for a source of fresh water and establishing a more permanent shelter, rather than this makeshift refuge between 2 stones, which was perpetually at the mercy of the tides. As each day passes, the hope for rescue dwindles. He must begin to plan for his long-term survival. To endure on this desolate island, he must discover a suitable location to construct a secure dwelling for permanent habitation. As he pondered these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, before dawn had broken, he awoke, feeling rejuvenated after a night of rest. As he sat up, he resolved to prepare dried fish, coconuts, and salt. The next day, he would embark on a journey to explore new terrains in search of a suitable location to establish a safe haven. Unsure of the distance he would need to traverse in this quest, he deemed it essential to stockpile provisions sufficient for 3 days. He believed this was the bare minimum. His primary sustenance consisted of the dried fish he had prepared. Considering his current consumption, 20 pounds of dried fish would suffice for a day, totaling 60 pounds for 3 days, which he could manage to gather today with a bit of effort. How infuriating. you might say. Alas, such feats cannot be emulated. For he was indeed exceptional. With a sense of accomplishment, Xia Qingfeng emerged from his shelter to inspect his drying fish. However, upon catching sight of them from a distance, he was immediately consumed by rage. Gripping his spear tightly, he charged forward. To his dismay, several seabirds had settled on a nearby rock, busily pecking at his precious fish. These audacious creatures seemed unperturbed by his approach, continuing their relentless foraging, their little heads bobbing up and down as they devoured the fish. Infuriated, Xia Qingfeng, who fancied himself the overlord of the island, swung his spear with ferocity, successfully striking one of the seabirds, sending it soaring away. Such was his audacity. This seabird was about the size of a pigeon. It resembled a colossal golf ball as his javelin traced an elegant arc through the air, crashing onto the beach and sliding forward for 2 or 3 meters before coming to an abrupt halt, leaving a deep groove in the smooth sand. After the javelin was thrown, Xia Qingfeng found himself momentarily astonished. He recalled a riddle posed by his teacher in his youth. If there were 7 birds perched on a tree and 1 was shot, how many would remain? Naively, he had answered 6. The teacher corrected him, explaining that when 1 bird was shot, the rest would be frightened away, leaving none behind. But what was the situation now? Was his teacher's wisdom flawed? Or could it be that the instructor had concealed his true identity as a physical education teacher? Otherwise, why had he managed to strike 1 seabird while the others remained, feasting on dried fish? Were these seabirds truly so reckless? Perhaps they had never encountered humans before, unaware of the ruthlessness of those who walked on 2 legs. Since they chose not to flee, he would graciously accept them as a gift from nature, allowing them to witness what true audacity entailed. With that thought, Xia Qingfeng unleashed a flurry of his makeshift weaponry. A 2-meter-long javelin swirling and striking with fervor. He brought down 4 out of the 7 or 8 birds perched on the rocks, while the remainder hastily took flight. After dispersing the seabirds, he surveyed the remnants of the dried fish, now in disarray and barely amounting to 30 pounds. Yet, he had unexpectedly acquired 4 seabirds, each the size of a pigeon, adding to his delight. It wasn't so much the amount of meat on those seabirds, but more about varying the palate. Subsisting solely on dried fish was proving unpalatable. Ceasing his fishing efforts, Xia Qingfeng carried the 4 seabirds to the water's edge and, with his military-grade dagger, slit their bellies to remove the entrails. Lacking a pot to boil water, the bird's feathers presented a challenge. However, he was not easily deterred. Where there's a will, there's a way. Using a coconut shell to fetch seawater, he ventured into the forest, carving out some soil with his dagger. He mixed it with the seawater to form mud. Mud-baked seabird, an island delicacy, a Xia Qingfeng original, exclusively endorsed by the one and only Xia Qingfeng. He rolled the mud-encased birds into the fire pit and began to stoke the flames, abandoning all thoughts of fishing as he vigilantly watched the 4 mud balls blacken. Prodding them with a stick, he noted their hardening. An hour later, the mud-baked seabirds were officially ready. After allowing the mud to cool slightly, he placed the clump on a rock and gently tapped it open with the serrated back of his dagger. A rich, greasy aroma wafted out, assailing Xia Qingfeng's taste buds with such intensity that he nearly reeled backward. The mud, having baked in the fire for nearly an hour, had become exceedingly hard and brittle. With a gentle tap, fissures appeared, and he carefully pried off large pieces of the hardened clay. He proceeded with caution, as he had yet to find suitable leaves to serve as a buffer between the mud and the seabirds. The forest was indeed replete with foliage, yet he recognized only a fraction of it, uncertain if any harbored toxins. He had hoped to find a banana leaf or lotus leaf, but alas, none were to be found. Consequently, his beggar's seabird was cloaked directly in mud. A lapse in caution could cause the earthen casing to crumble and adhere to the seabird. Yet, this was of little consequence. Consuming a bit of earth was a minor matter. Despite Xia Qingfeng's meticulous care, a considerable amount of soil clung to the seabird. Nevertheless, an aroma permeated the air, as if countless tiny hands were reaching into Xia Qingfeng's stomach, enticing him. He swallowed hard, no longer able to resist, and bit voraciously into the seabird's thigh. His bite nearly tore half the bird's body away. Fragrant, delectable. Xia Qingfeng was no culinary broadcaster at this juncture. These were the only words he could summon. The seabird's flesh was inherently delicate and sweet, augmented by the natural salinity of the seawater-infused mud, rendering it exceptionally flavorful. Soon, a single seabird had vanished into Xia Qingfeng's stomach. Given Xia Qingfeng's current appetite, a solitary seabird merely served as an appetizer. The remaining 3 were devoured with astonishing speed. Beggar's seabird, living up to its name, was unequivocally delicious. Satiated, he rested briefly, then imbibed the water from a coconut and consumed some of its flesh. It was time to resume his labors. Glancing at his Rolex, it was 11:24. He wondered what Shinseki was doing at this hour. Her parents' supermarket must be bustling by now. The midday rush was always intense. Having been marooned on Huangdao Island, the rhythm of my life has been utterly disrupted. As a former model, Xia Qingfeng once adhered to a strict regimen with 3 square meals at fixed times. But now, I can't even discern whether this meal is breakfast or lunch. I gathered the fish jerky that the seabirds had pecked at. These fish strips were thoroughly sun-dried, and I bound them together with a length of tree vine. I placed some branches on top and wedged them between 2 boulders. After some deliberation, I lifted the fish jerky from the ground and placed it on a rock. Yesterday, when I activated my soul magnetic field, I spotted a rat. I certainly didn't want my painstakingly sun-dried fish to become rat fodder. Chapter 15. Venturing out to explore new territories at last, I have secured a small surplus of provisions, which I must safeguard diligently, protecting it from seabirds above and rodents below. It's quite a demanding task. Xia Qingfeng cheerfully hoisted his spear and headed towards the beach. He would continue fishing, drying fish, and producing salt. He methodically proceeded with the rest of his day's work. As darkness descended once more, he harvested his first batch of sea salt from the tabletop-sized rock at the salt pan. Using his military-grade dagger, he cut out the lining of a pocket from his hoodie, fashioned it into a small cloth bag, and poured the pristine white salt into it. Xia Qingfeng estimated that his initial salt harvest amounted to less than 100 grams, recalling that a bag of iodized salt from the supermarket weighed 500 grams. In his grasp, a small cloth pouch contained approximately 1/5 of the iodized salt typically found in supermarkets. He carefully secured the pouch filled with sea salt and cautiously tucked it into the pocket of his jeans. Having obtained this precious seasoning, he knew he must continue the process of drying it. He replenished the grooves in the rocks with brine from the coconut shell, calculating the time. It would be impossible to harvest more sea salt the following day. At the earliest, it would be the morning after. During this interval, he needed to refill the grooves with brine 3 to 4 more times. After consuming 4 birds known as the flower sea birds for breakfast, he had refrained from eating anything else. As night descended and hunger gnawed at him, he abstained from the grilled fish, instead opting for a freshly caught fish from the afternoon ass bounty. With his military knife, he skillfully split the fish in half and placed it upon a stone slab, adding 2 twigs to the fire beneath the slab to stoke the flames, this time with the addition of sea salt. Each flip of the fish was accompanied by a sprinkle of salt, enhancing its flavor. Soon, the fish was perfectly cooked. When he cut a piece and placed it in his mouth, an explosion of aroma filled his senses. The grilled fish, now imbued with the essence of sea salt, was truly soulful, a perfect delight. The following morning, he awoke to the gentle rustling of wings in the summer breeze. Having learned from past misfortunes, he prudently dried the freshly caught fish atop 2 massive stones. This way, nestled between the stones as he slept, he could awaken at the slightest sound to safeguard his dried fish. Grasping his spear, he emerged from his makeshift shelter only to discover 2 seabirds perched upon the stones, beginning to feast upon his dried provisions. Xia Qingfeng, filled with joy, exclaimed, "The bounties of nature have arrived. Gather around, you ingredients." This time, although he wielded his spear, he only managed to strike down one of the 2 seabirds, while the other flew away with a flutter. One was still a commendable catch. Xia Qingfeng was not greedy. He turned the sun-dried fish on the large rock. Although he had only captured 1 seabird this time, both birds had been promptly dispatched upon landing, and the fish remained unscathed, an unexpected boon. He added more branches to the fire, intensifying the flames, and began preparing a roasted seabird. After rummaging through the rock, he retrieved the lightest fish that had been drying. This fish still retained much of its moisture, and he placed it on a stone slab to grill. The dried fish served merely as his food reserve, for when it came to flavor, fresh fish was undeniably superior. Before long, the grilled fish on the slab and the seabird beneath it were both ready. Yet, he refrained from touching the seabird, opting instead to consume half of the grilled fish. He wrapped the remaining half of the fish and the seabird in his hoodie, securing them behind him. His primary objective was to seek out fresh water before establishing a secure shelter, for his immediate need was indeed fresh water. The coconuts on the trees were dwindling, and the growth of new coconuts could not keep pace with his consumption. As he prepared to leave, he made sure to gather all the sun-dried fish from the rock. Standing amidst the rocky terrain, Xia Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings. He had long contemplated venturing deeper into this desolate island, but as the moment approached, he found himself uncertain of the direction to take. Where should he begin his journey? To the east, behind him, lies the tumultuous sea. while to the south stands a cluster of over a dozen coconut trees. The west is marked by a rugged rocky ridge, and to the north, a dense forest looms. Thus, three directions are presented to him: the upper path, the middle path, and the lower path. Where should he venture? According to Xia Qingfeng's habits, it would naturally be to traverse the middle path in search of elusive beasts. However, with a hint of self-deprecating humor, he quickly admonishes himself to cease such fanciful thoughts. This is a matter of survival on a deserted island, not a game of glory. What relevance does the middle path hold? He decides to approach from the south, moving steadily toward the cluster of coconut trees he knows so well. Passing through the grove, he continues onward, pushing into unfamiliar territory. A few hundred meters beyond the coconut trees lies a slope, its surface littered with exposed rocks and scant vegetation. A few stunted trees struggle for life amidst the crevices, accompanied by thickets of thorny bushes, creating a stark and desolate scene. Without hesitation, he begins to ascend the slope in his quest for fresh water. An elevated vantage point is essential for observation. Having enhanced all aspects of his physical attributes, Xia Qingfeng possesses a significantly superior physique compared to the average individual. Even when pitted against a trained special forces soldier, he would still hold a slight edge in physical prowess. Thus, in less than an hour, he successfully scales the nearly 1,000-meter-high slope. There are no paths on this incline, and direct climbing proves impossible. He must navigate around large boulders, meandering in a serpentine fashion. It becomes clear that this deserted island is far larger than he had initially imagined. The boundless forest and the craggy, undulating mountain ranges stretch out as far as the eye can see, with the shimmering horizon faintly visible in the distance. It is indeed a deserted island. From his vantage point, he can discern the sea encircling it on all sides. However, a complete view of the island eludes him, as much of it is concealed behind the mountains and dense forests. He employs his enhanced senses to scrutinize the landscape, yet fails to detect any rivers, streams, or waterfalls, any source of fresh water. This does not mean they are non-existent. Perhaps these watercourses are hidden beneath the dense forest canopy. Xia Qingfeng does not relinquish hope. An island of this magnitude, boasting such extensive forests, surely possesses freshwater reserves. However, as he turns to face his intended direction, his countenance shifts, and he sighs inwardly. Before him lies a stretch of low, rocky hills, riddled with grotesque stones. Roughly a kilometer away, a deep fault line cleaves the land. The thunderous roar of waves crashing against colossal rocks echoes from below. Gazing into the chasm, he sees it directly obstructing his path, extending eastward to the coast and westward in a winding, seemingly endless course. Undeterred, Xia Qingfeng spends nearly half an hour traversing the slope to the edge of the fault. Looking down, he estimates a vertical drop of over 500 or 600 meters, a descent beyond his current physical capabilities. Moreover, such a descent would be futile, as the depths are filled with nothing but enormous, misshapen rocks. He merely glanced towards the two colossal rocks from afar, and seeing no alteration, promptly sprinted towards the shore. Brandishing his javelin, devoid of hunger at present, and considering his inaugural cartography expedition a failure, he resolved to dedicate the afternoon to his piscatorial pursuits. Prior to this, he hastened to the megalith adjacent to his salt-drying enclave, replenishing the saline solution within the rocky hollows from his coconut shell receptacle. His unattended pyre had dwindled to a mere ember of smoldering charcoal. His immediate concern was to sustain the conflagration perpetually, lest he be compelled to resort to the cumbersome method of kindling with a fragment of glass. Despite his initial setback in charting the terrain, his afternoon fishing endeavors proved remarkably fruitful, with each thrust of his spear resulting in a capture. In a brief span, he had impaled 6 fish of varying sizes. None, however, exceeded the 20-pound threshold, a weight he now deemed inviolable. The collective weight of his catch approached 100 pounds. He proceeded to display his daily bounty atop the 2 prominent boulders, while also gathering his previously desiccated fish fillets. During this task, he deliberately reserved a fresh fish of approximately 10 pounds for his evening repast. He eviscerated the fish, discarding the entrails into the flames with his military-grade dagger. This rudimentary knowledge of wilderness survival was paramount. Indiscriminate disposal of offal could potentially attract undesirable wildlife, hence his practice of incinerating the discarded viscera from his filleted fish. This also underscored the necessity of maintaining a perpetual, unwavering fire. Chapter 16. Wild Sichuan Pepper. The fire pit stood resolutely before his makeshift shelter, providing not only warmth throughout the night but also safeguarding him from nocturnal beasts. For the past 2 nights, he had enjoyed a peaceful slumber, largely thanks to this fire's protective embrace. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xia Qingfeng found himself at the edge of the fire, confronted with a daunting decision. This afternoon, he had caught 6 fish, which elevated his vitality to 169, 4 and his spiritual power to 33, 9 with vitality exceeding 100. He was once again poised to enhance one of his attributes, and he had no intention of holding back. However, he found himself in a quandary regarding which of the 4 attributes to strengthen, as each seemed equally significant. Selecting the one that was currently most essential proved to be quite a headache. Finally, steeling himself, Xia Qingfeng chose to allocate this enhancement opportunity to his muscles. An increase in strength would enable him to carry more food, while seeking a suitable location for constructing a safe shelter. Furthermore, enhanced power would instill a sense of confidence within him, making him feel formidable on this deserted island. The process of muscle enhancement felt akin to countless steel needles piercing his skin, a sensation that surged through him once more. Although it lasted only a few fleeting seconds, it left him breathless and drenched in sweat. Despite having undergone several enhancements previously, he still struggled to acclimate to such excruciating pain. The agony of muscle enhancement was undeniable, yet the benefits were equally apparent. Previously, Xia Qingfeng could effortlessly lift weights exceeding 100 kilograms, and this time, he had deliberately sought out a stone to test his strength before the enhancement. Based on his estimation, the stone weighed no less than 150 kilograms. He could only manage to shake it, unable to lift it with both hands. After augmentation, he attempted again and astonishingly managed to hoist the 150-kilogram boulder above his head. This was a testament to his enhanced strength. He felt that, equipped with a javelin, he could confidently challenge fish weighing over 20 pounds. His soul force had reached 33.9, and he had no intention of utilizing it further. He held the soul magnetic field skill in high regard, although he hadn't used it today. It was because the areas he had traversed were primarily desolate, rocky terrains devoid of animal attacks. If he were to explore the dense forest, the soul magnetic field would undoubtedly be required frequently. Therefore, he set a personal threshold to maintain his soul force above 30. He would refrain from further soul augmentation until his soul force reached 130 or higher. Currently, after augmenting his musculature, Xia Qingfeng's attributes had transformed. Muscular augmentation, 7, denotes the power, resilience, dominance, and fortitude to confidently interact with wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory augmentation, 5, indicates the ability to see farther and with greater clarity, hear from a distance, and detect scents from afar, enhancing the perception of the 5 senses to discover potentially useful elements, thereby improving survival capabilities not only on the deserted island, but also in the outside world. Internal circulation, 7, represents health, stamina, endurance, and resistance to negative influences, allowing for more prolonged labor, increased load-bearing capacity, and the ability to completely disregard common ailments and plagues. Yet, it is ultimately difficult to perceive, only through prolonged labor. Amidst storms, and in the face of illness, can one truly appreciate the preciousness of physical strength. Cell vitality, at a reinforcement level of 6, enhances one's health, improves bodily coordination, enables swifter running and higher jumping, allowing one to race alongside antelopes and revel with deer. As for the soul, categorized from A to F, each level comprises 2 subdivisions, fostering resilience and a heart as steadfast as stone, granting the ability to slumber peacefully on a deserted island under the cover of night, and the audacity to conquer all adversities. Upon reaching an E level of soul development, one masters the soul in Tinny. With each advancement in soul development, the effects are doubled. For 3 minutes post-activation, a secondary soul field emanates from oneself, within a radius of 10 meters, capable of sensing most dangers and locking onto the majority of attacks, consuming 10 units of soul power each time. Post-strength evaluation. Your insignificance renders you unworthy of my disdain in the vast cosmos. Even a speck of dust surpasses you by millions. With this system screen deactivated, Xia Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, realizing there was little he could do. The entire rocky forest lay shrouded in darkness. Although he had enhanced his senses once, allowing him to discern the ground in a blur, he lacked the courage to venture outside. In the pitch-black night, he hid behind the last flickering flame, still able to hear the distant sounds of various animals tearing at one another. Unfamiliar birds cried out mournfully in the sky, while shadows in the distance danced like phantoms. On the deserted island, during the day, the gentle summer breeze enveloped everything in serene tranquility. However, as night fell, the animals became exceedingly active. While contemplating this, the distant howls of wolves reached his ears. A pack of wolves resided within this forest, a conclusion easily drawn from the continuous cries echoing through the air. Sensing the lurking danger, he resolved to remain securely within his makeshift shelter. The flickering flames of the fire provided him with a modicum of comfort. Observing the sparse branches that formed his refuge, he felt an urgent need to construct a more robust and secure dwelling. One night passed in trepidation, leaving him with little to write. Today, he could no longer avoid venturing into the depths of the forest. His patience had worn thin. Strangely, the seabirds seemed to have learned from his previous encounters. Not a single one had come to investigate the fish drying atop the boulder that morning. This absence evoked a sense of nostalgia in him, as the lack of seabirds meant his menu lacked a cherished dish, fried seabird. He absent-mindedly felt the base of the beer bottle in his pocket, grasping the spear in one hand and the military dagger in the other. Slung over his back were 2 dried fish, bundled within a sweatshirt, alongside 2 coconuts. This meager assortment constituted all his possessions for the expedition. He carefully gathered the remaining fish from the boulder, noting that they were not completely dried, remaining in a semi-humid state. Nevertheless, they could be preserved for a day or 2 without issue. With a conscious decision to consume the earlier fish first, he saved the thoroughly dried ones for later. He had also harvested more sea salt from the sun-drying area. With all preparations complete, he set forth on his journey. He descended westward from the chaotic peaks of Wanshe Ridge, arriving at the fringe of the woods where he frequently felled trees. Mustering his courage, he refrained from venturing directly into the forest depths, instead proceeding northward along its perimeter. He continued in a northwesterly direction, though this area constituted the forest's edge. He had not gone far before the terrain began to ascend, and the trees on either side grew denser. As he advanced, he etched marks into the trees with his military-grade dagger, ensuring he would not lose his way. In this forest, where towering trees were ubiquitous, it was easy to become disoriented. Such a predicament could prove fatal, a sentiment that was far from an exaggeration. The trees here ranged from tens of meters to over 10 meters in height, their foliage lush and layered, obscuring the sun from view. Thus, he was unable to rely on the sun to determine his bearings. Moreover, the forest lacked any established paths, and Xia Qingfeng was unfamiliar with the surrounding trees. Despite his father's influence, which had instilled in him some knowledge of wilderness survival, he remained unacquainted with these strangely shaped trees. As he traversed the forest, he noted the scarcity of ground-level weeds, replaced by a thick layer of fallen leaves, accumulated to a depth of half a foot. Each step submerged his foot past the ankle. At the base of some trees, he observed brightly colored, large mushrooms, which he disregarded. He was unfamiliar with both the trees and the mushrooms, unable to distinguish between the poisonous and the benign. At present, he was not lacking in sustenance. Carrying 2 6 or 7 gene-dried fish on his back, there was no need to take such a risk. He also noticed numerous violet-blue vines with narrow leaves. The ubiquitous tendrils presented a considerable impediment to Xia Qingfeng's progress, often necessitating the severing of these tenacious vines with his military-grade dagger to forge a path. His pace was thus markedly decelerated, and his nerves remained taut at all junctures. The environment was fraught with uncertainty, the source of potential threats indiscernible. During his trek, he observed a plethora of insects, inadvertently crushing a locust of considerable size underfoot, yet eliciting no response from the system. Subsequently, he uprooted a clump of weeds, only to be met with the same unwavering silence. These actions were experimental in nature. He had previously ascertained, through the felling of trees, that the mere lopping of branches, as opposed to the complete decimation of the arboreal entity, would not yield any life force. It became apparent that the acquisition of life force was governed by certain thresholds. Not all organisms were capable of providing it. Creatures such as the aforementioned locust and the adjacent weeds were incapable of bestowing life force, let alone spiritual energy. However, such a delineation seemed logical. As Xia Qingfeng ambled forth, he conscientiously marked conspicuous trees to aid in future navigation. Suddenly, his countenance brightened as he espied, amidst a thicket of verdant foliage, several familiar berries. He hastened towards the cluster, parting the verdure to reveal a patch of wild Sichuan peppercorns, their ebony hue indicative of ripeness. He delicately plucked one and placed it upon his tongue, whereupon a tingling, numbing sensation permeated his oral cavity, rendering one side of his mouth temporarily insensate. The wild Sichuan peppercorns possessed an exceedingly potent, piquant flavor, a veritable treasure. In conjunction with his sea salt, these wild Sichuan peppercorns would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Xia Qingfeng assiduously harvested the mature peppercorns from the plant, carefully depositing them within his pouch of sea salt. He is now eager to uproot this wild pepper tree, Yet he has not yet found a secure hiding place. Instead, he has marked this spot conspicuously, fully aware that he will not let this opportunity slip away. Just as he gathered some peppercorns and attempted to rise, an unexpected rigidity seized his body, leaving him in a semi-crouched position, as if time itself had come to a standstill, much like a phone that has suddenly frozen. Chapter 17. A narrow escape. Xia Qingfeng did not lack the desire to stand. Rather, he was abruptly struck by a palpable aura of menace, a frenzied tremor heralding imminent danger. Emanating from his left, he felt an instinctive dread, convinced that any movement would invite a fatal assault. At that moment, a massive python began to slither down from the tree above. This enormous serpent measured at least 10 meters in length, with a girth akin to that of a human calf. Its triangular head and cold, emotionless eyes fixated on Xia Qingfeng with a chilling intensity. From the python's mouth, a forked tongue darted in and out, quivering in the air. With his heightened senses, Xia Qingfeng could even perceive the hissing sound produced by the snake's flicking tongue. Unlike venomous snakes, pythons do not rely on poison to subdue their prey. Instead, they constrict and suffocate their victims, consuming them whole. Pythons possess a voracious appetite, typically killing their prey with a bite before swallowing it whole. Their jaws can contort to accommodate the size of their meal, elongating and widening to form a tight membrane that envelopes their food. Pythons typically commence their consumption of prey from the head when devouring small birds. They begin at the crown, ensuring that the beak bends towards the neck, thereby preventing any harm to their oral cavity or esophagus. Xia Qingfeng never anticipated that upon entering the forest, the first peculiar encounter he would face would be this colossal python. It was undoubtedly a formidable foe, far beyond his current capabilities. Why had he not encountered a small rabbit or a wild boar first to hone his skills? It appears that the difficulty level of this forest challenges is indeed infernal. At this juncture, it is too late for him to voice any concerns. Using his soul's magnetic field, he is already locked onto the python's impending assault. The python's elongated body is notably slender, a clear indication of its hunger. Undoubtedly, the python has marked Xia Qingfeng as its prey. An evasion of this confrontation is impossible. However, with all attributes fortified, Xia Qingfeng found a sense of calm. He focused intently on the python's movements through his soul's magnetic field as it drew ever closer. Its gaze imbued with a terrifying intensity, an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow, a sensation of death washing over him like a relentless tide. Yet, rather paradoxically, Xia Qingfeng wished for the python to act more swiftly. His soul's magnetic field would only last for 3 minutes, and within that time, he needed to vanquish the python. Otherwise, he would lose the ability to lock onto it, rendering him unable to slay the creature, ultimately risking becoming its next meal. With this thought in mind, Xia Qingfeng gradually turned his head to the left, his movement slow yet resolute. This did not impede the python's assault. It continued its steady, serpentine approach. Now within less than 3 meters. At last, Xia Qingfeng's eyes beheld the imposing figure of the python. The surface pattern of the python is extraordinarily beautiful, symmetrically arranged in large, cloud leopard-like blotches. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the forest, causing the leaves of the nearby trees to rustle ominously. A shadow darted down from above, as if something had plummeted from the branches. Xia Qingfeng's entire focus was on the python. He cared little whether what fell was a wild fruit or a branch. The mere occurrence of this fall made his soul's magnetic field sense that the python had been disturbed, creating a fleeting gap in its lethal intent directed at him. A prime opportunity. He understood that life and death hinged on this moment, and decisively took action. Buzz. He thrust the spear forward, the air instantly humming, like an arrow released from a taut bow, piercing through the atmosphere, or like a heavy staff swung fiercely, generating a sound from its friction with the air. The terrifying spear seemed to explode through the air, producing a deafening roar, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly before the python. Compared to the python's slender neck and triangular head, it presented a larger target. Thanks to days of practice fishing with this spear, Xia Qingfeng's accuracy was unparalleled. Coupled with the fact that he had already locked onto this python with his mental magnetic field, the spear almost instantaneously penetrated the python's mouth. With a resounding thud, the spear's tip pierced through the python's head and struck the tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. Xia Qingfeng exerted all his strength in this strike, and the immense force shattered nearly half a foot of the spear's tip. Yet, at that moment, the python lunged back towards him with its entire body. The serpent's head was impaled on the tree trunk by the javelin, yet its body tenaciously constricted Xia Qingfeng, a reflexive action of the python in its death throes. Xia Qingfeng barely managed to position his military dagger defensively before him, blade outward, but an overwhelming sense of suffocation ensued. His once handsome face, now ensnared by the python's coils, became engorged and purplish. His eyes, bulging outward due to the intense pressure, resembled those of a fearsome specter from the abyss. The python's body, thick as a calf, continued its relentless tightening and writhing. Xia Qingfeng, left with no recourse, gritted his teeth and persevered, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Desperately, he thrust the military dagger outward, its keen edge slicing a lengthy gash into the serpent's flesh. Snake blood cascaded over him, but to no avail. The python, though essentially deceased, continued to constrict and strangle Xia Qingfeng with its dying strength. Xia Qingfeng even heard the sickening snap of his ribs fracturing. With his soul's magnetic field dissipated, darkness enveloped Xia Qingfeng, and he lost consciousness. After an extended interval, Xia Qingfeng's eyes fluttered open. He gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood, followed by violent coughing. His condition was dire. Although the python had expired completely, its body limp and drooping, Xia Qingfeng lay prostrate on the ground, barely able to stir. He realized that his fractured ribs had punctured his lungs. Internal bleeding flooded his lungs, gushing from his throat. Without prompt and effective medical attention, he knew he would soon perish. This time, his ability to endure the python's constriction was entirely attributed to his comprehensive enhancement of all 4 dimensions. His physical attributes were far superior to those of an average person. An ordinary individual would likely have succumbed and perished. With considerable effort, Xia Qingfeng managed to extricate his right hand, which was clutching a military dagger, from the serpent's coils. This minor action alone caused him to cough up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. No longer able to delay, he swiftly summoned the system screen with his consciousness. Upon seeing his vitality displayed on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. His vitality had reached 179.4, and his soul force had reached 93.7. This python had contributed a remarkable 110 vitality and 60 soul force. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to notice a plus sign next to the 179 for vitality. However, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he promptly enhanced his internal circulation further. On the verge of death, he had no room for hesitation. The tearing pain unfolded as expected, but this time, Xia Qingfeng didn't find it as unbearable. Due to the python's constriction, he already had multiple fractures throughout his body. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, they don't bite. Since he was already in pain, he decided to let it all hurt together. It must be said, he was a man with a cheat. Such is the unyielding spirit of a man with a cheat. A privilege you cannot attain. In a mere few seconds, the nearly expiring Xia Qingfeng was fully restored to health. Just enhancing his internal circulation slightly had completely healed all his injuries. With this, Xia Qingfeng's 4 dimensions transformed as follows. With a muscle enhancement level of 7, sensory enhancement at 5, internal circulation at 8, and cellular vitality at 6. Is this trajectory leaning towards the blood shield? It feels as though all enhancements have merely bolstered his stamina, resulting in a thicker blood density. Before Xia Qingfeng could fully comprehend the situation, a fierce hunger surged within him, crashing over him like relentless waves, prompting a muffled groan as he rose from the serpent's carcass. He retrieved the roasted fish from behind him and began to devour it ravenously. How could he have forgotten that the other 3 attributes had yet to manifest any significant effects? Only the internal circulation required substantial food intake to alleviate his gnawing hunger. Perhaps his internal system demanded this sustenance to convert into energy. 2 roasted fish, each weighing over 10 pounds, swiftly vanished into his stomach. Yet the hunger pangs showed no sign of abating. Xia Qingfeng's eyes reddened, resembling a famished spirit reborn, as he seized the snake on the ground and began to gnaw at its flesh. This was a python, devoid of concerns regarding venom glands. He plunged right in. The over 10-meter-long serpent weighed over 200 kilograms, and he consumed more than half of it before his hunger was momentarily sated. How challenging this was. It seemed that even a man with enhancements faced peril. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Gazing at the remains of the serpent, now reduced to half its former size, Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume he had consumed this time. Even more than during his previous internal circulation enhancement. Moreover, he was uncertain which attribute had spurred this effect, but his appetite was insatiable, and everything tasted exquisite. Ingesting the serpent's flesh proved remarkably effortless. A brief interjection is warranted. Hazardous maneuvers, replication by untrained individuals is strongly discouraged. Xia Qingfeng was experiencing an unprecedented zenith of well-being. his entire being invigorated. Albeit, he was besmirched with gore, rendering his appearance somewhat disheveled. His present task was to survey the aftermath of the altercation. Chapter 18. A bond of kinship. During his entanglement with the python, fortune favored him in that he did not crush the wild Sichuan pepper plant, eliciting a sigh of relief from Xia Qingfeng. Having already consumed the 2 barbecued fish he had carried on his back, he hoisted the serpent's remains and the detached skin onto his person. The reconnaissance mission was presently untenable. A glance at his Rolex watch indicated the time as 2:40 p.m. He paused momentarily, and as anticipated, another vocalization echoed through the surroundings. Following the sound, he discovered, concealed behind a thicket of shrubs, a bird's nest of considerable size, rivaling that of a wash basin. The nest was somewhat dilapidated, housing a fledgling, seemingly injured. Upon sighting him, the bird convulsed its wings in a desperate attempt to escape, yet failed to stand, emitting a feeble, piercing cry. Xia Qingfeng tilted his head inquisitively, then directed his gaze towards the canopy above. It occurred to him that the tempestuous winds, stirred during his confrontation with the python, had dislodged the nest from its arboreal perch, thereby disturbing the serpent and affording him the opportunity to strike. This epiphany immediately elevated Xia Qingfeng's affinity for the fledgling tenfold. He crouched, observing the diminutive creature as it emitted faint chirps, its beak agape in a display of desperate hunger, evoking a sense of kinship within him. The fledgling's head and neck were adorned with tawny hues, and its beak was characteristically hooked. Apart from the 3 outermost feathers, the base of each is adorned with white, while the rest of its body is dark brown. Its tail feathers are grayish-white, tipped with black. It had been several days on this desolate island, and to deny the solitude would be disingenuous. Consequently, he used his military-grade dagger to carve a slender sliver of flesh from the serpent. He offered this morsel to the small bird's beak. The fledgling, perhaps driven by extreme hunger, opened its beak and devoured the offering. Xia Qingfeng was overjoyed. As long as it could be fed, it could be nurtured. He knew that some wild birds possessed a temperament so untamed that they would refuse sustenance from human hands, thus rendering them impossible to raise. He then cleaved another piece of snake meat and presented it to the bird, which accepted it voraciously, seemingly insatiable. "Enough, you tiny creature," he exclaimed. "2 strips of meat should suffice. Any more, and you'll burst." As he spoke, Xia Qingfeng gently stroked the bird's back and deftly scooped it into his palm. The bird, barely the size of his hand, fit perfectly. He intended to examine it for injuries. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint trace of blood on one of the bird's legs, suggesting it had injured itself in a fall from a tree. This presented a challenge, as he was uncertain if he could successfully rear the bird. However, at that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. His system screen materialized in midair, exuding a distinctly technological aura. He had not summoned it, yet the screen appeared spontaneously. Furthermore, a diminutive screen emerged above the bird in his hand. What could this signify? He initially scrutinized the information displayed on his screen, noting no alterations. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the diminutive screen manifested on the avian creature, golden eagle juvenile. Physical condition: injured, vitality enhancement potential, 110, soul enhancement potential, 110, affection level, 20, levels 40 to 60, non-aggressive, levels 60 to 80. Accompaniment and assistance, levels 80 to 100, unwavering allegiance and devoted support. Intellect, 1, inscrutable. Strength assessment, superior to an ant, possibly even 2. A slight astonishment washed over Xia Qingfeng upon realizing it was indeed a golden eagle chick. Golden eagles, apex predators, were capable of independently capturing wolves in their adulthood. His father's predilection for golden eagle documentaries had rendered Xia Qingfeng quite familiar with these raptors. After a thorough examination of the eagle's screen, a sense of comprehension dawned upon him. An idea sparked within him. Marooned on a solitary island, he had been grappling with monotony and isolation. The prospect of acquiring a pet, especially this golden eagle, was undeniably appealing. Gazing at the 2 screens before him, an impulse surged as he extended his hand towards his own vitality display. To his surprise, he found he could transfer it, dragging it onto the golden eagle's vitality. Immediately, a 1 appeared, with a grayed out minus sign on the left and an illuminated 1 on the right, signifying the minimum vitality increment for the golden eagle. Xia Qingfeng, with a cautious demeanor, first administered a slight enhancement to the young golden eagle. Its physical condition was injured, yet it could bolster its vitality by 19 points and its spiritual strength by 110. The affection level stood at 25. with an affection level of 40 to 60. It would not attack you. With 60 to 80, it would follow you and offer some assistance, and with an affection level of 80 to 100, it would remain steadfastly by your side, wholeheartedly aiding your survival. Intelligence was rated at 1, the reason for which remained unclear. Instantaneously, the attributes of the young golden eagle transformed. It was evident that the eagle appeared somewhat more spirited than before, yet it still lay in his palm, unable to rise. It remained in an injured state. Given this, Xia Qingfeng did not hesitate to allocate all 9 points of vitality to the eagle. Consequently, the eagle's attributes changed to reflect a healthy condition. The vitality enhancement was now at 0, while the spiritual strength remained at 110, and the affection level surged to 70. With an affection level of 40 to 60, it would not attack you. With 60 to 80, it would follow you and provide some assistance, and with an affection level of 80 to 100, it would be devoted to your side, fully committed to ensuring your survival. Intelligence stayed at 1, still shrouded in mystery. Remarkably, 1 point of vitality could elevate the affection level of the young golden eagle by 5. By adding 10 points of vitality, the affection level soared to 70. It seemed that surpassing the threshold of 60 to 80 would guarantee its companionship. Thus, this pet was undoubtedly secured. At that moment, the young golden eagle in Xia Qingfeng's grasp had received a total of 9 points of vitality. Its body underwent noticeable changes as the feathers began to quiver gently. A delicate cry emanated from the fledgling golden eagle's beak. A palpable tremor coursed through its talons, readily transmitted to Xia Qingfeng's hand. He could distinctly sense the creature's elation. Under his watchful gaze, a few fleeting seconds elapsed. The young eagle, with some difficulty, managed to stand in his palm. It tentatively flapped its wings to steady itself. Its body, initially resembling that of a small chick, gradually expanded, eventually attaining the size of a pigeon. Observing the golden eagle's endearing demeanor, Xia Qingfeng was captivated. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy toward the creature. Immediately, the golden eagle's status underwent another transformation. Golden eagle, juvenile, physical condition, healthy vitality enhancement, 0 soul enhancement, 0 affection, 70, affection levels of 40 to 60 indicate the creature will not attack you. Levels of 60 to 80 indicate it will follow you and provide assistance. Levels of 80 to 100 indicate unwavering loyalty and devoted support for your survival. Intelligence, 2. Papa, what in the world? Xia Qingfeng muttered, bewildered by the sudden shift in intelligence designation. Abruptly, Xia Qingfeng felt a sharp pain in his hand. Instinctively, he recoiled, inadvertently tossing the small golden eagle into the air. This creature is formidable, he exclaimed, despite having reinforced his muscles twice. He found himself vulnerable to the golden eagle's iron-like talons. Suddenly, a faint consciousness resonated within his mind, conveying a sense of profound grievance, as if lamenting, Papa, don't you want me anymore? Sob, sob. Who is it? Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, startled, as he scanned his surroundings. Finally, gazing down at the little golden eagle beneath him, he took a moment to ascertain that this awareness was indeed being conveyed by the creature. Xia Qingfeng swiftly crouched down, gently caressing the eagle's body. Remarkably, this little golden eagle had grown larger than a pigeon. Unbeknownst to him, it had experienced such rapid growth. Standing before him, it exuded a certain majestic aura. The fierce glint in its keen eyes betrayed none of the earlier vulnerability it had displayed. The transformation in an instant was astonishing. Had this occurred before Xia Qingfeng found himself stranded on the deserted island, he would never have believed it. Yet now, it was unfolding right before his eyes. He also noticed that the eagle's affinity level had increased to 65. He had inadvertently expended some of his vitality with a mere flick of his hand, which was unacceptable. It's not that I do not want you, it is simply that your talons are too formidable. Look, you have scratched my hand. No need to apologize. He quickly reassured. Between us, who is the father and who is the son? From now on, I shall be your father, and you shall be my son. Together, we shall thrive on this island. He mused aloud. You are a son, aren't you? Not a daughter, I hope. If you are indeed a son, give me a nod. Upon hearing his words, the little golden eagle tilted its head, its deep brown eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Shortly thereafter, Xia Qingfeng received the eagle's mental feedback, which consisted of a single word, hungry. Unfazed by him, the eagle dove onto half a serpent, eagerly pecking at the flesh. Do not ignore me. I am your father. I have been addressing the young golden eagle for quite some time, my throat parched. Yet, it remains engrossed in devouring the serpent flesh, paying me no heed. It seems I may need to enhance its intellect further, perhaps even establish a consensus with my own consciousness. Who can discern the gender of a golden eagle, anyway? I'm waiting for an answer. As dusk descends, the sun looms like an immense orb of fire upon the horizon, its afterglow akin to blood, profoundly stirring. The mountains stand somber, the fauna restless, shadows abound. Some of the blood upon me is from the serpent, while some is my own. Although my physique has been entirely restored through enhanced internal circulation, the bloodstains persist on my attire. I bear the remnant of a javelin upon my shoulder, its tip utterly shattered. Nevertheless, I refrain from discarding it, instead carrying it aloft. For atop it perches a majestic young golden eagle, its keen eyes surveying the surroundings, betraying curiosity, elation, and excitement. Regardless of your gender, henceforth you shall be known as my son. Await me here, my son, while I venture into the sea for a cleansing dip. With that, I thrust the javelin forcefully into the earth, causing the young golden eagle to teeter atop it. Its wings fluttered several times, generating gusts of wind. Paying it no mind, I hastened towards the shore. He could no longer endure the pervasive stench of blood clinging to him. Abruptly, he launched himself from the rock with a forceful spring, his wings fluttering rapidly, and soared into the air. The young golden eagle ascended towards Xia Qingfeng amidst the ocean waves, circling above him. As Xia Qingfeng scrubbed himself in the sea, he was suddenly met with a gust of wind. Looking up, he was delighted to see the young golden eagle emitting a prolonged cry. Indeed, he is my son, he mused, so diminutive yet daring to strike the sky. What heights will he reach when he matures? Yet, he pondered, how had the young golden eagle managed to take flight so effortlessly? He recalled from television dramas and documentaries that eaglets were typically brought to the cliff's edge by their mothers and compelled to leap, thus learning to soar. Why was his young golden eagle different? Had the infusion of vitality and soul force truly made him so formidable? As dusk descended, Xia Qingfeng hastened his movements, swiftly cleansing the blood from his body. Clad in damp attire, he emerged from the water. By the time he had completed this task, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Xia Qingfeng settled by the fire, employing his military dagger to process the remaining third of the python's carcass. He meticulously skinned the serpent, spreading the hide upon a nearby boulder. He skewered the flesh with branches, positioning it near the fire to roast, occasionally sprinkling it with salt. He procured 2 stones, placing a larger one on the ground, upon which he deposited the wild peppercorns he had gathered, crushing them with the smaller stone. He then scattered the crushed peppercorns upon the roasting snake meat, and soon, a tantalizing aroma permeated the air. At that moment, an eagle's cry echoed through the sky. The young golden eagle descended with a rush of wind. However, it did not approach the bonfire. Instead, it landed on a distant rock. Wild animals, due to their external fur, are inherently fearful of fire, and even the small golden eagle is no exception. Poop, fire, ouch. Who did you learn this from? If you're afraid, just keep your distance. Protect the fur upon you. Do not let the flames consume it. Ouch, what nonsense. Who did you learn this from? You have taken on a child, yet you remain a whimpering creature yourself. That evening, Xia Qingfeng and the golden eagle consumed little. He tore off a strip of the roasted snake meat, offering it to the golden eagle, which declined after only a couple of bites. It was not due to the unpalatability of the roasted meat, which wafted an enticing aroma. Rather, it was because they had already feasted on most of the snake that afternoon, leaving them hardly hungry. After finishing, there was little to discuss. The night had fully descended. They retired to sleep, with the golden eagle perched atop a nearby massive rock, a considerable distance from Xia Qingfeng's makeshift shelter and the bonfire. 3 days later, Xia Qingfeng stood atop a grand tree. Though fatigue was etched upon his face, a smile illuminated it. What a journey it had been. After 3 full days, he had finally discovered an ideal location to establish his sanctuary. He now faced a towering cliff, where a cool waterfall cascaded down, accompanied by a thunderous roar, creating a plethora of splashes. At the base of the cliff lay a deep green pool, several meters wide. The mist enveloped the air, providing a refreshing respite from the oppressive heat. Opposite him was a lush, verdant bamboo grove, with a gentle stream trickling from the deep pool, babbling its way into the heart of the bamboo forest. Xia Qingfeng had just emerged from the tranquil waters. It has been confirmed that the water is not only fresh but also crystal clear and sweet. The bamboo grove across has yet to be explored. However, this is of little consequence, for the geographical location is simply exquisite. Behind lies a towering cliff, reaching heights of over 100 feet, providing a sense of security. There is a continuous supply of fresh water, ensuring hydration is never a concern. From the vantage point of this grand tree, one can behold a lush, fertile hillside below, characterized by its gentle slopes adorned with a diverse array of vegetation and towering trees. Where there are forests, sustenance is assured. Moreover, this locale is not far from the beach where summer breezes commence, merely a few dozen miles away, guaranteeing an abundance of food. It took 3 days of wandering due to an initial misdirection to finally arrive at this place. Yet upon arrival, Xia Qingfeng found himself enamored with the surroundings. This spot presents an unparalleled opportunity for constructing a secure shelter, complemented by breathtaking scenery where mountains and waters harmoniously intertwine in exquisite beauty. He ascended the great tree, surveying the area to determine which trees should be felled and which should remain. Clarifying the order of operations did not consume much of his time. Descending from the tree, he extracted his military dagger and commenced his labor. One by one, trees of various sizes succumbed to his efforts, and the clearing around him gradually expanded. In addition to felling trees, he also undertook the task of clearing thorns, shrubs, and weeds. He left 5 trees standing, initially intending to leave only 4, but after contemplation, he decided that 5 would be more fitting. These 5 trees were positioned at the crest of the hillside, forming an irregular pentagon, with 2 of them standing relatively close together, separated by a distance of 2 to 3 meters, while the others were spaced 8 to 9 meters apart. By estimation, the intervening vacant space occupied an expanse of over 100 square meters. The 5 trees present were of considerable girth. The stoutest among them necessitated the embrace of 2 individuals to encircle, while the slenderest still defied the grasp of a single person. These arboreal specimens were bequeathed by Xia Qingfeng, destined to serve as the load-bearing pillars of the impending safe haven. The construction of the sanctuary would be predicated upon the arrangement of these 5 trees, devoid of the exigencies of urban edifice, which demanded orthogonality. He was compelled to adapt to the existing terrain. Form was of secondary import. Paramount was the fortification of the structure. Ergo, the timbers he felled were conveyed to the interstitial clearing amidst the quintet of trees. Boughs were hewn and stripped, and a multitude of logs, still clad in their bark, were arrayed in increasing numbers. Despite Xia Qingfeng's solitary labor, his efforts were imbued with fervent zeal, as he deposited a trunk of considerable diameter, comparable to the girth of a thigh, and before he could fully regain his posture, an abrupt sensation of profound coldness enveloped him. A chilling draft descended from his heels, coursing directly to the base of his skull, inducing a tremor that resonated through his very being. Almost instantaneously, his spiritual tendrils unfurled, yet it was a moment too late. A gust of malevolent wind assailed the rear of his cranium. He merely had the reflex to sidestep to the left. A shadowy figure, accompanied by droplets of blood, and imbued with a force capable of cleaving mountains, hurtled past his head, swift as a bolt of gray lightning. With forceful strides, Xia Qingfeng retreated no less than 5 or 6 meters before pivoting to behold his assailant. It manifested as a gray wolf, its attack having not been entirely ineffectual. Its claws raked across his shoulder, excising a strip of flesh. The sanguinary wound wept profusely. The gray wolf, too, turned, having tasted blood and detected the potent aroma of gore. The wolf's gaze was fierce and contorted, its eyes bloodshot, and that dreadful aura was like a blade, causing excruciating discomfort to his eyes. Although he clearly saw the wolf that had ambushed him, Xia Qingfeng felt that the peril enveloping him had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. That sensation was tenfold, 100-fold more intense than when he had encountered the python earlier. It was not just one wolf, nor 2. Including the one that had ambushed him, there were 3 wolves, forming a tripod and encircling him. The wolf that had just ambushed him was the smallest, while the remaining 2 were even more massive. Each wolf bared its fangs, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, and its scarlet tongue lolled from its mouth. The wolves' gazes were covetous, bloodthirsty, excited, and savage, all fixed intently on Xia Qingfeng. He tightened his grip on the military dagger, the palpable homicidal intent causing gooseflesh to erupt on his skin. The gray fur on the wolves' necks stood on end, their momentum building, like a bow being drawn taut, poised to release a lethal arrow. Suddenly, the wolves moved, the 3 of them advancing slowly upon Xia Qingfeng, constricting the encirclement and reducing his maneuverability. Xia Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his entire being as if cast in molten iron, unmoving. The entire space was charged with the acrid tension of gunpowder, as if the slightest spark could ignite the space, unleashing cataclysmic flames. Chapter 20. The wolf's head was indeed exceedingly hard. The tendrils of the soul had already enveloped the 3 gray wolves, yet he possessed only a military dagger, rendering his attack range too limited. Patience was essential. It was not yet the opportune moment to strike. The trio of gray wolves exhibited remarkable coordination, their long-standing collaborative hunting experience evident in their tactics. When the ambush failed, they swiftly adapted their strategy, advancing steadily and relentlessly, leaving no room for Xia Qingfeng to escape. As the encirclement shrank to a mere 5 or 6 meters, the gray wolves finally initiated their assault. To his surprise, it was the very wolf that had attempted to ambush him that lunged first. This particular wolf, emboldened by its prior attempt, gazed at Xia Qingfeng with a look of disdain, as if it were pouncing upon a docile lamb. Preposterous. Xia Qingfeng's thunderous shout reverberated through the forest like a clap of thunder, causing the ears of the gray wolves to ring and their bodies to straighten instinctively. Overwhelmed by an immense aura that bore down upon them like Mount Tai, the three wolves were momentarily taken aback, their breaths caught in their throats, their hearts racing in terror. Regrettably, the attacking wolf had already leaped into the air, unable to alter its trajectory. In conjunction with his roar, Xia Qingfeng spun around, delivering a powerful kick. His calfskin shoe struck the side of the wolf's head with a resounding thud, weighing 70 to 80 pounds. The wolf was sent sprawling 6 or 7 meters away, crashing against a tree with a pitiful howl. The strength of his muscles, fortified twice to a level of 7, proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Had this been before the enhancement, he would have deemed such a feat impossible. Almost simultaneously, the remaining 2 gray wolves remained silent, seemingly unaffected, darting towards Xia Qingfeng with lightning speed, one to the left and the other to the right. These 2 gray wolves exhibited a significantly greater combat prowess than the solitary one, their physiques more imposing, and their sharp fangs even more menacing. As they lunged forward, a ferocious wind swept through, and an overwhelming aura of bloodlust surged like a tidal wave, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At that moment, a resounding eagle's cry pierced the sky, and a dark figure descended with a chilling gust, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. The left gray wolf, mid-leap, was struck head-on by the shadowy form, resulting in a burst of blood and a flurry of feathers. It was none other than Xia Qingfeng's son, the young golden eagle, swooping down to rescue his father. In just 3 days, the young golden eagle had grown considerably. However, despite his valiant effort to entangle the left gray wolf, his youth rendered him at a disadvantage, and the battle remained fiercely contested. Feathers scattered like snowflakes as the wolf's claws and teeth raked against him. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Qingfeng evaded the right gray wolf and swung his military dagger, inflicting a half-foot-long gash on the creature. Originally, Xia Qingfeng had little trouble dealing with a single gray wolf. After all, he had enhanced his muscles twice, granting him strength far superior to that of an ordinary person. Given time, he was confident he could slay the beast. However, with the young golden eagle forced to retreat, the other gray wolf turned its attention to Xia Qingfeng. To make matters worse, the slightly smaller gray wolf, which Xia Qingfeng had previously kicked away, staggered back to its feet. With half its lupin visage a mangled tapestry of gore, the wolf revealed a ghastly array of ivory fangs, emitting mournful howls. Its eyes, ablaze with a frenzied, hateful light, radiated an eerie luminescence, embodying unrestrained ferocity akin to a malevolent specter. Without pause, it lunged into the fray, its ferocity and offensive prowess eclipsing that of its 2 gray counterparts. Confronted by the onslaught, Xia Qingfeng, with his ethereal tendrils, tenaciously governed the wolf's trajectories, narrowly evading their attacks. Seizing an opportune moment, he surged forward, propelled himself into the air, ascending nearly 2 meters. Before his momentum waned, he braced his foot against a tree trunk, elevating himself further. With a swift motion, he brandished his military-grade dagger, leaving a crimson bloom upon one of the gray wolves. Simultaneously, he grasped an aerial branch, exerting a forceful pull, propelling himself upward with a whoosh. He aimed for a higher perch, approximately 3 meters above the ground, hoping to evade the wolves' encirclement. However, fate intervened as a sharp crack echoed through the air. The branch, unable to withstand his augmented strength, snapped under the strain. Evidently, Xia Qingfeng had miscalculated, overlooking the enhancement of his musculature. His power had transcended its former limits. Instinctively, he relied on past assessments, assuming the slender branch could bear his weight. Alas, it was too late. The sudden sensation of weightlessness induced a wave of nausea. His body momentarily faltered in midair before plummeting downward, where the 3 gray wolves awaited, their jaws agape, anticipating their prey's descent. At this moment, the formidable power of Xia Qingfeng's enhanced soul was revealed. The soul, having undergone enhancement, allowed him to regain his composure in the face of life and death peril, enabling him to make swift decisions in an instant. His right hand wielded the military dagger, which shot towards the initial gray wolf with lightning speed. Under the control of the soul tendrils, it precisely pierced the wolf's left eye, a glimmer of cold light penetrating deeply until the hilt vanished within. Harnessing this small surge of force, he forcefully twisted his waist, executing a sideways flip in midair to evade the attacks of the other two gray wolves, landing deftly on the ground. This series of movements was executed seamlessly, all completed in mere seconds. However, as he turned around, the two gray wolves had already lunged at him, one after the other, with the ferocity of thunder, leaving him no respite. Meanwhile, the unfortunate gray wolf he had initially attacked lay sprawled on the ground with the military dagger embedded in its eye, its limbs twitching for a moment before succumbing to death. Now, he found himself nearly unarmed, facing two ferocious gray wolves. The initiative had entirely shifted to the wolves. Xia Qingfeng could only adopt a defensive posture, evading their assaults. To make matters worse, the duration of the soul tendrils had expired, and the next activation would require a cooldown of 6 hours. The two gray wolves before him would certainly not grant him such an interval. While he still possessed stamina and did not feel overly fatigued, his formidable soul power could only sustain him to narrowly dodge the wolves' strikes in critical moments. Xia Qingfeng could not help but curse inwardly, questioning whether these were wolves or martial arts masters, for they seemed almost supernatural. Indeed, what one dreads often materializes. Xia Qingfeng unleashed a sweeping leg, causing the wolf on the left to retreat, yet the wolf on the right seized the opportunity, lunging at his leg. In the instant before his foot touched down, a sharp pain erupted as the wolf clamped its jaws firmly onto his calf. A tremendous pulling force ensued, instantly yanking Xia Qingfeng onto his back, leaving him no time to react. The other wolf, having leapt into the air, hurtled towards him. Its target the vulnerable carotid artery in his neck, a bite to which would spell Xia Qingfeng's certain demise. At this climactic juncture, a resounding report, akin to a thunderclap, reverberated through the air, a gunshot. The airborne wolf's body erupted in a spray of blood, the bullet's kinetic energy diverting its trajectory, causing it to land precariously close to Xia Qingfeng. Meanwhile, the other wolf continued its relentless assault on his calf, tugging backward with audible gnashing sounds. The friction of its teeth against the bones of Xia Qingfeng's leg creating a cacophony of agony. It seemed intent on severing the limb entirely. Waves of excruciating pain surged through Xia Qingfeng's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. With a desperate surge of strength, he slammed his hands against the ground, leveraging his core to propel himself into a seated position. Simultaneously, his right fist arced through the air, carrying the force of a mountain collapsing, striking the wolf's head with the velocity of a thunderbolt. Despite the wolf's reputed iron skull, the impact reverberated through Xia Qingfeng's hand, leaving it numb. The gray wolf that had bitten into his calf was sent sprawling by a single punch, finally releasing its grip. Xia Qingfeng, trembling with pain, dared not linger and managed to rise to his feet. However, his calf was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, and the searing agony rendered him incapable of applying any force. He could only rely on his other leg to stand. His eyes sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze on the two gray wolves before him. In stark contrast to Xia Qingfeng's pitiful state, the wolves were not much better off themselves. The gunshot earlier had injured one of their hind legs, leaving it to balance precariously on 3 legs, its gaze menacing as it stared at Xia Qingfeng. The other gray wolf bore a gaping wound over half a foot long, bleeding profusely. One of its eyes had been obliterated by Xia Qingfeng's strike, leaving the shattered orb dangling grotesquely from its socket, creating a terrifying visage. Despite its swaying stance, the ferocity in its remaining eye was undiminished. At this juncture, both parties had gained insight into each other's strength, and neither dared to make a rash move. The gunshot that had saved Xia Qingfeng seemed like a distant memory, as silence engulfed the scene and no other figures emerged. Chapter 21. The emergence of the beautiful warrior. It felt as though the shot had been a mere figment of a dream, leaving Xia Qingfeng in a state of uncertainty. The standoff persisted, with Xia Qingfeng and the two gray wolves locked in a fierce glare, neither willing to launch an attack. Minutes crawled by in this tense stalemate until a piercing eagle's cry shattered the silence. A golden eagle, propelled by a gust of wind, swooped down from a nearby branch in a graceful descent. The young golden eagle remained aloft, circling above Xia Qingfeng, its keen eyes scrutinizing the two gray wolves as if they were blades. Despite its youth, the eagle exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance, a predatory instinct to hunt and kill. This proved to be the final impetus. The two gray wolves ultimately chose to retreat, moving backward in unison. They did not turn and flee. Instead, they retreated gingerly, their eyes fixed on Xia Qingfeng. They continued in this manner until they reached the forest undergrowth, at which point they turned and vanished in an instant. Xia Qingfeng stood motionless for a long time, watching the wolves disappear. He was deeply affected by the wolves' parting gaze, which lingered in his mind. Their fierce eyes were remarkably human-like, conveying a clear message of animosity. The relationship between them had become irreconcilable. Xia Qingfeng knew that the wolves would not forgive him and would undoubtedly launch a fatal attack at an unexpected moment. Although the two wolves were no longer visible, he wondered if they were still lurking in the shadows, watching him. With this in mind, Xia Qingfeng looked up at the golden eagle circling in the sky. Excellent. Xiao Jin is the best. Xia Qingfeng lavishly praised, not hesitating to use such flattering words that cost nothing to improve favorability. He didn't care if the golden eagle was a son or a daughter, nor did he bother to come up with another name. He simply called him Xiao Jin. The golden eagle soared in the sky, hearing Xia Qingfeng's words. The favorability rating surged dramatically, accompanied by a resounding cry, almost metallic in its clarity, piercing the vast expanse. Alas, the golden eaglet is currently too young, the feedback it provides being limited to indistinct single or double syllables, unable to precisely convey the location of the two gray wolves. These limitations are inconsequential. With the eaglet's maturation, it will undoubtedly evolve into an apex predator of the skies, as well as a proficient scout. Such musings, however, are somewhat premature. One must proceed deliberately, step by step, and savor each morsel. The golden eaglet's performance today has already exceeded Xia Qingfeng's expectations. Despite the initial ambush by the gray wolves, which the eaglet failed to forewarn, its subsequent actions were commendable. Reflecting on this, Xia Qingfeng felt compelled to commence the eaglet's formal training. However, such matters can wait. Xia Qingfeng turned his head, his eyes gleaming with intense focus, directed towards the origin of the gunshot. The sound had etched the direction indelibly in his mind, ensuring unerring accuracy. Shortly thereafter, once he ascertained that the two gray wolves had fled afar, Xia Qingfeng limped towards the sound. The presence of gunfire indicated the existence of other individuals on this desolate island, a notion that filled Xia Qingfeng with irrepressible excitement. Yet, he wondered why the individual who fired the shot, ostensibly to rescue him, had not revealed themselves. Initially, it could be attributed to fear of the gray wolves. But with their departure, the continued absence seemed inexplicable. He had not ventured far, merely a dozen meters, when the scene before him left him dumbfounded, utterly defying his expectations. 3 to 4 meters ahead stood a tree as thick as a human leg, which was not particularly unusual. However, beneath its boughs reclined an individual. The person leaned against the tree, eyes firmly shut, with a gentle rise and fall of the chest indicating that they were not deceased, but rather had succumbed to unconsciousness. After the naval disaster involving the Black Hawk fighter jet, it was indeed remarkable that he had survived. Thus, it was not beyond belief that one among the soldiers aboard the aircraft had also managed to endure. Yet, what lay before him? To his astonishment, it was a woman. Draped in camouflage attire, she unmistakably embodied femininity. Her lustrous black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and the pronounced curvature of her chest was a distinct testament to her womanhood. Beneath long, delicate eyelashes, her closed eyes formed exquisite crescent shapes, while her petite nose and subtly upturned lips bore an imperceptible hint of resolve. Her skin resembled the smoothness of mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it and experience the sensation of silkiness. The contours of her chest, modestly concealed by the camouflage, hinted at the fullness beneath, while a slender waist trailed down to a pair of astonishingly long legs. Even through the fabric, one could sense the firmness and athleticism of those limbs. She was undoubtedly a goddess-like beauty, a radiant exemplar of femininity. Were she to grace a modeling agency under the auspices of Xia Qingfeng, she would certainly rank among the foremost talents. Xia Qingfeng was well aware that, should he choose, her striking appearance could catapult her into instant fame. He had encountered many beautiful women before, yet none quite like her, particularly given the sudden appearance of a beautiful woman on this desolate island. His gaze swept quickly over her form, before focusing on the lower right abdomen. It appeared to be bandaged, with blood seeping through, possibly the reason for her unconsciousness. At that moment, Xia Qingfeng was perplexed and hesitated to approach immediately. The female warrior on the ground tightly clutched a handgun, its muzzle pointed directly at him. He couldn't be certain if she was truly unconscious. Furthermore, his mind was racing with questions, desperately trying to deduce how she came to be on this deserted island. She couldn't have been on the same Black Kite fighter jet as him, as it carried only 4 male soldiers besides himself. He hadn't seen any female soldiers. Could it be that she was part of a rescue mission? Had the rescue gone awry, and she too had met with some mishap? Various thoughts swirled in Xia Qingfeng's mind like a kaleidoscope, ultimately merging into a jumbled mess, preventing him from making sense of it all. Regardless, with the person right before him, he could awaken her and uncover the truth, rather than speculating endlessly. "Hello," Xia Qingfeng called out tentatively, subconsciously shifting half a meter to the left, avoiding the handgun's aim. Despite Xia Qingfeng's perception that the comely warrior had likely succumbed to unconsciousness, the presence of a dark, gaping gun muzzle was hardly a comforting sensation. "Greetings," Xia Qingfeng uttered. "How fares your well-being? Have you sustained injuries? I am prepared to offer assistance." As he spoke, Xia Qingfeng cautiously advanced, his footsteps measured and deliberate, betraying an air of circumspection. He gently crouched beside the beauteous warrior. As anticipated, a diminutive screen materialized before Xia Qingfeng's gaze, a phenomenon to which he had grown accustomed, akin to his prior encounter with the golden eagle. In recent days, he had experimented with this particular function of the system. The emergence of the screen necessitated that the animal or individual in question maintain a non-antagonistic disposition toward him. As with the juvenile golden eagle, which had forfeited its capacity to assail him and, moreover, had developed a modicum of goodwill following the provision of 2 portions of serpent flesh, the screen had manifested. Similarly, in the case of the comely warrior, who had lapsed into unconsciousness, Xia Qingfeng could discern the screen, suggesting that, regardless of the circumstances surrounding her arrival on the desolate isle, she harbored no animosity toward him. This would also elucidate her prior act of firing a weapon to safeguard him. All of this was logically consistent. However, Xia Qingfeng had been unable to perceive the screen in the case of the gray wolf that had assailed him. Perhaps, were he to capture and incapacitate the gray wolf, he might gain access to the screen. Yet, this remained a conjecture, a hypothesis awaiting empirical validation. Yang Jing, Black Harrier fighter pilot. Physical condition, injured and unconscious. Potential enhancements, vitality 110, soul force 00. Affection level, 15, with an affection level between 40 and 60, one will refrain from attacking you. An affection level of 60 to 80 indicates that they will follow you and offer some assistance. At an affection level of 80 to 100, they will be unwavering in their support, dedicating themselves entirely to ensuring your survival. Intelligence, 6, human elite, soul, E-. Strength evaluation, your prowess ranks among the upper echelons of humanity, albeit exclusively within the human realm. Yang Jing, pilot of the Black Hawk fighter jet? Upon witnessing this small screen, Xia Qingfeng comprehended the identity of the enchanting woman before him. The system provided an impeccable answer. It turned out she was indeed the pilot of the Black Hawk fighter. This revelation significantly exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that the one who came to retrieve him in the Black Hawk would be a woman. It was no wonder he had not encountered her aboard the fighter jet. It is essential to recognize that becoming a pilot is not a position attainable by just anyone. The selection process is rigorous, and the training is arduous. Without a commitment of 3 to 5 years, it is virtually impossible to qualify. Furthermore, piloting a fighter jet is an achievement so rare that one might struggle to find a suitable candidate among tens of thousands. When it comes to female pilots, they are even more scarce. Perhaps they could be counted on one's fingers across the nation. This is not merely conjecture on Xia Qingfeng's part. Such information can easily be uncovered through a simple online search. Chapter 22. A world apart indeed, she is truly deserving of the title of fighter pilot. With a soul strength that has already reached E-. It is noteworthy that Xia Qingfeng had to endure countless hardships and accumulate 100 soul points to attain this level of strength. In contrast, this remarkable woman possesses it innately. How can one avoid being astonished in silence like Xia Qingfeng? However, the enchanting beauty Yang Jing on the small screen could only be infused with vitality by him. Unfortunately, her soul power was a mere 0. Nevertheless, Xia Qingfeng comprehended instantly that his own soul strength must exceed hers to bestow any enhancement upon her. Much like his treatment of the little golden eagle, if both parties possessed equal soul strength, no enhancement could occur. This, however, was not a concern. Xia Qingfeng believed that a mere infusion of vitality would awaken the beautiful warrior. Yet, he chose to postpone this action, intending to first heal his own wounds before attending to her. Who could predict the consequences of treating her? Having recently navigated the precipice of life and death, Xia Qingfeng had grown somewhat cautious. Not far from him lay a small fire, one he had ignited himself. As he gazed at the flickering flames, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he tended to the fire more vigorously, Perhaps he could have deterred the gray wolves from launching a surprise attack. But it was too late for such reflections. He added the prepared drywood to the fire, alongside the stacked timber intended for constructing a safe haven. Left here to air dry. Additionally, he had stored over 200 pounds of dried fish, having established a steady production of sea salt. He had coated the drying fish with a layer of it, transforming them into genuine salted fish, which would extend their shelf life on this sweltering deserted island. He placed a few roasted fish by the fire to warm slowly before limping away once more. There awaited a whole gray wolf for him to handle, which could be considered as his own spoils. Currently, the only source of sustenance that Xia Qingfeng could reliably obtain was the fresh fish from the sea. The meat of this gray wolf would provide a delightful change in flavor. With a dagger, the general forcefully extracted the wolf's eyes. As the dagger emerged, a stream of vivid red blood gushed forth, mingled with a white liquid whose nature was all too evident. The hind legs of the wolf were bound to a tree, its head facing downward, and a gash was made in its neck to let it bleed out. He gently shook and called out, yet it remained unresponsive. It seemed gravely injured, with a fever evident from its heated forehead. Time was of the essence. Xia Qingfeng promptly activated a little internal circulation on his screen. After enduring several seconds of excruciating pain, the sensation of hunger surged forth, prompting him to devour voraciously. The results were striking. The wounds inflicted on his calf by the gray wolf had entirely healed. The several gashes on his shoulder, inflicted during a surprise attack by the wolf, were also restored to their original state. These were mere trifles. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul power, strengthen the soul. Each full cycle allows for one enhancement of the soul 134-100. Vitality, enhance one's attributes. Each full cycle allows for one enhancement of attributes 120-100. Muscle enhancement level 7. Sensory enhancement level 5. Internal circulation enhancement level 9. Cellular vitality enhancement level 6. Muscle enhancement level 7, representing explosiveness, resistance, suppression, and resilience, enabling him to dance with wild wolves and converse with tigers. Sensory enhancement level 5 denotes the ability to see further and with greater clarity, to hear and smell from greater distances, thereby amplifying the perception of the five senses, allowing for the discovery of potentially useful elements that facilitate better survival, extending beyond mere deserted islands to the vast world outside. Internal circulation level 9 symbolizes health, endurance, longevity, and resistance to adverse conditions, enabling prolonged labor and greater load-bearing capacity, allowing one to disdain ailments and plagues. However, its effects are often subtle, only truly appreciated during extended exertion, amidst storms, or in the face of illness, revealing the invaluable nature of physical strength. Cellular vitality level 6 promotes enhanced health, improved coordination, swifter running, and higher jumping capabilities, allowing one to race with antelopes and revel with deer. Soul, E. The soul is divided into levels A, B, C, D, E, F, with each tier comprising 2 sublevels, instilling resilience and a heart of stone, granting the fortitude to sleep soundly on a deserted island and to conquer all obstacles. Soul antennae. Mastered upon reaching a soul development level of E-, with each subsequent increase, effects are doubled. Upon activation within 3 minutes, a secondary soul force field is generated within a 10-meter radius centered on oneself, capable of sensing most dangers and locking on to the majority of attacks, consuming 10 soul power each time. Post-power evaluation. Your insignificance renders you beneath my contempt. Even a speck of dust in the vast universe surpasses you by countless magnitudes. Gazing at the screen before him, Xia Qingfeng let out a silent sigh. Over the past 3 days, I've been preoccupied with discovering new routes, resulting in meager gains in vitality and soul force. Fortunately, I managed to slay a gray wolf, which yielded 120 vitality and 65 soul force. In fact, the vitality reward was initially higher, but yesterday, when Xia Qingfeng's vitality reached 132 points, he neglected to enhance his attributes before retiring for the night. Upon awakening this morning, he was dismayed to find his vitality reduced to 100 points, a baffling loss of 32 points that infuriated him. He had intended to fortify his attributes this morning, but before he could do so, he was ambushed by the gray wolf, a fortuitous turn of events. Approaching the comely warrior, he knelt down, and a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and chrysanthemums, wafted into his senses. He was certain it was the warrior's natural scent, which left him momentarily dazed. To be honest, the fair maiden possessed captivating beauty. Engrossed in his throbbing leg pain, he hadn't indulged in fanciful thoughts when he carried her. At that time, he felt nothing. Suddenly, a wicked notion arose within Xia Qingfeng's mind. Stranded on this desolate island, with no one else around, could he possibly take advantage of this beauty? As the saying goes, should he succumb to bestial desires or rise above them? Abruptly, the visage of the lovely Shen Xiyu materialized in Xia Qingfeng's thoughts. He inwardly berated himself for his unworthy thoughts. Already betrothed to Shen Xiyu, how could he harbor desires for another woman? Nevertheless, an appreciation for beauty is inherent in human nature. Even so, Xia Qingfeng could not resist casting a lingering gaze upon the warrior's prominent peaks before bestowing upon her 10 points of vitality. Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately as her beautiful eyes slowly opened. The eyes held a trace of bewilderment, but soon focused on Xia Qingfeng's face. Surprisingly, the beautiful warrior exhibited no signs of panic, regarding Xia Qingfeng with an air of composure. "It is you," she uttered, her voice melodious and pure, akin to a mountain spring in a snow-covered realm. "Me? You recognize me?" Xia Qingfeng inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, you are Xia Qingfeng." As she spoke, the warrior attempted to sit up, but the movement aggravated the wound on her abdomen, causing her fair face to pale. "Refrain from moving. Your injuries are severe and require rest." Although Xia Qingfeng had enhanced her vitality by 10 points, it was insufficient to fully heal her, only temporarily alleviating the pain in her abdomen. "Assist me in rising. I must examine the wound." The warrior's tone was resolute and left no room for argument, exuding an innate aura of authority that instinctively compelled Xia Qingfeng to obey. He gently supported her, his hand passing beneath her alabaster neck, enveloped in warmth and fragrance. Xia Qingfeng's heart stirred, and his body shamefully responded. He realized the stark contrast between holding a comatose beauty and embracing a vibrant, conscious one. Yang Jing, delicate in Xia Qingfeng's arms, maintained a resolute and efficient tone. In just a few brief sentences, she had clearly conveyed her situation. Oh, Xia Qingfeng stammered, taken aback by her demeanor and responding with a series of ascending sounds. Seemingly indifferent to his reaction, Yang Jing continued to speak, pausing to catch her breath after she finished. She reached for the bandage covering the wound on her lower abdomen, attempting to remove it with some difficulty. As if unaffected by his response, Yang Jing continued her monologue, pausing to inhale deeply. She extended her hand towards the laceration on her lower abdomen, struggling to unfasten the bandage. Observing her evident exertion, Xia Qingfeng hastily reached around to assist her. This action resulted in Yang Jing being completely enveloped in his embrace, an intensely intimate posture. Adding to the charged atmosphere, their bodies were now ineluctably brushing against each other with his movements. Xia Qingfeng could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, like a galloping steed in a torrential downpour. He was certain that Yang Jing, pressed so closely against him, could also perceive his racing pulse. However, Yang Jing remained impassive, simply waiting as he unfastened the bandage around her lower abdomen, revealing the ghastly wound beneath. The gash was substantial, several inches in length, and irregularly triangular. The bleeding had stopped, and the wound now presented a purplish-black hue, a truly shocking sight. Xia Qingfeng could discern the marks of sutures where it had been stitched closed. "Huh," Yang Jing exclaimed in surprise. "What have you done to me?" "And nothing." "I didn't do anything," Xia Qingfeng stammered, his body stiffening as a cold sweat broke out. Had she not been truly unconscious earlier? Having merely glanced at her twice, without any physical contact, he wondered how she could possibly know. "You did nothing to me?" "Impossible." After the shipwreck, upon reaching the shore, he discovered his injuries. Fortunate to have a first aid kit with him. For days, he had been traversing the woods, subsisting on mushrooms. His wound had become inflamed, and he had even developed a high fever. If she had done nothing, the inflammation would have subsided, his fever would have broken, and his body would feel much lighter. Good heavens! Relieved, Xia Qingfeng exhaled deeply, realizing the weight of a guilty conscience. He had been on edge. Before he could explain about his system, Yang Jing abruptly changed the subject. Provisions were plentiful, with roasted wolf meat and dried fish near the fire. Without hesitation, Yang Jing devoured the wolf meat ravenously, abandoning all pretense of elegance, even smacking her lips as she ate. The wolf meat, seasoned with only a touch of sea salt, was unremarkable in taste, yet she was clearly famished. After consuming 5 or 6 chunks, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, she finally paused. Yang Jing had been deeply saddened and remorseful about the shipwreck, as she had been piloting the Black Harrier fighter. Seeing her mission objective unharmed before her brought her some relief. Although she was not fully aware of Xia Qingfeng's situation, she recognized his significance. After all, the The mission was to deliver the S-level classified information directly into her hands, indicating that she had to accomplish the task at all costs, even at the expense of her own life. That's why she had previously strained herself to shoot and save Xia Qingfeng, only to collapse and fall unconscious due to the strenuous activity. The subsequent events remained unknown to her. All she knew was that upon regaining consciousness, she discovered her injuries had significantly improved. Xia Qingfeng could fully comprehend Yang Jing's ravenous appetite, as he himself consumed far more after fortifying his internal circulation. It seemed Yang Jing had only been enhanced with 10 points of vitality, which was insufficient to fully heal her injuries. And she might not have even received any attribute point enhancements. As time passed, Xia Qingfeng had come to realize that the system primarily aided in strengthening himself. His Golden Eagle and Yang Jing only received a modicum of assistance, and their abilities could not be fundamentally enhanced, which was an unfortunate reality. I shall slumber for a while. To Xia Qingfeng's dismay, Yang Jing simply uttered these words after finishing her meal and immediately fell asleep. It was evident that she was genuinely exhausted, and there was also a hint of uncertainty about how to face Xia Qingfeng. Nevertheless, it was beneficial, as sleep would aid in her recuperation and promote the healing of her injuries. Xia Qingfeng glanced around, seeking something to cover her with. Alas, he only possessed a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. His unfortunate hoodie had been torn in half and used to bind some dried fish. There was a blood-soaked wolf pelt nearby, but could he possibly use that to cover a beautiful woman? Fortunately, the weather was warm, so not covering her shouldn't pose a problem. Despite the unexpected gray wolf attack and the addition of Yang Jing, things were progressing. Yet none of this altered Xia Qingfeng's intentions. The tasks at hand must still be accomplished, as long as rescue remains elusive. He must strive to survive on this desolate island. Spending a night here and constructing a proper shelter could take a considerable amount of time. However, erecting a temporary refuge proved to be significantly simpler. He had previously left 5 sturdy trees uncut, at a height of 2 meters. He secured a branch of wrist thickness between this tree and its trunk. Having gathered several vines, he completed this endeavor in half an hour. Next, he sought longer, dried branches to create a sloped roof. A fire was kindled at the entrance, thus completing the makeshift shelter. Yet circumstances had shifted with the arrival of another individual. Consequently, he dug a pit at a 45-degree angle from the tree to bury another trunk, constructing an additional shelter. These 2 refuges stood in a complementary 45-degree alignment, with a fireplace between them, capable of providing warmth for 2 people, making the long night ahead far less daunting. During his earlier efforts to clear the area, he had intentionally set aside some dried grass, allowing it to sunbathe. Now, this grass had largely turned brittle and yellow. Xia Qingfeng gathered the grass and lined the interior of the shelter, ensuring a much more comfortable rest during the night. He even thoughtfully fashioned 2 short logs to serve as pillows for nighttime repose. After lying down to test the arrangement, Xia Qingfeng found it exceedingly comfortable. The soft, thick thatch beneath him and the logs at the perfect height brought him immense satisfaction. He surreptitiously glanced at Yang Jing, who was sleeping soundly not far away. Her curvaceous figure reposed on the verdant grass. Behind her, a lush forest provided a backdrop, and the sun's golden rays seemed to gild everything in a shimmering light, creating a picturesque scene that was both breathtaking and invigorating. Faced with such a beautiful morning, a mischievous thought flickered through Xia Qingfeng's mind. However, he quickly suppressed it. Resolutely returning to his work, he added another layer of fist-sized stones around the shelter's entrance to prevent the fire from spreading. On this desolate island, self-reliance was paramount, and meticulousness was essential. Excessive caution was preferable to negligence, especially when it came to preventing forest fires. A single spark could potentially consume both him and his shelter. By the time he had completed these tasks, dusk had begun to settle. In the evening, the sun resembled a massive ball of fire suspended in the sky. Its light a startling, blood-red hue. A gentle breeze stirred, the sky was serene, and the last rays of the setting sun lingered on the horizon. Like a corner of an epic painting unveiled, exuding mystery and captivating the soul. Xia Qingfeng scratched his head and approached Yang Jing with a smile. Yang Jing, is your injury feeling any better? Yang Jing ignored him, standing up and taking a few slow steps, a look of surprise on her face. How strange, she murmured. The burning pain in her lower abdomen had vanished. If she remained still, she could barely feel the long wound. Such a situation had surpassed Yang Jing's comprehension. She was a special forces soldier, but not in the ordinary sense. She was an existence that transcended even the elite warriors. Within the military, her status was unparalleled, with only a select few capable of issuing direct commands to her. Consequently, her training included survival in the wilderness and self-treatment of injuries. She was acutely aware of her own wounds. Under normal circumstances, after several days of delay, her injuries would have begun to fester. And she had been enduring a high fever for 2 or 3 days. Even if she had been rushed to the hospital immediately, it would have been improbable for her wounds to heal to this extent so swiftly. Yet, all of this was undeniably happening before her eyes. And the only explanation lay with the individual before her, Xia Qingfeng. She understood that a soldier's sacred duty was to obey orders, and her role was merely to accept commands and accomplish her tasks. Everything else was irrelevant to her. At that moment, a piercing cry of an eagle suddenly echoed through the sky, followed by a dark figure diving down from above. Chapter 24. The Engineer's Shovel. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward. In a split second, he embraced Yang Jing and threw himself onto the grass. Though Xia Qingfeng reacted swiftly, he could not evade the sharp talons of the juvenile golden eagle, which tore several deep gashes into his back. As the golden eagle grew larger, its attacking power intensified. Yang Jing, being a soldier, reacted even faster than Xia Qingfeng. With a swift movement, she drew her firearm, aiming it at the golden eagle soaring above. This startled Xia Qingfeng, who urgently shouted, "No! Yang Jing, do not fire! Xiao Jin, you rascal, come down here!" Yang Jing, however, paid no heed to his words. Her countenance was frigid, and the gun in her hand was coldly aimed at the small golden eagle that circled above. "This is a misunderstanding. This golden eagle is my pet. It is usually quite obedient. Perhaps it simply does not recognize you," Xia Qingfeng explained repeatedly, simultaneously conveying through his thoughts to the eagle. "Do not cause trouble. This lady before you is not to be trifled with. If you provoke her, she could easily take you down with a single shot. Are you not getting up?" Yang Jing's phoenix eyes widened, her ample chest heaving with agitation, suggesting she was quite infuriated. Yet her tone softened considerably, and a subtle blush unexpectedly graced her cheeks. It was then that Xia Qingfeng realized he was still atop her. "All right," he stammered, flustered as he attempted to rise. "What are you doing?" Yang Jing exclaimed sharply, her mouth forming an exceptionally alluring shape in surprise, which left Xia Qingfeng momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if he had grasped something inappropriate. Instinctively, he squeezed it a couple of times, the sensation being both full and round. His gaze instinctively drifted downward to inspect his hand. Stepping back, he felt his face flush and his heart race, his mind buzzing, while the smooth sensation on his hand lingered in his thoughts, making it hard to forget. Cough, cough. Yang Jing cleared her throat lightly. In this awkward situation, the inherently youthful Yang Jing found herself at a loss for how to respond. Though she appeared exceptionally cold and decisive, she was merely 22 years old, still in the bloom of youth. Despite her family's attempts to arrange 2 blind dates for her, neither lasted beyond a week. Her demeanor, forged in the crucible of military service, proves to be a challenge for most suitors to navigate. To this day, Yang Jing remains untouched by the hand of any man, let alone anything more intimate. The sensation she experienced moments ago was profoundly novel, setting her heart aflutter like a trapped fawn. She cleared her throat, attempting to mask the blush that crept across her cheeks, mindful that Xia Qingfeng had, in essence, rescued her. Had it not been for his intervention, she would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the swift talons of that golden eagle, sustaining injuries. What's more, the heinous creature had clearly targeted her face. The mere thought of her visage being marred by the eagle's claws sent a shiver of dread through her, her heart rate escalating. A vengeful glare was directed at the offending bird, followed by a sweeping survey of her surroundings. Suddenly, as if stumbling upon a treasure, she exclaimed, "Xia Qingfeng, is this your doing?" Xia Qingfeng, caught in an awkward silence, was jolted by her exclamation, wondering what he had inadvertently done this time. "Did you construct these shelters?" "Indeed. I erected them a short while ago, one for you and one for myself. What do you think?" Xia Qingfeng, now gaining a better understanding of Yang Jing's temperament, attempted to appease her while simultaneously seeking some recognition for his efforts. After all, he had toiled for quite some time to provide her with shelter. Surely, a few words of praise were not too much to ask. "It's hideous," Yang Jing retorted, the words barely escaping her lips, nearly choking Xia Qingfeng. Ahem. This time it was Xia Qingfeng's turn to clear his throat. Yang Jing, however, ignored him and proceeded towards the shelter. Still physically weak, she moved slowly, her hand pressed against the wound on her lower abdomen. Reaching the entrance of the shelter on the right, she sat cross-legged on the ground and gestured to the left. "Come, sit down and tell me how you've been these past few days." Also, what provisions do you currently possess? Yang Jing's fair complexion flushed from exertion, lent a touch of rosiness to her otherwise pale face. Her long eyelashes framed a pair of luminous, captivating eyes that seemed to ensnare Xia Qingfeng's very soul with a single glance. Simultaneously, Yang Jing was observing Xia Qingfeng, noting his youthful vigor, handsome features, and the latent vitality emanating from his well-defined musculature. Their gazes met, breaking apart as swiftly as a jolt of electricity. Approaching the pile of wood, Xia Qingfeng untied a dried fish, sliced off approximately 4 to 5 pounds with his military dagger, and tossed it to the golden eagle before carrying the remainder over to Yang Jing. While performing these actions, he recounted, upon awakening, I was fortunate to find myself unharmed on the beach over there. I also discovered the body of a fallen comrade on that beach, the cheerful soldier who sat to my left on the Black Harrier fighter jet. He had perished. Initially, I anticipated a rescue, and thus, I did not bury the fallen hero. Yet, who could have known that later as the tide rose, the remains of the martyr were swept away? This was my fault. I apologize. It is not your fault. Yang Jing's voice was somewhat hoarse and low. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Perhaps even she herself was unaware of how, in this moment, her usually resilient self revealed a softer side. Yang Jing recalled that since the day she joined the army, she had never shed a tear. Yet at this moment, her hardened exterior shattered. Ever since the maritime disaster began, she had been alone, fighting not only for survival but also burdened with serious injuries. Most importantly, she had failed to complete her mission and had jeopardized her comrades. Witnessing her distress, the opposite Summer Qingfeng felt utterly helpless. He did not know which of his words had gone awry, nor did he know how to comfort this formidable warrior. Thus, Summer Qingfeng began recounting tales of how he had chopped coconuts, caught fish in the water, harvested sea salt, and navigated new landscapes in search of safe havens, encountering pythons and rescuing a young golden eagle along the way. As he spoke, Yang Jing, unbeknownst to her, eventually ceased her weeping, discreetly wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. In the flickering light of the campfire, she radiated an astonishing beauty. Here, take this, Yang Jing suddenly spoke, producing a shovel from behind her to hand to Summer Qingfeng. It turned out that Summer Qingfeng was in search of stones. He had found 3 of equal size, but could not locate a suitable stone slab. His slab still lay by the seaside, before the 2 massive rocks, yet to be moved. Without a stone slab, one cannot cook fish. Of course, dried fish can also be consumed after being roasted. Just as he hesitated, Yang Jing extended a military shovel to him. Upon seeing the shovel, Xia Qingfeng was overjoyed. This was indeed an S-class survival artifact on a deserted island, with myriad functions. It could chop and saw, just as it was doing now. He placed it directly on the rocks and ignited a fire, transforming it into a frying pan. Besides the shovel, Yang Jing also retrieved several mushrooms from her camouflage attire and handed them to Xia Qingfeng. This is all I have left. The fighter jet plummeted into the sea. I only brought an emergency kit, which I have nearly exhausted. The mushrooms were foraged from the woods. For the past few days, I have subsisted on these mushrooms. I have observed many mushrooms in the forest, yet I cannot discern their toxicity. Are these mushrooms safe? Xia Qingfeng inquired with a hint of doubt as he gazed at Yang Jing. They are safe. Go ahead and eat. I have consumed these varieties before, so rest assured. I learned how to distinguish between edible and poisonous mushrooms in my wilderness survival course. Wonderful! Xia Qingfeng exclaimed joyfully. To be honest, after several days of eating fish, he found it somewhat monotonous and longed to incorporate mushrooms into his diet. With the military shovel, everything became significantly easier. Soon, he had fried a dozen pounds of dried fish, adding a splash of fresh water, alongside chopped mushrooms, sprinkling sea salt, and a layer of Sichuan pepper powder. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! What did you just add? Yang Jing was completely captivated by the culinary delight before her. Her spirits lifted. That is Sichuan pepper, wild Sichuan pepper, which I harvested while collecting golden eagles. Worry not. I still remember the location, and once my safe house is constructed, I shall transplant those few wild Sichuan pepper plants. Chapter 25. Morning exercise. Xia Qingfeng enthusiastically shared his treasures while elaborating on his grand plans. To his surprise, Yang Jing responded with a dismissive scoff. Xia Qingfeng, possessing a gentle temperament, refrained from retorting, for after all, she was a beauty. Try that with a man, and I would surely knock him down. Although their ideologies differed slightly, it did not hinder their enjoyment of the delectable food. Xia Qingfeng handed 2 prepared branches to Yang Jing, opting not to initiate the task himself. Remarkably, the previously dry fish jerky transformed into a more succulent and smooth delicacy, primarily due to the addition of a rich broth, especially the velvety mushrooms, sliced thinly, with their unique texture infused with a subtle fish aroma, melted in the mouth. Xia Qingfeng nearly swallowed his own tongue in delight, while Yang Jing continued her habitual ravenous consumption, as if someone were competing with her for the meal. Over time, Xia Qingfeng learned that Yang Jing's eating habits were cultivated during her time in the military, where mealtime was strictly limited to 10 minutes if one did not hurry. They would go hungry. He could not help but reflect on the girls he had previously encountered, who often ate in a pretentious manner, taking small bites and chewing for ages before swallowing. Observing Yang Jing's unrefined yet satisfying approach to dining not only failed to disgust him but instead brought a sense of exhilarating pleasure. Dining with such a captivating beauty was truly a joyous experience. Yang Jing refused to touch even a single mushroom, her chopsticks solely directed towards the dried fish. After several days of consuming mushrooms, the mere sight of them made her feel nauseated. The two were perfectly complementary, one indulging in fish while the other feasted on mushrooms. Before long, the ration of provisions was entirely depleted, and even the fish soup was eagerly consumed by both. Without the need for words, they could sense each other's satisfaction in their respective meals. Once their hunger was satiated, they engaged in light conversation, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as they were still unfamiliar with one another and not particularly loquacious. Eventually, Xia Qingfeng added several hefty logs to the fire, and they each retired to their shelters. Lying on the grass, they gazed up at the round moon, lost in thought, the sky deep and the moon resembling a luminous disk. The night breeze whispered softly as the stars twinkled in the vastness, flickering like candles in the dark. It was not long before they succumbed to slumber. And perhaps due to the company, Xia Qingfeng enjoyed a remarkably restful night. At dawn, the sun gradually emerged from the treetops, and the forest was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds, enveloped in a layer of milky morning mist, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Xia Qingfeng was roused from his dreams by the prodding of a stick, wielded by none other than Yang Jing. As he opened his eyes, still hazy with sleep, he looked at Yang Jing standing before him, poking him with a branch, puzzled by her intentions. "Get up and start your morning exercises," Yang Jing commanded, her voice brimming with vigor. It seemed that after a night of rest, her injuries had nearly healed. Morning exercises? Xia Qingfeng found himself at a loss. "Get up," Yang Jing reiterated, her tone taking on an authoritative quality, as if she were a drill sergeant, clearly perceiving Xia Qingfeng as a fresh recruit. "One can discern from your appearance that you have not undergone formal combat training. Yesterday, I observed your struggle with the gray wolf, and it became evident. Your strength is considerable, yet you lack the finesse to wield it effectively. Regardless of your intentions today, you are to dedicate 2 hours to training this morning." While Xia Qingfeng had yet to fully grasp his own state, he commenced running laps around 5 trees. Yang Jing stood in the center of the circle, relentlessly striking the tree trunks with a branch, urging him to run faster. Under Yang Jing's encouragement, Xia Qingfeng found himself instinctively accelerating, ultimately exerting all his strength. He had enhanced his internal circulation to a remarkable 9 points, with both his stamina and endurance surpassing that of an average individual by more than double. His current running speed exceeded that of a typical 100-meter sprint, and his range began to expand, encompassing an ever-growing area, including the space where timber was stacked. In the end, Xia Qingfeng was essentially weaving through the untamed edges of the forest. In a moment of exhilaration, Xia Qingfeng let out a long howl. He propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push, soaring over 2 meters high. His left foot landed heavily on the trunk of a tree, and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed only increasing. Yang Jing, standing amidst the 5 trees, was left utterly astonished. This level of physical prowess and velocity would position him among the elite of her team. She herself might not even match such speed. It was clear that he was no ordinary person. However, Yang Jing could hardly fathom that her target for this mission was such an extraordinary individual, truly a prodigy. Xia Qingfeng continued to run for over half an hour. "Stop!" Yang Jing could no longer endure the situation and called for a halt. In a fleeting moment, Xia Qingfeng stood directly opposite her, his demeanor unperturbed, not a hint of color on his face, nor a bead of sweat on his brow. He began to assume a horse stance, with his legs positioned parallel and firmly planted, the distance between them approximately thrice the length of his foot. His knees bent slightly, thighs nearly horizontal, toes pointed inward, and toes gripping the ground, his center of gravity firmly balanced in the middle of his legs. With his knees aligned vertically with his toes, His groin expanded outward, while he maintained an upright head, straight neck, retracted chest, tightened abdomen, elevated pelvic floor, elongated waist, opened hips, relaxed shoulders, and contracted buttocks. Yang Jing straightened her chest and raised her chin, only to realize that Xia Qingfeng's gaze was fixated upon her. It turned out that her upright posture accentuated the contours of her form, drawing his attention irresistibly. A faint blush crept across Yang Jing's cheeks. Despite having grown accustomed to attracting the gazes of male soldiers during her time in the military, she found herself inexplicably flustered, her face warming anew under his scrutiny. The intensity of his gaze rekindled memories of her earlier capture, stirring feelings that made her heart race. In a bid to regain her composure, she stepped behind Xia Qingfeng and struck his left leg fiercely with a branch. Yet, he stood resolutely in his stance, unwavering. Unbeknownst to her, a tremor laced her voice as she spoke. The horse stance was designed to enhance leg strength, with the body erect and weight shifted downward, thighs parallel to the ground, allowing the entirety of one's weight to rest upon the legs. In the initial stages of practice, it is quite common to experience trembling legs and soreness in the back and waist. However, if you persevere through this phase, you will discover that your leg muscles become increasingly developed and the strength of your legs continues to enhance. Additionally, practicing the horse stance can improve your sense of balance. It is not merely about striking a pose, but rather about genuinely immersing yourself in the experience, mastering your bodily equilibrium and understanding your center of gravity. After more than half an hour had passed, Yang Jing found herself mentally cursing the anomaly once again. How could Xia Qingfeng possess such remarkable stamina? After over 30 minutes in the horse stance, he remained utterly composed, without a hint of flushed cheeks or racing heartbeat. It seemed that there was no need for further training in physical endurance. All right, you can get up now. Upon hearing Yang Jing's command, Xia Qingfeng obediently stood up, although his gaze stealthily flicked toward her once more. To him, this level of intensity felt like a mere drizzle. His thoughts were entirely consumed by stealing glances at the beauty before him. Now, you may attack me. Yang Jing stood a couple of meters away from Xia Qingfeng, having discarded the wooden stick she had been holding. Attack you? Xia Qingfeng inquired with a hint of confusion. Just hit me. Why are you being so hesitant against a big man? Yang Jing playfully chided. Very well. Xia Qingfeng threw a punch, leading with his fist but trailing with his words, exerting only 30% of his strength. To his astonishment, Yang Jing effortlessly grasped his wrist, twisting her body backward and utilizing his forward momentum to execute a clean and elegant shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Get up and come again. Yang Jing appeared somewhat exhilarated. Xia Qingfeng readied himself for another strike. This time, Yang Jing deftly evaded his punch with a subtle shift of her body. And with a swift trip, she sent Xia Qingfeng tumbling to the ground, executing a flawless dog-eats-dung fall with remarkable precision and without hesitation. Get up and come again. Xia Qingfeng rose to throw another punch. This time, he fell in a manner reminiscent of a wild goose landing on the sand, landing on his rear. Get up and come again. Are you toying with me, big sister? Xia Qingfeng inquired, having been thrown to the ground more than a dozen times within the year. Even a fool could discern that he was now reluctant to rise. Who are you calling big sister? Yang Jing retorted sharply. Isn't it, sister? He replied. Who is your sister? Then what should I call you? Xia Qingfeng was at a loss for words. The beauty among the troops was unlike any he had encountered before. She was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. There is no need for all these convoluted titles. You may simply call me Yang Jing. Very well, Yang Jing. I acknowledge my lack of skill, but you cannot continuously dominate me like this. Surely, you could teach me at least a move or two of military boxing. Xia Qingfeng was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although his attributes could be enhanced, his combat experience and fighting techniques rendered him a complete novice. Chapter 26. To his surprise, Yang Jing had disappeared very well. Yang Jing. I acknowledge my lack of skill, but you cannot continuously dominate me like this. Surely, you could teach me at least a move or two of military boxing. Xia Qingfeng was acutely aware of his own limitations, although his attributes could be enhanced. His combat experience and fighting techniques rendered him a complete novice. Despite the fact that Yang Jing possessed less strength than he, she could easily bring him down. If two individuals were to engage in a life-and-death struggle, Xia Qingfeng held little faith in his own prospects. Let us conclude for today. If you wish to learn military boxing, rise early tomorrow morning. A flicker of brilliance danced in Yang Jing's eyes as she tossed her head with a cool demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng promptly glanced at the Rolex adorning his wrist It was already past 8 o'clock. Very well, we shall discuss it tomorrow morning. This morning, I intend to venture to the seaside. Our stock of dried fish is dwindling, and I must go fish in the ocean. Your injury has yet to heal completely, so you should remain at the camp. As Xia Qingfeng spoke, he began to gather his military dagger and spear. Thus, he refrained from further conversation and set off, exerting all his strength as he ran along the path. The morning flew by in a blur. By noon, Xia Qingfeng returned with a bountiful haul, not only bearing over 100 pounds of fish, but also carrying 4 coconuts. Naturally, he had also collected a significant amount of sea salt, accumulating over 600 grams. However, throughout the morning, he had not caught a glimpse of the little golden eagle. He was unaware of its whereabouts, perhaps due to the distance, as he was unable to sense its presence even through their mental connection. Nevertheless, he was not particularly concerned for the little eagle's safety. After all, it was a creature of the air, possessing inherent advantages unlike the army he belonged to. Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng called out loudly. He felt a chill grip his limbs, and an ominous premonition flooded his mind, causing him to drop his belongings to the ground, just as despair threatened to engulf him. A clear voice emerged from the edge of the forest. Xia Qingfeng, I'm not dead yet. Why are you making such a racket? Yang Jing, standing at over 7 meters tall, emerged gracefully from behind a tree, clad in a snug camouflage outfit. Her face radiated warmth, and as the gentle breeze caressed her, her silhouette exuded elegance and charm, embodying a perfect blend of grace and beauty. Her shoulder-length hair, tied back into a ponytail from the opening of her camouflage cap, cascaded straight down her back, glossy and striking. There was a captivating balance of 3 parts gallantry and 7 parts exquisite allure, rendering her simply breathtaking. Upon seeing Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng sprang up in delight and rushed towards her, completely oblivious to her words. He halted just shy of 2 meters away, extending his hand yet hesitating to embrace her, concern etched across his face. Yang Jing, I told you to rest and recuperate here. Where have you been? Did you encounter any danger? What recuperation? My injuries have long since healed. You must understand that I am your assignment. It is you who requires my protection. Do you comprehend? Should any danger arise, it is still I who will safeguard you. As she spoke, Yang Jing brandished the pistol in her hand. Then, with a swift motion, she pushed Xia Qingfeng aside, striding forward with confidence, leaving behind a hint of jasmine fragrance in her wake. Xia Qingfeng was left speechless, rendered dumbfounded by her assertiveness. As Yang Jing passed him, she whispered 2 words, fool. What did you just say? Xia Qingfeng inquired, having not caught her words. However, Yang Jing paid him no mind, hastening towards the nearby pool. She placed the 2 bunches of mushrooms she had gathered into the water to cleanse them, clearly having ventured into the forest to forage. In truth, Yang Jing's heart was anything but tranquil. It felt as if a small rabbit was nestled within, thumping and tumbling restlessly. After all, Xia Qingfeng seemed rather handsome. Fortunately, he called out a couple of times from a distance without approaching, or else Yang Jing would have found herself at a loss on how to face him. She had not anticipated that her mere absence would cause Xia Qingfeng to become so flustered. The sight of a grown man shedding tears was quite remarkable. To assert that her heart was untouched and that she felt no emotion would be disingenuous. Yang Jing had always been an exceptionally independent and resilient girl. It was, indeed, the first time in her life that someone cared for her so deeply. Surely, it was his loneliness that had prompted such a reaction upon encountering her. It had to be so. She reasoned that he would likely extend the same kindness to anyone else in a similar situation. Yang Jing tried to console herself with these thoughts, yet she could not help but cup her hands to draw water from the pool to wash her face, though she had already done so just before venturing into the woods to gather mushrooms. The only regret was that the entrenching tool was too shallow, resulting in a meager fish soup insufficient for 2. After their meal, Xia Qingfeng set down his chopsticks and went to chop wood, with Yang Jing by his side. He felt invigorated, almost like a walking embodiment of vitality. To construct a safe house of over 100 square meters required an immense quantity of timber. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would chop trees. He cut the trunks into lengths of 5 to 6 meters, stacking them together. The smaller branches were tossed directly into the fire, while those of wrist thickness were chopped into 2-foot lengths, forming his reserve of firewood. No one could predict what circumstances might arise on the deserted island. Firewood, water, and food are essential supplies that Xia Qingfeng must stockpile, as they bestow upon him a profound sense of security and are vital for survival. Thus, the more, the better. At this juncture, he no longer employs a military dagger for tree felling. Instead, He has exchanged the dagger with Yang Jing for a spade. The spade, when wielded, cleaves through timber with remarkable efficacy, sending wood shavings flying, causing the trunk to sway, and creating a substantial opening, yielding significant results. In Chapter 27, Average Development, the efficiency of the spade exceeds that of the military dagger by more than double, eliciting exclamations of delight from Xia Qingfeng. Having strengthened his muscles twice, he possesses immense strength, augmented further by the spade's sharp edge. Even trees as thick as a human waist can be effortlessly dispatched within half an hour, a feat he had never dared to envision before. Consequently, he no longer discriminates in his lumberjacking. He chops down thick trees when encountered and does the same with slender ones. From the location of his chosen safe house, he extends outward in a circular pattern, the area he has cleared expanding increasingly, while the stacked, air-dried wood rises ever higher. Meanwhile, Yang Jing is not idly passing the time. Each is engrossed in their respective tasks, and they scarcely exchange words throughout the afternoon. Once Yang Jing has processed the fish and mushrooms, she approaches Xia Qingfeng with the military dagger to assist in clearing the branches from the felled trees. The fruits of their industrious afternoon are remarkably evident, especially with the added presence of a capable woman. Xia Qingfeng's enthusiasm is palpable, as he swings the spade with such vigor that it seems to create an afterimage. With an internal energy rating of 9, he feels no fatigue, though he is uncertain if the warmth he senses is simply the heat or something else entirely. He removes his t-shirt, exposing his bare torso. With each swing of the spade, one could observe the sinewy muscles of his upper body in motion. The days spent on the desolate island had bronzed his skin to a healthy chestnut hue. Sunlight cascaded upon him, reflecting a golden sheen. Standing at 6 feet tall, his broad chest and defined abdominal muscles formed a perfect inverted triangle. His biceps were prominently bulging, and his robust legs exuded explosive strength, epitomizing the ideal of fitness and beauty amidst the sweat. He resembled a walking embodiment of vitality. Although alone, the clearing around him radiated masculinity. To Yang Jing, it seemed less like he was laboriously chopping wood and more like he was unabashedly showcasing his physique, akin to a peacock strutting its feathers. Yet, she found herself unable to divert her gaze, her cheeks unknowingly flushing with warmth. When she finally regained her composure, she noticed the fish on the stone had been reduced to a chaotic state under her hands. Flustered, she picked up the unfortunate fish and softly mused. How about we make fish balls for dinner? Yes, she had intended to enjoy fish balls that evening, contemplating further chopping. Remarkably, the afternoon's yield surpassed what Xia Qingfeng had accomplished alone, doubling the output. That night, as Xia Qingfeng sat by the fire, savoring fresh fish soup and delightfully springy fish balls and mushrooms, he beamed at the towering pile of timber and cheerfully remarked to Yang Jing, I believe we can begin constructing a safe shelter tomorrow. Certainly, Yang Jing replied, though her gaze seemed to wander. Somewhat hesitant to gaze upon Xia Qingfeng, she noticed that he was still not clad in a t-shirt, standing less than half a meter away. She could even inhale the warmth radiating from him. A warmth tinged with a subtle hint of sweat, which surprisingly was quite pleasant. Yang Jing felt a bit dizzy and found herself struggling to maintain composure. Peculiar thoughts surfacing in her mind. Surely, those sculpted muscles would feel delightful to touch. After this thought, an awkward silence enveloped them, leaving both unsure of what to say next. What kind of gun is that? Yet, Xia Qingfeng, possessing experience, deftly steered the conversation towards a topic of interest for Yang Jing, purely as a means to break the silence. This is a self-defense handgun, specifically the QSC-12 model, a 5.8mm semi-automatic pistol, capable of holding only 8 rounds. It is often referred to as a pocket treasure. Indeed, Yang Jing swiftly recited the model and its functions as if she were reciting from a textbook. Then you should have only 7 bullets left, right? You fired one while saving me yesterday. Xia Qingfeng continued along this thread. Yes, was all Yang Jing replied, succinctly extinguishing the conversation. Moreover, when Xia Qingfeng fed the little golden eagle, it only pecked at 2 pieces of dried fish before losing interest, suggesting that it had already dined elsewhere. Their meal was nearly finished, and Yang Jing began to skin the rabbit with a military dagger, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. The military dagger came perilously close to cutting her own hands several times. Fortunately, the sky had already darkened, and Xia Qingfeng remained oblivious to his surroundings. At that moment, he was engaged in accessing his system interface, a ritual he performed diligently each evening after dinner. However, today, he was accompanied by Yang Jing. Upon activating the high-tech system screen, he observed that Yang Jing appeared utterly indifferent to it. This was rather peculiar. Typically, one would exhibit some reaction upon encountering such a display. Yang Jing, did you not see anything? He inquired. What do you mean? Yang Jing replied, lifting her head and blinking her large eyes in response. Oh, it's nothing. It seemed that the system screen was visible solely to him. Since Yang Jing could not perceive it, there was no need for him to elaborate further. The technology of extraterrestrial origins is truly remarkable, he mused inwardly. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul power, enhanced soul, each full increment allows for one enhancement of the soul, 159-100. Vitality, enhance personal attributes, each full increment allows for one enhancement of attributes. 241-100. Muscle enhancement level, 7. Sensory enhancement level, 5. Internal circulation enhancement level, 9. Cellular activity enhancement level, 6. To his surprise, the day's endeavors in fishing and tree cutting had amassed his vitality to a total of 241 points. This indicated that Xia Qingfeng could enhance his attributes by 2 points at once. He reviewed his attributes, recognizing the significance of each one. A sense of conflict swelled within him. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt a balanced approach. With a decisive breath, he allocated both points to enhance his sensory attribute, elevating it to a level of 7. He immediately regretted his decision the moment he made it. He had augmented his senses by 2 points at once, in an excruciating, searing pain was now concentrated in his brain. This profound agony was more than doubled in intensity and lasted for over 10 seconds, rather than a few brief moments. Yang Jing was seated nearby and had been perfectly fine until she suddenly noticed Xia Qingfeng's violent trembling. His face and neck were flushed crimson, as if he had been boiled alive. Xia Qingfeng, what's wrong? Yang Jing asked, her voice laced with panic. She inadvertently touched his body and found it burning hot. Xia Qingfeng, do you have a fever? Are you ill? How do you feel? Say something. Yang Jing was on the verge of tears. The sensation of pain receded like a tide. Xia Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He never wanted to experience such agony again. Damn it, he muttered to himself. I'll never add 2 enhancement points at once again. 1 at a time from now on. That was far too agonizing. I'm all right, Xia Qingfeng said, his face gradually returning to its normal color. Seeing his condition, Yang Jing playfully punched him on the shoulder. I'm fine, don't worry, Xia Qingfeng replied, rubbing his shoulder. He was unsure how to explain the situation to Yang Jing, as it was a long story that would require him to start with the system he possessed. He was at a loss for how to begin. After some contemplation, Xia Qingfeng resolved to elucidate his circumstances to Yang Jing, given the inevitability of such occurrences. Yang Jing, my situation is rather peculiar. Henceforth, should you witness this, there is no cause for alarm. In essence, it is a propitious development, enabling me to augment my strength. Augment your strength? Yang Jing's intonation ascended markedly, her interest piqued. Her eyes widened considerably, her lips, akin to rain-kissed petals, unadorned by lipstick's artifice, exuded a natural purity. Pink and petite, they parted slightly, revealing a fissure from which her breath emanated subtly. Xia Qingfeng was momentarily captivated, nearly losing himself in her allure. This was not entirely unexpected, given her background as a special forces operative, for whom the pursuit of strength was paramount. Under Yang Jing's persistent questioning, Xia Qingfeng divulged the entirety of his situation. Undeniably, the allure of a beautiful woman is considerable. Initially, Yang Jing had refrained from inquiring into his affairs, but now, inexplicably, she had elicited every detail of Xia Qingfeng's circumstances. I comprehend, Yang Jing murmured, nodding slowly after hearing Xia Qingfeng's account. Her resplendent eyes shimmered with admiration as she gazed upon Xia Qingfeng, her countenance filled with envy. Why did such a boon not befall me? Very well, now that you possess this system, expedite your enhancements. Perhaps, in due course, your increased prowess will enable you to extricate me from this detestable island. Is there not an opportunity to fortify your soul further? Strengthen it. I will keep watch for you. Yang Jing's face was adorned with an expression of pure curiosity as she held the pistol in her hand, her eyes darting about in eager exploration. Such a display warmed Xia Qingfeng's heart, though he couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation. After all, his own enhancement took merely a few seconds and hardly warranted such a sense of impending peril. Yet, seeing Yang Jing's evident enthusiasm, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and proceeded to strengthen his soul. Indeed, he held a certain trepidation regarding the enhancement of the 4 attributes, but he harbored a genuine anticipation for the fortification of his soul. The sensation it evoked was nothing short of enchanting, enveloping him in a state of delightful intoxication. As he activated the soul enhancement, he was immediately immersed in that ethereal feeling, an ineffable experience that eluded description. Once again, he found himself in that confined space, bombarded by countless luminous orbs impacting upon his ethereal essence. This time, he perceived that his soul, resembling a radiant sphere, appeared considerably more robust than before. Yet, the process of these light points merging with him remained excruciatingly painful. The sensations they imparted were as intense as ever. Yet this ordeal brought him a peculiar sense of enjoyment. As the saying goes, it is painful yet pleasurable. Now, he felt an extraordinary transformation. If he were to articulate it, he would say his soul had undergone a profound elevation. Matters he once fretted over with excessive scrutiny now seemed trivial and inconsequential. Particularly regarding his confinement on the deserted island, a new notion began to blossom within his heart, perhaps. It is a pity that this ethereal sensation vanishes without a trace in merely a few fleeting seconds. His soul enhancement truly exists, even without activating his soul tendrils. He can perceive distant situations, a sensation that feels as innate as breathing. Glancing at Yang Jing, who remains dutifully vigilant and cautiously watching over their surroundings, Xia Qingfeng opened his system interface for verification. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul power, enhanced soul. Each full cycle permits one enhancement of the soul 59-100. Vitality, enhance attributes. Each full cycle allows one enhancement of attributes 41-100. Muscle enhancement level 7. Sensory enhancement level 7. Internal circulation enhancement level 9. Cellular vitality enhancement level 6. Soul, E. Soul, divided into levels S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Each level comprising 2 tiers, allowing for increased resilience, a heart as steadfast as rock. The ability to slumber soundly on a deserted island at midnight, and the audacity to conquer all. Upon activation of the soul tendrils, within 6 minutes, a secondary soul power field with a radius of 20 meters is generated from the self, capable of sensing most dangers and locking onto a majority of attacks. Each activation consumes 20 soul power. Host strength evaluation. Your insignificance is beneath my notice, yet I recognize your efforts. Keep it up. Quite commendable. This time the system even offered encouragement. Xia Qingfeng's spirits soared, merely glancing at the soul tendrils. Although his range of abilities has doubled, so too has the consumption required for each use. Gazing at himself, he found his soul power diminished to a mere 59, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to attempt a new skill, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned his gaze towards the distance, sensing an ominous presence lurking nearby. Before him lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness. The night had deepened profoundly. Aside from the faint glow emitted by the campfire, the starlight and moonlight were obscured by the dense branches above. The woods in the vicinity were shrouded in pitch blackness, rendering everything invisible. Yet, for Xia Qingfeng, it was different. His soul power had surged once more, allowing him to perceive a lethal aura emanating from afar, a raw, unadulterated intent to kill. Chapter 29. The wolf hunt. This murderous intent was invisible to the eye, yet Xia Qingfeng was certain of its palpable existence, lurking just at the edge of the woods. Yang Jing, noticing his unease, followed his gaze into the forest, but all she discerned was the inky blackness, unable to detect anything else. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "What is it? What do you see?" Gripping her entrenching tool tightly, the tension in the air was unmistakable. Instantly, she aimed her firearm towards the shadowy thicket, her eyes wide with alarm. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, a profound stillness, broken only by the crackling of the burning firewood. Beneath the dark canopy of the woods, the twisted branches formed grotesque shapes, casting flickering shadows that evoked images of malevolent spirits. It felt as though an ancient beast lurked within, its gaze fixated on the man and woman by the fire, poised to pounce and devour them whole at any given moment. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly oppressive, and Yang Jing felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Yet she bit her lip fiercely, stifling any sound. Just as she was on the verge of losing her composure, a rustling noise suddenly emerged from the forest, and 2 dark figures stepped forth. The ping-pong ball-sized eyes glowed with a chilling green light, casting an eerie presence in the night. "Do not be afraid. It is the same 2 wolves from earlier in the day. I did not anticipate their return at night," said Xia Qingfeng, his voice revealing a hint of relief. As he spoke, Yang Jing too beheld the approaching wolves. The unknown darkness instilled fear, yet upon the side of the 2 gray wolves ambling toward her, Yang Jing felt a wave of calm wash over her. To be honest, wolf meat is rather delectable. Since the two of you have come to us, do not expect to leave tonight, Xia Qingfeng declared, brandishing his entrenching tool with a flourish. He stepped over the fire pit, advancing toward the two approaching gray wolves. Although he had not reinforced his muscles again, he had heightened his perception twice and his soul once, endowing him with a sense of mastery over his surroundings. He could sense the slightest movements of the wolves and was confident he could handle them alone without Yang Jing's assistance. Be careful, Yang Jing cautioned from behind. Rest assured, tonight I shall show you what true audacity looks like. Before his words had fully dissipated, another wolf materialized from the shadows of the forest. Emerging subsequently was a wolf of significantly greater stature than its predecessors. Its terrestrial gait placed its height at an impressive 2 meters, robust and corpulent. It brandished formidable limbs and sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled trepidation. Its coat, a blend of black and yellow, shimmered brilliantly, complementing its erect, pointed ears and eyes that gleamed with luminescence. Aru. The wolf's arrival was heralded by a thunderous roar, akin to a bolt from the heavens, causing a cascade of leaves to descend from the arboreal canopy. This protracted howl resonated for a full dozen seconds before subsiding. The two wolves that had previously materialized joined in the chorus, their howls echoing through the sylvan expanse. From the depths of the forest, distant lupin cries responded in kind. Instantly, a surge of murderous intent, akin to a tidal wave, engulfed Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing. This palpable malice cut through the air like a blade, causing discomfort. Let's engage them together, Yang Jing murmured. In the dim illumination, a military-grade dagger would prove more efficacious than a handgun. Xia Qingfeng offered no superfluous words, simply responding with a taciturn nod. Engage. He propelled himself forward with sudden force. The intentions of the three wolves were unequivocally clear. They were summoning reinforcements. Xia Qingfeng could not afford to delay. The forest might disgorge an untold number of wolves. The immediate priority was to eliminate the present threat. Yang Jing shared his sentiment. Flanking the wolves from either side, they launched their assault. To their surprise, the towering wolf retreated a step, while the two wolves, already wounded from the afternoon's encounter, cast furtive glances backward. However, a menacing glare from the colossal wolf spurred them forward, albeit reluctantly. Observing the situation, it appeared as though these two wolves had been coerced by the colossal wolf. However, Xia Qingfeng paid them no mind. It would be more prudent to eliminate these two weaker, already injured wolves first, and then the two of them could unite their strength to confront the giant wolf. Yang Jing seemed to share a profound understanding with him. Without the need for words, a mere glance was sufficient to devise their battle strategy. Each of them engaged a wolf for a swift resolution. Yang Jing faced the very wolf that had been struck in the hind leg by her shot. Xia Qingfeng, without even activating his soul tendrils, relied solely on his acute senses to discern the attacking trajectory of the wolf before him. The wolf's assault bore no distinctive traits. It leaped from the ground, baring its foul maw in an attempt to sink its teeth into Xia Qingfeng's throat. Should the wolf succeed in biting down, its sharp canines could easily sever his carotid artery, resulting in fatal blood loss. This was a classic instance of a famished wolf's pounce. For an ordinary person, such an attack could prove devastating. Yet, Xia Qingfeng was no ordinary man. He possessed a system that granted him extraordinary abilities. With his heightened senses, he was able to perceive the wolf's attacking path with crystal clarity. In his view, the wolf's movements appeared to slow, not to the extent of true slow motion, but enough for him to evade the strike with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's abdomen. The force of his 7-point strength was beyond what the wolf could withstand. Upon hitting the ground, the wolf fell silent, its limbs twitching a few times before a pool of blood seeped from its mouth, signaling its impending demise. At this moment, Yang Jing had subdued the wolf beneath her, clutching its neck tightly with her left hand while her right wielded a military dagger, ruthlessly slicing across the creature's throat. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth. The wolf struggled desperately, its limbs carving deep furrows into the ground, yet it could not escape the grip of Yang Jing's left arm, revealing her considerable strength. Xia Qingfeng chose not to assist Yang Jing. Instead, he focused all his attention on the colossal wolf opposite him. A glint of danger and murderous intent shone in his eyes, resembling a predator poised to strike. Chapter 30. The eerie giant wolf. He discerned that the behavior of this pack of giant wolves was exceedingly peculiar. Rather than manifesting rage at the death of two of their own, there was an unsettling hint of excitement. Under Xia Qingfeng's unwavering gaze, the giant wolf exhibited no signs of aggression towards him. Soon, The wolf that Yang Jing had pinned down ceased its struggles, and she rose to her feet. At that moment, the giant wolf moved, taking 2 deliberate steps forward, an overwhelming aura of brutality emanating from it, compelling both Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing to instinctively retreat 2 paces, although the two had effortlessly dispatched the previous wolves. It was worth noting that those wolves had already sustained injuries earlier in the afternoon and were relatively small, weighing no more than 100 pounds. In stark contrast, this giant wolf weighed at least 200 pounds or more, in peak condition and unscathed. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. Even Xia Qingfeng felt a twinge of apprehension, prepared to unleash his soul tendrils at a moment's notice. And Yang Jing furtively drew her pistol, prepared to discharge all 7 rounds, regardless of the consequences. However, the subsequent actions of the giant wolf left them both dumbfounded. Instead of attacking, the wolf advanced a few paces and halted. It opened its massive jaws and began to heave, as if to vomit. After several attempts, it regurgitated a dark, amorphous mass. This viscous, malodorous globule landed and swiftly stirred to life, unfurling from its spherical form into a black, insectal creature, resembling a spider. It possessed a pair of eerily round eyes, and its body was covered in iridescent, dark green scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the firelight. While spiders typically have 8 legs, this black insect had only 6. To describe it, one might imagine a serpent bisected and then fitted with 6 legs, resulting in an unsettling and grotesque appearance. Under the gaze of Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, the insect rapidly scurried across the ground, its destination the wolf that Yang Jing had fatally wounded. The spider-like creature promptly burrowed into the severed wound on the wolf's neck. Subsequently, a swelling, the size of a fist, visibly bulged from the back of the wolf's neck. Even more disturbingly, the wolf, bearing the ghastly gash on its throat, lurched to its feet. The bleeding from the wound ceased, and nascent tendrils of flesh emerged from the edges, intertwining and gradually mending the injury. The spectacle rendered Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. The colossal wolf persisted in its retching, expelling another dark mass. Similarly, an insect crawled towards the wolf that Xia Qingfeng had dispatched. The ebony, 6-legged creature, resembling a spider, burrowed into the deceased wolf's mouth, whereupon a fist-sized bulge manifested on the wolf's nape, and it haltingly regained its feet. The audible cracking of bones within its frame accompanied its reanimation. Once both wolves were upright, the giant wolf ceased its regurgitation, visibly weakened. It glared menacingly at Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing before retreating into the woods. It was then that the pair noticed an enormous lump, the size of a child's head, protruding from the giant wolf's neck. The 2 wolves, resurrected from their demise, followed the giant wolf into the forest, leaving behind a dumbfounded man and woman. "This defies logic," they exclaimed in unison. He, too, was witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, sensing an increasing strangeness enveloping the desolate island. A fleeting notion of having traversed into another dimension crossed his mind, yet he kept it unspoken. After a moment, Xia Qingfeng sheathed his entrenching tool, stating, "The wolf has indeed departed. I can sense the dissipation of its menacing aura." As he spoke, he retrieved a burning branch from the fire, temporarily wielding it as a torch to advance forward. Yang Jing instantly grasped his intention and followed closely behind him, exhibiting a demeanor of cautious vigilance. Xia Qingfeng approached the spot where the colossal wolf had previously regurgitated, illuminating the area with the fiery branch in his hand. Indeed, a dark, viscous puddle lay on the ground, and even from a distance, a pungent, acrid odor wafted toward him, exceedingly unpleasant to the senses. He scrutinized the substance, yet could discern no clarity regarding its nature. As he reached out to touch it, he felt Yang Jing's hand swiftly clasp his wrist. Turning his head, he observed her shaking her head in disapproval, cautioning him that given the current ambiguity, it would be prudent to exercise caution. It was best to avoid contact with such an inexplicable liquid. Should it harbor infectious bacteria or other peculiar substances, he could easily fall victim to it. Although Xia Qingfeng felt somewhat indifferent due to his system, which could enhance his internal circulation, he acknowledged the validity of Yang Jing's warning. After all, prudence is the mother of safety. Consequently, he searched for another branch nearby and used it to prod the ominous liquid. Glancing at his Rolex, he noted that after this commotion, it was already past 10 o'clock p.m. "Yang Jing, you should rest for now. It appears this forest is not particularly safe. Let us take turns keeping watch through the night." "All right, I shall rest for a while. Wake me at 2, and I will take over the watch," she replied succinctly. without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng began to rearrange some branches in the distance, extend the perimeter of the conflagration, so that an area spanning nearly 30 meters in all directions was bathed in its radiant glow. He possessed an abundance of timber, and it would be imprudent not to utilize it. The fiercely burning flames banished the encroaching darkness, bestowing upon him both warmth and a profound sense of security. Man is, indeed, a peculiar creature. Although Xia Qingfeng's own senses extended far beyond the reach of the fire's illumination, he nevertheless felt compelled to enlarge the blaze. Even though it served no practical purpose, yet it brought him a sense of comfort. Was that not sufficient justification? A mere indulgence. Seated upon the first stout branch, some 5 or 6 meters above the ground, he leaned against the trunk of the tree. One leg was drawn up upon the branch, while the other swayed gently below. The moonlight, as cool and clear as water, bathed him in its ethereal glow, and the starlit sky filled him with a sense of placid contentment. From his elevated vantage point, he could survey a much wider expanse. The rustling and scurrying of various small creatures echoed from the surrounding woods. Though he could not discern precisely what manner of beasts they were, still, he knew that they posed no threat to him. As stillness settled upon him, his mind began to wander. He realized that the system had not issued any notification after he kicked the wolf to death. Perhaps he had not actually succeeded in killing it? This realization troubled Xia Qingfeng somewhat. Thereupon, his mind embarked upon a carousel ride, revisiting every event that had transpired on the deserted island since the shipwreck. A nebulous thread seemed to linger at the periphery of his mind, promising to connect the disparate events, yet eluding his grasp whenever he attempted to seize it. As the hours drifted by, and the clock struck 2 in the morning, Xia Qingfeng refrained from rousing Yang Jing. It was only nearing 4 o'clock that Yang Jing awoke of her own accord. Without uttering a word, she beckoned Xia Qingfeng to descend and rest for a while. Yang Jing herself ascended to the perch he had occupied, resuming her vigil. The presence of 2 individuals on this desolate island proved to be an undeniable boon. As dawn approached, the forest resonated with the chirping of birds, and a delicate mist veiled the landscape, creating an idyllic scene. Almost punctually at 6 o'clock, Xia Qingfeng emerged from the shelter. Despite having slept for a mere hour, his revitalized constitution rendered him remarkably refreshed. Yang Jing, too, gracefully descended from the tree branch. After a brief exchange, they engaged in a series of stretching exercises on the open ground. Subsequently, Yang Jing commenced her earnest instruction of Xia Qingfeng in the art of military boxing. At that moment, the piercing cry of a golden eagle echoed from above. Xia Qingfeng cast his gaze upward, noting that the juvenile golden eagle now awoke almost as early as he did, circling its territory before plunging into the depths of the island. Its destination remained a mystery, as it vanished for the entire day. Their training persisted for 2 hours. Yang Jing's instruction was both meticulous and rigorous, demanding relentless repetition of any flawed movement. Xia Qingfeng lacked first-hand knowledge of military boxing as practiced in the armed forces, but he perceived Yang Jing's rendition to be exceptionally brutal. Some moves targeted the groin, the eyes, and the temples, each one a potential death strike, executed with ruthless precision. Yet, he remained unfazed, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy within. The peculiar behavior of the colossal wolf from the previous night weighed heavily upon his mind, akin to a massive stone pressing down on his heart. He believed that Yang Jing shared a similar sentiment. Thus, it was no surprise that this morning, she unhesitatingly taught him the so-called military boxing, aiming to enhance their collective strength to confront the enigmatic occurrences ahead. Now, even those spider-like black insects had manifested. Who could predict what other horrors lurked on this desolate island? Taking precautions could significantly increase their chances of survival. This unspoken understanding between them was palpable. Xia Qingfeng had already fortified all 4 of his attributes. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his physicality surpassed that of Yang Jing by a considerable margin, granting him a physique even stronger than that of a seasoned warrior. However, despite his immense strength and acute senses, he lacked the training in combat to harness his power effectively. Yang Jing's guidance was precisely what he needed to fill this gap. Initially, Xia Qingfeng struggled to grasp the fundamentals, but as Yang Jing repeatedly corrected him and demonstrated the techniques for exerting force, he began to find his rhythm. Each move became as swift as a darting rabbit, executed with remarkable precision. Every punch unleashed his full power. With a flick of his fist, he cut through the air, producing a hissing sound reminiscent of a venomous snake striking. As time progressed, the sound of Xia Qingfeng's punches grew sharper, resembling the culmination of all his strength concentrated into a single point, manifesting a terrifying destructive power in actual combat. Even Yang Jing, who was instructing him, could not help but be astonished. Few ordinary individuals could withstand such formidable force. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng approached a tree as thick as a man's thigh and unleashed a punch, producing a resounding thud. His fist, imbued with a chilling malevolence, traced a fierce trajectory. It struck the tree with immense force, causing it to explode, wood splintering and scattering like shrapnel, cleaving the trunk into two segments, the fracture resembling the aftermath of an explosive detonation. Both were exceedingly pleased with the result. Xia Qingfeng felt a newfound confidence that, should he encounter the colossal wolf from the previous night, he could vanquish it without hesitation. After concluding their trainings, the two shared a modest meal of dried fish before embarking on the day's labor. Neither ventured outside, for Xia Qingfeng had ample provisions of dried fish. Though he had seasoned them with sea salt and sun-dried them, the oppressive heat of the island curtailed their shelf life, thus they refrained from hoarding excessive supplies. According to their original plan, they intended to commence the construction of their own secure shelter that day. After all, sleeping in that rudimentary refuge each night offered little sense of safety. A sturdy and secure dwelling would provide them with assurance against nocturnal ambushes by the wild wolves, preventing them from feeling utterly defenseless. The blueprint for the shelter had long been etched in Xia Qingfeng's mind, and after a brief discussion with Yang Jing, he was pleasantly surprised by the wealth of suggestions she provided. It seemed that the Special Forces soldier was no mere novice. Her knowledge of wilderness survival surpassed Xia Qingfeng's considerably. To construct a house, it is universally acknowledged that one must begin with a solid foundation. Xia Qingfeng's plan is to elevate the safe house, rather than excavating a foundation in the ground. Instead, he intends to raise it approximately 1 meter above the earth, thereby protecting against snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. To achieve this elevation, Xia Qingfeng and his companion must first gather several stones from the surrounding area. These stones are to be meticulously stacked beneath 5 trees, forming a level stone platform 1 meter high. This single task consumed the entirety of their morning. Chapter 32. Roasting wild rabbit with coconut water primarily recounts the labor invested in this stone stacking endeavor. The stones are not uniform in shape. Rather, they are irregular and require both Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing to adjust their angles for proper placement. Lacking cement, they rely solely on the weight of the stones themselves. Initially, Xia Qingfeng's stone structure collapsed before reaching the desired height of 1 meter. Fortunately, neither of them succumbed to frustration. They persistently experimented, meticulously observing each slant of the stones and how they could fit together to enhance the stability of the stone column. However, mere stacking was insufficient. This structure served as the foundation for the safe house and needed to be robust. Xia Qingfeng leaped onto the stone column he had constructed, exerting force with each jump. Initially, the column could not withstand his weight and crumbled. Undeterred, he continued to rebuild. He repeated the process, jumping on the platform until it remained steadfast under his weight, at which point he felt a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, Xia Qingfeng noted that relying on the adjacent large tree for support did not significantly enhance the stability of the stone platform. By encircling the tree and constructing a stone platform around it, a circular form can be fashioned, greatly augmenting the platform's stability. Soon a round, table-like platform was erected by Xia Qingfeng. This platform tightly enveloped the central tree, proving resilient enough to withstand Xia Qingfeng's leaps and even remaining unyielding when he kicked it from below, much to his satisfaction. Emboldened by the successful construction of the first platform, he proceeded to build the next. Due to the varying sizes of the stones, the platforms he erected differed in dimensions. However, this was of little consequence, as the primary concern was the robustness of the safe haven, and aesthetics were a secondary consideration at this juncture. Yang Jing engaged in virtually the same activities, erecting platforms and then testing their sturdiness by leaping upon them. The surrounding woods abounded with stones, and while transporting them took only a little over an hour, assembling them into platforms consumed 4 to 5 hours. In total, 5 trees were encircled by 5 platforms, with Xia Qingfeng constructing 3 and Yang Jing 2. At midday, the pair partook in a simple repast of stewed mushrooms and fish. After a brief respite, they resumed the construction of their safe haven. At this point, Xia Qingfeng selected the sturdiest timbers from his prepared woodpile, which he carried to the 5 trees. The meter-high platforms already in place now served their purpose. He positioned a tree trunk, as thick as a man's waist, between 2 trees, which were spaced 4 to 5 meters apart. With the trunk resting on the stone platforms, Yang Jing utilized the prepared vines to securely fasten both ends to the trees. After completing a full circle, 5 trees were bound with the prepared timber, thus forming the foundational framework of the safe house. Two individuals stood and leaped upon the securely bundled wood, which remained steadfast and robust despite their weight. With the outer framework established, the next step was to construct the interior flooring of the safe house, which was to be elevated 1 meter above the ground. This height had been determined when Xia Qingfeng first conceived the idea of the safe house, leading him to leave 1-meter-high stumps of the trees he had felled within the confines of the 5 trees. These stumps would serve as support beneath the floor. Although he had retained the stumps at a uniform height of 1 meter, practical execution proved that achieving such precision was improbable. For those that were taller, he utilized a spade to shave them down, while for those that fell short, he ingeniously inserted fragments of wood into the gaps. This method had been imparted to him by Yang Jing. Initially, he believed that simply digging a hole to bury a wooden post would suffice. However, Yang Jing enlightened him that without placing a few stones beneath, the wooden post would sink over time or during rainfall, thereby failing to provide adequate support. By placing stones underneath, this issue could be effectively mitigated. Even if it rained on the island later, the wooden post would remain steadfast. Xia Qingfeng tested this approach, and the resulting columns were indeed capable of supporting the overhead beams. He immediately gave Yang Jing a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Yang Jing responded with a gentle smile, gracefully accepting his praise, which significantly enhanced her standing in Xia Qingfeng's eyes. Meanwhile, a wild rabbit, its innards removed by Yang Jing, was skewered on a branch and roasted by the fire until golden brown, seasoned with sea salt and wild pepper. The aroma wafted through the air, a delightful blend of flavors and fragrances. As he savored the barbecued hare, Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but reminisce about the refreshing taste of cold beer. Though the deserted island lacked chilled beverages, it offered coconut water. He skillfully cracked open a coconut, sharing half of its nectar with Yang Jing. The combination of barbecued hare and coconut water, accompanied by the presence of a beautiful companion, cast Xia Qingfeng into a dreamlike state. As night fell, it was still Xia Qingfeng's turn to keep watch, while Yang Jing rose around 3 in the morning to relieve him. Yang Jing possessed a pragmatic demeanor. Devoid of the typical hesitance found in ordinary girls, she was remarkably forthright. Since Xia Qingfeng had not called upon her, she naturally took over his watch, displaying an air of ease. By now, Yang Jing was aware that Xia Qingfeng possessed one of the world's rarest systems, one of only 10 in existence, and that his physique far surpassed hers. He required merely 2 to 3 hours of sleep each night, awakening the following day invigorated, showing little concern for the hours lost. Despite her unspoken gratitude towards Xia Qingfeng, Yang Jing maintained a composed exterior. The night passed with an unusual tranquility. The gray wolves seemed to have vanished, and even the distant howls from the forest had diminished significantly. Yet, Xia Qingfeng found little comfort in this development, harboring an inexplicable sense of unease. At 6 the following morning, the two rose punctually to commence their morning exercises. Xia Qingfeng had nearly memorized the military boxing moves Yang Jing had demonstrated. After all, his heightened senses at 7 o'clock were not without merit. As Yang Jing illustrated each move, Xia Qingfeng observed intently, imprinting every gesture firmly within his mind. Chapter 33. Aversion to arboreal assaults. This heightened state of clarity and near-perfect recall is likely an advantageous outcome of his soul enhancement. To fully capitalize on this, he requires extensive physical exertion and iterative training, allowing his muscles to develop a pronounced memory, thereby maximizing the potency of his attacks. Currently, he is engaged in partnered practice with Yang Jing, an activity he has grown quite fond of since its inception. Yang Jing possesses a stature of approximately 1 meter and 65 centimeters. Her alabaster neck flows into rounded shoulders, complemented by alluring, delicate collarbones. Her skin, fair and smooth as water, evokes a subtle desire for tactile exploration. 2 majestic peaks rise prominently on her chest, their presence subtly accentuated by the green camouflage vest she dons. During their partnered practice, Xia Qingfeng, with his height of 1 meter and 82 centimeters, finds himself in a position to observe a captivating vista from above, a partial hemisphere of pristine whiteness. With each of Yang Jing's movements, the resilient jiggle and undulating motion captivates Xia Qingfeng, inducing a transient state of bewilderment and causing his blood to surge. He narrowly averts an epistaxis. As their practice progresses, Xia Qingfeng's actions become increasingly deliberate. He finds himself inadvertently brushing against her in certain areas, or making fleeting contact in others. Is this not the quintessential response of a healthy male? Whether Yang Jing is cognizant of these subtle maneuvers remains uncertain. Nonetheless, following their practice, Yang Jing's complexion, naturally fair, is further enhanced by a surge of blood, resulting in a rosy, healthy glow. Her countenance is flushed, and even her gaze seems to evade Xia Qingfeng's. After 2 hours of practice, Xia Qingfeng still felt a lingering sense of desire for more, yet he understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Numerous tasks awaited his attention. This morning, he was determined to complete the flooring of the safe house. Fortunately, as half of the flooring had already been constructed yesterday afternoon. Both Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing grew increasingly adept at their work, their cooperation becoming ever more seamless. Xia Qingfeng carried the timber and placed it upon the beams, while Yang Jing was already prepared with the vines for binding, resulting in a notable increase in efficiency. When the entire floor of the safe house was finally laid, Xia Qingfeng glanced at his Rolex watch. It was barely 11 o'clock a.m. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, admiring the fruits of their labor over the past 2 days. Between 5 trees, each one was encircled by a 1-meter-high stone platform, upon which robust timber was bound. The wood was neatly arranged, though not perfectly straight, with some unevenness, and the bark remained unpeeled. However, this was of little consequence. Their sole objective was to ensure the safety of the structure, rather than its aesthetic appeal. The bark was but a trivial matter. Removing it would consume precious time. Moreover, they both understood that they would not linger on this deserted island for long. With the confidence instilled by Xia Qingfeng's system, they believed that once they enhanced their abilities, they could surely leave the island, though the duration of their stay remained uncertain. Yang Jing, what do you think? Shall we proceed to construct the walls next? Xia Qingfeng declared from the platform, exuding a spirited enthusiasm and a touch of ambition. I observed a serene expression on Yang Jing's face as she idly kicked at the gap between 2 branches beneath her feet. With a contemplative tone, she remarked, Xia Qingfeng, I feel that a single layer of wood on the ground is insufficient. The gaps between the planks are rather large. Should we not lay another layer crosswise? Perhaps we could place some straw between the 2 layers of wood. We certainly cannot have a safe house that is drafty on all sides. Ah. Xia Qingfeng's expression suddenly fell. Isn't this layer sufficient? Although it may be somewhat breezy, can't we simply place some straw on top to sleep? That won't do. Yang Jing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. We are on an island, and there is a significant possibility of fierce winds and torrential rains, even typhoons. Therefore, we must add another layer. The safety of our shelter is paramount. If it cannot provide us with security, then constructing it would be utterly meaningless. However, this means that the wood I prepared may not be enough, Xia Qingfeng said, her face revealing a hint of dilemma. Not enough wood? Then go chop some. Yang Jing replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips, sweet and tranquil, her round dimples accentuating her innocence and charm. She playfully nudged Xia Qingfeng, whose heart raced at the touch of her hand on his arm, feeling as though half of him might melt away. He leaned closer to her, murmuring, chopping trees is exhausting. I really don't want to do it. Get lost. Her countenance underwent a transformation as Yang Jing delivered a forceful kick to his lower extremities. Feigning agony, Xia Qingfeng emitted a theatrical wail and jovially shouldered his entrenching tool to fell trees. Observing his frolicsome figure, Yang Jing couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, and a delicate blush graced her cheeks. The act of felling trees was merely a playful jest between the two. He had already amassed a considerable quantity of timber, sufficient for laying a temporary ground layer. The immediate priority was to prepare the ground and subsequently erect a perimeter wall. The ultimate height of the wall, contingent upon the available timber, would be addressed in due course. Additional timber could be procured as needed. Synergy between the sexes lightens the burden of labor. Xia Qingfeng, endowed with Herculean strength, was a veritable beast of burden. He could effortlessly hoist 4 or 5 timbers at once. The location where he had stockpiled the timber was in close proximity to the 5 trees, merely 4 or 5 meters away. He would hoist the timbers, traverse a few paces, and arrive at their destination. Subsequently, the two would collaborate to bind the timbers securely together with tree vines, and then lay an additional layer atop. This subsequent layer was executed with greater alacrity than the initial one. Prior to laying the second layer, a thick stratum of thatch, which Xia Qingfeng had thoughtfully prepared in advance, was spread upon the first. The purpose of this thatch was threefold: to serve as bedding, to construct the roof of the safe haven, and, presently, it was being utilized for the ground layer, even before the construction of the perimeter wall. However, this was of little consequence. The forest abounded with thatch. Wild grasses, taller than a person, were ubiquitous. The immediate need took precedence, and additional thatch could be gathered later for the roof construction. Chapter 34. The Advent of the White Tiger. As dusk descended, a somber canopy veiled the mountains. And with the sun's gradual descent, twilight and darkness prepared to reign over the land. Over the past few days, the young golden eagle had grown to a length of 80 centimeters, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters and a weight of 5 kilograms. Its wings and tail were devoid of white, and the feathers atop its head had transitioned to a golden-brown hue. Its legs and talons were entirely enveloped in feathers, and it perched on a branch with an imposing air. Its sharp, falcon-like gaze was fixed upon the half-finished shelter below. "Papa, what is this?" it chirped, conveying its simple question to Xia Qingfeng. Xia Qingfeng, in high spirits with his beautiful companion, replied, "Son, this will be your father's home. Look, it faces the sea, where spring brings warmth and blossoms. It's a detached villa, a mansion of over 100 square meters. Isn't your father amazing?" He spoke at length, uncertain if the young golden eagle comprehended, but he received a conspicuous eye roll from Yang Jing. Suddenly, a tiger's roar resounded, startling both Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, who turned their gaze towards the depths of the forest. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The shadows of the trees danced, and the branches swayed. They could see nothing, but the roar was undeniably close. Before they could react, the howling erupted once more, even nearer than before. Xia Qingfeng's countenance shifted as he seized his entrenching tool, bracing himself with utmost vigilance, nearly activating his soul tentacles. The sound was clearly directed toward them. "A tiger is coming," he thought, inwardly cursing. "Why do these animals never come during the day? Why do they always appear after dark? What is wrong with this desolate island?" Night had now completely fallen. Xia Qingfeng clutched the engineer's shovel with unwavering vigilance, while Yang Jing busied herself by adding a generous amount of branches to the bonfire, stoking its flames to a more vigorous blaze. Wild animals typically exhibit an inherent aversion to fire, possessing an instinctive fear deeply embedded in their genetic memory, an ancient recollection that remains unalterable. A fierce roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, causing the leaves of the forest to tremble and cascade to the ground. The sound surged forth like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the wilderness and stirring a chilling gale that swept from the depths of the trees, like the dragon soaring through clouds or the tiger traversing the winds. The roar reverberated alarmingly close to Xia Qingfeng. Before the echo could fade, a colossal figure burst forth from the thicket, startling Xia Qingfeng, whose pupils instantaneously constricted into sharp pinpricks, two fierce auras of murderous intent shooting from his eyes. Upon the creature's landing, Xia Qingfeng discerned that it was an adult white tiger, its magnificent head exuding a formidable presence, radiating palpable menace as it regarded him. It seemed to be clutching something dark in its mouth, though Xia Qingfeng could not quite make it out. The white tiger's coat was pristine, save for its forelegs, which appeared to be injured and were oozing blood. This brief pause was soon shattered by a rumbling sound that reverberated through the woods, causing even Yang Jing to feel the ground tremble beneath them. What could be lurking behind? The expressions on their faces turned ashen in an instant. Before they could even speculate, several immense figures surged forth from the forest, crashing through the underbrush. Small trees were uprooted and sent soaring through the air. The white tiger's demeanor shifted dramatically, its eyes betraying a hint of panic as it strained to charge forward, heading directly towards the bonfire beside Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing. It was manifestly imperative to circumvent Xia Qingfeng and make a swift escape. This instilled a sense of profound trepidation in both Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing. What manner of entity could inspire such abject terror in the heart of a white tiger, sovereign of the beasts, compelling it to flee in such disarray? It was a stampede of wild boars. Xia Qingfeng bellowed a warning, and before Yang Jing could fully comprehend the situation, he seized her arm and propelled her forward, urging her to flee. His sole desire was to reach the elevated platform of the safe haven and ascend a tree, thereby evading the onrushing horde of wild boars. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed the white tiger with vehement intensity. The accursed creature! Why must it lead such a massive drove of boars directly to our location? What have we done to deserve such misfortune? This is an unprovoked calamity. Xia Qingfeng reacted with alacrity, grasping Yang Jing and swiftly traversing the distance to the base of the safe haven. He vaulted upward with a single bound. The base was elevated a mere meter above the ground. Xia Qingfeng reached down, encircling Yang Jing's waist, weighing scarcely more than 100 pounds. She felt weightless in his grasp, and he effortlessly hoisted her onto the platform. During their flight, Xia Qingfeng had already selected the stoutest of the 5 trees, the one he had consistently employed as his nocturnal perch. The primary bifurcation of its branches was substantial and situated at a height of approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Once they attained that vantage point, their safety would be assured. Regardless of the boar's ferocity, they could scarcely leap 5 or 6 meters to assail them. However, at the precise moment his foot touched the base of the safe haven, a piercing tiger's roar reverberated from behind. A substantial, dark mass descended from the sky, hurtling directly toward him. Startled, he dove to the side, knocking Yang Jing to the ground. They tumbled several meters away, off the edge of their newly constructed safe haven. With a resounding thud, the alabaster tiger plummeted from the heavens, impacting the newly constructed safe house with tremendous force. The foundation groaned under the stress, a testament to the wisdom of Yang Jing's insistence on a 2-story structure. Had it not been for her foresight, the lower level would have surely disintegrated upon impact. Fortunately, the double-layered wooden framework withstood the ordeal, remaining intact. These events transpired in mere seconds. Without hesitation, Xia Qingfeng employed his soul tentacles to instantly perceive the situation within a 20-meter radius. In a flash, he grasped the entirety of the circumstances. The unfortunate tiger lay sprawled upon the safe house's foundation, emitting pain cries, unable to rise. The dark mass it had been carrying in its jaws fell to the ground, emitting squeaking sounds. Xia Qingfeng swiftly moved away from Yang Jing, seizing the shadowy bundle. Estimating its weight at approximately 20 to 30 pounds, he hurled it towards the pack of wild boars. The situation was straightforward. The hapless tiger had pilfered a piglet, inciting the wrath of its entire family, who pursued it relentlessly. Even at this juncture, the tiger refused to relinquish its prize. Had it simply returned the piglet, the entire ordeal could have been avoided. With calculated force, Xia Qingfeng launched the piglet into the air, ensuring a gentle landing. The creature touched down without significant noise or injury. This diminutive piglet was of paramount importance. Had Xia Qingfeng inadvertently killed it, his own survival would have been jeopardized. The hitherto rampaging boars decelerated to a halt, their aggressive advance quelled. They pawed the earth with their forefeet in a display of agitation, their snouts emitting plumes of vaporous breath. The most formidable of the group, a veritable behemoth, stood nearly 2 meters tall. Its tusks, protruding from its maw, possessed the keenness of finely honed sabers. A dense, sable mane covered its frame, and its visage was marred by deep furrows, lending it a countenance of grotesque savagery. Its diminutive eyes gleamed with malevolent intent. Notably, a ridge of black bristles, extending from its head to its tail, measured over half a foot in length. Judging by its appearance, it likely weighed in excess of a ton. Each footfall caused the ground to tremble, reminiscent of an ancient leviathan. Observing this spectacle, Xia Qingfeng inwardly marveled at the creature's improbable size. What sustenance could have fostered such growth? He pondered. Can this untamed owl truly permit such unbridled extravagance? Upon closer inspection of the gargantuan boar, the 2 rows of protuberances on its chest revealed it to be a sow. Indeed, confirming Xia Qingfeng's conjecture. It was this very sow that first approached the piglet he had tossed forth, nudging it gently with its snout. The piglet responded with a series of squeals and, astonishingly, scrambled to its feet. Disregarding all else, it dove beneath the sow's belly and began to suckle. Xia Qingfeng watched in stunned silence, marveling at the piglet's tenacious vitality and resilience. To have endured the white tiger's grasp for so long, yet emerge unscathed, was truly remarkable. The other boars, witnessing the sow's cessation of movement, emitted contented grunts. They too abandoned their charge and dispersed, their attention drawn to the pile of timber that Xia Qingfeng had amassed. They nuzzled and rolled the logs about with their snouts, disrupting the neat arrangement that Xia Qingfeng had so meticulously created. It seems you've taken a liking to this place and have no intention of leaving any time soon. Good heavens, what is happening? Summer Breeze exclaimed, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He lashed out, kicking the white tiger sprawled on the ground. It's all your fault, you wretched creature. Enraged by the kick, the white tiger bared its fangs and roared, its eyes fixed on Summer Breeze. It struggled to rise, but its efforts were futile. The impact from the wild boar had clearly taken its toll. Despite the lack of visible external injuries, the blood trickling from the corners of its mouth suggested significant internal trauma. Even in its weakened state, the tiger's imposing aura sent shivers down Summer Breeze's spine, causing him to stumble backward, nearly falling from the safety of the lower level. Be careful, Yang Jing cried out, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, Summer Breeze replied, his face pale. He patted his chest, acknowledging his recklessness. He glanced back at the swarm of wild boars wreaking havoc on his clearing. There must be at least 7 or 8 adult boars, along with 4 or 5 piglets, tearing up my land. Chapter 35, The Unspoken Majesty of a Tiger. Very well. Carry on. Just pretend we're not here, Summer Breeze muttered under his breath. He turned back, a servile grin spreading across his face, and addressed the white tiger lying on the ground. Mr. Tiger, surely you can see this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean any offense. I'm delighted to have you here. What's this? Are you injured, sir? Would you like me to take a look at your wounds? The remarkable skill of Xia Qingfeng, comparable to the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera, left young Jing by his side utterly astonished. The young girl could only suppress a smile. Indeed, it appeared that the formidable Lord Tiger was more inclined to respond to gentleness than to force. Upon hearing Xia Qingfeng's playful banter, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. The white tiger emitted a low growl, surveying the wild boar herd that was rummaging around the vicinity of their shelter. Xia Qingfeng felt a pang of concern and decided to step aside, leaning closer to Yang Jing. Their eyes met, and it was evident that this night would likely unfold without rest. What shall we do, Xia Qingfeng? Yang Jing inquired, her fair face etched with worry. She nudged him gently with her shoulder, speaking in hushed tones. What if these wild boars refused to leave? The prospect of the boars lingering was indeed troubling. Confrontation was not a viable option. He glanced at the lead sow, its weight exceeding a ton, though he had enhanced his strength to a level of 7. He was not audacious enough to challenge such a creature. In the depths of the mountains, there existed a long-standing adage: 1 pig, 2 tigers, 3 leopards. The undeniable truth before Xia Qingfeng was that even the king of beasts, the tiger, could not best the wild boar. Moreover, once satiated, these boars developed a habit of rubbing against trees, leading to the accumulation of a thick layer of resin on their skin over time. This significantly bolstered their defensive capabilities. He believed that even if Yang Jing used a handgun, it would likely fail to penetrate the hide of the lead sow. Fortunately, the boars did not wreak havoc for long. Having lost interest in the lumber, they soon grunted and departed, with the behemoth-like sow bringing up the rear. Xia Qingfeng's soul tentacles had long since dissipated, but his heightened senses confirmed their exit. He vaulted from the safe haven's depths, the porcine peril now past, leaving only the seemingly lifeless white tiger above. Quickly dispatching the tiger would ensure a restful sleep. Xia Qingfeng, tread carefully, Yang Jing urged, clutching his arm, her gaze fixed on the motionless tiger. Even wounded, a tiger in decline is not to be trifled with. Xia Qingfeng found her words peculiar. What do you mean I can't trifle with it? Isn't a tiger in decline precisely who I should trifle with? He dismissed the thought. Rest assured, it will be fine. We must confront the tiger eventually. We cannot simply leave it there. Xia Qingfeng spoke with a measure of confidence, buoyed by his faith in his system. However, the boar's intrusion had prevented them from replenishing the fire, which now dwindled, its flames flickering precariously, casting the surroundings into deeper shadow. He could not clearly discern the tiger's condition. Hearing Xia Qingfeng's assurance, Yang Jing reluctantly released his arm. Following Xia Qingfeng with the stealth of a kitten, she remained close behind, never straying. Xia Qingfeng descended from the safe house's lower level and replenished the fire with numerous branches, intensifying the flames and brightening the surrounding area once more. By the torchlight, Xia Qingfeng could discern in the distance that the white tiger's eyes were shut tight, and the blood trickling from its mouth had already congealed. Only the gradual rise and fall of its abdomen indicated that it still clung to life. Xia Qingfeng cautiously approached the white tiger, his entire being trembling involuntarily. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear, for this was a tiger, the monarch of beasts. He now bitterly regretted his earlier impetuousness in kicking the creature. Despite its injuries, he couldn't dismiss the possibility of it suddenly lunging at him. With this in mind, Xia Qingfeng's gaze was drawn to the tiger's mouth, where rows of fangs, as sharp as daggers, proclaimed the terrifying force of its bite. He had no doubt that those pointed teeth could easily crush his skull. His apprehension was contagious, spreading to Yang Jing, who was right behind him. Yang Jing audibly swallowed, then whispered to Xia Qingfeng, "Perhaps I should shoot it? Put it out of its misery." All right, I understand. I was just saying. I didn't really want to kill it. Hey, look. I think the white tiger twitched just now." Yang Jing's words immediately captured Xia Qingfeng's attention, and he quickly turned to look at the tiger. It didn't move. It's still lying there as before. In the firelight, Xia Qingfeng noticed that Yang Jing's face was pale, and her arms were trembling, a clear indication of her fear. In truth, he was equally filled with trepidation, confronted by this majestic white tiger. A chill would surely creep into anyone's heart in its presence. Despite its seemingly vulnerable demeanor before the wild boar herd, should it rise, tearing apart 2 individuals would be nothing more than a game for it. "Why don't you wait here for me? I will go take a look at the situation," said Xia Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Yang Jing fervently nodded and took a couple of steps back. Although she was a special forces soldier, rigorously trained, She was still merely a young woman in her 20s. It was entirely natural for her to feel an inherent fear of the white tiger. Xia Qingfeng, sharing the same apprehension, felt compelled to advance in the presence of beauty. One might say that perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. After all, he had a system to rely on. With thoughts of the system, a semblance of confidence began to stir within him. His spindly legs finally found a measure of strength, and he trembled forward a few steps until he finally stood before the white tiger. The creature showed no reaction, and as Xia Qingfeng drew closer, he realized its impressive stature. The white tiger exceeded 3 meters in length and weighed well over 600 pounds. It was an adult tiger, though he could not discern whether it was a Siberian tiger or another breed. So beautiful, Xia Qingfeng thought to himself, genuinely admiring the stunning creature. "Tiger Lord," he called softly, his tone humble and deferential, exuding a sycophantic charm. Receiving no response, he swallowed hard. He called out again, inching his body closer. With no other option, Xia Qingfeng extended his hand, gently placing it atop the tiger's head. The proverb "one must not trifle with a tiger's backside" was well understood. Surely, caressing its head should pose no issue. Indeed, the system proved efficacious. As Xia Qingfeng's hand alighted upon the tiger's head, a small screen materialized, revealing white tiger, adult. Physical condition, grievously injured, on the brink of demise. Vitality enhancement, 120 points available. Soul enhancement, 120 points available. Affection level, 20, levels 40 to 60, will not attack. Levels 60 to 80, will accompany and offer assistance. Levels 80 to 100, unwavering loyalty and devoted assistance for survival. Intelligence, 2, discerns friend from foe. Strength assessment, apex predator, on this primitive planet. Strength is mediocre. Other data and evaluations are inconsequential. Xia Qingfeng's primary concern was the affection level. Noticing it mirrored that of the golden eagle, he felt reassured. He had initially worried that his previous kick might have unduly diminished the tiger's affection. However, the white tiger possessed a magnanimous spirit, not allowing a mere kick to diminish its affection. For this alone, Xia Qingfeng felt compelled to save it. Should he succeed in elevating the white tiger's affection to 40 or higher, his and Yang Jing's safety would be assured. Assistance was secondary. The priority was to avoid being devoured. Without hesitation, he augmented the tiger's soul by 20 points, followed by a 20-point enhancement to its vitality. Only then did he pause, scratching his head in contemplation. How is it possible to allocate 20 points? Previously, I could only allocate 10 points to the golden eagle and Yang Jing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the reclining white tiger had already reacted. Its large, piercing eyes opened wide, emitting a low, rumbling sound. However, the gaze directed at Xia Qingfeng was devoid of significant hostility. Xia Qingfeng's hand remained atop the tiger's head, and the small screen displayed a rising affinity score that had reached 53 points. The tiger exuded an aura of authority without displaying any anger. Yet, the intensity of its gaze startled Xia Qingfeng, causing him to instinctively retreat 3 or 4 steps. The sheer presence of such a magnificent creature was overwhelming. One could hardly fathom the sensation of being scrutinized by a large tiger unless they experienced it firsthand. This was no mere captive creature confined within a steel cage, but the true king of beasts, the sovereign of the forest. Xia Qingfeng felt his heart race, pounding like a drum. Fortunately, the white tiger made no further advances, instead lowering its head to lick its own foreleg with its broad tongue. Nevertheless, its regal aura spread around like an unstoppable tide, rendering Xia Qingfeng hesitant to approach any closer. He had observed that the white tiger had sustained an injury on its foreleg upon its arrival. By the light of the nearby burning branches, he could clearly see a gaping wound, over half a foot long, which appeared to have been inflicted by the tusk of a wild boar. Having already infused the tiger with 20 points of vitality, the bleeding from the wound had ceased, and it no longer oozed outward. As the tiger licked its injury, the wound gradually began to heal, though it was evident that complete recovery would take time. Xia Qingfeng was aware that his favorability rating with the white tiger had reached 53 points. This indicated that he was now safe. With this thought, he exhaled a sigh of relief and settled onto the floor of the safe house. The commotion had nearly reached midnight. In recent days, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing had delved into the intricacies of his vitality and spiritual energy. Vitality, it seemed, could enhance the overall qualities of the little golden eagle and Yang Jing, encompassing immunity, cellular activity, the circulatory system, lymphatic system, and the nervous system. In essence, Xia Qingfeng perceived his vitality as the very essence of life itself, capable of unlocking an individual's primal potential. It not only had the ability to heal wounds, but also significantly augment one's physical constitution. Furthermore, this effect was not fleeting. It represented a sustained enhancement of overall development. According to Yang Jing, her physical fitness had improved by approximately 1/5 compared to her previous state. At that time, she and Xia Qingfeng had even tested her sprinting speed over 100 meters. To her astonishment, Yang Jing discovered that she had completed the distance in under 10 seconds. Such a feat had seemed nearly impossible to her in the past, a transformation entirely attributed to Xia Qingfeng's 10 points of vitality. When Yang Jing subsequently tested Xia Qingfeng's sprinting speed, she was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor, 7 seconds and 53 milliseconds. Fearing that she might discourage him, she had not unleashed her full potential. This, however, only prompted Yang Jing to unleash a flurry of kicks and punches, sending the boastful Xia Qingfeng fleeing in disarray. The men's 100-meter world record in athletics stands at an astonishing 9:58 seconds, set by the Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt on August 16, 2009. During the World Athletics Championships in Berlin, you have astonishingly surpassed that time by over 2 seconds. What you are doing is not merely running, but rather soaring through the air, akin to a supernatural being. If we consider vitality as the enhancement of a person's overall physical prowess, then the concept of soul power appears somewhat ethereal. After Xia Qingfeng elevated his own soul to level E, he was able to augment Yang Jing's soul power as well. Consequently, he granted Yang Jing an additional 10 points of soul power. Through her own experiences, Yang Jing felt a marked improvement in her memory. Forgotten fragments of the past began to resurface in her mind over the past few days. Remarkably, even the tactical concepts she struggled to grasp during her military training now seemed to coalesce in her understanding. Even more astonishingly, it appeared that Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng had developed a certain telepathic connection. At times, she sensed Xia Qingfeng's thoughts forming in his mind before he even articulated them, creating an ineffable experience that defied verbal description. Xia Qingfeng, however, was not particularly surprised by this phenomenon. After all, having enhanced the little golden eagle's soul by 10 points, he too had gained a faint insight into its thoughts. Though the connection was subtle, it undeniably existed. The extent of his soul power comprehension was currently limited to these 2 points, yet Xia Qingfeng felt certain that there were additional undiscovered aspects awaiting revelation. Suddenly, Xia Qingfeng recalled that he had been able to augment the white tiger's vitality and spiritual essence by 20 points. This was a stark contrast to the mere 10 points he had previously bestowed upon the golden eagle and Yang Jing. He pondered the cause of this discrepancy. An idea sparked within him, and he turned his gaze towards Yang Jing, who was seated against a tree on the lower level of the safe house. Though weary, she dared not succumb to slumber, for she was wary of dozing off in the presence of a tiger. Apprehension lingered within her, her hand clutching a pistol, the other a military dagger. Her hands rested on her lap, poised to flee at the slightest provocation. However, she noticed Xia Qingfeng approaching and assumed he wished to speak with her, turning her face towards him. To her surprise, he drew closer, their faces nearly touching. She could feel the warmth of his breath upon her skin, and a surge of masculine energy washed over her, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart raced, her body tensed, and her mind went blank. Any semblance of telepathic understanding vanished, replaced by a state of bewildered anticipation. He dared to make such advances in the presence of a tiger. In the past, she might have slapped him. Yet, at this moment, there loomed a formidable tiger, casting a watchful gaze that rendered her hesitant to act recklessly. Should any commotion arise, it might attract the attention of the great beast, jeopardizing the lives of the two individuals. Thus, despite Yang Jing's heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, she remained motionless. At this moment, her lips resembled delicate petals kissed by the rain, untouched by the garishness of lipstick, exuding a natural clarity and a tender, rosy hue. Slightly parted, they revealed a barely perceptible breath, imbued with an innate allure and seduction. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingfeng reached out and caressed Yang Jing's face. In that instant, she felt the warmth of his hand, as if it were poised to sear her very heart. This ambiguous sensation, born of peril, felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Here was a young woman who had entered the ranks of special forces, distinguishing herself as a leader within an elite team. This spoke volumes of her untamed spirit, a yearning for the thrill of hidden dangers. It was a blend of tension and excitement, peril and sensuality, striking deeply at Yang Jing's core, leaving her in a state of dizzying enchantment. Her body succumbed to a languid softness, akin to a noodle soaked in water, devoid of any strength. Indeed, it was true. Yang Jing, I can now bestow upon you an additional 10 points of vitality. It seems this is the result of my soul being fortified. Yet, why had there been no sign of this enhancement when I first augmented your soul's power? Is it possible that there exists a temporal interval for such fortifications? It appears that only upon the arrival of the right moment can I grant you this 10 points of vitality. Oblivious to the emotional turmoil brewing within Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng continued his soliloquy, failing to notice the darkening of her countenance. His attention remained fixated on the data displayed on her screen. Yang Jing, Black Harrier pilot. Physical condition, optimal. Vitality enhancement potential, 110. Soul enhancement potential, 010. Affinity, 79. Affinity 40 to 60, will not attack. Affinity 60 to 80, will follow and provide assistance. Affinity 80 to 100, unwavering loyalty and support for survival. Intellect, 6, elite human. Soul, E-. Strength assessment, upper echelon among humans, though limited to humans. Remarkable, her affinity has reached 79. With a bit more effort, once it surpasses 80, she will be mine to command. No sooner had the thought crossed Xia Qingfeng's mind than Yang Jing's affinity plummeted, swiftly dropping below 70. Before he could react, a sharp pain erupted in his chest as Yang Jing's foot connected, sending him sprawling backward onto the ground. Yang Jing, what was that for? Xia Qingfeng asked, bewildered. None of your concern, you pathetic singleton. What do you think you're doing? Yang Jing retorted, her face flushed with anger as she turned away, clearly incensed. This woman possesses beauty in abundance, yet her temperament leaves something to be desired. She resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. How I long for the gentle grace of Siyu. A deep, resonant roar reverberated, instantly capturing their attention. The white tiger had, with considerable effort, managed to stand. This development immediately heightened the tension between the two individuals. Xia Qingfeng mused that the affection level was unpredictable, fluctuating intermittently. He wondered about the current disposition of the white tiger towards him. He now understood that physical contact was necessary to view the tiger's affinity display. The recent incident with Yang Jing, who possessed a 79-point affinity, kicking him, was a stark reminder of the potential risk. Would the white tiger, with a mere 53 points, lunge at him without warning? The mere thought caused Xia Qingfeng's liver to tremble. Then, Xia Qingfeng perceived a resounding resonance within his mind, akin to a peal of thunder. The sound reverberated intensely, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Chapter 37. Best to avoid provocation. The white tiger's telepathic communication differed vastly from that of the golden eagle. It was an imposing, overwhelming surge that caused a cacophony in his mind. Xia Qingfeng realized that had his soul not been fortified, the sheer force of the transmission could have easily rendered him unconscious. The title of King of Beasts was indeed well-deserved. He reproached himself inwardly for his lapse in judgment. The white tiger, injured and with its vitality enhanced, was operating at its cellular capacity to accelerate healing. This process consumed energy at 2 to 3 times the normal rate, necessitating an immediate replenishment. Realizing this, Xia Qingfeng disregarded all other considerations. He swiftly rose from the safety of the lower level and ascended the tree behind him. The fishing rods were coated with a thick layer of sea salt, which needed to be rinsed off with water from coconut shells. Afterward, they would be softened over the fire. Two individuals busied themselves, their hearts trembling with anxiety as they furtively glanced at the white tiger. They feared that should the tiger grow impatient with their meal preparations, it might leap forward to feast upon them, the only available morsels. Such a fate would surely spell disaster. Fortunately, throughout this tense endeavor, the tiger occasionally extended its tongue to lick its front paws, displaying no inclination to attack. When the golden, crispy fish jerky was finally presented before the tiger, it wasted no time, devouring the food with a ravenous appetite. The speed at which it consumed the meal left Summer Qifeng and Yang Jing struggling to keep pace with the cooking. The tiger, evidently famished, had risked stealing a piglet from a wild boar herd out of sheer hunger, coupled with its injuries, which Summer Qifeng had fortuitously enhanced with an additional 20 points of vitality. The tiger voraciously consumed the entirety of the more than 100 pounds of fish jerky before letting out a contented roar to the heavens. Its body trembled violently as the white fur rippled from its head like waves, culminating in the powerful swish of its thick tail, which cracked loudly against the floor of the safe house. Subsequently, Yang Jing fetched fresh water for the tiger, which drank greedily from 4 or 5 coconut shells. Sated and refreshed, the tiger lazily ambled over to a tree in the safe house, lay down, and stretched out with a comfortable yawn, its mouth wide open. A gaping maw capable of easily swallowing Xia Qingfeng's head. With its eyes half closed, the tiger appeared to drift into slumber. It was only at that moment that the two individuals finally exhaled a sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. It had been no small feat, but they had successfully satiated this formidable creature. In the late hours of the night, the white tiger slumbered peacefully, its breathing steady and rhythmic. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, feeling reassured, managed to steal a few moments of sleep themselves. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Xia Qingfeng awoke punctually and noticed that the white tiger was still in deep repose. He leaped down from the lower level of the safe house, stretching his wrists and tilting his neck, executing a series of movements that elicited a satisfying crackle from his joints. The vast expanse of training awaited him. Even with the presence of the formidable white tiger, his daily 2 hours of exercise could not be forsaken. It is crucial to clarify that Xia Qingfeng harbored no ulterior motives. His intentions were purely rooted in the desire to enhance his physical prowess. There was no hint of voyeurism or inappropriate intentions. He was, without a doubt, a good soul. Meanwhile, the stern-faced Yang Jing had also risen. The pair commenced their routine with a run, followed by push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups, engaging in a variety of physical training exercises. After completing a round, they began sparring. Throughout the practice, Yang Jing frequently offered guidance to Xia Qingfeng, commanding him to repeat movements that he executed incorrectly, embodying the role of a meticulous and relentless drill instructor. Before long, the 2 hours had elapsed. After a light meal, they set about their labor for the day. The singular theme for today's endeavors was the search for sustenance. The recently arrived tiger had quite the appetite, having consumed nearly 1/3 of their stored dried fish in just one night. Consequently, the duo resolved to forego other tasks. Xia Qingfeng dedicated himself to the perilous pursuit of fishing, while Yang Jing ventured into the woods to forage for mushrooms. These were their two most reliable sources of food at present. As for the white tiger, it remained blissfully asleep. For the moment, it seemed there was no intention of departing. Since the tiger showed no signs of leaving, the two resolved to satiate it handsomely. To even contemplate allowing the tiger to go hungry was preposterous. Did they not value their sleep, or, more gravely, their very lives? He hoisted the tree trunk laden with speared fish onto his shoulder. He threaded the fish through their mouths with vines, pairing them off and securing them to the trunk. After 2 such trips, he had amassed nearly 500 pounds of fish. Only then did Xia Qingfeng exhale slowly, gazing upon the mountainous pile of fresh fish. At that moment, the white tiger descended from the shelter's lower level, pinning a sizable fish, nearing 30 pounds, with its paws, devouring it with evident relish. "Take your time, tiger. There's plenty of fish," Xia Qingfeng remarked cautiously to the white tiger. The tiger, however, remained engrossed in its meal, paying him no heed, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Finding his overtures unreciprocated, Xia Qingfeng refrained from further comment, surmising that the white tiger's esteem for him was likely low, and it was best not to provoke it. Yang Jing's yield was also considerable. The forest teemed with mushrooms. By day's end, she had gathered nearly 200 pounds, significantly alleviating their food concerns. The ensuing period was marked by the labor of processing the abundant fish into dried form, and similarly preserving a portion of the mushrooms. In the evening, after supper, they adhered to their customary routine of alternating night watch and sleep. Despite the presence of the additional white tiger, there was little alteration to their established pattern. The following morning, after completing their morning exercises, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing commenced the construction of a perimeter wall. The walls of the safe house, constructed a day earlier, would grant them security a day sooner. Bai Hu observed the two of them bustling about, his large tiger eyes reflecting a keen interest. He circled the safe house a few times before finding a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. The walls of the safe house were quite simple, nestled between 5 trees, with sturdy wooden planks bound tightly together with vines. The two had reached a consensus. Aesthetics were unnecessary, only sturdiness mattered. Some planks were longer while others were shorter, yet Xia Qingfeng paid little heed, as long as they were securely tied. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing's vision was straightforward, but they encountered challenges during execution. The timber they had transported was positioned between 2 trees, and the length was adequate. This had been noted while chopping the wood. However, the issue arose when they attempted to bind the timber between these 2 trees with that of the adjacent pair. They would need to stack the planks, inevitably creating a gap as wide as the timber itself. Such a construction would hardly suffice for a secure abode. It could not be as breezy as a grid. After much deliberation, the two suddenly discovered a solution. They would bind one set of planks to the outside of one tree while securing the second set to the inside of the other. This way, they could tie the two sets of timber parallel to each other, layering them one by one, thus erecting the walls of the safe house. Xia Qingfeng shook the timber with his hands and found it to be remarkably sturdy, nodding in satisfaction. Thus, the two individuals dedicated 3 days to the complete construction of the wall. They even left a simple entrance between the two closest trees. This doorway was ingeniously designed. Beneath it, they built an additional half-meter-high wall from the foundation of the safe house. The opening was 2 meters wide, topped with another wall approximately 1 meter high. Securely bound above, they crafted a wooden plank, precisely measuring over 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height, to fit snugly into this gap. Fastened with sturdy wooden vines, this plank could be lifted to allow entry, while at night, it could be securely tied to ensure safety. As for windows, they opted to forego them entirely. The wall they constructed stood over 4 meters tall. During these days, aside from the essential outings to fish and forage for mushrooms, all their energy was devoted to building these walls. Xia Qingfeng now felled trees with remarkable speed, accumulating a considerable amount of vitality each day. Though his soul power was only replenished while fishing, his recent gains were modest, and when traversing the forest, he would occasionally activate his soul tendrils whenever he sensed danger, each activation consuming 20 points of soul power. Consequently, his soul power had not reached 100 in recent days. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Each night, he was able to enhance 1 attribute on average, and sometimes the vitality he accumulated in a day allowed him to strengthen himself twice. He had also learned to be prudent, choosing to enhance once, rest for 2 hours to adapt, and then enhance again. Thus, the sensation of pain would not be excessively intense, and after numerous enhancements, Xia Qingfeng had developed a certain immunity to such levels of discomfort. With a muscle enhancement of 9, sensory enhancement of 8, internal circulation enhancement of 9, and cellular vitality enhancement of 8, his physical attributes had broadened significantly. Nearing the critical threshold of 10, he harbored an instinctive belief that reaching this pinnacle might signify a watershed moment. Should he succeed in augmenting all his attributes to the maximum, there existed a glimmer of hope to devise a strategy against the wild boar herd. Chapter 38. Tempestuous Winds and Torrential Rain. To be candid, the mere thought of the succulent flavor of braised pork made his mouth water, the rich yet tender morsels evoking an insatiable craving. The allure was simply overwhelming. Subsequently, he commenced the task of constructing the roof. On the already erected wall standing over 4 meters tall, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing elevated the structure by an additional meter. In the very center of the wall, Xia Qingfeng selected a tree trunk as thick as a human waist and secured it in place as the main beam. With his muscle strength now at 9, he effortlessly hoisted the beam single-handedly. Later, after conferring with Yang Jing, it was decided to utilize more timber, resulting in the binding of 2 waist-thick trunks to serve as the primary supports, complete with their bark intact. The ensemble appeared rugged, grand, and imbued with a wild charm. And most importantly, it was remarkably sturdy. Once secured, they meticulously arranged additional trunks, each the size of a human arm, along the main beam, firmly fastening them to create 2 sloped sides. The labor was executed with remarkable ease and swiftness, and soon the slopes were assembled. The next step involved laying down thatch atop the structure. The thatched roof was robustly layered with nearly half a meter of reeds collected by Xia Qingfeng from the forest, which brought him and his companion a sense of security. They then added another layer of logs atop the reeds, serving as slats akin to those in a house. With this, their makeshift safe house was essentially completed. 2 triangular openings remained on the elevated sides, but these were concealed by the protruding slats. After some deliberation, they decided to leave them as they were, for they intended to light a fire within the shelter. These openings would allow the smoke to escape conveniently. Xia Qingfeng could comprehend this arrangement, recognizing that the white tiger had sustained severe injuries and was evidently recuperating over the past few days. He pondered whether the tiger would depart once healed. Deep down, Xia Qingfeng hoped the white tiger would choose to stay, for the formidable strength of a tiger could provide them with significant assistance. He recalled the enormous wolf that had departed that fateful night, its parting gaze filled with menace, hatred, and brutality. It seemed unlikely that it would let them off easily. Thus, Xia Qingfeng devoted himself to winning the favor of the white tiger, hoping to elevate its affection towards him. Yet, each time the tiger looked at him, its eyes were filled with predatory intensity, leaving Xia Qingfeng too apprehensive to even dare to touch it again. He was uncertain of the tiger's current disposition towards him. Yang Jing too wished for the white tiger to remain, her sole reason being its beauty. Just imagine having a majestic white tiger as a pet, without the distractions of modern technology. One could only fantasize about posting on social media and receiving an avalanche of likes. If only a live broadcast could be initiated, the viewership would effortlessly surpass 1 million. In response to Yang Jing's musings, Xia Qingfeng could only utter one remark: "Comrade Yang Jing, you are overthinking, indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, life must forge ahead." Now that the safe house has been constructed, Xia Qingfeng's foremost task is to relocate the fire pit inside. His strength has now reached a remarkable 9 points, allowing him to effortlessly lift stones weighing over 200 pounds. He selected several flat stones, carried them into the safe house, and positioned them in the very center. A layer of stones was laid down, with an additional circle stacked around the edges, thereby completing the fire pit, approximately 2 meters square. Once the outdoor fire was brought inside, a bright blaze illuminated the interior of the safe house. Observing the rising flames and the dark smoke wafting through the 2 triangular openings, the ventilation was flawless. Subsequently, Yang Jing brought in all the nearly sun-dried fish, binding them around the fire pit with vines. The fish, infused with the smoke from the fire, transformed into a delicacy akin to smoked fish, significantly extending its shelf life. Not only the fish, but she also gathered all the sun-dried mushrooms. The safe house spans over 100 square meters, and at the moment of its completion, the majestic tiger master had already darted inside, claiming a corner to recline comfortably. Following this, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing began to stockpile some dried timber within the safe house. These logs, roughly the size of an arm, were meticulously cut into lengths exceeding 1 foot and neatly stacked against one wall as their reserve firewood. Xia Qingfeng stood within the safe house, gazing at the roaring fire pit before him. Above hung dried fish, resembling a dense thicket of flesh. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there was not just one bed, but rather 2. He contemplated this for a moment. Noticing the pile of firewood, he realized it could serve as a partition, allowing for 1 bed on each side. Naturally, he aspired to craft a bed, though he feared the possibility of Yang Jing kicking him. Yang Jing called out to the outside, eager to share his thoughts with Yang Jing. Just then, her voice echoed from outside, "Xia Qingfeng, come and take a look." Startled, Xia Qingfeng swiftly darted out, as quick as lightning, pushing open the wooden door. Upon stepping outside, he found Yang Jing standing in the open space, her gaze directed skyward. Upon noticing Xia Qingfeng's arrival, she pointed at the heavens and exclaimed, "Look." Relieved to see Yang Jing was unharmed, Xia Qingfeng lifted his gaze to the sky. A chill surged from his heels to the nape of his neck, nearly breaking him into a cold sweat, as his heart raced with trepidation. A rumble echoed ominously, indicating that a fierce storm was brewing. Fortunately, they had not been idle these past few days, successfully constructing a shelter. Otherwise, faced with such a deluge, they would have had nowhere to seek refuge. Yang Jing expressed her immense relief to Xia Qingfeng. However, as she spoke, the winds on the island grew increasingly fierce. Dark clouds roiled above, and the ominous storm clouds seemed to claw at the sky, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning sliced through the clouds with a resounding crack. As it approached the ground, it fractured into myriad tiny currents. In that fleeting moment, the entire sky was illuminated by a brilliant flash of lightning, swiftly followed by the resounding cracks of thunder. Rainfall, resembling the size of soybeans, descended with great force, striking the parched earth and creating small craters, from which wisps of vapor arose. Suddenly, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, seemingly exploding right next to Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, as if it were echoing directly in their ears. Xia Qingfeng lifted the wooden raft, calling to Yang Jing. In a matter of mere seconds, the rain outside transitioned from individual droplets to a relentless cascade. The sound of the downpour became a sweeping tide, as if the heavens had been breached, unleashing torrents of water. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing hurriedly sought refuge in their shelter. They found the prepared vines and securely bound the wooden raft. Outside, the wind howled with a chilling ferocity, akin to a banshee's wail, as though an immense giant were violently shaking their sanctuary. After many days stranded on the deserted island, they had finally encountered rain once more. Why not revel in the rain for a while? Yang Jing suggested, an air of reluctance evident in her demeanor. It is best to remain indoors. The tempests on this island are far more ferocious than the rains in our city. Xia Qingfeng expressed his apprehensions. Our shelter is nestled among 5 trees. What if lightning strikes one of them? Ba ba ba. You and your ominous words. Hurry and touch wood. Yang Jing retorted. There are so many trees in this forest. What are the odds that lightning would strike us specifically? Surely, we cannot be that unfortunate. Despite her words, A pallor had already crept onto Yang Jing's face. At that moment, outside seemed to echo Xia Qingfeng's words. The tempestuous winds, entwined with torrential rain, relentlessly battered the safe haven. The entire shelter creaked and groaned. Rendered feeble in the face of nature's might, the two individuals sat before the hearth, as if the flames within could provide them with a flicker of solace. Outside, the sound of the fierce storm assailed the refuge, interspersed with the howling winds, the rustling branches, and the intermittent flashes of lightning accompanied by the rumble of thunder, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. As time trickled by, the rain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing finally witnessed the stark contrast between the torrential downpours of the deserted island and those of the city. Here, the rain was not only swift and fierce but also accompanied by vehement gales. Xia Qingfeng estimated that the winds outside reached a force of at least 5 to 6. The newly erected shelter swayed perilously in the storm, filled with the cacophony of creaks and groans, as if it were on the brink of being torn asunder. Chapter 39. Striding boldly into the forest, Xia Qingfeng felt a cool hand clasp his own. It was Yang Jing's hand. Not only was it icy, but it trembled slightly as well. Xia Qingfeng grasped Yang Jing's hand firmly with his own, while his other arm encircled her waist, gently drawing her closer. In that moment, Yang Jing exhibited a tenderness that was unlike her usual brusque demeanor. Nestled in his embrace like a kitten, she trembled uncontrollably. The tendrils writhed with the gale's fury, straining the timbers, which in turn twisted and contorted them, eliciting agonizing creaks. Xia Qingfeng understood Yang Jing's apprehension. She feared the tendrils' frailty. Should they snap, the lashed tree trunks would be at the mercy of the tempest, spelling utter devastation for their fragile sanctuary. Fear not, Xia Qingfeng said, his gaze unwavering. Even should our haven be lost, I remain. His tone resonated with unyielding confidence. Perhaps the augmentation of his very essence to the E-level accounted for his lack of trepidation. What were tempests and torrential rains? What did the loss of their refuge signify? He was, after all, a man graced with a system, a man empowered. He would demonstrate the true meaning of audacity. Upon the boundless sea, the tempestuous winds gathered the storm clouds. Between the inky firmament and the vast ocean, the petrel, a streak of obsidian lightning, soared with defiant pride. A sequence of sonorous tones emanated from Xia Qingfeng's lips, his voice ascending in concert with the recitation. Inspired by his fervor, Yang Jing joined him in a subdued chant. Their voices intertwined, growing ever more impassioned, and with each verse, their initial trepidation dissipated, replaced by an indomitable self-assurance, a disdain for the tempestuous onslaught before them. Their voices swelled into a defiant roar. Let the storm rage on with greater intensity. As the final verse erupted from their chests, the resounding cadence reverberated in all directions. A simultaneous sensation of utter fulfillment washed over them, prompting an exchange of glances and unrestrained laughter. In that instant, inhibitions dissolved, and all sense of restraint vanished. It was as if the universe had been distilled to their shared laughter alone. What significance held the title of King of Beasts? What consequence did the tempestuous storm bear? What value remained in the sanctuary of their shelter? What concern was warranted for the desolation of the isle? At that moment, all such considerations were dismissed from their minds. Bravo, Xia Qingfeng, he exclaimed, his resolve akin to a volcanic eruption, his gaze mirroring the unrestrained surge of molten lava. Yang Jing, let us reprise our performance. Indeed. Yang Jing responded with equal fervor. And so, they recited the entirety of Maxim Gorky's renowned prose poem once more, their voices now amplified to an even greater pitch. Resounding with increased sonority and vastness, their penetrating power magnified, as if cleaving a path of lightning across the heavens, ascending towards the firmament. Stirred by their impassioned display, the white tiger unleashed a roar befitting its regal status, a thunderous pronouncement that reverberated through the air, causing a cascade of leaves to descend from the trees. The tempest raged throughout the night. Their makeshift shelter withstood the trial, remaining intact against the elements, though a smattering of raindrops infiltrated through the two pre-fashioned triangular apertures. The majority of the interior remained parched. Together, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing untethered the lianas that bound the wooden raft, gently nudging it aside, allowing the effulgent rays of the sun to flood in. After a brief period of acclimatization, they shielded their eyes with their hands and emerged from the sanctuary. Gazing upward, they beheld a scene of post-storm serenity, a resplendent sun suspended in the heavens, an azure expanse devoid of any cloud. The rain has ceased, and the sky is now radiant. After a night of cleansing, the wild grass on the ground glimmers with vibrant green, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Beneath the cover of clusters of wild grass, puddles of various sizes lie quietly, reflecting the azure sky and the light of day, infusing the tranquil scene with a distinctive wild charm. Yang Jing, like a playful fawn, bounds joyfully outside, deftly avoiding each small puddle, exuding the exuberance of a child. Oh, the summer breeze. Our refuge remains intact. Our sanctuary is indeed secure. How splendid. The summer breeze, inspired by Yang Jing's exuberance, escapes her lips in a jubilant shout, releasing the pent-up frustrations of the previous night. At this moment, the world feels refreshingly clear, and her spirit is elevated. Not far from them, the sound of the waterfall is significantly louder than before. The water flows with a furious rush, 4 to 5 times its usual volume, cascading powerfully into the pool below, sending up sprays of mist that reach heights of over 10 meters. A resplendent rainbow appears amidst the mist. The cliffs, the waterfall, the towering pines, the babbling brook, and the bamboo grove together create a breathtaking landscape painting. In this exquisite tableau, Summer Qingfeng and Yang Jing find themselves immersed in the beauty of nature, a beauty that is both heart-wrenching and intoxicating. Fortunately, the timely construction of the refuge has ensured that most belongings have already been relocated to safety by Summer Qingfeng and Yang Jing. Upon inspection, they discovered that they had suffered little loss. Dried fish and mushrooms, their most essential sustenance, have been secured within the refuge. Subsequently, Summer Qingfeng conducted a thorough check of the entire sanctuary, reinforcing a few areas where the vines had become somewhat loose. Having shed their outer garments, the two were left in their undergarments, and they frolicked in the pool. Unbeknownst to each other, both were remarkably adept swimmers. Yang Jing, of course, was no ordinary soldier. As a special operative among special forces, she had endured rigorous training. She moved through the water with the grace of a mermaid. As for Xia Qingfeng, his attributes had been enhanced on numerous occasions. He had not realized the extent of his transformation until he entered the water. He discovered his newfound strength. Diving deep and remaining submerged for several minutes without feeling breathless, he was rapidly evolving beyond the limits of ordinary humans, striding towards a superhuman existence. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase within the deep pool, their movements a flurry of fists and feet, resulting in a spirited and indecisive skirmish. Xia Qingfeng's eyes were treated to a feast, beholding sights both intended and unintended, far surpassing the excitement of their morning exercises on land. He even proposed a trip to the seaside with Yang Jing to compete in the vast expanse of the ocean. Yang Jing readily agreed, eliciting a silent, gleeful chuckle from Xia Qingfeng. Just then, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, the golden eaglet descended, dropping a plump wild rabbit at Xia Qingfeng's feet with a resounding thud. Overjoyed, Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, "Well done, my boy. You've made your old man proud. You're far more productive than certain freeloaders." As he spoke, he glanced at the white tiger, who was nonchalantly gnawing on dried fish. The white tiger responded with a disdainful glare, conveying its utter indifference. Ignoring him, Xia Qingfeng cheerfully gathered the hairs from the ground. And as he ambled back towards the safe house, he called out, "Yang Jing, let's roast this rabbit and feast on it together." The following day, the morning exercise was as usual. After their workout, Yang Jing picked up her pistol and military dagger, intending to gather mushrooms in the forest. "Xia Qingfeng," she said, "if you're not too busy today, don't bother catching fish. We still have plenty of dried fish. Come with me to pick mushrooms in the woods. It rained heavily yesterday, so there should be plenty of mushrooms today, and perhaps we'll even find some wood here." Xia Qingfeng pondered her suggestion for a moment. "All right, but do be careful." As they spoke, the white tiger bounded out of the safe house and swaggered towards the forest, disappearing in a flash. "Has it left?" they both exclaimed in astonishment. After nurturing it for so many days and feeding it so much dried fish, it seemed its injuries had healed, and it simply turned around and left. Although they felt somewhat resentful, there was nothing they could do. As the king of beasts, its departure was its own decision. "Let it be," they sighed. "It's probably for the best." Being around such a large creature every day, constantly on edge, didn't exactly feel safe. After a few more words, they each went their separate ways. Xia Qingfeng watched Yang Jing enter the forest, tightened his grip on the engineer's shovel, glanced at the safe house, and then turned towards the bamboo forest. He had taken note of this bamboo forest when he initially chose this location for the safe house, but he had been too busy constructing the safe house to explore it, having descended from the safe haven, which was strategically situated atop a hill. Xia Qingfeng found himself a mere 100 meters from the pool beneath a waterfall. The torrential downpour had swollen the water to an immense volume. Where once a modest stream trickled from the pool, a river of more than 10 meters in breadth now surged with a fierce current. With practiced ease, Xia Qingfeng navigated a series of footholds, crossing the burgeoning river. A verdant bamboo forest lay a short distance ahead, its stalks rising skyward, adorned with glistening dewdrops. The sight was invigorating. Yet, as Xia Qingfeng approached the forest's edge, a chilling aura of menace pervaded the air. A pit viper of the Trimeresurus stegenegeri species. With its characteristic large, triangular head, slender neck, and short tail, was poised to strike. Its dorsal side was uniformly green, its upper lip a shade lighter, and its tail tipped with a reddish-brown hue. The snake's underbelly was a yellowish-white, and a bisected red and white stripe ran along its flanks. Xia Qingfeng estimated the serpent's length to exceed a meter. It had been this creature that had attempted to ambush him from above, its target his neck. Its angle of attack cunningly obscured from his vision. Fortunately, his heightened reflexes had allowed him to neutralize the threat. It was a testament to Xia Qingfeng's enhanced senses. Now at a level of 9. Had he not undergone such augmentation, he would have undoubtedly been bitten. Even so, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Indeed, this desolate island is fraught with peril, demanding unwavering vigilance at every moment. The Viper bestowed upon him 30 vitality points and 10 soul force points. A lesser boon compared to the previous python. This disparity is logical, considering the Viper's mere meter in length, while the python he encountered earlier exceeded 10 meters, placing them in entirely different categories. Presently, the encompassing sense of danger has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified. The sensation is akin to a cobra coiled around one's neck, its frigid touch eliciting goose flesh. This immense premonition of peril prompted Xia Qingfeng to instinctively activate his soul tentacles. The bamboo forest before him was tranquil and serene. Save for the rustling of bamboo leaves in the sea breeze, there was scarcely any other sound. Moreover, unlike a conventional forest, the bamboo grove lacked an abundance of branches, allowing one to see far into the distance. Yet, even so, with his soul tentacles activated, Xia Qingfeng sensed a barrage of chilling, killing intents directed at him. Within a 20-meter radius, he detected no fewer than 10 such auras, causing his entire body to tingle. These killing intents were dispersed around the bamboo grove, varying in height, akin to a series of invisible sword beams assailing him. This caused his scalp to prickle, and he involuntarily recoiled a couple of steps. Furthermore, he realized that he was now encircled by these lethal intentions, making retreat virtually impossible. Reaching this juncture, Xia Qingfeng regained his composure, his pupils contracting to their utmost limit. He raised the gleaming entrenching tool in his hand and fixed his gaze steadfastly on the ground beneath his feet, ceasing to let his eyes wander. Like a statue forged from iron and steel, his exhilaration propelled the blood within his veins to surge with the fervor of flames. Suddenly, a green shadow darted forth from beneath his feet, revealing itself as a snake with sharp fangs poised to bite into his calf. This serpent, slightly thicker than the previous bamboo viper, exhibited a cunning nature, having stealthily approached to within a meter of Xia Qingfeng. In an instant, it launched its attack with a speed that resembled lightning, swift and decisive. However, just as it was about to sink its fangs into Xia Qingfeng's leg, it discovered that it was not met with soft flesh, but rather the unyielding surface of a spade. The triangular head of the bamboo viper collided forcefully with the tool, its assault thwarted by the keen awareness of Xia Qingfeng's soul tendrils, which had adeptly locked onto the snake's trajectory. In that moment, he not only discerned the path of the viper's attack, but perceived its speed as if it were moving in slow motion, a benefit afforded by his heightened senses. Thus, he was able to position the spade precisely in the snake's line of assault. With a resounding thud, the viper's head struck the spade, its force evident as it was left momentarily dazed and immobile. Yet, Xia Qingfeng did not falter. With a swift twist of his wrist, a glimmer of cold light flashed, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, a harbinger of lethal intent. As the blood splattered into the sky, the blade of the spade, with a swift motion, sliced through the vulnerable underbelly of another bamboo viper lunging forward, cleaving it in two as if the spade had always been there, waiting. Yet this snake seemed to have collided with him of its own volition. With a powerful push of his foot against the ground, debris flew and soil was displaced as he twisted his body, eerily shifting sideways by more than a meter. Almost simultaneously, a second bamboo viper, nearly identical to the first, fell with a thud at the very spot where he had just stood. This serpent had leapt from above, launching a direct assault upon his head. Xia Qingfeng narrowly evaded this perilous encounter with the snake. Had it not been for his ethereal tendrils of consciousness, which had already pinpointed the direction of the snake's strike, he would have been unable to escape such a lethal blow. The attacks of these bamboo vipers were exceedingly treacherous. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. A second and third bamboo viper soon followed, launching a frenzied assault. Some attacked from above, while others erupted from beneath his feet. There were even those that stealthily approached from the side, aiming to sink their fangs into his back. The angles of their attacks were exceedingly cunning and unpredictable, almost entirely concentrated in areas beyond his line of sight. The relentless barrage was imbued with a palpable aura of menace. In that moment, even with the aid of his ethereal tendrils, Xia Qingfeng found himself somewhat flustered, retreating repeatedly. His movements were agile, akin to a wily fox. As he narrowly evaded danger time and again, he was acutely aware of the serpent's trajectories and could see them clearly. However, this did not guarantee his ability to dodge them. Just as he severed one bamboo viper, another had already clambered up a bamboo stalk, launching itself towards his face. In that critical moment, without hesitation, Xia Qingfeng instinctively raised his left hand to shield his visage. The green bamboo viper sank its fangs deep into his left forearm. A flash of cold light glimmered, almost grazing his skin, severing the serpent's head. The snake's body thrashed wildly, desperately coiling around a bamboo pole as its head clung tenaciously to Xia Qingfeng's arm. Feeling the icy bite against his flesh, a serene purity rippled within his dark eyes. Xia Qingfeng was aware that the green bamboo viper belonged to the viper family, characterized as a venomous snake with hollow fangs. The chemical composition of its venom typically includes hemorrhagic toxins, various enzymes, and a trace of neurotoxins. The green bamboo viper's venom is classified as hemorrhagic. When bitten, the wound experiences excruciating pain and rapid swelling, with the hallmark of blood-filled blisters appearing early on. Systemic symptoms are generally rare, implying that the venom is seldom fatal. Of course, repeated bites could yield different consequences. Although Xia Qingfeng now felt a searing pain on his left arm, akin to being scalded by boiling oil, and the swelling was visibly apparent. Such discomfort paled in comparison to the agony he endured while enhancing his internal circulation. This minor pain was insignificant in the grand scheme, bolstering his confidence to confront the green bamboo viper head-on with his left hand rather than retreating. Indeed, his enhanced internal circulation, rated at 9 points, did not disappoint him. Aside from the pain, he experienced no other symptoms. A vivid flush swept across his austere visage. Suddenly, a cacophony of intense, resounding impacts erupted, reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves, akin to a waterfall cascading down. Xia Qingfeng ceased his stillness and propelled himself forward, his legs moving swiftly like a whirlwind within a confined space. Periodically launching himself skyward, he trod upon the bamboo, harnessing its recoil to propel himself forth like a projectile from a trebuchet, achieving such velocity that his form blurred into an afterimage. A frigid glint manifested in his grasp, now to the left, now to the right, as he severed verdant pit vipers, sending them plummeting to the earth. Summer breeze stood resolute amidst the bamboo grove, the wind rustling through the foliage, producing a sibilant murmur. Vaporous plumes of breath escaped his lips, despite the augmentation of his internal circulation to a level of 9. The preceding sequence of strenuous actions and fraught combat had levied a considerable toll upon his stamina. Thus, before he was besieged by further serpents, he swiftly gathered the slain vipers, loath to squander such sustenance. Reckoning that the expiration of the soul tentacle was nigh, Summer Breeze departed without further ado. Elated as a maiden, Yang Jing clutched a makeshift satchel fashioned from Summer Breeze's coat, brimming with a medley of fungi. Moreover, she had indeed stumbled upon a copious cluster of Jew's ear, a veritable treasure trove. Jew's ear, a delectable and nourishing edible fungus, abounds in protein, iron, calcium, vitamins, and crude fiber. Its protein content rivals that of meat, and it boasts an array of beneficial amino acids and trace elements, earning it the sobriquet meat among vegetables. The recent deluge had engendered a pervasive humidity within the forest, with dewdrops clinging to the leaves, thus rendering fungi and Jew's ear virtually ubiquitous. Chapter 41, A Bed at Last. She had scarcely ventured far before her satchel was replete to overflowing. In this serene summer breeze, Xia Qingfeng constructed a wooden frame for her, measuring over 4 meters in length and more than a meter in width, specifically designed for the drying of mushrooms. As for the fresh fish, they could simply be tethered by their mouths with vine and hung from any branch of a tree. However, her mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms required such a platform for proper drying. Yang Jing gazed contentedly at the platform, which was nearly 2/3 filled with mushrooms and wood ears, feeling that a final trip would suffice to cover it entirely. At that moment, A sound caught her attention, causing her expression to shift. Her hand instinctively rose, and her handgun appeared, aimed steadily ahead. Suddenly, Yang Jing was startled by the sight that unfolded before her. A grotesque, humanoid creature was charging towards her with remarkable speed. It was an unknown monstrosity, drenched in blood and exuding a nauseating stench. Its body was entwined with numerous large, greenish serpents, which writhed and undulated as the creature ran, their heads and tails swaying menacingly, as if eager to devour. Don't shoot, Captain. The enemy sent me to deliver a message. The creature bellowed suddenly. The voice struck a familiar chord with Yang Jing, prompting her to scrutinize the being more closely. It had approached to within 20 meters, its face smeared with blood. Even more unsettling was the sight of a fist-sized triangular serpent head perched atop its forehead, pulsating ominously, with fresh blood trickling down, rendering the scene utterly macabre. Even so, Yang Jing discerned that this grotesque figure was none other than Xia Qingfeng, as they were the island's sole inhabitants. It was a close call that she nearly discharged her firearm. Halt. Cease your escape. What message do the Japanese convey? Yang Jing suppressed her amusement, gesturing at Xia Qingfeng with her weapon. Xia Qingfeng disregarded her command, approaching her with hastened steps. The Japanese proclaimed, he said with a grin, that if you, fair maiden, surrender obediently, you shall be rewarded with serpent flesh, savory and aromatic. Away with you. Yang Jing could no longer contain her mirth, erupting into laughter. She considered delivering a kick to Xia Qingfeng, but the sight of the bloodstains upon him gave her pause. Why did you sprint hither in such a state? Seeking to frighten one to death? Hasten to the water's edge and cleanse yourself forthwith. Be quick, Yang Jing exclaimed, pinching her nose. For the stench of blood emanating from him was overwhelming. As you wish. Xia Qingfeng acquiesced without retort, turning and dashing toward the pool. Verily, even he found the odor somewhat unbearable. Upon reaching the water's edge, Xia Qingfeng plunged in headlong, carrying with him the entirety of the serpents upon his person, causing the pool to instantly transform into a crimson hue, staining a considerable expanse of the water. Yang Jing, who had been following closely behind, furrowed her brow. Xia Qingfeng, you scoundrel! How am I to bathe now? Fear not, Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng bellowed, emerging from the water. This is a living spring. It shall cleanse itself in short order. Before Yang Jing could respond, she beheld a verdant bamboo viper hurtling in her direction, prompting her to instinctively evade. With a resounding thud, the snake landed beside him. Yang Jing truly embodied the essence of a special forces soldier. Swiftly, she grasped the green bamboo viper from the ground. Much like the summer breeze that swept through the water, this action elicited a melodious laugh from Yang Jing. The two shared moments of playful banter. While Xia Qingfeng emerged from the water, thoroughly cleansing himself, they arranged the green bamboo vipers along the bank of the pond. Xia Qingfeng decisively severed the head of one snake and, using his military dagger, skillfully peeled away its skin, skillfully locating and extracting the gallbladder. In front of Yang Jing, he consumed the gallbladder with a flourish. This prompted Yang Jing to scrunch her face in distaste, a clear sign of her disgust. The gallbladder was indeed a prized delicacy. Reputed to clear the mind and sharpen the vision, would she care for one? Such a rare opportunity. Xia Qingfeng offered another gallbladder to Yang Jing, who, startled, recoiled with a shriek, exclaiming, No way. You crazy Xia Qingfeng, I would never eat something like that, not even if you paid me. They meticulously skinned the snakes, discarding the hides at the pond's edge. Each snake measured over 2 meters in length and was as thick as a human wrist, yielding approximately 200 pounds of meat. Xia Qingfeng impaled the snake meat on sharpened branches, placing them by the fire to roast, occasionally turning them over and seasoning with salt and Sichuan pepper. The two shared the meal, indulging heartily, while Xia Qingfeng recounted the abundance of green bamboo vipers in the bamboo grove. They had indeed discovered a fruitful source of sustenance. After all, consuming fish daily has left a lingering fishy taste in his mouth, and he has grown quite weary of it. The snake meat may not necessarily surpass the flavor of fish, but it offers a delightful change of palate. By this time, the bite on his left arm from the bamboo leaf green snake has completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. This is a testament to the efficacy of his enhanced internal circulation. After all, the pain he endured was not in vain. Beside the fire pit, Yang Jing is preparing the 6 snakes. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng stepped out of the safe house to inspect the bamboo outside. The bamboo stood tall and straight, certainly more comfortable to lie upon than tree trunks. No matter how straight the tree trunks were, they could not compare to the bamboo. By the time darkness fully enveloped the sky, Xia Qingfeng returned to the safe house, carrying 2 bamboo rafts. Lacking nails and the skill for intricate tasks, he simply tied the 2 thickest bamboo pieces horizontally under the rafts. Elevated slightly above the ground, they offered a comfortable resting place. He sat down to test it, producing a delightful creaking sound reminiscent of a traditional Japanese tatami mat. When he reclined, his body pressed against the smooth, cool surface of the bamboo, providing a refreshing comfort. There was no need to lay down any grass. He positioned the 2 completed beds on either side of the stacked firewood, as he had long planned. "All right, Xia Qingfeng, stop your labor and come over for dinner," called Yang Jing from the fire pit just at that moment. "Coming," Xia Qingfeng replied promptly as he made his way over, only to find the pot floating with mushrooms and wood ears, the fragrant steam wafting upward in gentle curls. With animated gestures, Xia Qingfeng juggled the scalding broth, loath to relinquish the savory mouthful. Finally, with a stretch of his neck, he swallowed it down, his palate awash with a delicate fragrance. He had not anticipated that the broth would possess not only the succulence of fish and the distinctive aroma of mushrooms and fungi, but also the unique, refreshing scent of bamboo. Xia Qingfeng felt that even the most exquisite delicacies and culinary masterpieces he had savored in 5-star hotels paled in comparison to the delectable soup. Closing his eyes, he shook his head, his face a picture of utter delight, and smacked his lips as he savored the lingering taste. "Are you exaggerating? Is it really that delicious?" Yang Jing cast a scornful glance at Xia Qingfeng. Unperturbed, Xia Qingfeng devoured the soup with gusto, his face radiant with pleasure. He mumbled between mouthfuls, "Delicious, truly delicious. You must try it." Although Yang Jing had prepared the soup, she had not yet had the chance to taste it. Instantly, her mouth watered, and her expression transformed into one of astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. While the broth was undeniably delicious, the thin slices of fish, only a few millimeters thick, floating within it were the true treasure. Having absorbed ample flavor and warmth in the milky white broth, the protein had become incredibly tender. Upon entering the mouth, they required hardly any chewing. With a mere swirl of the tongue, the fish melted away, its subtly numbing fragrance permeating the entire oral cavity before gliding into the stomach. Then Yang Jing, like Xia Qingfeng, continued to eat incessantly, deftly wielding a pair of bamboo chopsticks that seemed to blur into a mist with their rapid movements. She now lifted a bamboo tube containing stewed snake meat. The flavor of snake meat diverged completely from that of dried fish. The strands of meat were more delicate, and the taste richer and more profound. It lacked the briny essence of the sea, yet possessed an indescribable wildness and mountain flavor that rendered it exceptionally delectable. Just as Yang Jing finished one tube, Xia Qingfeng had already devoured both of his. With eager eyes, he gazed longingly at the last tube, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Amused, Yang Jing remarked, "Xia Qingfeng, you should finish this tube too. Hurry up, and I will wash the bamboo tubes, then I shall stew 4 more. After all, these delicious morsels barely fill the belly." Xia Qingfeng readily agreed, and soon both had finished their meal. Yang Jing picked up the 4 bamboo tubes and began to walk outside. "Shall I accompany you? It's too dark outside, and there may be dangers," Xia Qingfeng suggested, rising to follow her. "I am not a child. What danger could there be? Besides, I have this," she replied, turning to display the handgun holstered at her waist, and then stepped outside. Xia Qingfeng opened his mouth as if to say something but remained silent, only calling out, "Be careful. If anything happens, shout for me." As he watched Yang Jing walk away, concern welled within him. However, after a moment's thought, he concluded that his safe house was not far from the pond, and if any danger arose, he could swiftly make his escape. His primary concern remained those peculiar wild wolves. Everything else was of little consequence. However, upon recalling Yang Jing's formidable skills, he felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, he was reluctant to remain idle. Glancing at his Rolex, he noted it was just past 8 o'clock, with still 2 or 3 hours before the designated bedtime of 11. Surveying the sparse surroundings of the safe house, which stretched over 100 square meters yet contained merely 2 beds, he perceived a lack of furnishings. He contemplated crafting a couple of stools. After all, it was hardly suitable for 2 individuals to squat by the fire while dining. Additionally, he envisioned constructing a larger table beside the hearth. Such an addition would not only serve for meals but also provide a functional workspace, ideal for kitchen preparations. As he mused, Xia Qingfeng began cutting bamboo scraps into pieces just over a foot in length. He had certainly witnessed the creation of small stools fashioned from bamboo, elegantly curved with 4 legs and a slight crossbeam, yet regrettably, he lacked the skill to replicate such craftsmanship. Thus, he opted to assemble a simple square bamboo frame. It need not be overly large, a foot square would suffice. He then placed a bamboo mat atop it, resulting in a rudimentary yet effective stool. Upon testing its stability, he found it remarkably sturdy, quite functional, and comfortable. However, when Yang Jing beheld his finished product, she scoffed, declaring it quite unsightly. "Is it truly so ugly?" Xia Qingfeng retorted indignantly. "If my creation is so dreadful, why not craft one yourself? Show me how it's done, if you please." Initially, he had intended to fashion a second bamboo stool, but upon hearing Yang Jing's critique, he plopped down onto the very stool he had just made, crossing his legs in a display of defiance, embodying the spirit of a laborer on strike. "What are you doing? Hurry and make one for me as well. Although it's unsightly, it's still usable. Besides, didn't you drink the fish soup I made? If you don't make a stool for me, I won't let you have any fish soup." With that, she giggled, her eyes sparkling and full of life. Yang Jing smiled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. She gently nudged Xia Qingfeng. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and roses, wafted into Xia Qingfeng's nostrils. She was not at all coy, nor did she show any remorse. Her thin, rosy lips were gently pursed, and her doe-like eyes gazed directly at Xia Qingfeng with a gentle and trembling affection. Face to face, their breaths mingled. An unspoken tenderness filled the air, and emotions quietly blossomed. "All right," Xia Qingfeng responded, somewhat flustered. He felt his face flush and his heart race. Even some indescribable images appeared in his mind. But this time, Yang Jing did not laugh at him. Instead, she was unusually quiet. She squatted by the hearth, silently stirring the fish soup in the bamboo tube with her chopsticks, lost in thought. In the glow of the firelight, her cheeks were rosy, her long eyelashes trembled gently. Her nose was petite, and her scarlet lips were slightly upturned, mysterious and alluring. She had a fatal attraction for Xia Qingfeng, and he couldn't help but steal glances at her. He greedily and fiercely took a few looks, then hastily looked away. It seemed as if she also sensed the ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Xia Qingfeng was now questioning himself inwardly. Do you really like Yang Jing? Do you still like Shen Siyu, who is far away in the city? He suddenly found himself ensnared in profound turmoil. The night deepened, and from the distant forest emanated the haunting howls of wolves. The cries of animals in their final throes of life echoed, rendering the desolate island even more ominous and terrifying. The following morning, after his morning exercises, Xia Qingfeng seized a sharpened log, determined to go fishing. The previous day, he had slain numerous bamboo vipers, garnering over 300 vitality points, thereby enhancing his muscles, senses, and cellular activity. His initial focus was on fortifying his muscles. Once they reached a score of 10, they transformed to a gray hue, and further attempts yielded no results. This was within his expectations, indicating that some form of change was necessary to continue the enhancement of his muscles. As for the nature of this change, he remained uncertain and needed to experiment further. He resolved to elevate all 4 attributes to a score of 10 before proceeding. Currently, both his senses and cellular activity had reached 9 points. However, his food supplies were dwindling. To strengthen his internal circulation, he would require a substantial amount of sustenance, estimating at least 200 pounds based on past experience. The dried fish in his safe house did not amount to that quantity, and he could not consume it all at once, especially considering Yang Jing's presence. After he had enhanced her vitality by 20 points, her appetite had notably increased. She could not be satisfied with less than 7 or 8 pounds of meat in a single meal. Similarly, Yang Jing's strength and overall physical attributes were continuously improving, a fact Xia Qingfeng had already discerned through their daily morning exercises. He and Yang Jing couldn't possibly subsist on the deserted island indefinitely. They needed to prepare for their departure. Xia Qingfeng had meticulously considered these matters the previous night. Thus, this morning, after their exercise regimen, they commenced their preparations, while Yang Jing, with unwavering consistency, foraged for mushrooms. After all, mushrooms and wood ear were currently their sole means of culinary variation. An exclusive meat-based diet would diminish fiber intake, impeding gastrointestinal motility, leading to constipation. Furthermore, the abundance of protein in meat could induce osteoporosis and calcium deficiency, potentially even precipitating hypertension. The frequent consumption of barbecued meats could even instigate cancer. Xia Qingfeng was now intimately acquainted with the route to the seaside. His figure darted nimbly through the woods, his feet barely touching the flagstones as he leaped distances of 4 to 5 meters. His rapid pace evoked a semblance of lightness skill. However, his advance was abruptly halted as he froze, his countenance assuming a grave expression. A mere dozen meters ahead, beneath the canopy of a large tree, a gray wolf was hunched over, seemingly devouring something on the ground. The wolf, however, had detected Xia Qingfeng's arrival. It raised its massive head, its two scarlet eyes fixing upon Xia Qingfeng, emitting a low, guttural growl. Chapter 43. The stench of acridity assaults the senses. A solitary gray wolf would hardly inspire fear in Xia Qingfeng. Rather, it was the wolf's peculiar demeanor that caused his face to darken and his heart to sink. Its eyes appeared to be engorged with blood, the black pupils barely discernible. Even so, a crimson radiance emanated from it, overflowing with an aura replete with cruelty, bloodlust, ferocity, and violent emotions. Its mouth gaped wide, a thick tongue dangling from its sharp teeth. Between its fangs, a piece of flesh hung, with red blood trickling down its tongue. This wolf appeared emaciated, not particularly large. Yet it evoked the sensation of confronting not merely an animal, but a monstrous beast, ferocious and brutal. Xia Qingfeng did not believe this to be the giant wolf he had encountered that night. It was likely one of the wolves from the two packs he and Yang Jing had slain. For the creature before him bore a swelling on its nape the size of a basketball, larger than the bulge he had observed on the giant wolf's rear during that fateful evening. It was as though this wolf had grown a second head, an unsettling and bizarre sight that stirred discomfort in the observer's heart. This wolf was not only gaunt but also riddled with scars, numerous wounds resembling the mouths of infants. Grotesquely gaping, yet devoid of any blood. They appeared dry, dark, and dismal. Xia Qingfeng discerned that the wolf was feasting on a monkey. The wolf merely cast a glance at Xia Qingfeng before disregarding him entirely, devouring its meal with abandon. The monkey's thigh had been completely severed, and it was evident that the wolf possessed no sense of hygiene, as it voraciously bit into the monkey's filthy, odorous toes. Soon after, its entrails were ripped out, remnants of the monkey's previous digestion clinging to its intestines, exuding a foul, yellow-green stench, as the wolf exhibited a gluttonous disregard, tearing into its prey with reckless abandon. The dismembered entrails of the monkey lay scattered across the ground, and its severed head rolled beside the tree, its lifeless eyes wide open, fixed on Xia Qingfeng, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a sinister grin twisted his lips, revealing a cruel and malevolent smile. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a wisp of smoke, lunging towards the wild wolf that was feasting. His speed surged to its zenith, and Xia Qingfeng shot into the depths of the forest like a bolt from a crossbow. He would not allow this wild wolf to escape. Crucially, it was the only one present at that moment. He pondered whether there were other wolves nearby, as they were creatures that typically roamed in packs. This time, he didn't even activate his soul tendrils. He was determined to slay this wolf and study it thoroughly. Otherwise, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, an ominous sense that something monumental was about to transpire. The wild wolf, clearly sensing his assault, lifted its head and charged towards him. Its tongue and teeth, smeared with blood and flesh, loomed large before him, exuding a foul stench, its grotesque visage marred by sinister red pupils. With his heightened senses, Xia Qingfeng felt no fear in the face of the wolf's advance. He swung his entrenching tool with wild abandon. The air filled with a piercing shriek and a terrifying rush of wind as it cleaved into the wolf's ear, splitting its head in two from the base of its maw to its ears, the skull soaring upward. Upon landing, the entrenching tool was coated in the wolf's brain matter and dark blood, droplets falling to the earth. Just as Xia Qingfeng exhaled lightly, a sharp pain shot through his left calf. Looking down, he was struck with terror, nearly letting out a scream. The wolf, which had been cleaved in half, astonishingly still clung to life, fiercely gnashing its remaining teeth at his calf. What on earth is happening? Summer Qingfeng's mind was in turmoil, leaving no time for contemplation as he swung his entrenching tool. Striking close to his own leg, he sent the wolf flying several meters away. When it landed, it flailed its limbs wildly before instantly rising to its feet and charging at him once more. His calf bore a gruesome U-shaped wound, oozing blood profusely. Yet, Summer Qingfeng paid no heed to his own injury. He continued to wield the entrenching tool, repeatedly repelling the frenzied wolf, determined to keep it at bay. The creature's head had been nearly severed, leaving a bloodied neck with a glimpse of white bone, an utterly ghastly sight, yet it refused to perish. Again and again, it launched itself at him in a mad assault. At this moment, Summer Qingfeng regained his composure. After all, his spirit had ascended to level E. Faced with such an enigmatic occurrence, he began to ponder earnestly. This was no mere supernatural phenomenon. he sought to rationalize the situation with the most coherent reasoning available. The wolf's head had been removed, leaving an enormous mass of flesh protruding from its neck, which appeared increasingly bizarre. Moreover, with each successive attack, this mass seemed to writhe incessantly, as if something within were striving to break free. Gritting his teeth, Xia Qingfeng resolved to alter his target of attack. With a resounding thud, the entrenching tool cleaved through the fleshy mass, severing it with brutal force. The bisected neck tumbled to the earth, the culmination of the soldier's exerted might. The wolf, at long last, collapsed, its form now still and lifeless. He drew a couple of heavy breaths, then cautiously probed the fallen beast with his shovel, ensuring its demise lest it rise once more. Despite the fierce struggle, Xia Qingfeng found his physical strength largely intact. It was his spirit that felt the true weight of the ordeal. Facing such a seemingly indestructible monstrosity was unnerving. This was no mere wolf, but a creature of nightmare. With lingering trepidation, Xia Qingfeng unreservedly unleashed his soul tendrils. In this heightened state, every rustle and tremor within a 20-meter radius became acutely perceptible. Only then did a measure of reassurance settle upon him, as if a sense of security had been restored. Assured that no other wolves lurked nearby, nor any other perilous creatures, he turned his attention to the mangled corpse before him. The wolf's emaciated frame bore the hallmarks of severe malnutrition. Its gaunt form was little more than bone draped in a coarse, lackluster pelt. Even its fur had lost its sheen, rendering it a pitiable sight. Far removed from the ferocity it had displayed in its assault, the wild wolf's neck had been severed, its head a grotesque ruin. Yet the blood that flowed was surprisingly scant. Instead, a viscous, dark purple fluid oozed from the wound. Faced with this peculiar creature, Xia Qingfeng dared not touch it with his hands, resorting instead to a nearby branch to prod at it. However, upon contact with the wolf's viscous liquid, the branch emitted a hissing sound, reminiscent of contact with concentrated sulfuric acid, accompanied by the emergence of white smoke and a pungent odor that wafted into the air. Xia Qingfeng hastily covered his mouth and nose, uncertain of the toxicity of the scent. Yet, this was not his primary concern. His focus lay on the fleshy mass that had been revealed at the wolf's neck. The skin of the mass was thin, and upon peeling it back with the branch, he uncovered a spider-like creature. The form of the creature struck him as familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that it resembled the black insect that the monstrous wolf had regurgitated during its attack on him that fateful night. It bore a similar appearance to a spider, albeit with only 6 legs. Had this creature grown so large? He remembered the insect, initially the size of a peanut, now expanded to the size of a basketball. A closer inspection revealed that the 6 legs were covered in dense, fine hairs, seemingly intertwined with the wolf's flesh. When he prodded at the broken hairs, the black liquid seeped out. Then, he noticed that it was not solely these hairs that were connected to the wolf's blood and flesh. At the extremities of its 6 legs, there existed a filament akin to a nerve, linking the wolf to the insect. Tracing this nerve upward, it was severed. An act of his own doing. Yet, one could surmise that this nerve had been connected to the wolf's cerebrum. Summer breeze tapped his cranium, contemplating whether it could be inferred that the wolf was entirely subjugated by this enigmatic black insect. Aside from the 6 slender, sharp legs conjoined with the wolf, the creature possessed an oval torso, closely adhering to the wolf's cervical vertebrae. This oval form was replete with a dense array of dark brown wrinkles, interspersed with similar downy hairs, presenting a revolting spectacle. Summer breeze prodded it with a branch, discovering it was immovably affixed. He then employed his entrenching tool, inserting it beneath the insect and forcefully prying upward. He discerned that the underside of the repulsive creature was adorned with a multitude of suckers, firmly adhering to the wolf's neck bones. As he pried, viscous, ebony strands stretched between the insect's body and the wolf's vertebrae, accompanied by an overpowering, fetid odor that assailed Summer breeze, compelling him to retreat and cough violently as he turned toward the wind. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the woods, as if a large animal was approaching. Summer breeze was startled, but his countenance softened as he recognized Yang Jing emerging from the forest, firearm in hand. After a moment's reflection, it was not surprising, as he had not ventured far from the safe house. The recent altercation with the wild wolf had undoubtedly created a significant commotion. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that Yang Jing had been drawn to the disturbance and sought its origin. "What has happened to Xia Qingfeng?" Yang Jing exclaimed, her voice filled with concern as soon as she caught sight of him. She swiftly hastened towards him. Xia Qingfeng, taken aback by her rapid approach, opened his mouth to dissuade her. "Yang Jing, please stay back," he implored, but his words were uttered too late. Yang Jing had already reached his side, abruptly halting. She instinctively covered her nose with her hand and turned away, emitting a series of dry coughs. I cautioned you to remain where you were. The stench here is unbearable, Xia Qingfeng said, his voice laced with concern. It's nothing. I encountered a wild wolf and have just slain it, he explained. Would killing a mere wolf truly create such an offensive odor? Yang Jing questioned, her delicate nose wrinkled in bewilderment as she gazed at Xia Qingfeng. I was just about to discuss that with you. Do you recall the night wolf that ambushed us a few evenings ago? He inquired. Of course, I remember. It has only been 2 days. I am not afflicted with amnesia. Are you suggesting that the immense wolf has returned? She responded. I believe not, judging by its physique. It seems to be one of the wolves we previously dispatched, subsequently parasitized by the worms regurgitated by the giant wolf. Come and observe, he suggested. By this time, the malodorous scent had largely dissipated due to the wind. Xia Qingfeng gestured for Yang Jing to approach. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene on the ground, she couldn't suppress a startled cry. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng meticulously recounted the events to Yang Jing, including his deductions. Finally, he turned to her and remarked, Your arrival is opportune. I initially intended to conduct an experiment, but I lacked sufficient confidence. Since you're here, I'd appreciate it if you could observe. What are you going to do? Yang Jing asked, somewhat hesitantly, as she gazed at the wolf carcass on the ground. Xia Qingfeng, however, bent down and reached out to touch the black insect. Hearing Yang Jing's concerned words, Xia Qingfeng felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, he responded with a faint smile, saying, It's all right. As you know, I have a system. Even if there are any bacteria or parasites, I can simply enhance my internal circulation, and I'll be fine. Don't worry, I just checked, and after killing this wolf, my vitality has exceeded 100. I can't help it. I'm a man with a cheat code, and that's just how I roll. Xia Qingfeng chuckled sheepishly. Strangely, being rebuffed by Yang Jing felt oddly satisfying. Was he perhaps a bit of a masochist? He reached for the black insect once more. This time, Yang Jing didn't stop him. His hand made contact with the back of the black insect without any hindrance. The dense fur on its back felt somewhat prickly to the touch. Simultaneously, a small screen popped up, relieving Xia Qingfeng. Neck-embracing bug, resident of the S-Men planet in the cosmic expanse. Physical condition, deceased. Vitality enhancement available, 0-0. Soul enhancement available, 0-0. Affinity, 0. Affinity 40 to 60, will not attack you. Affinity 60 to 80, will follow you and provide some assistance. Affinity 80 to 100, will be inseparable from you and wholeheartedly help you survive. Intelligence, 3. Cosmic Elite. Strength evaluation, it's dead. So strength is irrelevant. Indeed, it aligns with my conjecture. These are extraterrestrial insects, Xia Qingfeng remarked with a serene tone. Extraterrestrial insects? Not indigenous to Earth? Yang Jing inquired. Aware of Xia Qingfeng's access to information via the small screen upon encountering such creatures, it seemed Xia Qingfeng had already gleaned some insights from the screen. Thus, Yang Jing posed the question with keen interest. Precisely. My small screen identifies these ebony insects as report neckworms, denizens of the S-Men planet within the cosmic expanse. Their intelligence quotient registers at 3, akin to Tiger's current intellect. Within the animal kingdom, this is a noteworthy level. After all, Tiger's initial intelligence was merely 2, only reaching 3 after I augmented his soul force by 20 points. It appears these creatures possess considerable acumen. Are there any further details? Regrettably, no. My small screen only divulged this information. It seems further exploration is incumbent upon us. However, we are now cognizant that these insects are capable of propagating through parasitic infestation of animals. As for other aspects, we shall unravel them gradually. Animals afflicted by these parasites are likely unfit for consumption. Let us gather some firewood and incinerate them. Very well, Yang Jing acquiesced with a nod. In the face of such unknown creatures, reducing them to ashes through incineration seemed the most prudent course of action. Who knows if these organisms are contagious? As they gazed upon the roaring bonfire, the two exchanged glances. With no further matters at hand, I shall resume my activities at the seashore, Xia Qingfeng announced to Yang Jing. Thereupon, they parted ways, each pursuing their respective endeavors. This was but a minor interlude, insufficient to disrupt their overarching plans. Having journeyed to the seaside without incident, Xia Qingfeng initially surveyed the sea salt. The seawater had long since evaporated, leaving a layer of white crystals on the rock surface. Gazing at the small coconut shell, Xia Qingfeng was suddenly reminded of those bamboo tubes. It seemed that he would need to bring several bamboo tubes here next time. A bamboo tube filled with water would be equivalent to 4 or 5 coconut shells, which could greatly increase his work efficiency. After tidying up, Xia Qingfeng headed straight for the coast, diving headfirst into the seawater. He didn't rush to spear fish in the water, but instead swam directly downstream, gradually venturing into the deeper parts of the sea along the continental shelf. He had already calculated his breath-holding time in the water, which was nearly 10 minutes. He didn't yet know how many meters he could descend. He wanted to go down to the seabed to take a look. Opening his eyes in the seawater, he was met with azure, clean, and transparent water. This sea area was free from human pollution, so pristine that it was intoxicating. Schools of colorful fish swam around him, passing through the tall coral reefs on the seabed like a dreamlike illusion. This beautiful scene, akin to an underwater palace, immediately captivated Xia Qingfeng. He even forgot his initial purpose, moving his body and letting himself go, following those schools of small fish. When he finally swam upwards and emerged from the sea, Xia Qingfeng laughed heartily. At that moment, he felt a profound clarity. Although the shipwreck had stranded him on a deserted island, weren't these experiences a form of wealth bestowed upon him by heaven? There is truly little to be troubled about. I possess one of the mere 10 systems in the world, and I am graced with this exquisite little island. I can wholly regard this island as my own, and this expanse of sea belongs to me as well. Here, I am free to act as I please, with unparalleled audacity. A long, resonant call escapes from Xia Qingfeng's lips, erupting with the fervor that resides within his heart. Indeed, at times, it is essential to adopt a different perspective when contemplating matters. Rather than perceiving oneself as a shipwreck survivor, enduring with humility, envision yourself as the sovereign of this island, free to do as you wish. At this moment, a fish swims by Xia Qingfeng. Without hesitation, he thrusts the sharpened branch in his hand with the swiftness of lightning, piercing through the gills of the fish with precision, sending a cascade of crystalline seawater into the air as he lifts it from the depths. This is my island, my sea, my fish. Xia Qingfeng laughs maniacally, calling out as he swims towards the shore. With a powerful heave, he flings the 30-pound fish onto the coastline. One after another, he casts fish onto the shore, though the largest among them weighs no more than 30 pounds. Yet, he has spotted larger fish, exceeding 50 pounds. As he attempts to strike, he realizes that the sharpened branch in his grasp is utterly inadequate to pierce the tough hide of such sizable fish. Forcing the attack could very well result in the branch splintering in his hands. Although he possesses an entrenching tool, its length is insufficient, rendering it ineffective against such large sea creatures. After careful consideration, he decides to refrain from further attempts, planning instead to replace his fishing tool with a bamboo pole for future endeavors. Guarding a vast expanse of bamboo growth, why should one be troubled by the necessity of using tree trunks to catch fish? The resilience and sturdiness of bamboo far surpass those of timber. Observing today's catch, it amounts to approximately 500 pounds. The gentle summer breeze emerged from the sea, but he did not immediately attend to the disarray of fish along the shoreline. Instead, he made his way to the coconut trees. Having not visited for several days, he found that the dozen or so coconut trees had borne several ripe coconuts. He plucked the mature coconuts from the trees and counted 9 in total. Tying them together with vine, he assessed that it sufficed. Alongside his haul of fish, he could carry no more. Just as he was about to leave, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the air, and a magnificent, imposing white tiger approached him. At that moment, laughter rang out from in front of the safe house. "Is that so?" exclaimed Xia Qingfeng with delight, hastening to the safe house to set down his burdens. It turned out that Yang Jing was skillfully skinning a small deer with a military dagger. Though he referred to it as small, it weighed around 40 to 50 pounds. The tiger, upon hearing Xia Qingfeng's words, paid him no mind, instead fixing its piercing gaze upon him before turning around and majestically circling the safe house, as if patrolling its territory, truly a sight to behold. Xia Qingfeng felt a surge of joy. The tiger seemed intent on making this place its home. How was I to know? Yang Jing chuckled, casting him a playful glance. He attempted to communicate with the tiger through his consciousness. Unexpectedly, the tiger remained aloof, paying him no heed, and continued to circle the safe house at a leisurely pace. However, Xia Qingfeng was unperturbed. After all, with the tiger present, guarding the home was a significant advantage. He went to assist Yang Jing in butchering the fawn. After deliberating, they decided to chop off a hind leg of the fawn and toss it to the white tiger. The fawn was the white tiger's trophy, and they were content with having taken the majority of it. The white tiger remained aloof, and upon seeing the deer leg placed before it, began to devour it. "Tiger, take your time eating. If you're still hungry, there's more fish here," Xia Qingfeng called out to the white tiger before carrying the fawn into the safe house. Young Jing, adopting a matronly demeanor, instructed Xia Qingfeng, who cheerfully complied and shouldered his entrenching tool to head outside. What is it? Did you forget something? Yang Jing asked, gazing at him with curiosity. Nothing. I just realized my life force has exceeded 200 points. I want to enhance my cellular activity first. That way, when I enhance my senses tonight, spacing out the enhancements will lessen the pain. With that, Xia Qingfeng seated himself on the bamboo stool he had made. Yang Jing, aware of his ability to enhance himself, watched as Xia Qingfeng sat on the stool and began to tremble violently. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, emerged from his body, and the veins on his face became prominent. It was evident that he was enduring immense pain, but fortunately, the process only lasted a few seconds before Xia Qingfeng exhaled a long breath. This enhancement of yours is quite peculiar. It looks like those addicts getting high. You're not using drugs, are you? With playful banter, Yang Jing teased him. You know, Xia Qingfeng remarked, tilting his head with a sly look toward Yang Jing. This augmentation can truly become addictive. Initially, it was merely painful, but now the sensation has diminished compared to the beginning. As I gradually acclimate, it evokes a bittersweet experience. Bittersweet nonsense, Yang Jing retorted, feeling uneasy under his ardent gaze. You're just a masochist. Her words lacked their usual warmth. If I'm a masochist, then you must be a sadist, Xia Qingfeng retorted, erupting in laughter as he dashed toward the safety shelter, eluding Yang Jing's attempt to kick him. He appeared to have gained some advantage. Inside, Yang Jing stomped her foot in vexation, watching Xia Qingfeng's retreating figure before dissolving into a chuckle. Who wants to torment you? She muttered, a vision materializing in her mind. Xia Qingfeng, bound, while she, clad in leather attire, wielded a whip, striking him mercilessly. Each lash elicited a piercing scream. Yet the sound held an oddly pleasurable quality. Oh my, what am I even imagining? Yang Jing's face flushed crimson, grateful that Xia Qingfeng had already fled, sparing her from discovery. Aren't you forgetting who I am? Xia Qingfeng boasted, tilting his head back with such arrogance that it nearly toppled from his neck, only to be met with Yang Jing's curt command to get lost. Intelligence doesn't even reach 1800. Yours is closer to 80. Huh? Xia Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed, his face etched with bewilderment. What happened? Yang Jing, no longer daring to act recklessly, assumed he was facing some serious matter. Her attention was entirely captivated by him. Why is it that every time you tell me to leave, I feel such a peculiar sense of comfort? After uttering this, Xia Qingfeng burst into laughter and swiftly dashed outside the safe house, narrowly evading a swift kick from Yang Jing. As she watched Xia Qingfeng sprinting towards the water pool, a sudden lightness enveloped her heart. On this desolate island, having such a companion made her feel remarkably less lonely. In fact, over the past few days, she had scarcely entertained thoughts of wanting to escape this deserted land. Despite his somewhat slick demeanor, this man proved to be quite dependable. Contemplating this, Yang Jing surveyed her surroundings. The safe house had been constructed from nothing, and everything within it, the fire pit, bamboo bed, bamboo stools, and the 4 barrels of water, evoked a sense of warmth, almost as if it had begun to resemble a home. At this moment, she slowly settled onto the bamboo stool, her gaze gradually losing focus. Memories of comrades in the bustling city, her superiors, and her family washed over her. She recalled the solemn expression on her leader's face when he entrusted her with a mission. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingfeng, Yang Jing's mind was swirling with these chaotic thoughts. Observing his continued sawing, she curiously inquired about his actions. After listening to Xia Qingfeng's words, Yang Jing nodded in agreement. His considerations were indeed astute. It was wise to prepare more. Without waiting for her to ask, Xia Qingfeng directly shared his intentions. Your thoughts are quite commendable. Allow me to assist. Just as they were about to get to work, an abrupt and piercing cry of an eagle pierced the air outside. Beneath the sharp talons of the 2 eagles lay a plump wild rabbit. This rabbit, with its grayish fur, appeared to weigh over 10 pounds. The creatures inhabiting this desolate island were generally larger than those that Xia Qingfeng had previously encountered. Even the young golden eagle had grown to nearly 4 meters across when its wings were fully extended. Circling above the safe house, the young golden eagle dropped the rabbit directly at Xia Qingfeng's feet, flapping its wings and generating gusts of wind as it descended toward him. With a determined clench of his jaw, Xia Qingfeng raised his left arm. He vividly recalled the early days when the young golden eagle had alighted on his arm, its talons piercing his skin effortlessly like iron claws. This time, however, His muscles had been fortified to a strength of 10, and an impulse surged within him, a desire to test whether he could withstand the grip of the eagle's talons. Upon seeing Xia Qingfeng's extended arm, the young golden eagle conveyed a sense of joy, landing steadily upon him. Instantly, Xia Qingfeng felt a weight on his left arm, accompanied by a slight prick of pain radiating from the contact. Turning to inspect, he was relieved to find that his arm had not bled beneath the eagle's grasp. The area where the talons had pressed was merely pale. This minor discomfort was entirely bearable, filling him with delight. It seemed his skin's resilience had significantly improved. After all, if human skin could endure the scratches of an eagle's talons, it was akin to being capable of withstanding slashing attacks from a blade. The young golden eagle perched upon his right arm appeared equally pleased, standing tall and surveying its surroundings with an air of confidence. Every day, the little golden eagle yearns to be close to Xia Qingfeng, wishing to perch upon him. Yet, each time, Xia Qingfeng deftly evades its advances. After all, who desires to find themselves with a few unexpected puncture wounds on their arm? In this unexpected turn of events, Xia Qingfeng allows the creature to land on his forearm, which elicits immense excitement from the little golden eagle. Waves of mental energy flow towards Xia Qingfeng, conveying messages of joy. Father, this is wonderful. Father, I am so happy. Father, wah wah wah. Xia Qingfeng chuckles as he playfully teases the little eagle. Even Yang Jing, who was safely inside the shelter, rushes out and gently pats the eagle's back a couple of times. The little eagle, with its keen eyes, suddenly flashes a menacing glare, as if its sharp beak is poised to strike at Yang Jing. Alarmed, Xia Qingfeng swiftly interposes his hand before the eagle's line of sight. Son, you mustn't. This is your mother. Yang Jing, taken by the little eagle's charm, impulsively reached out to touch it, only to be startled by its fierce reaction. She quickly retreats, unable to fully grasp Xia Qingfeng's words. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng continues to reassure the little eagle. Son, this is your mother. You must recognize her. You cannot attack her. Do you understand? It's just a small compromise. Letting your mother pet you is not a big deal. Is it, son? Turning to the little eagle, Xia Qingfeng gives an encouraging cheer. The little eagle persists in communicating. Father, what exactly is a mother? The intelligence of the young golden eagle is still quite limited. Despite Xia Qingfeng's lengthy explanations, it could only grasp that such a creature must not be attacked. As for what exactly it is, the young golden eagle remained utterly perplexed until the very end. Just then, a furious roar erupted, reverberating like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the surroundings. Even the leaves around were shaken, rustling in response. The young eagle, startled, flapped its wings incessantly. Upon turning, Xia Qingfeng beheld the white tiger, its massive fangs protruding menacingly from its lips, exuding an air of intimidation as it approached with deliberate, measured strides. Why the uproar, Tiger Lord? You could have simply come without such a racket. Are you trying to frighten someone to death? Xia Qingfeng expressed his dissatisfaction towards the white tiger. The tiger, however, paid him no heed, its fierce gaze fixated upon the young golden eagle, scrutinizing it intently. The young eagle, undeterred, returned the gaze with its own piercing eyes. The tension in the air surged, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping them, as if sparks were crackling in the atmosphere. Though the young golden eagle was still immature, it showed no sign of yielding before the white tiger. You may be large, but what of it? I possess wings, it thought defiantly. Xia Qingfeng, sensing the brewing conflict, quickly interjected. If these two were to clash, it would spell trouble. He relied on both of them for future assistance. What is the most crucial aspect of a team? Stability and unity. A team that lacks cohesion is hardly a team at all. Tiger Lord, please remain calm. This is the young golden eagle, my son. My own flesh and blood. Truly? Young golden eagle, this is Tiger Lord, and in terms of seniority, he is your tiger uncle. You must respect the hierarchy. We are all family, do you understand? The white tiger cast a scrutinizing glance at Xia Qingfeng before striding towards the left side of the safe house. Meanwhile, the little golden eagle, undeterred, let out a piercing cry, its sharp, resonant voice echoing through the air. The initial encounter between these two was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, Xia Qingfeng believed that time would mend all rifts. After playing with the little golden eagle for a while, it took to the skies, soaring away. The eagle had built its nest on the edge of a cliff, where it spent every night. This cliff was where the waterfall cascaded down, and the eagle's nest was situated not far from it. He could only shake his head with a wry smile as he followed closely behind the white tiger into the safe house. Inside, the white tiger had already claimed a section of the wall, where a pile of straw lay. The tiger comfortably sprawled atop the straw, beginning to lick its front paws with its thick, fleshy tongue, while Xia Qingfeng chose to ignore it. By the fire pit. Yang Jing had already begun processing the bamboo on her own. The fire pit measured 2 meters in length, prompting Yang Jing to cut the bamboo into 2-meter segments to fashion a table of matching size. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingfeng hurried over to assist, only to receive a disdainful glare from Yang Jing, who tossed aside the bamboo she was handling. Ignoring him, she turned her attention to preparing dinner, evidently still miffed. Xia Qingfeng, however, remained unfazed, diligently working while whistling a cheerful tune, clearly enjoying himself. Yang Jing gradually came to understand his temperament, realizing that her irritation was not genuine, and continued to prepare dinner over the fire pit. Since everyone possesses a generous spirit, Yang Jing decided to place 10 bamboo tubes into the fire pit this time, nearly encircling it completely. With the firewood added to the center, the flames roared to life, and within mere minutes, the water within the bamboo tubes began to bubble vigorously, releasing a cascade of bubbles accompanied by wisps of white steam. Meanwhile, Yang Jing had already prepared chunks of fish, snake meat, and venison, adding them to the mix. Essential ingredients such as mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms were also included, a requisite in every bamboo tube. As each busily attended to their tasks, Xia Qingfeng completed the table, and Yang Jing began to temper the flames of the fire pit. "All right, let us feast," Yang Jing declared, pulling up a bamboo stool and settling at one end of the table, while Xia Qingfeng occupied the opposite end. The two sat about 2 meters apart, exchanging intense glances as they each retrieved can after can of broth from the fire pit, placing them on the table. Xia Qingfeng tested the table. Although it creaked slightly under the weight, it remained remarkably sturdy and reliable. With a hearty appetite, he brought 6 cans of broth to the table, while Yang Jing carried only 4. The rich aroma of the broth, mingling with the rising steam, enveloped the entire safe house. Even the white tiger, enticed by the scent, stood and approached. "But, dear tiger, did you not just consume a substantial deer leg this afternoon? Are you still hungry?" Xia Qingfeng remarked, observing the white tiger, who remained unfazed, exuding an air of aloofness as it fixated its piercing gaze upon the broth on Xia Qingfeng's table. Having been rendered utterly devoid of temper by the white tiger's antics, Xia Qingfeng could only wave his hands in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall grant you an entire cask." With these words, he hefted a bamboo container brimming with stewed fish and meat, placing it upon the earth. The white tiger extended its corpulent tongue, lapping at the offering before commencing its consumption with gusto, devouring the repast with evident relish. Shaking his head in silent amusement, Xia Qingfeng, too, began to partake of his own meal. It must be avowed that Yang Jing possessed considerable culinary skill, the meat broth having been stewed to a state of profound and unctuous flavor. A single draught of the concoction sent a warming current from his palate, coursing down his gullet and suffusing his very stomach, engendering an ineffable sense of comfort. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing consumed their repast with no dilatory movements, and upon its completion, Yang Jing took the initiative in cleansing the bamboo containers. On this occasion, there was no necessity to venture forth to the water platform, for within the confines of the safe haven, water was readily available. With this water, she scoured the bamboo receptacles, the ablutions being cast forth through the doorway of the safe haven and onto the earth beyond. Subsequently, Yang Jing proceeded to replenish the bamboo containers with water, depositing them within the water reservoir. At this juncture, Xia Qingfeng interjected, stating, "There is no need to stew so copiously. Merely these 5 containers shall suffice." Yang Jing hesitated, her countenance betraying a measure of perplexity. "Do you not intend to fortify your internal circulation this evening? You averred that the augmentation of internal circulation necessitates a surfeit of victuals. How shall a mere 5 vessels prove adequate? I am well aware of your veracity." Yang Jing spoke as she busied herself with her tasks. Xia Qingfeng, finding himself without other immediate obligations, assisted Yang Jing in the vicinity of the fire pit. It could be asserted that this occasion marked the most comprehensive of his preparations. When the meats had been roasted to perfection, Xia Qingfeng initiated the process of igniting his internal circulation. The sensation of his very being torn asunder, a wrenching agony, surged through his frame like an inexorable tide, the pain arriving with predictable punctuality. There remained no recourse save to persevere and endure. In just a few fleeting minutes, Xia Qingfeng found himself drenched in sweat. The pain subsiding, a powerful sensation of hunger surged within him, as the food he had recently consumed vanished in an instant. He paid no heed to anything else, seizing the roasted venison and devouring it voraciously, resembling a famished spirit reincarnated. His mouth resembled a black hole as countless morsels of grilled meat were swiftly consumed, flowing into him like a relentless stream. Yang Jing, observing in astonishment, urged him, "Do slow down. No one is competing with you for the food. Are you truly that famished? Aren't you afraid of choking?" Regrettably, Xia Qingfeng's mouth was completely stuffed, emitting only muffled sounds, rendering his intentions unclear. Ultimately, Yang Jing, exasperated, chose to ignore him. Xia Qingfeng managed to consume nearly all of the prepared roasted meat and 5 buckets of broth before patting his slightly distended belly, releasing a series of resounding belches, feeling utterly satisfied. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng had successfully enhanced all 4 of his attributes to 10 points. He cast a glance at his screen. Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul Power, Enhanced Soul. Each completion allows for 1 enhancement of the Soul 78-100, Vitality, Enhanced Personal Attributes. Each completion allows for 1 enhancement of Attributes 91-100, Muscle Enhancement 10, Sensory Enhancement 10, Internal Circulation Enhancement 10, Cellular Vitality Enhancement 10, Soul. E. Chapter 47. Chanarel's Host, Xia Qingfeng Soul. Soul levels, graded from S to F with 2 sublevels each. Fortify your resolve, granting you unwavering fortitude, the ability to rest peacefully on a deserted island at night, and the audacity to overcome any obstacle. Soul Power strengthens the soul. A soul enhancement is available with every 100 points accumulated, 78-100. Life Force enhances personal attributes. An attribute enhancement is available with every 100 points accumulated, 91-100. Muscle Enhancement, 10 Sensory Enhancement, 10 Internal Circulation Enhancement, 10 Cellular Activity Enhancement, 10 Soul Tentacles. When activated, forms a secondary soul force field within a 20-meter radius, centered on the user for 6 minutes. This field can detect most dangers and lock onto the majority of attacks. Each use consumes 20 soul power. Host Assessment. Your insignificance is beneath my notice, yet I acknowledge your dedication. Persevere. He observed that his 4 attributes had turned gray, and his touch elicited no response. However, as his finger glided over the life force progress bar, a message materialized. Increase life force cap. Requires 500 life force points. Followed by yes and no options. Upon touching his soul force, the same information appeared on the soul force progress bar. Increasing the soul force limit requires 500 soul force points. Followed by yes or no options. 500 points? Xia Qingfeng mused, scratching his head. He knew his current life force and soul force were capped at 100 points. He had discovered that the system refreshed every night at midnight, deducting any excess points. For example, if he had 150 points, it would revert to 100 after midnight, the surplus 50 points being consumed by the system. Therefore, he needed to accumulate 500 life force points within a day to raise the limit. Otherwise, it would be reduced to 100 the next day. This presented a perplexing issue. He calculated that he could only gather a maximum of 300 life force points daily by spearing fish, and even less soul force. However, it seemed that he could not enhance the 4 attributes below without raising these limits. He discussed his predicament with Yang Jing, who was momentarily at a loss for a solution. Finally, she suggested, Xia Qingfeng, perhaps you could avoid killing the snakes and capture them alive? Then you could accumulate enough and kill them all at once. That's a commendable idea, Xia Qingfeng considered, but then said helplessly, those snakes are not easy to catch. I could manage to catch 3 or 5 by risking bites, but not many more. I fear I may not withstand it. After all, that is a bamboo leaf viper, whose venom is exceedingly potent. As for fishing, let us venture to the seaside. We shall dig a pit, fill it with seawater, and capture all the fish. Once we accumulate 500 points of vitality, we shall slay them all at once. Is it not the same? Yang Jingxiao had some interest and offered suggestions. The 2 of them deliberated through the night, but failed to devise any particularly effective plan. Ultimately, Xia Qingfeng resolved that capturing fish would be the more reliable course of action. Those bamboo leaf vipers are far too cunning. It is already commendable to have killed one. Each time, he must also activate the soul tendril, which consumes 20 points of soul energy. The difficulty of live capture is exceedingly high, indeed. The same issue afflicts fish as well. Despite the apparent ease of spearing a fish, capturing a 20 or 30-pound fish alive from the ocean is no simple feat finally. Xia Qingfeng waved his hand decisively. Sleep. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. He slumbered soundly until dawn. Revitalized, he emerged from the safe house, anticipating a spar with Yang Jing. To his surprise, Yang Jing stated, You may practice on your own. I shall not spar with you. You are already quite proficient in those movements. Xia Qingfeng was left dumbfounded. This solitary boon had been revoked. Did Yang Jing sense something? Was his eagerness too overt? With a guilty conscience, he dared not elaborate, merely acquiescing and beginning his own training. Given his current physical condition, standard sit-ups offered little challenge, as he could effortlessly perform hundreds. Thus, he sought a boulder weighing 200 to 300 pounds to embrace in his training, executing sit-ups with it. In a similar vein, while performing push-ups, he placed a stone upon his back. Remarkably, even with this added weight, he could manage over 100 in one breath. Observing nearby, Yang Jing incessantly berated him as a weirdo, yet her tone betrayed an undercurrent of envy and jealousy. Whether there was also resentment, one could only speculate. Having concluded his monotonous morning routine, Xia Qingfeng made his way towards the bamboo grove. Today, he intended to craft several bamboo spears to challenge the fish weighing over 50 pounds in the sea. Should he succeed, he might amass 500 vitality points in just one day, for larger fish indeed granted greater rewards in vitality. However, before he could venture far from the safety of his shelter, he was intercepted by the white tiger. The message conveyed by the majestic creature was exceedingly simple: follow it. With a tone so assertive that it brooked no argument, exuding an air of aloofness, Xia Qingfeng found himself somewhat perplexed, pondering where the white tiger intended to lead him. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he realized he had no pressing obligations. With some food on hand, he could easily forego fishing for a day or two. Thus, he signaled to the white tiger to lead the way, and without hesitation, the formidable beast shook its massive head and strode into the forest. At that moment, Yang Jing emerged from the safety of the shelter, her demeanor suggesting she too was headed into the woods to gather mushrooms. Noticing Xia Qingfeng following the white tiger, she curiously inquired, "Xia Qingfeng, weren't you supposed to be cutting bamboo? Why are you heading this way?" Xia Qingfeng replied, "It's like this. I was stopped by the white tiger. It asked me to follow it, and I'm not quite sure what it's about, but I thought I'd see." "I see," she responded. Yang Jing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she joyfully exclaimed, "Then I shall join you. After all, we are all headed to the woods. If there is nothing else, how about I teach you how to forage for mushrooms?" "Sounds great," Xia Qingfeng replied, equally delighted at the prospect of walking alongside such a stunning beauty. Thus, the two followed closely behind the white tiger into the forest. It seemed that the white tiger had a clear objective, leading the way deeper into the woods. Upon entering the heart of the forest, the majesty of the king of beasts was unmistakable. All creatures seemed to retreat in his presence. From a distance, Xia Qingfeng could hear the rustling of snakes, insects, and rodents fleeing. As they trailed behind the white tiger, an exhilarating sense of borrowed power enveloped them, prompting a shared smile that indicated they were both experiencing the same sentiment. Suddenly, Yang Jing grasped Xia Qingfeng's arm and pointed toward the base of a large tree not far ahead. "What is it?" Xia Qingfeng turned to look. "That one. It's called the chicken fat mushroom, the one you've tasted before." Xia Qingfeng examined it closely, recalling a vague memory of the chicken fat mushroom, which grew at the foot of the tree. It was a striking apricot color, vibrant, and approximately 10 centimeters in size. He had heard that the more vivid the color of a mushroom, the more likely it was to be poisonous. "I must tell you, this chicken fat mushroom is quite remarkable. It is one of the 4 most famous mushrooms in the world. You must have heard of the other 3, matsutake, truffle, and porcini. Impressive, right? I should inform you that matsutake is known as the king of mushrooms, but regrettably, I have yet to discover any in this forest. Moreover, truffles, often referred to as black diamonds, are exceedingly rich in nutrients." As Yang Jing spoke, she hurried over to gather the few chanterelles, placing them into the cloth pouch that rested against her chest. Observing her exuberance, Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but inquire playfully, "How does one distinguish toxic mushrooms?" Indeed, upon hearing his question, Yang Jing's face lit up with excitement as she began to elaborate. Identifying whether a mushroom is poisonous involves 5 essential steps. First, one must consider the environment in which the mushroom grows. For instance, chanterelles thrive beneath clean, large trees, while toxic mushrooms typically flourish in dark, damp, and unsanitary conditions. Secondly, color plays a crucial role. Poisonous mushrooms are often brightly colored and exhibit a variety of shades. At this point, Xia Qingfeng inwardly muttered, "The chanterelles in your hand seem quite vibrant, bright yellow. In fact, your assertions appear somewhat questionable." However, he only dared to entertain such thoughts privately, outwardly maintaining an appearance of keen interest. Seeing his demeanor, Yang Jing grew even more animated as she continued. The third step involves harvesting the mushroom and breaking it apart. If the exudate is viscous and exhibits hues of brown, dark brown, or black, it indicates toxicity. Conversely, if it yields clear liquid, it is generally safe for consumption. The fourth step is straightforward. One must assess the aroma. Fresh, non-toxic mushrooms typically emit a fragrant scent. Those noxious fungi exude a peculiar, acrid odor, even reeking of fish. As a final recourse, one may boil the freshly gathered mushrooms with rice and garlic as well. But to what end does the boiling serve? Xia Qingfeng inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Simpleton, Yang Jing retorted, if the mushrooms change color upon boiling, it signifies their toxicity. Conversely, if they retain their hue, they are safe for consumption. Well, you're so knowledgeable, Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. Yang Jing, hands on hips, wore a smug expression. Naturally, I consistently achieve perfect scores in wilderness survival class. These matters are but trifles. Chapter 48. The White Tiger Seeks Vengeance. Just as Yang Jing was about to expound further, the white tiger, which was walking ahead, suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, reverberating through the vicinity and sending a flock of birds scattering into the distance. Yang Jing, taken aback, turned to Xia Qingfeng and asked, "What does this signify?" Xia Qingfeng chuckled and replied, "The Tiger Lord deems our pace too slow and urges us to hasten." Yang Jing stuck out her tongue, making an endearing face, and hastened after the white tiger, tossing back a remark, "It's all your fault for prying." Xia Qingfeng, left behind, could only wear a wry smile. Muttering under his breath, "How is it my fault? Weren't you the one showing off? Look at you, and your abilities." The two swiftly caught up with the white tiger, which was walking ahead. The terrain ahead began to ascend, and the density of trees increased. Towering trees, each requiring several individuals to encircle, stood majestically. Even with an entrenching tool, let alone an axe, felling such a tree would be a multi-day endeavor for Xia Qingfeng. He harbored no untoward intentions towards these arboreal giants, thus selecting a haven devoid of excessively large trees. Yang Jing, in her ambulations, habitually scrutinized the mushrooms beneath the trees, a near-occupational reflex. Curiosity piqued regarding the white tiger's destination, she refrained from foraging, diligently following its lead. The path through the primeval forest was arduous, the air heavy and humid. Beneath their feet, the ground was slick with damp roots. These ancient trees, of indeterminate age, possessed roots that had surfaced, sprawling across the terrain like colossal serpents. Within the crevices of these roots, clusters of dark green ferns thrived, scattered hither and thither. A delicate mist permeated the atmosphere, imbuing the entire forest with an aura of antiquity and enigma. The exposed roots presented a slippery footing, and the trees were entwined with vines. Fortunately, the white tiger's vanguard ensured the prompt departure of venomous snakes and scorpions, facilitating Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng's passage. Xia Qingfeng navigated the terrain with consummate ease. His attributes enhanced to the 10th degree, endowing him with an unprecedented sense of equilibrium. Perched precariously on a tree root, one could maintain a delicate equilibrium, swaying to and fro, appearing on the verge of collapse yet remaining upright. With a gentle push, one's body could surge forward with considerable momentum. Observing his effortless movements, Yang Jing could only lament her own shortcomings, a consequence of her insatiable curiosity. The question lingered, where was Baihu leading them both? Baihu traversed the terrain with remarkable ease, its massive paws, cushioned with thick pads, moving silently, like a lithe feline. The elevation increased steadily, indicating their ascent towards a mountain summit. The path grew increasingly steep, with large boulders emerging amidst dense thickets of towering brambles. Several times, Xia Qingfeng attempted to communicate telepathically with Baihu, inquiring about their destination, but Baihu remained aloof, offering no response and continuing its ascent. Finally, they reached the summit, revealing a gentle slope on the mountain's leeward side, where a verdant meadow flourished. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, standing atop the peak, inhaled deeply and gazed ahead. The panorama was breathtaking, with a tapestry of mountains and ancient forests stretching into the distance, concealing their secrets beneath a serene canopy of green. At that moment, Xia Qingfeng nudged Yang Jing, directing her attention towards Baihu, whose demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation, lacking its earlier majestic swagger. Rather circumspect, it nestled behind a thicket of shrubs taller than a man, its amber eyes fixed forward. The two humans involuntarily followed the white tiger's gaze to the fore. It soon became apparent what the tiger intended and why it had led them there. Roughly 100 meters ahead, a drove of wild boars was leisurely grazing in the meadow. The matriarch, a colossal sow, resembled a behemoth, her mass exceeding a ton. Tusks like sabers plowed the earth with each thrust, casting up clouds of dust and uprooting tufts of grass that danced in the air. The swine were evidently relishing the roots and rhizomes, judging by the numerous bowl-sized craters they had excavated across the sward. No doubt, the white tiger had come for retribution. It had been chased to the safe house by this very herd, suffering grievous wounds. Had Xia Qingfeng not intervened, the tiger might have perished. Now, scarcely recovered. It had hastened here, eager for vengeance. Revenge knows no delay. I admire that spirit. It seemed the tiger's motives for bringing them along were less than altruistic. Xia Qingfeng. So this is where the boars reside, Yang Jing murmured, her radiant eyes framed by fluttering lashes. She drew close to Xia Qingfeng. Her voice hushed despite the distance to the swine. Instantly, a familiar, delicate fragrance enveloped Xia Qingfeng, a scent he had often perceived emanating from Yang Jing. On the deserted island, there is a complete absence of shower gel and floral water, such cosmetics. The fragrance enveloping Yang Jing emanates from her own natural scent, which captivates Xia Qingfeng more profoundly than any perfume, leaving him entranced. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply and then spoke to Yang Jing. It seems our esteemed Tiger Lord has brought us here for revenge. Tonight, we shall feast on braised pork. How naive you are. With such a large group of wild boars, it's just the three of us. I find it quite unlikely, he mused. Indeed. 5 large boars and 4 piglets do seem rather excessive. The 3 of us could hardly consume it all, Xia Qingfeng sighed in agreement. Yet, as he gazed at the plump creatures sprinting before them, the tantalizing prospect of unfulfilled feasting stirred insatiable hunger within him. Not just he, even the white tiger, hidden amidst the foliage, appeared eager, demonstrating that the allure of pork held significant sway over him as well. Just then, Xia Qingfeng's nostrils twitched. He caught a whiff of something familiar carried by the wind. His gaze shifted toward the distance. After a meticulous search, he indeed discerned something unusual about 200 meters away, almost opposite the group of wild boars. Were it not for Xia Qingfeng's heightened senses, he would have certainly missed the peculiarities present there. His focus settled on a thicket, even taller than the one concealing the white tiger. At that moment, he noticed a subtle movement in the underbrush, followed by the emergence of a scarlet eye peering from the foliage. The distance was considerable, compelling Xia Qingfeng to squint and concentrate to discern the details clearly. The eye appeared strikingly familiar to him, instilling a sense of foreboding deep within his heart. Yang Jing observed her demeanor and glanced in that direction. Yet she discerned nothing amiss. Noticing the grave expression on Xia Qingfeng's face, she refrained from interrupting him, quietly standing by with a look of concern etched across her features. Master Hu, please wait here with Yang Jing. I must investigate further, he declared. What is it? Came the simultaneous inquiry from both Master Hu and Yang Jing. I am uncertain myself. I will take a closer look. Should anything arise, I will signal you. Rather than charging directly towards the boar herd, he opted to arc around it, maintaining a safe distance of over 100 meters. He began to engage every muscle in his body, harnessing his heightened senses and cellular vitality, gliding through the underbrush and trees with barely a whisper, akin to a fleeting specter. This time, he unleashed the full force of his 4 attributes, experiencing the extraordinary strength that came with their enhancement to the maximum level. Movements that previously existed solely in the realm of imagination were now effortlessly executed. At times, he resembled a nimble deer, leaping several meters to clear thickets. At others, he moved like an agile monkey, traversing the trees with ease. More frequently, however, he embodied the grace of a stealthy black panther, navigating the forest with the precision of a mysterious assassin, swift, elegant, and with a gaze as cold as ice. Yang Jing, having undergone rigorous training, was also adept in the art of stealth. Yet, despite her awareness of Xia Qingfeng's trajectory, his figure remained elusive, discernible only through the subtle quivering of branches and the rustling of undergrowth that betrayed his passage. Had she not possessed prior knowledge, she would have been entirely oblivious to his presence. This realization evoked a sense of astonishment within Yang Jing, as she contemplated the escalating prowess of Xia Qingfeng with each augmentation. Were he to operate within an urban setting, he would undoubtedly ascend to the echelons of elite assassins. Even with her entire squadron of special forces providing security, she doubted their ability to thwart him single-handedly. It is worth noting that Yang Jing's unit specialized in security detail. Among special forces, a legend persisted regarding 3 superior units, the Spy Dragon, the Dragon Slayer, and the Steadfast Dragon, collectively known as the 3 Dragon Squads. Yang Jing's unit belonged to the Steadfast Dragon Squad, endowed with unique privileges. Her team had executed several flawless security assignments for the upper echelons, including once safeguarding the Premier's 7-day itinerary without a single mishap, earning them a collective second-class merit. They were undeniably among the nation's finest. Therefore, Yang Jing's assessment underscored the remarkable nature of Xia Qingfeng's current capabilities. As anticipated, Xia Qingfeng's movements went entirely unnoticed by the herd of wild boars below, who continued to graze contentedly on the roots. Each boar emitted low grunts, seemingly relishing their meal with utmost satisfaction. Unlike other gregarious animals, the boars, whether due to their limited intelligence or excessive self-assurance, remained blissfully unaware. Unlike other creatures such as wolves or deer, who designate sentinels during feeding to alert the pack to danger, these wild boars exhibited no such caution, engrossed entirely in their meal. What need had they for centuries? Unparalleled force, formidable tusks, and resin-hardened hides were their assurance, a challenge to any who dared approach. Swiftly, Xia Qingfeng approached the thicket, finding refuge amidst the dense foliage of a nearby tree, positioning himself within 20 meters. Activating his soul tentacles, the surroundings flooded his perception. A cursory scan revealed no other immediate threats. Concealed behind the thicket lurked his quarry, the massive wolf from that fateful night. Under Xia Qingfeng's soul-touching scrutiny, every movement of the wolf was laid bare. Yet, strangely, the wolf remained motionless behind the bushes. He had never witnessed such a chilling gaze, bereft of fear, excitement, or malice. Only a serene indifference, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. An attitude of utter nonchalance. The colossal wolf below remained inactive, refraining from any assault. Instead, it cast upon him a derisive sneer. Xia Qingfeng swore he was not mistaken. He had witnessed, upon the face of a wolf, a contemptuous, dismissive smile. Infuriated, Xia Qingfeng felt insulted by the audacity of the wild wolf. He resolved that even if he had to forego feasting on wild boar, he would capture this culprit. Xia Qingfeng harbored a suspicion that the neck-biting insects might have been spread by this very wolf. However, as he was about to act, the wolf at the edge of the thicket opened its jaws wide, drawing Xia Qingfeng's attention. He observed a black, spider-like neck-biting insect emerge from the wolf's mouth. This particular insect was significantly larger than the peanut-sized ones he had previously encountered, now about the size of a ping-pong ball. Its 6 slender legs moved rapidly as it dropped to the ground and scurried towards the herd of wild boars without hesitation. Xia Qingfeng's soul tentacles immediately locked onto the neck-biting insect, which moved swiftly through the grass, its 6 legs a blur. For some reason, Xia Qingfeng sensed a strange urgency in the insect, as if it were ravenous and impatient. In an instant, it had covered a distance of over 20 meters. Puzzled, Xia Qingfeng wondered about the wolf's intentions. His current understanding was that the neck-biting insects could only parasitize animals after they had been killed, entering through their mouths or wounds. This was why Xia Qingfeng was reluctant to kill the wild boars and benefit the wolf. He wanted Yang Jing and Baihu to focus their attacks on the wolf. A wild boar had gone mad. By the time Xia Qingfeng turned his attention back, the herd of wild boars was in complete disarray. A colossal adult boar rampaged through its kin, emitting harrowing cries. Being the second largest in the sounder, it refrained from aggression, opting instead to evade the maddened beast. From afar, Xia Qingfeng observed the boar's bloodshot eyes, indicative of immense suffering, as it relentlessly charged at its fellows, gouging the earth with its snout. Alarmingly, the frenzied boar was visibly emaciating. Initially estimated to weigh nearly a ton, it had drastically slimmed down in a brief span. Its anguished screams grew increasingly piercing. The relentless assault on the ground left its snout a bloody mess. This demented display terrified the piglets, who scattered in panicked squeals. The massive sow approached, nudging the seemingly lifeless boar on the ground. Just as everyone presumed it deceased, the boar abruptly lurched to its feet. Xia Qingfeng exclaimed inwardly, realizing the parasitic cordyceps had successfully taken hold. The boar's eyes had lost their pupils, transformed into a uniform crimson hue, mirroring the gaze of the lurking giant wolves. At this juncture, Xia Qingfeng comprehended the situation. The resurrected boar, with its blood-red eyes, stared blankly at the surrounding swine. Subsequently, it commenced its advance, its diminutive legs propelling it forward. Simultaneously, the colossal wolf, hitherto concealed within the thicket, manifested its presence. The boar promptly sought refuge beside it. Whereupon their sanguinary eyes converged upon Xia Qingfeng, perched aloft in the arboreal heights. Startled by this spectacle, Xia Qingfeng brandished his entrenching tool, poised in anticipation. What now? He mused. Do you two intend to assail me? I presently reside at an elevation of 5 or 6 meters. Are you certain you possess the capacity to ascend? Contrary to his expectations, the wolf, in concert with the boar, refrained from launching an assault. Instead, they executed an about-face, retreating into the verdant depths of the forest. Xia Qingfeng's gaze followed the trajectory of the wolf's departure, ascending towards the island's innermost recesses. In the distance, precipitous peaks rose in serried ranks. Xia Qingfeng entertained the notion of pursuing them, of dispatching the wolf and boar. However, upon reflection, he relinquished the idea. Firstly, he questioned his ability to prevail in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Secondly, if his memory served him correctly, there remained another wolf infested with alarm beetles, its presence yet unrevealed. His soul tentacles possessed a range of only 20 meters. Should the wolf lie in ambush within the forest, he would remain oblivious to its presence. Were he to succumb to rashness and charge forth, only to be ensnared in an ambush and besieged by the pack, the consequences would be dire. As he redirected his attention towards the collective of boars, he discerned that the recent disturbance had instilled a palpable sense of trepidation within their ranks. Under the aegis of the matriarch, they appeared poised to depart. With a surge of resolve, Xia Qingfeng sprang into action, determined to prevent their exodus. Deeming it too late to summon Bai Hu and Yang Jing, he charged ahead, emitting a resonant bellow. Instantly, the boar's attention fixated upon Xia Qingfeng. At that juncture, Bai Hu and Yang Jing, upon observing Xia Qingfeng's emergence, advanced from their concealed positions with an air of dignified purpose, encircling the feral swine in a comprehensive cordon. It may seem ludicrous, merely two individuals and a solitary white tiger endeavoring to besiege a septet or octet of wild boars. Nevertheless, though diminutive in number, their imposing presence was undeniable. Bai Hu, as a matter of course, exuded an aura of majestic ferocity, his gaze piercing and unwavering. Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng, for their part, emanated an even more elevated mien, their demeanor suggesting a profound disregard for the assembled porcine adversaries, radiating an aspect of utter disdain, brimming with palpable intent. The wild boars, upon beholding the duo and the white tiger, swiftly shed their initial trepidation, supplanted by visages of unbridled savagery, barbarity, and sheer frenzy. As the adage goes, old foes ignite fervent animosity. The vanguard of the assault was spearheaded by the most colossal sow, whose quarry was, predictably, Bai Hu, the object of her profound resentment. In recent days, Bai Hu had, with opportunistic stealth, absconded with her offspring, a grievance the maternal swine had evidently not consigned to oblivion. The trio arrayed themselves with Yang Jing at the epicenter, Bai Hu flanking the left, and Xia Qingfeng positioned on the right. The sow, with unwavering resolve, launched her charge towards Bai Hu, head cannoned slightly downward, her tusks brandished menacingly, exuding an aura of murderous intent and indomitable force. It appeared the sow intended to eviscerate Bai Hu with a single, devastating thrust. Her tonnage, exceeding a metric ton, coupled with the thunderous cadence of her robust legs, caused Xia Qingfeng to perceive a palpable tremor in the earth. Chapter 50. For wild piglets he harbored the intention of lending assistance. Yet the distance separating him from Bai Hu was prohibitive. Simultaneously, the other two boars launched their assault on him and Yang Jing. A total of 5 adult wild boars had been present initially. One, afflicted by a neck-clasping parasite from the wolves, had been carried away. That left 4. The largest sow pursued the white tiger, leaving 2 to charge at Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng respectively. The remaining boar hesitated momentarily before also charging towards Yang Jing, followed by the 4 piglets. Faced with the sow's charge, akin to a frenzied bull, the white tiger displayed an uncharacteristic calm. Its pace remained unhurried. Its eyes fixed intently on the approaching sow. Xia Qingfeng admired its composure, unable to fathom how the tiger intended to confront the enraged sow, especially given the sheer force of its charge. Xia Qingfeng doubted he could withstand such an impact head-on. The white tiger's unwavering demeanor led Xia Qingfeng to wonder if it possessed hidden reserves of power. But as soon as the thought arose, the sow was mere meters away. With sudden agility, the white tiger executed a swift turn, darting away like a startled hare. The onlookers were astounded. It fled? Xia Qingfeng, recovering from his surprise, couldn't help but exclaim in vulgarity. He had anticipated a display of prowess, a slaughter even, but the outcome was utterly unexpected. It was too late. The white tiger had vanished into the woods, the sow in hot pursuit. Advancing with the resounding force of a tank, it pulverized shrubs and saplings in its path, creating a cloud of dust. Oblivious to the aftermath, Xia Qingfeng was confronted by a spotted wild boar, its weight exceeding 700 pounds, charging directly towards him. With no time to spare for others, he resolved to address his immediate threat, enabling him to promptly assist Yang Jing. Disillusioned with Bai Hu, Xia Qingfeng relied on his remaining soul tentacles, which would last for a mere 10 minutes. Thus, he hastened his efforts, aiming for a swift resolution. Facing the onrushing boar, Xia Qingfeng utilized both his soul tentacles to anticipate its trajectory and his heightened senses, amplified to the maximum. In his perception, the boar's assault unfolded as if played at half speed on a screen. While not as exaggerated as slow motion, he could distinctly discern its offensive route. Maintaining composure, Xia Qingfeng gradually retreated. As the boar neared within 7 or 8 meters, he deftly sidestepped. At such proximity, the boar's immense momentum rendered any change in direction impossible. Like a matador, he evaded the boar's charge. With a swift motion, he swung a trench shovel towards the boar's head. Unexpectedly, the boar exhibited remarkable agility, evading the blow with a sidestep, causing the shovel to miss its mark. Undaunted, Xia Qingfeng propelled himself forward, his feet drumming against the earth as he pursued the fleeing boar. The porcine behemoth, weighing nearly 800 pounds, thundered through the undergrowth, its passage a cacophony of destruction. Yet, with his sole tendrils latched onto the quarry, Xia Qingfeng maintained a relentless pace, his velocity rivaling that of the boar itself. He moved as a tempestuous gale or an unbridled torrent, imbued with irresistible force. The boar's offensive repertoire was limited to its singular, brutal charge. Having failed to connect with Xia Qingfeng, its momentum carried it a dozen yards before it began its laborious deceleration, intent on pivoting for another assault. Its hooves carved deep furrows in the soil as it struggled to regain its footing. To the boar's utter dismay, Xia Qingfeng descended upon it with the swiftness of a gale, an aura of palpable menace preceding him. With a resounding laugh, he unleashed a fist, the air itself seeming to tear as the blow descended. The punch landed with the force of a thunderclap, sending a cloud of dust and debris in its wake. The boar could only watch in horror as Xia Qingfeng's fist connected with the base of its ear. The blow, delivered with nearly the full extent of Xia Qingfeng's power, sent the beast sprawling, its agonized squeals piercing the air. Unappeased, Xia Qingfeng pressed his advantage, delivering another blow to the same vulnerable spot. Each successive punch transformed the boar's face into a grotesque tapestry of blood and gore, its cries of anguish echoing through the forest. At last, Xia Qingfeng delivered a powerful punch, his muscles now fortified to a remarkable 10 points, each strike unleashing a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. The wild boar was rendered unsteady, staggering and retreating unceremoniously. Despite the resilience of its thick hide, the creature could not withstand his onslaught and collapsed with a thud. Its stout legs twitched a few times before falling still. The unfortunate wild boar was rendered unconscious by his relentless assault. Xia Qingfeng did not receive a notification from the system, which relieved him. He had no intention of killing the wild boar. Rendering it unconscious was sufficient. He bent down and grasped the boar's 4 limbs, hoisting the hefty creature, weighing around 800 pounds, onto his shoulder. His body sank slightly under the weight, but he managed to bear it. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of any other wild boars on the grassy field. However, this was of little concern. Following the trail left by the fleeing boar, he briskly moved in the direction Yang Jing had escaped, that fellow by who had truly embarrassed the king of beasts. Xia Qingfeng decided to disregard him. Yet, Yang Jing was in peril, and he felt compelled to hasten to her aid. 2 large wild boars were in pursuit of her, and even the remaining 4 smaller ones were grunting and following suit. Xia Qingfeng wondered how Yang Jing was faring against the 2 formidable wild boars. The thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. He was not concerned about losing his way. The evidence of the wild boar's pursuit through the forest was unmistakable. Broken branches and trampled grass served as guiding beacons, allowing Xia Qingfeng to pursue with ease. Augmented with an additional 20 points of vitality, his constitution had indeed improved, yet outrunning a wild boar remained improbable. Yang Jing, persevere, I am coming forthwith. Xia Qingfeng murmured inwardly, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow. Bearing a floral boar weighing approximately 700 to 800 pounds while sprinting through the forest exacted a considerable toll on his stamina. Nevertheless, he pressed on, driven by concern for Yang Jing and a reluctance to abandon the boar. His craving for the boar's meat was one factor, but he also harbored a premonition that the colossal wolf lurked nearby. Abandoning the boar would likely allow the wolf to seize an opportunistic advantage and infest it with a parasitic neckworm. In such a scenario, his loss would extend beyond mere pounds of pork, encompassing the addition of a formidable adversary. If his conjecture held true, the giant wolf had been assiduously parasitizing various creatures in recent days. Once it had amassed its retinue, it would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Thus, Xia Qingfeng was determined to deny the wolf the floral boar. The duration of the soul tentacles had elapsed, causing the sensation of omnipotence and omniscience to abruptly vanish, leaving Xia Qingfeng with a momentary sense of disorientation. Another 20 points of soul force had been depleted, devoid of alternatives. He was now compelled to rely on his heightened senses to locate Yang Jing. Soon, he caught sight of her, discovering that her predicament was less dire than he had anticipated. Apparently, realizing that she could not outpace the boar, Yang Jing had ascended a tree. However, it was evident that she had made a hasty selection, opting for a tree of modest girth that a person could encircle with her arms. Thus, the two massive wild boars below showed no signs of relinquishing their efforts, relentlessly colliding with the tree. With each thunderous impact, the trunk trembled violently, and leaves cascaded down like rain, accompanied by the crackling sound of snapping branches. Yang Jing clung desperately to a horizontal branch 8 meters high, her gaze fixed on the enormous wild boars as they took turns battering the tree she had ascended. Nearby, four piglets rummaged about, grunting and seemingly devoid of worry. Seeing that Yang Jing was momentarily safe, Xia Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He casually secured the spotted wild boar beneath a large tree, binding its limbs tightly with a vine, wary of the creature awakening unexpectedly and complicating matters. After taking 2 deep breaths, he hoisted the boar onto his shoulder and strode away with determined strides, calling out, "Yang Jing, take your time descending. I will lead these 2 wild boars to the safe house." Meanwhile, Yang Jing pondered her escape. In truth, her predicament mirrored Xia Qingfeng's assumptions. Despite having traversed a considerable distance, the pursuing boars were closing in. With no other option, she had climbed the tree. The sudden appearance of Xia Qingfeng emerging from the woods filled her with joy, and upon hearing his shout, she deemed his plan commendable. Yet she couldn't help but wonder if he could outrun the 2 wild boars while carrying such a hefty spotted one. Could it be that those equipped with the system possessed such audacity? Empty-handed, yet facing the wild boar. "Can you manage?" Yang Jing called out anxiously from the tree. How could a man ever admit defeat? Xia Qingfeng shouted boldly as he sprinted into the distance. Chapter 51, A Bountiful Harvest. The 2 massive wild boars below were indeed lured away by him, thundering in pursuit with great force. The reality spoke volumes. Xia Qingfeng was effortlessly carrying a blooming wild boar weighing around 700 to 800 pounds, keeping pace with the 2 boars chasing him. This spectacle left Yang Jing, who was perched in the tree, utterly astonished, once again reshaping her worldview. His movements were not only swift as a specter and rapid as an arrow, but when he leaped into action, he resembled an owl in the night, silent and stealthy, without a single sound. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished while he bore the weight of a wild boar. His previous focus on enhancing his 4 attributes had remained somewhat abstract, but this chase had unleashed the full potential within him. The true strength of all 4 attributes, now enhanced to 10, was vividly displayed. With a sensory acuity of 10, he could precisely navigate the terrain, selecting the optimal path for his escape. The power of his muscles enabled him to carry the heavy wild boar, while cellular vitality provided him with exceptional coordination, ensuring that each stride was balanced and stable. He was able to exert minimal effort while maximizing his momentum. In a flash, his movements rendered his trajectory as inscrutable as a specter. The inner rhythm of his actions served as a steadfast support. His endurance was profound and unyielding, his breath steady, allowing his entire physique to function akin to a colossal engine, consistently delivering power. All of this culminated in the extraordinary feat he now accomplished. Moreover, as Xia Qingfeng grew increasingly attuned to his own physical condition, his running speed not only remained unimpeded but actually accelerated. The 2 wild boars pursuing him began to struggle, the distance between them widening, prompting Yang Jing, trailing far behind, to berate him as inhuman. Xia Qingfeng surged ahead to the safety house, flung open the door, and dashed inside. Remarkably, throughout this frantic sprint, he felt scarcely fatigued, only slightly breathless. This revelation instilled a sense of confidence within him. He had not anticipated such an enhancement in his stamina. Glancing back at the 2 wild boars hot on his heels, a feral grin spread across his face. Was it not an opportune moment to indulge in the bounty that had presented itself? This time, the boars were far less courteous than before, launching an outright assault on the safety house. The structure was fortified by 5 trees serving as its core, beneath which Xia Qingfeng had constructed a stone platform over a meter high. The 2 formidable wild boars hesitated to attack, for despite their ferocity, they were still flesh and blood. They would not recklessly charge the rocky barrier. Even the most foolish of creatures would refrain from such folly. Their only means of destruction lay in the wooden supports beneath the safety house, some of which remained intact. Xia Qingfeng had merely trimmed the upper sections of those that had taken root below. Upon encountering such wooden pillars, the wild boar would exert considerable effort, finding it quite challenging to overturn them. Yet, some of these were strategically buried by Xia Qingfeng himself, who had excavated pits for their placement. Beneath these pits, He had laid down rocks, ensuring that although these wooden pillars robustly supported the entire safe house, under the onslaught of the monstrous wild boars, 4 or 5 of them soon toppled. The entire safe house began to emit creaking sounds. Observing the 2 rampaging wild boars beneath him, Xia Qingfeng felt a surge of anxiety. If these beasts continued their rampage below, the safe haven he had painstakingly constructed would be utterly destroyed. However, it was unrealistic for him to confront the wild boars at this moment. His earlier success in vanquishing the spotted wild boar had been due to the activation of his soul tendrils, which allowed him to predict its attack trajectory. Unfortunately, the duration of his soul tendrils had expired and was currently in cooldown. He had already discovered that to reactivate them, a minimum of 4 hours must pass, and barely an hour had elapsed. Just then, Yang Jing emerged from the thicket, vigorously gesturing towards Xia Qingfeng. "Yang Jing, are you all right?" Xia Qingfeng called out loudly. "What are you gesturing for? These wild boars cannot comprehend human speech. Just shout as you please." "I'm fine." Yang Jing seemed to have come to a realization. She ceased her gestures and instead shouted, "You need to figure out a way to lure these 2 wild boars away. If this continues, our safe house will be doomed." Heeding Yang Jing's words, Xia Qingfeng felt he had no choice but to attempt something. He immediately leapt down from the safe house, and upon landing, he successfully drew the attention of the 2 wild boars with a resounding thud. He pivoted and charged towards him. The razor-sharp tusks protruded from either side of its mouth, filling Xia Qingfeng with trepidation. A single misstep could result in grievous wounds, an unbearable prospect. Yet, Xia Qingfeng remained unperturbed, running with an easy grace, almost as if on a morning jaunt. Maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the 2 wild boars behind him, he called out to Yang Jing. "I'm somewhat reluctant, you know. If we lure these 2 hefty pieces of meat into the woods, we might not find them again when we crave them. Why don't you rest for a while? I'll wait until my skill is ready to unleash, and then I'll deal with them both together. Tonight, you can anticipate braised pork." This confidence was unique to Xia Qingfeng. Anyone else would hesitate to be so audacious in the face of 2 large wild boars. But Xia Qingfeng possessed 10 points of internal circulation, ensuring his vigorous stamina. In truth, Xia Qingfeng was still unaware of his limits. This was also a conscious exploration. Running for 3 hours? A mere trifle. It was a trifle for him, but a torment for the 2 wild boars behind. The wild boar's attack was swift and fierce. Unstoppable. This does not mean that the wild boar has a long physical strength. They're actually sprinters. A short period of impact can destroy everything. But really run for 3 hours. These 2 wild boars would have to exhaust Xia Qingfeng to death before even an hour had passed. The 2 boars behind him ceased their pursuit, stopping in their tracks and grunting. Yet, Xia Qingfeng did not let them off, drawing his entrenching tool and launching a counterattack. A cacophony of sounds echoed, yet yielded little reward. He dared not approach the 2 formidable wild boars, whose short range of attack failed to reach the agile figure of Xia Qingfeng. As the boars pursued him, he would flee. When they paused, he would taunt them, ensuring they found no moment of respite. Occasionally, he would inflict a wound or 2 upon them, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Yang Jing, observing from the safety of her shelter, found the scene rather amusing. These wild boars, which would send even the white tigers fleeing, were being so thoroughly toyed with by Xia Qingfeng. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Yang Jing grasped her military dagger and dashed out of the safety of her refuge. Calling to Xia Qingfeng, "Let us each take one and quickly dispatch them. We shall feast tonight. The sun is nearly set." Xia Qingfeng was taken aback, surprised by Yang Jing's audacity in stepping forth. He had long been deceived by her demeanor. At the outset, his enhanced attributes had rendered him no match for her, and he had consistently underestimated her combat prowess. Now, observing her engage with a more heavily injured boar, her nimble movements and sharp strikes brought him a sense of relief as he redirected his focus to the other boar. Although he felt powerless against both, he had confidence in a one-on-one encounter, even without activating his soul tendrils. With a glint in his eye, he stowed away his shovel, calculating in his mind that it would be best to target Yang Jing's boar, intending to incapacitate it and save it for the morrow. Indeed, it was noted that Yang Jing had effectively drawn away the attention of one of the wild boars. Xia Qingfeng swiftly dispatched the remaining boar with a flurry of punches, rendering it unconscious. Ultimately, the unfortunate creature succumbed to its injuries, its hindquarters brutally ravaged. Xia Qingfeng, that tactic was rather underhanded, Yang Jing remarked. "Look what you've done to the poor pig's backside." "You misunderstand," Xia Qingfeng retorted. "There's a method to this madness. A time-honored tradition, if you will. Whatever, Yang Jing conceded. Let's just get this cleaned up. And don't forget about the piglets. Let's have a competition to see who can catch the most. Yang Jing, unscathed and in high spirits, effortlessly seized 2 piglets, each squealing and contorting in a futile attempt to bite her. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng secured the other 2. The quartet of piglets were promptly bound and brought to the safety of their abode. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. This outcome was orchestrated by Xia Qingfeng, who deliberately held back. Had he exerted his full strength, Yang Jing would have been left empty-handed. But such a display of dominance would have been boorish and devoid of charm. One of the adult boars, securely trussed, was deposited alongside the slumbering boar within the confines of their sanctuary. Xia Qingfeng's fists, it seemed, packed quite a punch, as the boar remained in a state of unconsciousness. The other boar, however, met a different fate. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing hauled it to the water's edge, where they proceeded to skin it and remove its entrails. The meat was then meticulously cleaved into sizable, uniform chunks, a harmonious blend of lean and fat, pleasing to the eye. Chapter 52. A long-awaited taste. This magnificent boar must have weighed close to 900 pounds. It was far too much for them to consume in one sitting. Therefore, they would have to process it in stages, ensuring that nothing went to waste. First, the cleansed strips of meat were suspended from tree branches. It hung above the fire pit, intended for the preparation of smoked meat. Even the 4 legs of the pig were suspended, a testament to the authenticity of the ham. In an instant, a significant portion of the pork was eliminated. The remaining 2 pork chops were deftly severed by Xia Qingfeng using a spade, thick layers of meat adorning them, and they were directly placed beside the fire for grilling. In this manner, within a brief span of time, the air in the safe house was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. Outside, the night had already descended. At that moment, a distant white figure approached the safe house. With keen senses, Xia Qingfeng had already detected this apparition and promptly pushed open the wooden door to peer outside. Straining to look back, he found no trace of the wild sow. Meanwhile, the white tiger gracefully entered the safe house, having leaped quietly. It could not catch up with me. It is a fool. The white tiger conveyed an air of brevity, arrogance, and aloofness. In truth, its wounds were not severe, primarily consisting of scratches from branches or rocks. This indicated that it had not engaged in direct combat with the wild sow. Nevertheless, this indirectly affirmed the enhancement of the white tiger's prowess. Its vitality of 20 points had not been squandered. It is worth noting that previously, the white tiger had been unable to elude the wild sow, cornered with no escape. Ultimately, it had been forced into the safe house, nearly succumbing to peril. Xia Qingfeng meticulously secured the wooden door, uncertain if the monstrous wild sow would charge at them under the cover of night. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that the sow was now effectively isolated, with the majority of the wild boar contingent secured within the safe house. He had been momentarily perplexed about the disposal of the remaining boar's head, but upon observing the reclining white tiger, a mischievous grin spread across Xia Qingfeng's face as he seized the head. "Here, tiger," he exclaimed, "partake of this delicacy. Behold, the entirety of the facial visage is replete with collagen, conducive to the enhancement of one's complexion." Yang Jing, who was nearby, nearly stumbled upon hearing his words. She mused that the 2 were birds of a feather, both possessing an exceptional degree of audacity. Whether the white tiger comprehended his intentions remained uncertain, but it nevertheless embraced the boar's head with gusto, devouring it with relish. The tableau was undeniably comical. It appeared that the white tiger had endured a day of considerable hunger. The tiger's canines, possessing formidable occlusive force, crunched through the boar's head with resounding snaps. Fragments of bone, pristine white in color, cascaded from its maw. Xia Qingfeng, witnessing the spectacle, audibly inhaled with awe. "Magnificent, tiger," he declared, impressed by the creature's prowess. In truth, the white tiger exhibited a predilection for fresh, sanguine flesh. Cooked meats, such as those prepared by Xia Qingfeng and his companions, held comparatively little appeal. This preference stemmed from its lifelong dietary habits. Xia Qingfeng, unconcerned, deliberately provided the tiger with portions of raw meat and offal. After all, such a magnificent creature should not be reduced to a state of feline placidity through a diet of cooked provisions. Turning, Xia Qingfeng observed Yang Jing utilizing a military-grade dagger to excise a strip of golden-brown flesh from a barbecued pork rib. She gently exhaled upon it, before placing it in her mouth. With a single bite, succulent juices burst forth, inundating the palate with richness. "Is it ready?" Xia Qingfeng inquired. Yang Jing nodded fervently, her mouth too full to utter a word, as she diligently continued to consume. Xia Qingfeng, observing her, promptly approached and, employing an entrenching tool, severed a section of ribs, comprising 3 or 4 in total. Holding it aloft, he noted its scalding temperature yet found himself unable to resist the allure of the golden brown, sizzling pork. The tantalizing aroma alone evoked a long-forgotten sensation, and with his first bite, Xia Qingfeng was met with an explosion of savory delight. It was an aroma that resonated deep within his very being, confirming his affinity for pork, the meat that bestowed upon him the greatest sense of contentment. The barbecued ribs were simply seasoned with a dusting of sea salt and a scattering of prickly ash, the only 2 condiments available to them. However, it was precisely this simplicity that preserved the distinctive fragrance of the wild boar, creatures that thrived in a purely natural environment. They were, in essence, a world apart from the farm-raised pigs that people were accustomed to consuming. In Xia Qingfeng's estimation, they were entirely different species, incomparable in every way. At that moment, however, he was too enraptured to dwell on such musings, instead focusing on devouring the pork with gusto. The muscles in his cheeks worked rhythmically, faithfully performing their duty. With ravenous abandon, he consumed the sizable rib in mere moments, his mouth overflowing, yet his hand already reaching for another. Across from him, Yang Jing was no less voracious. Her consumption equally unrestrained, surpassing even the most famished of souls. Coupled with the white tiger gnawing on a pig's head by the wall, the entire safe house was filled with nothing but the cacophony of chewing and swallowing. Even if the pork is incredibly fragrant, the capacity of 2 stomachs is finite. At present, Xia Qingfeng's appetite has grown considerably. However, without the reinforcement of internal circulation, his usual limit of consumption has been around 20 jin of meat. Yet today, he has once again surpassed his own boundaries. Under the delightful onslaught of barbecued pork chops, he has succumbed entirely, ultimately devouring nearly 30 jin of grilled pork. As he gently caresses his slightly protruding belly, he feels a surge of grease lingering in his throat, threatening to escape at any moment. I cannot eat anymore. I cannot eat anymore. I am full. Xia Qingfeng's declaration instantly resonated with Yang Jing. Although she consumed less than he did, through her camouflage vest, Xia Qingfeng could distinctly see her own slightly rounded abdomen, which had even flattened her formerly alluring abdominal lines. With some difficulty, Xia Qingfeng shifted on the bamboo bench, the sensation evoking memories of his first experience at a buffet. The feeling was strikingly similar. The meat felt as if it were lodged in his throat, and he yearned to use his fingers to dislodge it, perhaps allowing room for just one more bite. Yang Jing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Look at your lack of ambition. It's just a buffet. Is it really that significant?" "Of course, it is significant. You have no idea that my first buffet experience had me leaning against the wall to enter and needing the same support to exit." "You didn't know?" Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, somewhat surprised. This joke is so kitsch, yet Yang Jing seemed oblivious, prompting him to elaborate. "Is that so? Behold your unsophisticated demeanor. To presume to satiate oneself for a mere 35 yuan is truly contemptible." In summation, the night was imbued with felicity for both individuals. Eventually, the pork broth was fully stewed. They merely partook of a few sips, unable to consume even a morsel of the meat within. Reclining on their respective bamboo beds, they gently caressed their slightly distended bellies, drifting into a slumber of blissful contentment. The subsequent day dawned as usual. Following their unwavering morning exercise, they imbibed a few mouthfuls of the previous night's remaining broth. Summer Breeze could not help but lament that he, too, was now a man of surplus provisions. Since when had he been afforded the luxury of leftover victuals? How extravagant! Indeed, those offal, having been stewed to a pulp the previous day, had been simmered once more this morning. The flavor was robust, the aroma redolent. There were tender slices of lung, fatty large intestine, and refreshing pig heart. Reflecting upon this, Summer Breeze sensed an omission. He struck his forehead, recalling the missing item. The pig's tongue. That brazen white tiger had devoured the pig's tongue. No wonder something seemed amiss. After a hasty repast, Summer Breeze's task for the morning was to repair the safe house. Having endured the rampage of the 2 wild boars the previous day, the underground supporting pillars were in disarray. If repairs were not promptly undertaken, the safe house above was likely to become deformed. Yang Jing, however, disregarded all else. Circling around the 2 adult wild boars and the 4 piglets, the limbs of these wild boars were all bound, and they writhed wildly on the ground. Yang Jing added several more layers of tree vines, also binding the necks of the 2 adult wild boars. They were tethered to the trunk of one of the trees supporting the safe house. Having captured them with such difficulty, she could not allow them to escape again. Then Yang Jing greeted Xia Qingfeng, while holding a military dagger and ventured into the woods. This time, she aimed not only to gather mushrooms, but also to cut grass for the pigs. Indeed, Yang Jing had resolved to raise these pigs. The fact was, not raising them was not an option. Yesterday, they had consumed merely a fraction of that hefty pig, weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. To finish it off, they would require at least 4 or 5 days. Chapter 53. Trimming a bamboo spear. Just as Yang Jing reached the edge of the woods and had yet to step inside, Xia Qingfeng suddenly shouted with exuberance from behind, startling Yang Jing, causing her to instinctively raise her weapon. Turning around, she found Xia Qingfeng joyfully dancing about, seemingly overjoyed by some fortunate event. And not in peril as she had feared. Xia Qingfeng rushed over, grasped Yang Jing's shoulders, and with an ecstatic expression, exclaimed, "Do you know, Yang Jing? Yesterday, I killed a wild boar and gained 120 points of vitality." "What of it?" Yang Jing inquired, puzzled. Xia Qingfeng's face was uncomfortably close to hers, his breath warm against her skin, quickening her heartbeat and flushing her cheeks inexplicably. "How much vitality do you think I have now?" Xia Qingfeng asked, his eyes wide with excitement. "Originally, I had 90 points of vitality. After slaying the wild boar and acquiring 120 points, can you calculate how much I possess now?" 210 points. Yang Jing replied, somewhat bewildered by the simplicity of the arithmetic. "Exactly," Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. "I truly have 210 points of vitality. Wait, that's not right." Yang Jing finally sensed that something was amiss. "How could you possibly possess 210 vitality points? Did you not previously mention to me that every night at midnight, your vitality would reset to 0, down to 100 points? So how is it that you still have 210 vitality points?" "Indeed," exclaimed Xia Qingfeng joyfully. "With this, I no longer need to painstakingly accumulate vitality. I can achieve it within a day. It seems my system is quite reasonable. Now that I require 500 points to upgrade my vitality cap, it appears that last night, they astonishingly did not clear my excess vitality. Would you not agree that this is a delightful circumstance?" Yang Jing finally comprehended the source of Xia Qingfeng's excitement. Indeed, with this development, the two of them, having pondered this matter for quite some time, had finally arrived at a perfect resolution. There was no longer any need for concern. Since excess vitality would not be cleared at night, there was no rush. Within a few days, they could amass the required 500 vitality points. With that, they ceased their conversation and each began to attend to their own tasks. Yang Jing ventured into the woods to gather mushrooms, while also collecting some wild grass for the wild boar. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng's primary task was to repair the safe house. In truth, the process of mending the safe house was quite smooth and uncomplicated, and Xia Qingfeng swiftly restored it to its original state. Subsequently, he made his way to the bamboo grove. By the time noon arrived, when Yang Jing returned laden with her findings, she spotted Xia Qingfeng in front of the safe house, sharpening some bamboo. "Xia Qingfeng," Yang Jing greeted him, "what are you doing with all this bamboo? We have no pressing needs, do we? We already have a table and chairs. Do you intend to craft a bamboo sofa?" "No." Yang Jing, listen. After the attack by those 2 wild boars yesterday, I feel our safe house is not sufficiently secure. Therefore, I propose we sharpen these bamboo stakes and plant them around our refuge to enhance its safety and defensive capabilities. "Oh," Yang Jing begins to comprehend his intention. "You mean to fortify our safe house to resemble a hedgehog, surrounded entirely by bamboo spears?" "Indeed, that is an excellent idea. At the very least, those wild boars would be unable to directly ram into our shelter. Additionally, we cannot solely subsist on meat. In the woods, I foraged not only for mushrooms, but also for some wild vegetables. Now that the rain has passed, it is nearly impossible to find wood ear mushrooms." As Yang Jing spoke, she retrieved a handful of wild vegetables from the cloth pouch at her chest. This pouch was fashioned from the sweatshirt of Xia Qingfeng. "Is it true? Are there wild vegetables in the woods that we can consume?" "Of course, just take a look. Wild shepherd's purslane, and fish mint." Yang Jing proudly named each handful of wild vegetables as if recounting treasured possessions. "Wait, what is this?" Xia Qingfeng interrupted, questioning Yang Jing. This is called chrysanthemum brain, also known as chrysanthemum leaves. It possesses a distinctive aromatic fragrance. The tender stems and leaves can be served cold, stir-fried, or made into soup. It has the effects of clearing heat and cooling the blood, soothing the liver and brightening the eyes, aiding digestion, detoxifying, and lowering blood pressure. "Smell these wild vegetables. This one is the most fragrant of all," Yang Jing said, bringing a handful of chrysanthemum brain close to Xia Qingfeng's nose. Xia Qingfeng inhaled deeply, and indeed, the fragrance was exceptionally unique. It would undoubtedly pair splendidly with the stewed pork. Finally, Yang Jing produced two plump items from her possession. Xia Qingfeng observed them closely. They bore no resemblance to wild vegetables. Their shape suggested they were tubers, somewhat akin to sweet potatoes, yet they resembled diminutive cow horns. The base was white, gradually transitioning to a reddish hue, ultimately culminating in a deep purple-black. Atop, a delicate layer of tinder buds emerged. This was known as thorny tinder shoots, a renowned wild vegetable, celebrated as southern Xiangchuan and northern Longya, and esteemed by the Japanese as the finest delicacy in the world. Regrettably, I could only find thorny tinder shoots and not Xiangchuan. You surely wouldn't recognize it. Even if you did, you would hesitate to taste it. What do you think? Am I impressive? Impressive indeed. You are most remarkable, Xia Qingfeng complimented with a smile. This was an unexpected discovery during his bamboo cutting expedition today. Bamboo shoots. Yang Jing exclaimed in delight, her surprise evident. How wonderful. How could I have not thought of it? Surely, a bamboo grove would yield bamboo shoots. Next time you visit, gather more of these. They are a true treasure, my favorite delicacy, especially when stewed with meat. Yang Jing resembled a little girl who had just received her cherished toy, bouncing in place with the two bamboo shoots cradled in her arms. The sunlight illuminated her face, imparting a translucent quality akin to a delicate peach, with a youthful radiance emanating from within, casting a warm glow upon her features. As she danced, the hem of her fitted camouflage vest fluttered upward, revealing the smooth, glistening skin beneath, sun-kissed to a rich shade of coffee brown. Her waist held no excess flesh, the outline of her abdominal muscles distinctly visible. Xia Qingfeng found himself momentarily entranced. However, Yang Jing paid him no heed, rushing into the safe house with an armful of spoils. After a considerable time had passed, Xia Qingfeng shook off his reverie and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He resumed his tasks, for there remained much to be accomplished. At that moment, the white tiger emerged from the safe house, leaping to the ground with graceful poise. It shook off the remnants of grass clippings that clung to its fur and began to patrol the vicinity of the safe house. This had nearly become a daily ritual for the white tiger, basking in the sun, taking leisurely strolls, and casually seeking out morsels to eat. Such a life resembled that of a pampered lord. Addressing it as Lord Tiger would not be amiss. Xia Qingfeng examined the injuries on the white tiger. After a night's rest, the previously minor wounds had miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this was largely attributed to his own vitality of 20 points. Otherwise, even the smallest of wounds would have bled, and it would be improbable for them to heal overnight. At noon, everyone enjoyed a simple meal of stewed pork, complemented by the fresh wild vegetables Yang Jing had just gathered. Some of the wild greens and grasses were fed to the wild boars, whose condition was dire. They bore severe injuries and had barely eaten. In contrast, the 4 piglets feasted heartily. After finishing his meal, Xia Qingfeng approached the 2 wild boars, placing his hand upon them. As expected, a small screen materialized. Wild boar adult. Physical condition: severely injured. Life force enhancement: 0-0. Soul power enhancement: 0-0. Affection level: -10. Affection level: 40-60 will not attack you. Affection level: 60-80 will follow you and provide a measure of assistance. Affection level: 80,100 will remain steadfastly by your side, wholeheartedly aiding your survival. Intelligence: 2, distinguishes between good and bad. Soul: F, strength evaluation: impact is acceptable, but little else can be said. What? Xia Qingfeng was taken aback. A negative affection level indicates enmity. It suggests a grudge against him. Neither life force nor soul power can be enhanced, indicating a significant animosity. Upon reflection, he recognized the truth of the matter. Not only had he injured these 2 boars, but he had also, in a cruel twist of fate, consumed one of their kin before their very eyes. Indeed, the grudge was considerable. Never mind, he thought. He had no intentions of keeping them here. Their survival was merely a matter of fate. When they meet their end, he would not be blamed for cruelty. He would simply consider it an opportunity for a meal. He conveyed this situation to Yang Jing. A flicker of compassion crossed her mind. Yet she understood the inevitability of such circumstances. Fortunately, they had discovered this early on. Had she nurtured them for a few days and formed an attachment, it was likely that when Xia Qingfeng desired pork, Yang Jing would vehemently oppose it. Now that the matter has been clarified, Yang Jing has ceased to concern himself with the 2 large wild boars, casually tossing a couple of handfuls of wild grass at their snouts, indifferent to whether they eat it or not. Instead, his attention has shifted significantly towards the 4 little piglets. Currently, when he ventures into the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo, he confines himself to the edges, daunted by the abundance of green snakes within, and dares not delve deeper. Each time, he merely hacks at a few stalks before retreating. With the remaining time, he has no intention of venturing out again. Instead, he employs a military shovel to prune the bamboo. He first locates a piece of bamboo that is just the right length and thickness, crafting a bamboo spear. Chapter 54. Bamboo rats are also mice, though referred to as a bamboo spear. Its construction is rather straightforward. The bamboo itself is inherently straight, requiring only the removal of the branches. One end is left untouched, while the other is trimmed to form a smooth point at an angle of approximately 30 degrees. In just 10 minutes, he has fashioned a bamboo spear. This weapon is intended for fishing. Grasping it in his hand, the spear, as thick as his fist and 2 meters long, feels surprisingly well balanced. He feigns a thrust, producing a sharp whistle, and swings it a few times. Aside from being somewhat light, it proves to be remarkably easy to wield. He ponders for a moment, surveying the surrounding bamboo. Some stalks are excessively thick, while others are too slender. After careful selection, he crafts 3 additional bamboo spears that are nearly identical. He leans them against the outer wall of the shelter. Understanding the inherent fragility of bamboo, he resolves to create several more while time permits and food supplies are ample. These spears need not serve solely for fishing. Possessing such weapons would also provide him with a longer reach to confront wild boars. Though the military shovel is sharp and efficient, its length is a limitation, extending a mere 1.2 meters when fully extended. Having pondered these possibilities, Xia Qingfeng selected some more slender bamboo stalks, meticulously sawing them into 5-foot lengths using the toothed edge of his entrenching tool and carefully tapering one end to a point. As he was diligently shaping them, Yang Jing emerged, having completed her chore of feeding the swine. She sought to ascertain if Xia Qingfeng required any assistance. Xia Qingfeng, what purpose do these slender, diminutive shafts serve? Are not these bamboo lances adequate? May I have one to wield as well? Yang Jing inquired, seizing a 2-meter bamboo spear and brandishing it with practiced ease. It was evident she was no novice. The bamboo spear could serve both as a piercing weapon and a bludgeon, and in Yang Jing's hands, it whistled through the air with formidable force. Xia Qingfeng, weighing the javelin in his hand, drew it back and launched it forward with a mighty heave. The javelin streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning cleaving the storm clouds, swift as a flash, rapid as thunder. With a resounding thud, the javelin embedded itself deeply into the trunk of a tree several dozen meters away. Together, Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng hastened to the site. Xia Qingfeng gestured with his hand, then exerted his strength to extract the javelin from the tree trunk. It had penetrated a good half-foot. This was partly due to Xia Qingfeng's considerable strength. The power was undeniable. If the javelin were to strike a wild boar squarely, it would certainly give the beast a nasty surprise. Witnessing this, both were elated. However, after a single use, the tip of the bamboo spear had already lost its keenness, necessitating resharpening with the entrenching tool. In essence, it was a single-use weapon. Yet, this presented no great obstacle, as Xia Qingfeng had an ample supply of bamboo. Thus, for the remainder of the afternoon, the two enthusiastically crafted bamboo spears outside the safety of their abode, Xia Qingfeng employing his entrenching tool, and Yang Jing her military dagger. Thus, a collection of bamboo poles, varying in thickness, was severed and transformed into numerous bamboo spears, which were subsequently buried around the perimeter of their safe house. However, only a limited number were buried. The majority were crafted into throwing javelins. Some of the thicker poles, measuring over 10 centimeters in diameter, were buried deep underground, each cut to a length of over 2 meters. Summer Qifeng then excavated a pit approximately 1 meter deep. Drawing from his experience of burying wooden stakes beneath the safe house, he placed stones at the bottom of these pits as well. This arrangement was intended to ensure that when a wild boar collided with the bamboo spear, it would not retract but instead absorb the full force of the impact. Observing the sharpened, pointed tips of the spears, both Summer Qifeng and Yang Jing felt a profound sense of satisfaction and security. Their meticulous preparations were unequivocally aimed at the elusive female wild boar. The deployment of the bamboo spears proceeded smoothly, and by the following afternoon, Summer Qingfeng had encircled the safe house with a ring of bamboo spears. Aside from leaving a 1 meter wide passage at the entrance, he had arranged at least 3 layers of spears around all other areas. The alignment of the spears was far from orderly. Rather, It was haphazard and devoid of any discernible pattern, with the distance between each spear not exceeding 30 centimeters. This arrangement would thwart not only the female wild boar but also deter any wolves from traversing the bamboo spear defenses unscathed. Between the safe house and the bamboo spears, Xia Qingfeng maintained a 2-meter-wide gap, facilitating movement for him and Yang Jing around the perimeter of the safe house. However, this also expanded their range outward. The open space outside is nearly dominated by bamboo poles, while beyond lies a rather congested forest. This situation is manageable. Xia Qingfeng has already devised a plan in his mind, yet he remains unhurried. Taking advantage of the night, he intends to enhance his vitality limit. Previously, he had never fortified this aspect, leaving him somewhat uncertain, which prompted extensive preparations. The most crucial of these preparations involved a substantial amount of pork. Although the earlier pig had not yet been fully consumed, the wild boar that Xia Qingfeng had stunned in the afternoon had succumbed, necessitating another 2 hours of labor from him and Yang Jing to process it. They made stews and barbecued portions, with the majority being hung to cure as preserved meat, smoked over the fire pit. Now, Yang Jing has devised a new method, stewing pork, fish, and snake meat. Having already sampled these, she now combines the 3 types of meat in equal proportions, chopping them into a fine mince. Using the water from the bamboo tubes, she prepares several batches of meatballs, complemented with mushrooms and wild greens, resulting in an unexpectedly delightful dish. Although the ingredients are identical, their varied combinations and cooking techniques create a refreshing experience. It must be acknowledged that Yang Jing possesses a remarkable flair for enhancing the mundane aspects of island life, transforming it into a vibrant, intriguing, and refined existence. Observing the fire pit brimming with preparations, Xia Qingfeng confidently accesses his system page. He selects the option to enhance his vitality limit, which presents a binary choice of yes or no. Instantly, his accumulated vitality is depleted to a mere single digit. The vitality progress bar transformed, indicating vitality enhancement, where each completion allows for the strengthening of attributes, for 200. Simultaneously, the 4 underlying attributes illuminated, signifying that further enhancements were possible. Xia Qingfeng waited for a moment, sensing an absence of any changes, which struck him as peculiar. After a prolonged interval, he confirmed that enhancing the upper limit of vitality had resulted in no apparent alterations. His body bore no pain, nor did he feel hunger. He exchanged a glance with Yang Jing, and they both burst into silent laughter, realizing he had unnecessarily fretted, having prepared meticulously only to witness nothing transpire. Upon inspecting his soul power, he noted it just exceeded 300. It seemed he would need to accumulate at least 2 more days to enhance the upper limit of his soul power. Over the past 2 days, he had diligently chopped bamboo to amass vitality, yet this endeavor did not yield any soul power. Hence, the remaining 2 days would be devoted entirely to hunting snakes. The bamboo leaf-green snakes in the forest perpetually gave Xia Qingfeng the impression that they were inexhaustible. He roamed around the bamboo grove daily, only to encounter numerous bamboo leaf-green snakes upon his return the following day. On the second day, Xia Qingfeng ventured into the bamboo grove with full intent to hunt snakes. He had already amassed a sufficient quantity of bamboo surrounding his safe house. Yang Jing continued her routine of foraging wild vegetables, collecting grass for the pigs, and gathering mushrooms. Today, the white tiger, which had been circling the safe house for 2 days, ambled off towards the woods. Additionally, the little golden eagle soared from the cliff and flew into the distance. This time, it was indeed a complete mobilization, with all 4 members of Xia Qingfeng's small team engaging in the endeavor. Today, Xia Qingfeng felt a sense of ease. Upon arriving in the bamboo grove, he did not activate his soul tendrils. Having spent several days in this verdant expanse, he gradually became accustomed to his surroundings and gained a considerable understanding of the habits of the green tree snakes. Utilizing his acute senses, he effortlessly located these serpents, and before they could detect his presence, he launched his attack, yielding a bountiful harvest. By midday, he had successfully dispatched 11 of these snakes, both large and small. During this time, he also encountered a few bamboo rats, each about the size of 2 fists. Having lingered in the grove for an extended period, he discerned that these rats constituted the primary food source for the green tree snakes. It was precisely due to the prolific breeding of these bamboo rats that such a multitude of green tree snakes thrived in the grove. Initially, Xia Qingfeng had considered preying upon these rats, but with an ample supply of wild boar meat and his current lack of food scarcity, he found himself somewhat reluctant to consume them, as they were, after all, still rodents. Thus, he spared these unfortunate creatures, opting instead for the delectable snakes. Though few in number, they were still a source of sustenance, and one should not be overly wasteful. Just then, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, a tremor of impending danger. Xia Qingfeng felt an involuntary chill envelop his body, goosebumps prickling his skin, and a shiver coursed down his spine as sweat trickled down his neck. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him within the bamboo grove. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his soul assistant. Acutely aware that the intensity of this malevolence was unprecedented, the aura of menace emanating from the mother wild boar and the colossal wolf was exponentially more potent than before. Under this oppressive presence, he felt paralyzed, unable to even twitch a single finger. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, causing two green bamboo vipers to panic and fall from the bamboo, hastily slithering away across the ground. Chapter 55, The Bamboo Viper. As majestic as a serpent king, a cacophony of sounds approached, reminiscent of countless insects crawling across the sandy surface, their minuscule limbs producing faint rustlings as they made contact with the gravel. Their sheer numbers coalesced into a symphony of eerie vibrations, gradually amplifying into a variety of terrifying tremors. The noise drew closer, neither hurried nor leisurely, intensifying the psychological pressure on Xia Qingfeng. This suggested that his adversaries regarded him with utter disdain, brimming with confidence in their ability to bring about his demise. He clenched his teeth, resolute in spirit. The depths of his gaze flickered with a fiery intensity, growing ever brighter and emanating a subtle sting. Through the myriad life and death struggles on the deserted island, he had long since transcended the naive Xia Qingfeng of yore. A faint yet formidable aura enveloped him, infused with a fierce killing intent that radiated outward, colliding violently with the dense malevolence surrounding him. What on earth is this? This cannot possibly be a bamboo viper. Who has ever encountered a serpent as thick as a water barrel? Even if this is a deserted island, this is an outrageous display. The massive wolf the size of a calf was already daunting enough, and I could accept the monstrous mother wild boar. But a bamboo viper as thick as a water barrel is simply preposterous. It appears to stretch over 30 meters in length, coiling sinuously around the bamboo stalks. The bamboo creaked under pressure, unable to bear the weight. The triangular head of the snake was as large as a basketball, its crimson tongue flickering in and out of its mouth, emitting a hissing sound. Upon sighting this colossal bamboo viper, Xia Qingfeng's gaze suddenly contracted, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, his heart racing like turbulent waves. He noticed a bulging mass situated almost at the 7-inch mark behind the enormous viper's head. This fleshy protrusion was roughly the same size as a basketball, giving the impression that the viper had two heads, appearing grotesque and terrifying. Coupled with the frigid, lifeless gaze of the snake's eyes, which radiated a chilling, murderous intent that pierced Xia Qingfeng's heart, he felt an icy dread wash over his limbs. The massive bamboo viper, noticing Xia Qingfeng's gaze, immediately gaped its enormous maw, revealing two sharp fangs resembling daggers, a menacing display before him. Yet, Xia Qingfeng's keen perception, honed over years of experience, allowed him to discern the details even from a distance of over 20 meters. Between those fangs lay a creature akin to a black spider, a neck-hugging worm, no larger than a peanut, clinging tightly to the snake's inner lip with its 6 elongated legs. Had it not been for Xia Qingfeng's sharp eyes, it would have gone unnoticed. In an instant, the bamboo viper lunged forward, its head darting with lightning speed, but its target was not Xia Qingfeng. Instead, it struck at another bamboo viper slithering away beneath the trees. This second snake was also considerable in size, yet in comparison to the gigantic bamboo viper, it appeared as diminutive as a child. Xia Qingfeng observed this scene with clarity. The fangs of the colossal green bamboo viper effortlessly pierced the body of the serpent beneath, almost at the 7-inch mark, completely penetrating its form. At that moment, the neck-biting insect, tightly nestled between the viper's fangs, swiftly maneuvered its 6 legs, slipping through the wound created by the viper's bite and burrowing into the body of the green bamboo viper below, vanishing from Xia Qingfeng's sight. Almost simultaneously, the serpent's back began to swell ominously. Xia Qingfeng had now come to understand that the neck-biting insect could inject its larvae into animals by means of biting. The larvae would grow within the host, extracting nutrients, driving the animals into a frenzy of pain, causing them to attack anything in sight and consume voraciously. Soon, the green bamboo viper below ceased its agonized thrashing, its eyes emanating an even colder aura of menace as it swam toward the colossal green bamboo viper. What was even more terrifying was the emergence of a dozen more such serpents from the depths of the forest, each of substantial size, with a conspicuous bulge writhing at the 7-inch mark, clearly parasitized by the neck-biting insects. The overwhelming numbers of the adversaries indicated that the neck-biting insects were vigorously expanding their colony, preying upon the creatures of this deserted island. Xia Qingfeng was unaware of the origins of these neck-biting insects, nor did he know if the one he had first encountered, which had parasitized the colossal wolf, was the progenitor of these insects. What he did know was that the neck-biting insects were wreaking havoc on this forsaken isle, having ensnared even the formidable green bamboo viper. A sudden chill ran through him as the realization dawned. What if the entire animal population of this desolate island had been infested by these neck-embracing parasites? How would he survive? What would he eat? Could the marine life also be vulnerable to these parasitic organisms? Given their current rate of proliferation, would he soon face starvation on this forsaken isle? Even if starvation didn't claim him, the sheer number of parasite-ridden creatures would inevitably tear him and Yang Jing to shreds. More terrifyingly, could he and Yang Jing become hosts to these parasites themselves? What form would they then assume? The implications of this were profoundly disturbing. It became clear that he and these parasites were locked in a mortal struggle, an existence where only one could prevail. Either he would have to extinguish them in their nascent stage, before their numbers became insurmountable, or they would eventually overwhelm and destroy him. In truth, a suspicion was forming in Xia Qingfeng's mind regarding these parasites. They must be connected to the extraterrestrial beings. Yet, he was perplexed. These aliens had endowed the planet with 10 systems, one of which he possessed. This system had, thus far, demonstrably aided his advancement, clearly benevolent in its purpose. Why then? Would they introduce something like these neck-embracing parasites? This enigma baffled him. As Xia Qingfeng pondered these quandaries, the immense green viper struck again, sinking its fangs into 2 more serpents, resulting in 2 more successful parasitic infections. Xia Qingfeng could only speculate as to how many more of these minuscule parasites the viper harbored within its jaws. It seemed its reproductive capacity far surpassed that of the giant wolf. Whether the leech infesting this massive bamboo pit viper is more evolved, or whether the leech itself has evolved, is inconsequential at this juncture. The successfully parasitized bamboo pit viper was gradually encircling him, the sibilant sound of its body rubbing against the bamboo, sending shivers down his spine, akin to the grim reaper's guttural chuckle. With explosive force, Xia Qingfeng propelled himself forward, sending sparks and gravel scattering over a dozen meters. Remaining still was not an option. He instantly accelerated to maximum velocity, transforming into a spectral blur. He neither fled nor directly confronted the gargantuan bamboo pit viper, but instead darted off at a 45-degree angle towards the slope. This maneuver evidently took the massive bamboo pit viper by surprise, causing it to pause momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Xia Qingfeng had already reached one of the bamboo pit vipers at the periphery. Before the serpent could even react, his entrenching tool had already bypassed its vitals. Without pausing, Xia Qingfeng vaulted off the bamboo, using the rebound to propel his body like an arrow towards his next target. However, this bamboo pit viper was visibly startled by his menacing aura. With a swift hiss, it leaped upwards, narrowly avoiding his attack. The entrenching tool struck empty air. At that moment, the gargantuan bamboo pit viper emitted a chilling hiss, its triangular head closing in on Xia Qingfeng from behind. Yet, Xia Qingfeng remained airborne, his speed undiminished, his feet relentlessly striking the bamboo, hurtling him forward. His velocity was so astonishingly swift that even his form became blurred and enigmatic. The bamboo grove descended into pandemonium, with bamboo leaves cascading down like a verdant rain. He circumambulated the verdant viper in a clockwise fashion, rendering its attacks clumsy and awkward. The serpent, exceeding 30 meters in length, found each change of direction a laborious task. Incessantly, Xia Qingfeng would latch onto the smaller bamboo vipers, his strategy being to diminish their numbers rather than confront the colossal serpent directly. However, the juvenile vipers, now hosts to the neck-embracing parasites, exhibited enhanced agility and heightened awareness. They evaded him with alacrity, either ascending the bamboo stalks or abruptly dropping to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining vipers swarmed him relentlessly. After a quarter of an hour of such exertion, Xia Qingfeng had only managed to eliminate a meager 3 of the parasite-infested vipers. Behind him, a relentless pursuit ensued, led by the gargantuan, serpentine monarch, followed by over a dozen vipers. To his dismay, the Serpent King suddenly unfurled its cavernous maw and discharged 2 streams of ebony venom from the base of its sharp fangs. The colossal serpent had indeed achieved sentience. This tactic had proven futile during the erratic chase, but now, as Xia Qingfeng's path straightened into a linear trajectory in his attempt to exit the bamboo grove, the Serpent King seized the opportune moment for an ambush. Though Xia Qingfeng possessed soul tendrils that firmly locked onto the Serpent King's assault, he was acutely aware of the venom hurtling towards him with the swiftness of lightning. However, suspended in midair, he found no solid ground to rely upon. Time left him no opportunity for further action. He could only wrench his waist with great effort, barely evading to the side. In that fleeting moment, the air around him visibly rippled, pushed aside by a half-meter. Two streams of black serpent venom shot past him like arrows, striking the bamboo and producing a hissing sound as they corroded the stalks, accompanied by wisps of white smoke, resembling concentrated sulfuric acid that created a palm-sized black hole. Xia Qingfeng gazed in astonishment, realizing that the Serpent King possessed such a formidable technique. It appeared that its venom had merged with that of the parasitic insect. Otherwise, the serpent's toxin alone could not achieve such a devastating effect. At this point, he felt a piercing pain radiating from his forearm, indicating he had been struck. Regrettably, there was no time for inspection, and he could only sprint forward with all his might, as his soul tendrils were on the verge of vanishing, counting down to their end. The heat was unbearable. It felt as though a fire burned within his chest, searing him from the inside out, nearly suffocating him. His pace began to falter, and he stumbled. He struggled to open his mouth to scream, but the air in his lungs felt utterly drained, rendering him voiceless. Upon crossing the stream, the icy, bone-chilling water made contact with his skin, surprisingly emitting white smoke. It is evident that his body temperature has reached an alarming level. Yet, it is this fleeting coolness that propels him to wade through the stream. The safe house is now within reach. Xia Qingfeng struggles to maintain his composure as he stumbles towards the sanctuary perched on the hillside. His eyes are bloodshot, a vivid crimson hue. Soon after, blood spills from his eye sockets, cascading down his cheeks like tears of crimson. Following that, blood oozes from his nose, mouth, and ears. Is this it? Am I destined to perish? This is the last thought that crosses his mind before losing consciousness. In a hazy state, he perceives a scream, and a figure rushes towards him. Time becomes a blur, and when he awakens once more, a searing pain engulfs his body, prompting Xia Qingfeng to unleash a piercing howl. A cry that rends the heavens. Xia Qingfeng, what has happened to you? The frantic voice of Yang Jing reaches his ears. It is then that he realizes he is submerged in a pool of water. Perhaps it is the bone-chilling cold of the water that has revived him. Behind him, Yang Jing cradles his body, and the thunderous roar of the waterfall fills the air. He had not anticipated that the venom of the king snake, the bamboo viper, combined with that of the embracing neck insect, could be so potent. Despite possessing a robust internal circulation of 10 points, he finds himself unable to withstand the assault. With great effort, he glances at his right arm, the very spot where the serpent's venom had splattered. The wound, though minor with only a few scattered droplets, reveals a horrifying sight. The flesh has been utterly devoured, exposing ghastly white bones beneath. This is the state of his body, fortified to 10 points of internal circulation. A mere drop would surely spell doom for an ordinary individual. Goodness! It was evocative of the corrosive concoction employed by Wei Xiaobao within the imperial court. Comprehending this, Xia Qingfeng dared not tarry. He promptly summoned the small screen, unhesitatingly augmenting the internal circulation. Fortunately, having dispatched over a dozen bamboo pit vipers that day, his vitality had already surpassed 200. It should be noted that after augmenting his vitality cap, it had reached 200. Ergo, any subsequent enhancement of his attributes would necessitate a full 200 vitality, effectively doubling the expenditure. The lacerating pain now seemed inconsequential. Juxtaposed with the searing agony of the snake venom, both assailing Xia Qingfeng's body, eliciting a muffled groan before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Witnessing his brief awakening followed by another collapse, Yang Jing was overwhelmed with helplessness. Tears streaked her face. Xia Qingfeng, do not perish. Please, do not perish. In that instant, Yang Jing felt as if all the strength had been sapped from her being. Her body faltered, and she collapsed into the pool, her face awash with tears. Her complexion was now ashen, her face adorned with dark circles around her eyes. Her once comely visage now bore a spectral resemblance. When Xia Qingfeng regained consciousness, the pain had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming hunger that assailed every nerve in his body like a tidal wave. Every cell in his being clamored, roared, and implored for sustenance. To eat, anything would suffice. Yang Jing, startled by Xia Qingfeng's abrupt movement, was thrown backward, tumbling into the pool. She struggled to regain her footing. Upon witnessing Xia Qingfeng rush into the safe house, she could only shout as she emerged from the pond in hot pursuit. As she entered the safe house, she beheld Xia Qingfeng resembling a famished wolf, hunched over the ground, fiercely gnawing on a pig leg measuring over a meter in length. This leg, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, had been suspended above the fire pit for several days, transformed into jerky by the smoke and heat, rendering it exceedingly tough. Yet, driven by hunger, Xia Qingfeng tore off a substantial chunk with a single bite, the muscles in his cheeks rapidly convulsing as he chewed vigorously. His eyes glimmered with a sinister green light as he surveyed the surroundings of the safe house, intermittently seizing mushrooms and wild vegetables from the table to devour. The scene within the room was chaotic, and seeing this, Yang Jing let out a sigh of relief, her heart settling. She was fully aware of Xia Qingfeng's condition. It was evident that he had intensified his internal circulation to counteract the snake venom. His current state signified that he had emerged from peril. With this thought, Yang Jing collapsed at the entrance of the safe house, feeling utterly drained. It was as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, leaving her unwilling to so much as lift a finger. Xia Qingfeng feasted for at least 2 hours. When he finally paused, cradling a coconut to sip its juice, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Xia Qingfeng, how do you feel? Yang Jing inquired with concern as she approached him. Much better. The pangs of hunger are truly unbearable. Xia Qingfeng remarked with a hint of reflection, draining the remaining coconut water in one swift motion. I have finally come back to life. What a delightful feeling it is to be alive. Upon realizing that Xia Qingfeng was no longer in distress, Yang Jing silently began to tidy up the safe house. The entire place resembled a scene of disarray, as if it had been ransacked by thieves. Carefully, she gathered the scattered mushrooms and remnants of grilled meat strewn across the floor, cleansing them with water from a bamboo tube. In her hands, she wielded a broom fashioned from bamboo, methodically sweeping the safe house from within to without. Lacking a dustpan, they improvised with a thin wooden board, using it to scoop up the debris, which Yang Jing then carried outside. A mere dozen meters from the safe house, at the edge of the bamboo grove, Xia Qingfeng had previously excavated a deep pit for the disposal of waste. This spot was nestled against a colossal tree, towering and resplendent with lush foliage. Neither Xia Qingfeng nor Yang Jing could identify the species of this magnificent tree, but its grandeur suggested it had stood for several decades, if not centuries. The two could barely encircle its trunk with their hands. Such impressive trees were not uncommon in the vicinity, and felling one of this magnitude would require an inordinate amount of time and effort, particularly as they lacked the necessary tools. To attempt to slice such a robust tree into planks using only the serrated edge of a spade was nearly an exercise in futility. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing decided to preserve these magnificent trees. The one closest to the safe house not only featured a deep pit excavated beneath its roots, but was also encircled by several tree trunks, forming a rudimentary toilet. Beside this pit lay a heap of soil excavated during the digging process. Each time refuse was deposited or after use, a layer of earth was added atop it. Yang Jing, a girl with a penchant for cleanliness, ensured that the droppings of the 4 wild boars were promptly removed whenever they appeared. Thus, the atmosphere within the safe haven remained tolerably clear. Chapter 57. Grievously wounded, the last remaining boar lay prostrate. Its only sign of life, the gentle rise and fall of its abdomen, attesting to its continued, albeit tenuous, existence. Having consumed virtually nothing in the past 2 days, its prospects for survival appeared bleak. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng reclined upon his bamboo cot, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Yang Jing, mindful of his reverie, refrained from disturbing him, moving with deliberate quietude as she busied herself nearby, careful to minimize any disruptive sounds. As time gradually elapsed, Yang Jing gently offered, "Perhaps you should partake in a little sustenance. I've prepared some pork stewed with bamboo shoots." Startled from his thoughts, Xia Qingfeng replied, "Ah, very well. I shall consume another portion." He rose from his cot and, with a somewhat distracted air, approached the hearth. Seating himself upon a bamboo stool, he lifted a container of meat broth and began to ingest it. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, ejecting the scalding liquid from his mouth. "Serves you right," Yang Jing retorted with a giggle, observing his discomfited state. "What were you pondering so intently? You appeared quite absent-minded. Did you not notice the broth was still bubbling vigorously? Why would you pour it down your throat without a thought? Are you quite daft?" In times past, Xia Qingfeng would undoubtedly have offered a sharp rejoinder, But on this occasion, he remained silent, his countenance grave. Yang Jing, sensing his unease, tenderly seated herself beside him and inquired in a soft voice, "What troubles you? Has something occurred? If there is aught amiss, do confide in me. Upon this desolate isle, we are each other's sole companions. We can face the resolution together. There is no need for you to keep it bottled up inside. What? Do you not trust me?" Yang Jing blinked her large eyes. "No." Xia Qingfeng finally managed to utter 2 words with great difficulty. "I simply do not know how to convey this to you, as the entire situation may merely be my conjecture. Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. Well, did you notice the injury on my arm today? Of course. I saw it. It is quite severe. I just had not found the opportunity to inquire about it until now. It does not appear to be the result of a bite, but rather resembles the aftermath of acid being splashed upon me." Yang Jing, undoubtedly trained, possessed considerable knowledge regarding injuries. She had not anticipated this. How could such a substance as acid exist on this island? "You are not mistaken. It was neither a bite nor acid that caused it. It was, in fact, splashes of snake venom." "Snake venom?" Yang Jing gasped in astonishment. "Are you implying that this is the venom of a bamboo viper? Even if you were bitten by a bamboo viper, such an injury should not manifest in this manner. I mean, it was splashed with snake venom, not that I was bitten by a bamboo viper. Today, when I ventured into the bamboo grove, I encountered an enormous bamboo viper. It was as thick as a water bucket and over 30 meters long. Those details are not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that it was parasitized, infested with neck-biting worms. The venom I was exposed to was ejected from its fangs." Xia Qingfeng spoke slowly, as if intentionally allowing Yang Jing time to ponder. Not only was this massive bamboo viper present, but there were also no fewer than 20 smaller, parasitized bamboo vipers in its vicinity. The immense bamboo viper stands as a sovereign serpent. In my eyes, this serpent is establishing its dominion over a parasitic kingdom of pharyngobrachial worms. Before me, it can inflict wounds upon the smaller bamboo vipers, merely to create an opening without the necessity of death. The pharyngobrachial worms within its maw can effortlessly parasitize these vipers, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. If my conjecture holds true, it will not be long before the bamboo grove falls under the rule of this serpent king. By that time, after these bamboo vipers have devoured all the bamboo rats within the grove, it is quite conceivable that they may turn their aggression toward our sanctuary, especially since we are 2 succulent morsels in their midst." Xia Qingfeng did not await Yang Jing's response, methodically articulating his deductions. His words were directed partly at Yang Jing and partly at himself. "I gather from your discourse that these pharyngobrachial worms seem to be undergoing an evolution of sorts. The first encounter we had with these worms was that fateful night when a wild wolf assailed us. At that time, it took a protracted bout of vomiting to produce a single pharyngobrachial worm, and the host was one of the 2 wolves we had slain." Now, as Yang Jing followed Xia Qingfeng's line of thought, her expression grew increasingly grave. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. The 2 of them lacked the means to leave the deserted island, and rescue seemed a distant hope. Furthermore, the emergence of these enigmatic pharyngobrachial worms has suddenly cast a formidable threat over their survival. Moreover, Xia Qingfeng had contemplated these issues for an extended period. Thus his reflections were deeper and more far-reaching than those of Yang Jing. Firstly, this is a deserted island. Although it is teeming with animals and is quite expansive, we have yet to explore the entirety of its vastness. However, one certainty remains: the resources on this island are finite. Should the number of animals infested by the parasitic neckworm continue to rise, we may find ourselves devoid of sustenance. As you are aware, the blood within the corpses of those afflicted by the neckworm becomes as caustic as sulfuric acid, possessing potent toxicity and corrosiveness. Thus, we cannot consume the flesh of these creatures. Our only recourse lies in mushrooms and wild vegetables. Moreover, we cannot guarantee the safety of the fish in the sea from the same parasitic threat. In essence, our relationship with the neckworm is one of life and death. Indeed, Yang Jing sighed heavily in response to Xia Qingfeng's analysis. "You are absolutely correct. I have sensed these issues myself, though perhaps not as profoundly as you articulate. For the past few days, I have been troubled by the presence of a colossal wild wolf, which we shall refer to as the Wolf King. Presently, the bamboo forest harbors a snake king, while outside lurks the elusive Wolf King, continuously amassing followers. Additionally, there is a formidable sow that could also be deemed the Pig King. I wonder where this Pig King has gone. Could it too have fallen prey to the neckworm? This line of reasoning suggests that our predicament is rather precarious." Yang Jing expressed her concerns. despite the fact that we have constructed a secure shelter and fortified its perimeter with numerous bamboo spears. At this moment, both individuals felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, devoid of any semblance of security. The atmosphere within the safe house grew increasingly stifling. Xia Qingfeng looked up, revealing a faint smile. In truth, there is no need for excessive worry. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we envision. However, I pondered, remaining stagnant in the safe house is not a viable option. Starting tomorrow, I intend to venture out and take the initiative. Our first target shall be the Serpent King. Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow, Yang Jing asserted, nodding emphatically. They were far from lacking provisions. The mushrooms and wild vegetables she had foraged in recent days had accumulated to a height exceeding that of a person within the safe house. With their current stockpile of food, they could easily sustain themselves for 10 to 20 days without venturing outside. And even the addition of the white tiger would pose no significant challenge. Upon rising the next day, the focus of Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing's morning exercises transformed entirely into javelin throwing to combat the swarming bamboo leaf green snakes. These bamboo javelins may prove superior to the engineer's shovel, military dagger, and handgun. After all, these items are simple to craft, and their disposability is not a cause for regret. With each throw of the javelin, their proficiency grew, and their accuracy improved steadily. Xia Qingfeng, in particular, reached a remarkable level of precision, hitting the mark consistently within 100 meters. Given his heightened senses, he resolved to take the offensive against the bamboo grove, eager to acquire more vitality and soul points. He looked forward to the prospect of enhancing his soul points once more, curious about the wonders that awaited him when his soul regained its formidable strength. After their morning exercise, the two individuals enjoyed a light meal, seizing the opportunity to rest for a moment and organize their gear before embarking on their journey to the bamboo forest. On this occasion, they were nearly armed to the teeth. Yang Jing carried not only a pistol and a military dagger, but also wielded a bamboo spear. In a more extravagant display, Xia Qingfeng held a 2-meter-long bamboo spear in one hand, while a hefty bundle of spears rested on his shoulder, secured by a vine strap across his back. This bundle contained exactly 100 spears, serving as their long-range weaponry for the impending assault on the bamboo grove. As they readied themselves, bolting the door of their safe house, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Baihu appeared, clutching a sick deer in its jaws. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings drew their attention as the young golden eagle descended, seemingly in a moment of telepathic connection. Both creatures arrived simultaneously at the threshold of the safe house. The eagle emitted a series of plaintive calls, daddy, daddy, sob sob, conveying a sense of grievance. Xia Qingfeng's face lit up with joy upon seeing his son. Yang Jing, look, my son has come. Initially reluctant to bring the young eagle along, as its wings were too large to spread in the dense bamboo, he reconsidered. It seems it would be a shame not to take you. You can accompany us. After all, I'll be cutting bamboo in an open area, and perhaps you will find space to stretch your wings. Turning to Baihu, he continued, Tiger Lord, I know you understand everything without needing further elaboration. Today, we are set to confront the green tree viper king in the bamboo forest. Will you join us? Upon arrival, we become one family, sharing life and death. Whether we go or not is of no consequence. The white tiger unceremoniously discarded the sick deer at the entrance of the secure zone, its piercing gaze fixated on Xia Qingfeng, exuding an air of dominance. Ultimately, it emitted a thunderous roar, which reverberated outward, generating a shockwave that rustled Xia Qingfeng's clothing and the feathers of the little golden eagle. The white tiger's consciousness directly transmitted into Xia Qingfeng's mind, proclaiming, I am the king of beasts. Xia Qingfeng instantly comprehended the tiger's intent. You are the sovereign of the wild, with no creature beneath your notice. What of the green bamboo viper king? Today, we shall confront it. Meanwhile, Yang Jing had already opened the door to the secure shelter, carelessly tossing the sick deer inside, with no urgency to attend to it. Xia Qingfeng hoisted a substantial bundle of spears upon his shoulders, the little golden eagle perching atop the spear bundle. The white tiger swaggered behind him, while Yang Jing walked alongside, naturally intertwining her arm with his. The Xia Qingfeng team officially set forth towards the bamboo grove, their spirits high and resolute. Although their numbers were few, it was precisely this aura that they sought. This marked the inaugural joint operation of the Xia Qingfeng team, prompting him to devise a meticulous plan, which he had already communicated to the others en route to the bamboo grove. The essence of this strategy was encapsulated in 4 words: seize the moment. Upon reaching the bamboo grove's edge, They arrived at a familiar area where Xia Qingfeng often harvested bamboo. His efforts over the past few days had cleared an expanse of over 100 meters in radius, creating an ideal space for the little golden eagle to take flight. Having unbound a sheaf of javelins, he planted them, one by one, into the damp earth at intervals of less than half a meter, thus facilitating easy access for both himself and Yang Jing during the impending confrontation. The white tiger, observing their preparations from the sidelines, wore an expression of disdain, as if to imply that a mere handful of serpents hardly warranted such elaborate measures. Overhead, the golden eagle soared in circles, maintaining a vigilant watch. With all in readiness, Xia Qingfeng initiated a strategy akin to luring the snake from its lair. Venturing into the bamboo forest to draw out the serpents, he refrained from employing his soul tentacles, given their restrictive conditions, a mere 20-minute duration, a 4-hour cooldown period, and the exorbitant cost of 20 soul points per activation. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng resolved to reserve their use for dire circumstances. The first serpent he encountered lacked the telltale bulge behind its 7th vertebra, indicating a common bamboo viper. It seemed the parasitic bamboo viper king had yet to infest the entirety of the bamboo growth. Thus, Xia Qingfeng, without hesitation, hurled a javelin. Regardless of whether it was parasitized, he would slay any serpent he found. At a distance of approximately 10 meters, the optimal range for both the javelin's potency and his own accuracy, he unleashed a swift, lethal strike. The sequence unfolded in a seamless, reflexive motion, retrieving the javelin, raising it, retreating, aiming, and launching. The javelin cleaved through the air with the speed of a lightning bolt, impaling the bamboo viper's triangular head to the earth. The shaft of the javelin vibrated ceaselessly, emitting a resonant hum. In the inaugural battle, Xia Qingfeng achieved his first kill. Shortly thereafter, a second bamboo leaf-green snake slithered down from a bamboo stalk as thick as a bowl, with its mouth agape, revealing its fangs. The snake's tongue flickered anxiously, silently lunging towards Xia Qingfeng's neck. Unperturbed, Xia Qingfeng deftly shook his bamboo spear into a blur, thrusting it forward with precision. Among all his techniques, this thrust was the one he mastered most intimately. Countless sea fish had met their demise at the hands of his spear along the coastline. His expertise had reached a level of perfection, ingrained in his muscle memory. Whatever his eyes beheld, his arm would respond instantaneously, striking true every time. With a resounding thud, the bamboo spear obliterated the snake's head. The spear tip continued its trajectory, lifting gently upwards, sending the entire body of the bamboo leaf-green snake flying backward, landing just 2 or 3 meters in front of the white tiger. The white tiger cast a glance at Xia Qingfeng, remaining motionless. However, soon after, a parasitic bamboo leaf-green snake sprang forth from the underbrush. This parasitic serpent moved with remarkable speed and agility, narrowly evading Xia Qingfeng's bamboo spear before swiftly climbing up its length, targeting the right hand that grasped the spear. Reacting swiftly, Xia Qingfeng yanked his right hand back. His left hand wielded a spade, which he brought down against the bamboo shaft. "Go," he exclaimed, redirecting the bamboo spear downward, driving it forcefully into the swollen flesh of the snake. Black blood splattered. The predicament with the parasitic bamboo leaf-green snake was that it was not merely the head that needed to be vanquished. The parasitic neck-burrowing worm hidden behind it also had to be exterminated simultaneously to resolve the threat. Almost simultaneously, a rustling sound emerged from the bamboo grove, as a dozen parasitic green bamboo snakes slithered forth from the ground and the bamboo stalks, nearly in unison. The cacophony of hissing rose and fell. An overwhelming aura of menace surged towards Xia Qingfeng, who felt a nauseating stench assault his senses. It was a scene reminiscent of a military force preparing for battle, brimming with lethal intent. Yet, Xia Qingfeng did not hesitate. Luring the snakes out had achieved its purpose. He deftly leapt backward, a gust of wind sweeping past him. Then, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air. The little golden eagle darted by almost instantaneously, its iron-like talons seizing a green bamboo snake over a meter long, creating a sound akin to thunder as it ascended. The eagle's curved beak descended, shattering the snake's triangular head into fragments with 2 swift strikes. Subsequently, the eagle's talons tore through the flesh at the back of the snake's neck. As it relaxed its grip, the snake plummeted to the ground. "Son, are you all right? I warned you about the venomous parasitic green bamboo snakes. Be cautious." "Dad, it's spicy," came the thought transmitted back, assuring that he was indeed unscathed. It seemed the little golden eagle possessed a degree of immunity to the snake's venom, though Xia Qingfeng remained somewhat apprehensive. He took a moment to observe. Noting that the eagle's talons, having pierced through the parasitic flesh, bore not a trace of dark blood, gleaming as if untouched, with a subtle sheen of brilliance. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Way to go, little golden eagle. Almost concurrently, the white tiger sprang into action, certainly not diminishing its title as the king of beasts. With its colossal paw, it brought down a green bamboo snake onto the ground, sending juices splattering everywhere. It appeared that the white tiger was also relatively unconcerned with the toxic properties of the green bamboo snake, which reassured Xia Qingfeng, who had been harboring worries on the side. In the end, it was Yang Jing who claimed the final kill. With her bamboo spear, she lunged at a green bamboo viper coiled around a bamboo stalk, only to have it evade her strike. After several failed attempts, frustration mounted within her, prompting her to leap forward. In a flash of silver, her military dagger sliced the serpent in two. The severed viper, now lifeless on the ground, was subjected to further jabs from her spear as she vented her ire. Observing Xia Qingfeng effortlessly dispatching viper after viper with a single shot, she couldn't help but wonder why her own efforts proved so arduous. This time, the number of parasitic green vipers that emerged was significantly greater than what Xia Qingfeng had encountered previously. Moreover, from the depths of the bamboo grove, an unrelenting stream of these serpents continued to pour forth. Even more unsettling was the absence of the Viper King, which had yet to reveal itself. However, Xia Qingfeng's combat prowess had also seen an increase. The bamboo forest was soon alive with commotion, the roar of the white tiger resonating throughout. Surprisingly, its primary weapon was not its claws, but rather its tail, which resembled a steel whip. Clearly, it recognized the potency of the green viper's venom, opting not to bite. Those vipers struck by its tail met a grim fate. As if crushed by an iron rod, their bones shattered and lives extinguished. Faced with the omnipresent threat of parasitic green vipers, Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng retreated to the location where their javelins had previously been planted. Without hesitation, Xia Qingfeng seized a javelin from the ground and hurled it forth, pinning a parasitic green viper firmly to the earth. He swiftly followed up with a second and third, his movements creating a blur of afterimages. The javelin soared forth like a barrage of lethal arrows from his grasp, exuding an aura of impending death. Each parasitic bamboo viper was impaled, either pinned to the ground or to the bamboo itself, with some even scent hurtling through the air. In a remarkably brief span, he managed to clear a small area entirely. The ground was strewn with the remnants of his conquest. Although four had already fallen, their writhing forms continued to thrash about. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of javelins, which expanded his range of attack and hastened the demise of the bamboo vipers. Without this arsenal, his methodical strikes would have rendered the task far more arduous, likely necessitating the awakening of his soul tendrils. Xia Qingfeng's prowess significantly alleviated the burden on his companions, prompting Yang Jing to join in the javelin assault. Though her aim left much to be desired, her 10 throws assuredly claimed the lives of 3 or 4 bamboo vipers. With their combined ranged onslaught, the white tiger and the little golden eagle exhibited their formidable might, dispatching the bamboo vipers with ease. Xia Qingfeng's small team finally stabilized the situation, and a tense standoff ensued. Should the bamboo viper king fail to make an appearance, eradicating these lesser vipers would merely be a matter of time. Seizing the moment of calm, Xia Qingfeng swiftly activated his small screen. As anticipated, the relentless onslaught had finally filled his soul value to 500. Without hesitation, he opted to elevate the upper limit of his soul value as well. As he had hoped, no adverse symptoms manifested. He safely increased his soul value cap to 200. Much like enhancing his vitality, fortifying his soul now required 200 points. Xia Qingfeng sensed that strengthening his soul was considerably more challenging than augmenting his own attributes. Chapter 59. The sudden rupture of the meat bun. The acquisition of soul essence from dispatching other creatures and these neck-embracing parasite-infested monstrosities yields less essence than that derived from vitality itself. Moreover, the deployment of one's own soul tendrils necessitates the expenditure of soul essence. Consequently, it has been an extended duration since he last augmented his soul essence. Nevertheless, each amplification of his soul invariably precipitates a qualitative leap in his capabilities. Furthermore, the fortification of the soul invariably bestows an ancillary skill. He harbored a certain anticipation regarding the nature of the forthcoming skill. Verily, the soul tendrils have proven exceedingly efficacious. On numerous occasions, he has managed to avert peril and transform adversity into auspiciousness solely through the agency of his soul tendrils. At this juncture, while his mind engaged in fanciful speculation, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the depths of the bamboo forest. His perpetual apprehension centered upon the colossal green bamboo snake king. Only upon its demise could Xia Qingfeng attain tranquility. The relentless slaughter persisted until the afternoon. The emergence of green bamboo snakes from the forest gradually diminished, with only sporadic clusters of 3 to 5 appearing. Indeed, Xia Qingfeng alone could withstand their onslaught, obviating the need for assistance from others. Having persevered for such an extended period, others would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Even the virile white tiger exhibited signs of weariness, its entire form assuming a languid posture. Bamboo spears, regrettably, proved to be ephemeral, their tips rendered useless after merely impaling a few serpents. Presently, they served predominantly as mere cudgels. Yang Jing and the white tiger availed themselves of a brief respite, while the golden eagle sought repose upon a lofty tree branch. Xia Qingfeng, the green bamboo snakes have been eradicated from this vicinity. What course of action shall we undertake next? Since an indeterminate juncture, Yang Jing had grown increasingly reliant upon Xia Qingfeng. It is not that there are none, there must certainly be another one. The enormous bamboo viper, however, has yet to make its appearance for reasons unknown. If you are well rested, we shall venture deeper. Today, we must eliminate that creature and cleanse this bamboo grove, ensuring that future threats are eradicated. Xia Qingfeng spoke with a resolute tone. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the bamboo forest, casting dappled patterns upon him in various shapes. His robust physique bore no excess flesh. Though not towering, he was well proportioned, and the sun and rain had bestowed upon his skin a bronze sheen, imbuing him with an understated charisma. Through relentless enhancement of his attributes, Xia Qingfeng had grown taller, now standing at 185 centimeters, his body solid with well-defined muscles. Prominent blue veins coursed along his muscular thighs, and his rounded shoulders matched the circumference of his head, while his abdomen displayed a sculpted arrangement of defined muscles. This athletic form momentarily captivated Yang Jing, rendering her momentarily entranced, but she soon regained her composure. All right, I will follow your lead. Before either of them could make a move, the nearby white tiger strode forward with a fierce demeanor into the depths of the bamboo grove, clearly disregarding the bamboo viper king with an air of majesty befitting the king of beasts. Xia Qingfeng instructed the little golden eagle perched on a branch to rest in place before swiftly surpassing the white tiger. He certainly could not allow the tiger to lead. With his heightened senses, he could detect dangers ahead in a timely manner. Yang Jing was perhaps the one most aware of his capabilities. Thus, refraining from contention, she silently grasped her military-grade dagger, forming a triangular formation with Baihu and Xia Qingfeng. They trod upon the withered leaves beneath their feet. Advancing into the depths of the bamboo forest, the bamboo grove was quite expansive, and as they ventured deeper, the bamboo grew increasingly dense and robust. They even beheld several colossal bamboo stalks, so thick that a single person could not encircle them with both arms. Gazing upward, they appeared towering and erect, as if poised to pierce the azure heavens. As they progressed inward, the terrain gradually ascended. Before long, Xia Qingfeng discerned an immense aperture looming before them. This entrance was some 3 to 4 meters in height and 5 to 6 meters in breadth. Peering within, save for a few meters illuminated by sunlight, the interior was shrouded in inky blackness, exuding an aura of ominous gloom. Xia Qingfeng gestured, signaling Yang Jing and Baihu to halt. He proceeded alone toward the cavernous opening, and Yang Jing observed him stooping to retrieve something from the earth. It was a lengthy, grayish-white object, somewhat translucent, but the distance was too great for her to discern it clearly. Are you referring to the sloughed skin of the bamboo pit viper king? Yang Jing inquired. Indeed. Behold the cast-off skin of the serpent. There were numerous such remnants near the entrance, and I observed some within the cavern as well. This locale must serve as the nest of these bamboo pit vipers. I surmise that we have already eradicated a multitude of these snakes outside. There should be few remaining within this serpent's lair. Therefore, let us seize this opportunity and conduct a thorough extermination, lest the bamboo pit viper king orchestrate further disturbances in the days to come. Very well, let us proceed. Yang Jing assented without hesitation, for she possessed a temperament of decisive efficiency. Once a decision was reached, there was no need for further deliberation. Baihu was summarily disregarded by Xia Qingfeng, who took the lead and advanced toward the grotto. The entrance to the cavern sloped gently downward. The ground was strewn with jagged rocks, uneven and treacherous. Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng treaded cautiously, while the white tiger navigated the terrain with effortless grace, its piercing gaze fixated on the two individuals. exuding an air of aloofness without uttering a word. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a chilling breeze wafted towards them, contrasting sharply with the sweltering heat they had experienced since arriving on this desolate island. Yang Jing felt a slight shiver. The temperature inside was several degrees cooler than the oppressive warmth outside. The humidity had been stifling, making the sudden coolness refreshing. Observing Xia Qingfeng's careful steps ahead, Yang Jing couldn't help but murmur in appreciation. This place is delightful. It must be warm in winter and cool in summer. Why don't we forsake the safety of our shelter and reside here instead? Xia Qingfeng, however, was entirely preoccupied with the cave's interior, wary of potential dangers lurking within, particularly the fear of a sudden ambush from the enormous bamboo viper king. Thus, he paid little heed to Yang Jing's suggestion, casually responding, "If that is your wish, we shall move here." Delighted by his response, Yang Jing began to survey her surroundings. The stone walls were damp, exuding droplets of moisture. Though the entrance appeared dark and foreboding, stepping inside revealed a grayish ambience, illuminated enough to navigate without difficulty. The uneven ground was indeed challenging to traverse, but it was reasonable to assume that such a remote island had yet to be discovered by humankind. Soon, the cave took a turn to the left, descending further into the earth. Yang Jing also noticed that after turning a corner, the walls of the caves were adorned with a peculiar moss. This moss, of an unknown species, emitted a luminous green glow, preventing the cave from being shrouded in complete darkness. How wondrous this place is! Yang Jing gasped in awe, her small mouth slightly agape. Indeed, under the illumination of this moss, the cave sparkled like a dream, evoking a sense of being immersed in a fairy tale, leaving a young girl like Yang Jing utterly enchanted. She even found herself contemplating how she would decorate the cave after vanquishing the bamboo leaf green snake. "Be careful." Suddenly, Xia Qingfeng, walking ahead, cautioned. He then hastened a few steps forward. The cave took another left turn, and upon making the turn, a vast expanse unfolded before them. It was indeed a spacious area. Yang Jing and Baihu quickly followed suit. Upon gazing at the approximately 400 to 500 square meter space, Yang Jing's pupils dilated in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer shock. The sight that greeted them was overwhelmingly surprising. Even Xia Qingfeng beside her began to breathe more rapidly. In this enormous space, towards the intersection, there was a platform upon which a gigantic bamboo leaf green snake coiled in a serpentine formation. Its elevated head emitted a series of hissing sounds. "Xia Qingfeng, is this the bamboo leaf green snake king you mentioned?" Yang Jing's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, Xia Qingfeng was certain that the snake before them was the very one he had encountered the previous day, the bamboo leaf green snake king. However, the snake currently before them had a head as large as a millstone. The girth of the emerald tree viper king has nearly reached 2 meters, while its length has exceeded 20 meters. In merely a day's absence, this formidable serpent has almost doubled in size. However, the true horror lies not in its sheer bulk, but in the grotesque mass behind its head, which has swollen to a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Its skin is stretched to near transparency, revealing the faint outline of a colossal, spider-like parasitic creature writhing within. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng discerned the anguished roar of the Emerald Tree Viper King, a cacophony imbued with suffering, madness, brutality, despair, cruelty, and destruction, an unsettling symphony of negativity. Prolonged exposure to this sound began to induce a dull ache in his head, as if a steel drill were relentlessly boring into his ears. Yang Jing, unable to endure any longer, instinctively covered her ears with her hands. In response, the nearby white tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, resonating like the tolling of great bells or the rhythmic beating of drums at dawn, crashing upon the shore like a tsunami. An invisible wave of force surged forth from its mighty jaws, causing countless small stones on the cave walls to tumble down in a cacophony. This roar displayed the white tiger's sovereign power, effectively dampening the Viper King's fearsome cries, alleviating the pressure on Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing significantly. To their astonishment, this aloof white tiger possessed such an ability. Perhaps it was a natural trait of its lineage, instilling an innate sense of dread among these creatures. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The mass behind the Emerald Tree Viper King's head suddenly burst open, splattering a multitude of white liquid in all directions. Chapter 60. Ascending thousands of times, the green bamboo leaf snake king, after emitting a pained hiss, collapsed limply, its massive head smashing against the stony ground of the cave, sending shards flying. From the ruptured flesh, a resonant cry erupted, sharp and piercing. Unbeknownst to them, The parasitic neckworm residing within the green bamboo leaf snake king had matured, now vying for dominion over the body. Although the neckworm had gained the upper hand, securing this vessel was merely a matter of time. However, the roar of the white tiger suppressed the snake king, causing a fleeting lapse in its consciousness during the struggle. Seizing this opportunity, the neckworm decisively shattered the snake king's awareness. At present, the body was entirely under the control of the neckworm. Upon hearing this cry, Xia Qingfeng felt an ominous premonition. As the sound was laced with excitement and joy, whatever brought delight to the neckworm surely boded ill for him. What unfolded before him was far from over, spiraling into a more bizarre and unpredictable trajectory. The immense body of the green bamboo leaf snake king visibly shriveled, its once lustrous scales now dull and lifeless. In stark contrast, the neckworm clinging to its neck grew ever larger, emitting jubilant cries. It was evident that the life force of the snake king was rapidly depleting, and it was clear that this vitality was being absorbed by the neckworm residing upon its neck. Confronted with this bizarre situation, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing dared not act recklessly, instead choosing to observe in silence. The roar of the white tiger seemed directed at the neck-hugging insect. Yet it had little effect. Although it was the king of beasts, the neck-hugging insect was an extraterrestrial creature. After a couple of roars, it settled quietly beside them, its round, piercing eyes fixated on the neck-hugging insect with a predatory glare. This was intolerable, such audacity before us. Xia Qingfeng contemplated, a fierce glint flashing in the depths of his eyes, as he raised the bamboo spear in his hand. With a sharp exclamation, he hurled it forth. The 2-meter-long bamboo spear, wielded like a javelin, streaked through the air, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and struck directly at the neck-hugging insect. Clearly in the midst of completing its evolution, the neck-hugging insect showed no reaction as the bamboo spear collided with it. The impact of Xia Qingfeng's full power, akin to that of a tree trunk, should have been considerable. Yet, astonishingly, it seemed to have no effect on the neck-hugging insect, which remained unfazed, continuing to wave its 6 elongated legs with arrogance. Each leg was connected to a white nerve line, and with keen eyesight, Xia Qingfeng observed streams of substance being absorbed through these lines. How resilient! He cursed inwardly, astonished and dismayed. It was unexpected that the neck-hugging insect remained impervious to his attack. Meanwhile, the creature's size continued to swell, nearly rivaling that of the white tiger. The creature's elongated body measured over 3 meters, with a complex mouthpart unfurling at the front. In addition to a single, thick siphon, it boasted 2 formidable pincers resembling those of a crab, exuding an aura of ferocity. Above this menacing mouthpart, 6 eyes emerged, reminiscent of a fly's compound eyes, glimmering with an eerie green luminescence. The transformations did not cease there. The back of this creature, known as the neck-hugging worm, astonishingly displayed 3 pairs of dragonfly-like wings, which vibrated violently, producing a resonant buzzing sound. Weighing no less than 200 pounds, this 3-meter-long beast slowly took to the air, its 6 elongated legs thrashing about, severing the neural connections that tethered it. Suddenly, the mouthpart flung wide open, emitting a deafening shriek, a sound so piercing it echoed ominously, signaling the completion of the neck-hugging worm's evolution. Xia Qingfeng was now on high alert. He advanced a few steps forward, flanked by Yang Jing on his left and by Hu on his right, both maintaining parallel positions and moving forward as well. Yang Jing, by Hu. Remember this. We will test our strength against this creature. If we can vanquish it, we shall. If not, we turn and flee. Observe its wings. They extend nearly 10 meters wide. It likely cannot fit into this cavern. Xia Qingfeng swiftly devised a strategic plan, to which both Yang Jing and Baihu nodded in agreement. This time, Baihu seemed less aloof than usual. The 3 of them stood their ground within the cave. Meanwhile, the neck-hugging worm, now fluttering its 6 transparent wings, approached with surprising speed. A gale rushed toward them, and without hesitation, Xia Qingfeng activated his soul tendrils. With a powerful leap, he raised his engineer shovel high, ready to confront the neck-hugging worm head-on. What does it matter if you are the pinnacle of evolution? I am still a man of extraordinary prowess. A man of such exceptional ability never shies away. He is utterly unacquainted with the notion of evasion. This is what one might call audacity. The ethereal tendrils of Xia Qingfeng's soul unfurled, and in his perception, the assault of the neck-hugging insect decelerated to half its speed. With both hands firmly grasping a spade, he struck directly at the mandibles of the creature. Alas, at the moment of collision, the insect's formidable pincers crossed, shielding itself. Xia Qingfeng's spade met the pincers with a resounding clang, producing a melodious and crisp sound. Almost simultaneously, Xia Qingfeng's body jolted, and he descended from midair. While the fierce neck-hugging insect shuddered from his powerful blow, retreating half a meter. Its 6 wings flapped with increased fervor, filling the air with a constant buzzing. Meanwhile, Yang Jing was not idle. She swiftly maneuvered beneath the neck-hugging insect. Her military dagger deftly sliced through the space between its legs and wings, igniting a shower of sparks and eliciting a spray of dark blood. In that moment of battle, she had indeed inflicted harm upon the creature. Almost concurrently, White Tiger launched its assault, yet it appeared to have miscalculated its target. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the trembling wings of the neck-hugging insect. These wings, seemingly transparent and as delicate as gossamer, proved to be remarkably resilient. As they quivered, they emitted a resonant sound. White Tiger not only failed to gain the upper hand but also incurred a wound, a gash half a foot long marring its leg. With a roar of agony, the White Tiger landed heavily, its sinuous form twisting as its tail, like a living whip, lashed out. The appendage struck the neck-embracing insect's legs, sending it crashing backward a meter. The initial clash drew blood, yet neither adversary gained a definitive advantage. The neck-embracing insect emitted a piercing cry, its 6 legs skittering across the ground as it ascended once more. In the confined space, it launched a second assault upon the trio. The 3, in turn, roared their defiance, weapons brandished, and charged forward without hesitation. Amidst the fray, Xia Qingfeng's voice echoed with fervent exhortations. His soul tentacles extended, maintaining an unwavering lock on the neck-embracing insect's movements. He ceaselessly guided Yang Jing and the White Tiger, alerting them to impending attacks and seizing opportunities for counterstrikes. However, it was not long before Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing sustained injuries. Xia Qingfeng's chest was lacerated by the neck-embracing insect's foreleg, the wound a gruesome gash. Yang Jing, on the other hand, was sent hurtling through the air by the force of the insect's impact, landing heavily on the ground. The White Tiger, having learned from its earlier encounter, now circled the neck-embracing insect, striking from behind. Its behavior was less akin to a king of beasts and more reminiscent of a cunning fox. On one occasion, its paw found purchase, delivering a resounding blow to the insect's body. The neck-embracing insect was sent careening sideways, crashing into the cave wall. The impact left gouges in the rock face, sending fragments of stone scattering. Despite their combined, relentless assault, the damage inflicted upon the neck-embracing insect remained negligible. More than 10 minutes elapsed, yet the creature remained vigorous, relentlessly pursuing the trio. No other recourse then? Execute Plan B, Xia Qingfeng declared, gesturing emphatically. Without a word, Yang Jing and the White Tiger turned and fled back towards the cave entrance from whence they came. Summer Qingfeng covered their rear, and the trio swiftly retreated into the mountain cave. The cavern was approximately 3 meters in height and 4 to 5 meters in breadth, seemingly too confined for the neck-embracing vermin to infiltrate with its wings extended. They paused at the left bend within the cave, observing the exterior. Should the neck-embracing vermin prove incapable of ingress, the 3 could avail themselves of a respite before venturing out to confront it once more. The neck-embracing vermin arrived at the cave's entrance, momentarily halting as its 6 wings quivered, gently descending to the ground. To Summer Qingfeng's dismay, the 6 wings retracted onto the vermin's back. Its 6 elongated legs propelled it forward into the cave with astonishing velocity. Run! Summer Qingfeng exclaimed without hesitation. He seized a sizable rock, akin to a basketball in size, and hurled it forth. The stone, propelled from his grasp, resembled a projectile, resonating with a thunderous roar as it hurtled towards the neck-embracing vermin. With a resounding impact, the stone shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. Yet, the neck-embracing vermin merely lowered the formidable pincers flanking its mandibles and continued its pursuit, unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Summer Qingfeng promptly turned and fled, soon overtaking Yang Jing and Bai Hu. However, the pursuing neck-embracing vermin rapidly diminished the distance between them. Discerning the dire situation, Summer Qingfeng launched another stone. By employing these stone attacks, he temporarily impeded the neck-embracing vermin's advance, enabling the trio to successfully flee the cave, emerging into a dense bamboo forest. The 3 hastily fled outward. The neck-embracing vermin, upon exiting the cave, unfurled its 6 wings from its back and soared into the air in pursuit. Amidst the dense bamboo thicket, the bamboo stalks were unexpectedly snapped as they encountered the fluttering wings of the neck-hugging caterpillars. All along the path lay the fallen bamboo, crashing to the ground in disarray. This efficiency surpassed by myriad times the labor of Xia Qingfeng, who wielded a soldier's shovel to hew the bamboo. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng could not help but reminisce about his mother, inwardly lamenting, "Oh, mother, why did you only grant me 2 legs? Behold, the neck-hugging caterpillars possess 6. How swiftly they scurry. Could you not have bestowed upon me an additional pair? If 2 were impossible, then at least 1 more would suffice. Surely, with 3 legs, I could outrun those with merely 2. As they sprinted, the disparity in abilities became evident. To his astonishment, the swiftest among them was the white tiger, darting faster than a rabbit. While its other talents remained concealed, its prowess in fleeing was undeniably exceptional. With each powerful leap of its 4 paws, it surged 5 to 6 meters ahead, leaving Yang Jing far behind. Yang Jing, having exhausted her strength, was panting heavily, her face glistening with sweat, her steps faltering. Yet, she pushed herself onward, determined to pursue the white tiger. In truth, Yang Jing possessed a strong-willed nature. Though she recognized her physical limits, she refrained from seeking Xia Qingfeng's aid, choosing instead to endure on her own. Suddenly, she found herself cradled in his arms. The scent of the man's sweat enveloped her senses, as the broad expanse of his chest instilled a profound sense of security within her. Yang Jing did not struggle or resist. Instead, she nestled her head against Xia Qingfeng's chest. With each jolt of his rapid movement, her crimson lips inadvertently brushed against him, igniting a blush upon Yang Jing's cheeks akin to that of a ripe apple, while her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, Xia Qingfeng remained oblivious to her turmoil, his focus entirely fixated on the pursuing neck-hugging creature behind them. Simultaneously, he silently calculated the time remaining before the soul tendrils would vanish, hoping to evade the creature before that moment arrived. As for vanquishing it, given the current circumstances, he deemed it an impossible feat unbeknownst to them. They had already traversed beyond the bamboo grove, where the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the bamboo leaf-green snakes, hosts to the neck-hugging creatures. The pursuing entities, upon witnessing the carnage, emitted sharp, furious shrieks that pierced the air, their wrath palpable as they surged forward with renewed ferocity, soaring at an altitude of 3 to 4 meters like fighter jets. Bamboo stalks shattered beneath their wings, failing to impede their relentless speed. "Be cautious," Xia Qingfeng called out to Yang Jing in his arms, then deftly released her, propelling her forward. His maneuver was executed with great skill, and although Yang Jing stumbled a couple of steps upon landing, she quickly regained her balance. However, there was no way to outrun a creature in flight. Thus, with only a matter of seconds remaining on the soul tendrils, Xia Qingfeng resolved to confront the neck-hugging creature in a desperate bid, prepared for a fight to the bitter end. At that moment, the white tiger observed that Xia Qingfeng had halted, displaying a hint of hesitation. Having had his soul fortified by Xia Qingfeng, he could vaguely discern his intentions. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to flee or to assist Xia Qingfeng. Ultimately, he charged forward to offer his aid. Meanwhile, the neck-hugging worm exhibited an unsettling excitement, as the 2 pieces of meat that were initially poised to flee abruptly came to a standstill. Its formidable pincers trembled ominously, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. As the distance between them diminished, just as it was about to close in on Xia Qingfeng, a shadow flitted through the air. A golden figure streaked downwards, akin to a meteorite, landing heavily upon the neck-hugging worm's back, causing it to sag perilously close to the ground. Fortunately, its 6 gossamer wings flapped vigorously to maintain its balance. Xia Qingfeng quickly realized that the assailant descending from above was none other than the young golden eagle. The eagle's descent was executed with remarkable precision. Its sharp talons swiftly punctured the worm's 2 eyes, eliciting a piercing shriek from the creature. Below, the neck-hugging worm possessed 6 long, formidable legs capable of devastating attacks, while its front was shielded by 2 crab-like pincers. Flanking it were 3 pairs of razor-sharp wings, rendering any attempts by Xia Qingfeng and the white tiger utterly futile. However, to their astonishment, the worm's vulnerability lay upon its back. It found itself utterly defenseless against the young golden eagle's onslaught, helplessly witnessing the avian predator wreak havoc upon its back. The eagle's beak, as unyielding as steel, soon blinded one of its eyes with a single, decisive peck. 2 eagle claws relentlessly tore at its back, exacerbating the wounds around its eyes. The neck-hugging insect emitted a mournful cry, utterly tragic. It swayed unsteadily in midair, unable to maintain its balance, and with a resounding thud, it plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qingfeng and the white tiger were elated and immediately rushed forward. The dramatic rise and fall of life was simply exhilarating. Just moments ago, they had been pursued like frightened dogs, only to turn the tables and viciously strike down their assailant. As the situation seemed to stabilize, Xia Qingfeng quickly intervened, preventing the white tiger and the little golden eagle from delivering the final blow. The last strike needed to be his own. With a single deft motion of his entrenching tool, he cleaved the neck-hugging insect's head in two. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed melodiously. Congratulations. You have slain your first adult neck-hugging insect. You have gained 160 vitality points and 120 soul points, as you have defeated your first adult extraterrestrial creature. The plant enhancement feature has been activated. Note: enhanced plants must be over 50 years old. Those under 50 cannot be enhanced. The mission system has been initiated. Mission: eliminate 10 adult neck-hugging insects. Reward: 1 weapon. With the neck-hugging insect now deceased, the bamboo forest returned to its previous tranquility. While Yang Jing and the white tiger busied themselves with resting, Xia Qingfeng plopped down onto the ground, gazing at his small screen, a silly grin spreading across his face. Moreover, he had unlocked the mission system. I knew it. As a system, how could it not offer missions? Rewards only come with tasks. Just 10 adult neck-hugging insects to earn a weapon. I wonder what kind of weapon it will be. A laser gun? Or perhaps a formidable cannon? These extraterrestrials certainly know how to entertain. Regardless of the weapon, it would be a gift from an alien. After all this commotion, the sky was beginning to darken. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was adorned with hues of crimson. Scattered upon the ground were numerous severed bamboo stalks. These were arranged and set ablaze, alongside the lifeless form of an adult neck-biting insect. Initially, Xia Qingfeng had entertained thoughts regarding the 3 pairs of wings on this creature. However, upon its demise, those once formidable wings had become exceedingly pliable, relinquishing their sharpness entirely. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng had no choice but to incinerate them. The blood that oozed from the bamboo leaf green snake, which had fallen prey to the parasitic insect, harbored a potent corrosive toxin, necessitating its transformation into ashes through fire. While the two were engaged in these tasks, the white tiger pranced about the bamboo grove, seemingly claiming the area as its own territory, exuding an air of arrogance and commanding presence. Occasionally, it would let out triumphant roars, as if to assert its dominion. A fire was ignited in the clearing. With the collected corpses heaped upon it, the outcome of the blaze would be revealed come morning. Xia Qingfeng found himself somewhat restless that night, despite his naturally robust constitution. After a day steeped in labor, he felt surprisingly unwearied. Lying on his bed, he gazed at his small screen. Noticing that his vitality had reached 359 and his soul power had ascended to 373, imparting an almost surreal sensation of overnight wealth. Had the day's endeavors truly been so fruitful? Without hesitation, he decided to enhance his muscle strength. He sensed that his power had been somewhat insufficient when confronting the adult neck-biting insect. The enhancement brought with it a sharp, needle-like pain, intense yet fleeting, dissipating after mere seconds. Easily endured with a clenched jaw. Even so, beads of perspiration formed on Xia Qingfeng's brow. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt an overwhelming joy within. Each pang of pain signified an enhancement of his strength. Clenching his fists, he sensed the surging power within him, feeling as if he could shatter a boulder with a single punch. Though after 10 o'clock, enhancing attributes required 200 points of vitality. The resultant effect was indeed doubled compared to before, rendering it worthwhile. This afternoon, he had already elevated his soul's limit to 200. Now, with his soul power reaching 373 points, he resolutely proceeded to enhance it. Before his eyes blurred, he found himself once again in that small, ethereal space, transformed into a sphere of soul. Surrounding him were those vibrant spheres of light, colliding into his soul sphere in a mesmerizing dance. All of this was both enchanting and familiar. Xia Qingfeng reveled in the sensation of each small light sphere's impact, experiencing the profound resonance it brought to his soul. He savored the myriad emotions evoked by the various light spheres. Gradually, he surrendered his body to relaxation, his consciousness drifting between dreams and reality. In his mind, a torrent of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and hatred, unfolded, with each experience serving as a sublime elevation of his soul. It was enigmatic, ineffable. Immersed in this state, he lost track of time. Eventually, a resounding crash echoed in his mind, as if something had shattered, and his thoughts gradually regained clarity. Xia Qingfeng's gaze toward the safe house deepened, filled with newfound depth. Chapter 62. Invulnerable to all toxins. Each encounter with these emotions was indeed a profound elevation of his soul, steeped in mystery. Indescribable. He was immersed in it, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. After an indeterminate interval, a resounding echo reverberated in his mind, as though something had shattered, and his consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Summer Qingfeng gazed at the safe house with an increasingly profound expression. Along the way, vibrant wild grasses flourished, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. Above him, a canopy of twinkling stars adorned the sky, under the cool caress of the night breeze. He could even sense the roots of the trees, nestled deep in the earth, diligently absorbing nutrients with unwavering perseverance. In that very moment, he found himself deeply moved by the exuberant vitality of all living things in the world. As dawn broke, Yang Jing began to earnestly practice javelin throwing, having recognized her own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Summer Qingfeng appeared somewhat distracted, having only practiced a couple of times when the little golden eagle came to seek him out. Landing on his shoulder. Initially intending to play with the golden eagle, Summer Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed as he noticed a small screen materializing on the eagle's body. Little golden eagle, adult. Physical condition, healthy. Can enhance vitality by 180, can enhance spiritual power by 180. Affection level, 83, affection level 40 to 60, will not attack you. Affection level 60 to 80, will follow you and provide certain assistance. Affection level 80 to 100, will be unwaveringly devoted to you, wholeheartedly aiding your survival. Intelligence, 2 Papa. In the beginning, he could only enhance the little golden eagle's vitality and spiritual power by 10 points. However, after what seemed like an upgrade of his own soul, he was able to enhance it to 20 points. Last night, he had once again strengthened his soul, and now his spiritual power had reached AD level. According to the system's interpretation, it appears that a significantly elevated soul has been achieved. Presently, the information regarding Xia Qingfeng has transformed to Host, Xia Qingfeng. Soul power, strengthened soul. Each full level allows for 1 soul enhancement 173-200. Vitality, enhanced personal attributes. Each full level allows for 1 attribute enhancement 159-200. Muscle enhancement level, 11. Sensory enhancement level, 10. Internal circulation enhancement level, 11. Cellular vitality enhancement level, 10. Soul. D. The soul is divided into levels S, A, B, C, D, E, F, with each level further subdivided into 2 tiers, allowing for greater resilience. A heart as steadfast as rock, the capability to sleep soundly on a desolate island under the night sky, and the audacity to conquer all. Soul tendril, once activated. Within 40 minutes, a secondary soul power field is established with oneself as the epicenter, extending a radius of 40 meters, capable of sensing most dangers and locking onto the majority of attacks. Each activation consumes 40 soul power. Soul spike. This allows one to condense soul strength into a piercing form, delivering minor damage to the target with a 10 chance of inducing dizziness. Each usage consumes 50 soul power. The lower the soul level, the greater the damage inflicted and the higher the probability of dizziness. Creatures with a soul level exceeding yours will suffer backlash. Exercise caution in usage. Host power assessment. In my perception, you remain insignificant and humble. Persist in your efforts. Little insect. He had already discerned yesterday that upon enhancing his soul to a certain point, an additional skill, soul spike, had emerged. Today, he found himself somewhat distracted, primarily due to this newfound ability. He was eager to test the effects of this skill. Now, the situation with the little golden eagle left him somewhat perplexed. To think it could be enhanced by a staggering 80 points. What could that possibly signify? He glanced at Yang Jing, who was sweating profusely while practicing with the javelin. After some contemplation, he felt a pang of guilt towards the little golden eagle. Perhaps it was time to use it as a test subject. Given that its vitality and soul energy were still adequate, he decided to enhance the little golden eagle and observe any transformations. Without further ado, Xia Qingfeng promptly filled the vitality gauge on the little golden eagle's screen to its maximum and confirmed the enhancement. In total, he had now increased the eagle's vitality by 100 points. A moment later, he noticed the little golden eagle was visibly excited, emitting joyful cries. It appeared as if a gentle, luminous mist flowed throughout its body, rejuvenating it. The little golden eagle's form gradually expanded, its muscles becoming taut and its feathers increasingly lush. Particularly, the golden feathers atop its head radiated a golden sheen, shimmering brilliantly. Its talons and sharp beak gleamed with a metallic luster, occasionally reflecting a glint of gold. The eagle's sharp eyes bore a piercing gaze, akin to daggers poised to strike, making it difficult to meet their stare. With 100 points of vitality, the little golden eagle appeared significantly more formidable. Xia Qingfeng could even feel the increased weight in his arms, nearly doubling the burden. He was confident that should he encounter that adult neck-biting insect again, the little golden eagle alone would be capable of vanquishing it. Given the impressive efficacy of the 100 points of vitality, Xia Qingfeng felt elated and without hesitation decided to max out its 80 points of soul energy as well. This time, upon closer inspection, not only did the little golden eagle fix its gaze upon Xia Qingfeng, but Xia Qingfeng himself also sensed a powerful consciousness engaging with him. Little golden eagle, adult, physical condition, healthy vitality enhancement potential, 00 soul enhancement potential, 00 affection level, 89. An affection level of 40 to 60 ensures it will not attack you. 60 to 80 means it will follow you and offer assistance. 80 to 100 signifies unwavering loyalty and wholehearted support for your survival. Intelligence, 6. Capable of normal communication, soul, talent, immunity to all poisons. The little golden eagle, already possessing inherent resistance to toxins, activated the attribute of complete immunity to poisons after receiving 100 points of vitality enhancement. Fantastic! The little golden eagle has manifested a talent. Xia Qingfeng exclaimed. What had troubled Xia Qingfeng most was the corrosive, acid-like blood of the neck-hugging insects. Now, the little golden eagle's talent was actually immunity to all poisons. Xia Qingfeng felt as though he had struck gold. Truly worthy of being my own offspring, so reliable indeed. Afterward, Xia Qingfeng showed even more affection toward the little golden eagle, explaining the events that had transpired in detail. The little golden eagle not only communicated with Xia Qingfeng through consciousness but also emitted sharp, piercing cries. Fortunately, they were on a deserted island, in a city. A person conversing so animatedly with a little golden eagle would surely be deemed mentally unstable and confined to a psychiatric hospital. Their unusual behavior was soon noticed by Yang Jing, who had just finished her training and was experiencing soreness in her arms. She put down the javelin and approached them. Xia Qingfeng, are you quite all right? You seem to be taking an unusual delight in conversing with the golden eagle. Does it even comprehend your words? Yang Jing inquired. Her breathing slightly labored, her countenance flushed from exertion and adorned with delicate beads of perspiration. Her voluptuous bosom rose and fell rhythmically, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, releasing a delicate, orchid-like fragrance. At that moment, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, her skin was as white as snow, her delicate eyebrows resembled verdant hills. Her eyes were like pools of autumn water, her figure was exquisite, and she moved with the grace of a startled swan. Xia Qingfeng's gaze lingered, fixated upon Yang Jing's form, unable to tear himself away. He observed that she possessed an extraordinary beauty and allure, igniting a fervent passion within his heart, leaving him with a parched sensation. Ah, Yang Jing, it's not quite like that. After you, and by who retired for the night, I further augmented my spiritual essence. To my surprise, upon encountering the golden eagle this morning, I discovered that I could enhance its vitality and spiritual power once more. Furthermore, this time I could enhance it by a full 80 points. Do you perceive any discernible difference in the golden eagle now? Xia Qingfeng remarked, turning the golden eagle on his arm to face her, displaying it with a hint of pride. Yang Jing, who had been somewhat embarrassed by his earlier gaze, seized the opportunity to change the subject. She then noticed that the golden eagle did indeed appear different. It seems to me that the golden eagle has grown noticeably larger since yesterday. It appears far more majestic, she commented, her words laced with fondness, as she gently stroked the golden eagle's feathers. The golden eagle's intelligence was far superior to what it once was, and it fully recognized Yang Jing's esteemed position within the group. In the vernacular of the juvenile golden eagle, she held a position akin to that of its mother. Thus, maternal caresses were deemed natural. Far from resisting, the young raptor would gently narrow its keen eyes, exhibiting an air of contentment, much to Xia Qingfeng's chagrin, who nearly struck it in exasperation at its newfound cunning. Evidently, this display greatly pleased Yang Jing, who giggled merrily, her fingers incessantly toying with the golden plumes atop the young eagle's head. Xia Qingfeng, finding it somewhat unbearable, interjected. Not only had the young golden eagle matured, but following his augmentation of soul force, the creature's interface now featured a soul attribute, registering at E-. This was remarkable, nearly equivalent to the strength he possessed after a single soul enhancement. The system indicated that its intellect was now on par with that of a human, capable of comprehending his speech entirely. Yang Jing exclaimed in delight, inquiring if it could also understand her. Before Xia Qingfeng could respond, the young golden eagle nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chapter 63. The Dome. Very well, proceed. It is advantageous for us to divide our forces, thereby enhancing efficiency. Let us endeavor to resolve these miscellaneous matters today. Xia Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Ah, yes. You were contemplating relocating the safe house to that cavern? I suggest you thoroughly inspect it. Hearing her proposition, Xia Qingfeng demurred, inwardly musing on the fickleness of the female mind. Upon arriving at the coast, Xia Qingfeng observed a further increment in his velocity. In less than an hour, he timed his every journey from the safe house to the shore. A Rolex gracing his wrist. A golden eagle soared above, its incessant queries echoing a childlike curiosity. Why is the sky azure? Why are leaves verdant? How can I take flight while you remain earthbound? Why do you lack wings? Patiently, Xia Qingfeng elucidated, unconcerned whether his fledgling grasped the explanations, some of which were, admittedly, pure fabrication. Why is the sky blue? He'd muse, because the sky is indolent, shirking all responsibility, hints its cerulean hue. Upon reaching the coast, he deferred the salt harvesting, opting instead to spearfish. Observing the eagle's ennui, Xia Qingfeng proposed, "Find that wolf that ambushed us the other night, would you?" "Understood, father," the eagle chirped, unfurling its wings and soaring into the distance. Xia Qingfeng nodded approvingly, then plunged into the surf. Brandishing a sharpened bamboo spear, he navigated towards the ocean's depths. He disregarded the 20-pound fish that darted past, deeming them too diminutive. His quarry was the Leviathan, the 50-pound denizens of the deep, a few of which would satiate their hunger for days. As Xia Qingfeng was swimming ahead with exuberance, an unforeseen event transpired. With a resounding thud, his head collided with an indiscernible object, inducing a moment of vertigo. He was compelled to emit a cry of agony, yet being submerged in the ocean's depths. His vocalizations merely manifested as a series of effervescent bubbles, as several mouthfuls of acrid seawater inundated his oral cavity. This sudden occurrence left Xia Qingfeng in a state of bewilderment, as the limpid waters before him appeared devoid of any discernible obstruction. Consequently, he pondered the nature of the object he had encountered. After shaking his head in an attempt to regain lucidity, he hesitated to advance further, opting instead to cautiously extend his hand forward. To his astonishment, his hand encountered a rigid, planar surface, akin to a mirror. Incredulously, Xia Qingfeng questioned the presence of glass within the ocean's embrace. He proceeded to explore the expanse of the transparent barrier, only to find it unyielding and without discernible edges. By this juncture, his extended submersion had begun to induce a sensation of oxygen deprivation. Consequently, he ascended towards the surface, utilizing the glassy surface as a support. Upon emerging from the water, he gasped for air, his feet treading water while his hands remained firmly affixed to the enigmatic barrier. To his astonishment, the ocean's surface appeared undisturbed, devoid of any visible structure. This incongruous sensation, wherein the tangible was imperceptible, induced a throbbing headache and a sense of nausea in Xia Qingfeng. Conceivably, the impact from the collision had been more forceful than initially perceived. Upon glancing back, he estimated his distance from the shoreline to be approximately 400 to 500 meters. What was the significance of this situation? Could it be a manifestation of a magical barrier, as depicted in fantasy novels? A bespoke barrier, specifically designed for me and not the fish, was in place. Suddenly, Xia Qingfeng propelled himself from the water, his legs driving him upward as his hand reached skyward. He ascended more than 2 meters in a single bound. Indeed, the barrier's presence was undeniable. His hand encountered a rigid, sleek surface akin to a pane of glass. Refusing to concede, Xia Qingfeng delivered a forceful punch with all his might. A resounding thud reverberated, causing his arm to tingle with numbness. Crimson droplets of blood began to seep from his fist. Impenetrable, he navigated left and right, discovering no perimeter. An invisible partition stood firmly in his path. Gazing skyward, the vista was unobstructed. Xia Qingfeng's mind reeled. After composing his thoughts, he deduced that this was likely not a mystical barrier. This peculiar premise had captivated him, compelling him to watch an entire season, leaving a lasting impression. Could it be that the island on which he now found himself was also enclosed within an invisible bowl, an intangible dome? This led him to ponder whether the shipwreck had occurred because the Black Jade fighter had collided with this imperceptible structure. How then had he and Yang Jing ended up on the island? Was it possible that this invisible dome was permeable inward but not outward? A multitude of conjectures raced through his mind like a phantasmagorical carousel. As he contemplated, he fixed his gaze in one direction and swam with unwavering determination. After traversing several kilometers, he was still unable to locate the edge of this entity. A dome. Xia Qingfeng, observing the vacant expanse of the sea, spat vehemently onto the ground. Upon seeing Xia Qingfeng approaching from afar, Yang Jing's elegant brow furrowed slightly. Confronted with Yang Jing's inquiry, Xia Qingfeng appeared as dejected as a frost-bitten eggplant. He tossed the fish into the safe house and sat silently on his bamboo bed. What's wrong? What happened to you? Yang Jing sensed that something was amiss with Xia Qingfeng, her voice imbued with concern. Xia Qingfeng raised his gaze to meet hers, and Yang Jing was taken aback to find tears glistening in his eyes. What's the matter? If something is troubling you, please don't scare me. This revelation alarmed Yang Jing. To her astonishment, Xia Qingfeng posed a peculiar question. Yang Jing, have you ever watched an American drama titled Under the Dome? You ask me this? I haven't seen it. I never watch American dramas. I only indulge in Korean dramas. How beautiful they are. The romantic yet tragic love stories. As Yang Jing spoke of Korean dramas, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. But Xia Qingfeng let out a deep sigh, his resonant baritone voice slowly unfolding the narrative. There is a quaint town in America, picturesque and harmonious among its residents. Yet one day, they suddenly discovered a colossal dome enveloping their entire town, trapping them within. They cannot leave, nor can outsiders enter. Oh, what will they do? Yang Jing was instantly captivated by his tale. I don't know. That's not the crux of the matter. The crucial point, Yang Jing, is that there exists a similar dome surrounding this deserted island where we find ourselves, confining us both within. As Xia Qingfeng spoke, his voice trembled with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. Yang Jing felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning upon hearing his words. Her heart raced, leaving her utterly shaken. Are you joking? How could such a thing possibly happen? I wish I were jesting. Alas, the very sight of the neck-embracing vermin was manifest before our eyes. Now, with the addition of a dome, might we not draw a parallel? Chapter 64. Not far enough adrift. This is dissimilar. It defies the tenets of science, verging on the mystical. Ah yes, Yang Jing exclaimed abruptly, leaping to her feet. Xia Qingfeng, did you not partake in that American drama? How did the denizens of that town extricate themselves from beneath the dome? What was the denouement of that series? Upon hearing her words, Xia Qingfeng, who had been composed moments prior, smote his own cranium. Prithee, speak not of it. The temperament of American dramas is unlike that of Korean ones. I only observed the inaugural season and a mere 2 episodes of the second. Progress beyond required a toll of VIP status, a pecuniary burden I was loath to bear. Thus, I remained ignorant of the succeeding events, and I am told a 3rd season has since emerged. I am devoid of knowledge regarding its conclusion. What? Yang Jing's exquisite doe eyes widened to their utmost extent. Xia Qingfeng, would you consign us to an eternity upon this desolate isle for the sake of a paltry sum of VIP access? It is not my desire, Xia Qingfeng lamented, his lamentations evoking sorrow and tears in any who might hear them. At that instant, a muffled thunderclap emanated from beyond the confines of the safe haven. Ominous clouds gathered, as a bolt of lightning descended with violent force. The tempestuous weather of the isle arrived with abruptness. Within the safe haven, the revelation proved overwhelming, temporarily confounding her cognitive faculties. Forgive me, Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng uttered, at a loss for further words. At present, her mind is somewhat chaotic. Is she truly destined to live on this deserted island for the rest of her life? Xia Qingfeng noticed her sorrowful demeanor and approached, gently placing a hand upon Yang Jing's shoulder, striving to soften his tone. In truth, it is not so dreadful. Really? Even if we must endure a lifetime on this desolate isle, you still have me, and I, in turn, have you. Yang Jing cried out and suddenly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Perhaps the emotions she had suppressed for so many days erupted all at once. In Xia Qingfeng's arms, she wept as if the world were collapsing around them. Observing the distraught Yang Jing nestled against him, Xia Qingfeng felt a pang of uncertainty. Yet, in the end, he slowly wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. As he lowered his head, he discovered that Yang Jing had also lifted hers, her tear-filled eyes reflecting genuine emotion, a profound affection. In that fleeting moment, their gazes met, seemingly freezing time, as the threads of their connection began to entwine and flourish. At that instant, Yang Jing appeared remarkably beautiful, her face reminiscent of a fairy illuminated by moonlight. Her delicate form swayed like a fragile willow in the breeze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes held the innocence of a helpless little rabbit. Her tender lips parted ever so slightly, conveying an air of vulnerability without uttering a word. Their lips drew together as if magnetically attracted, the entire occurrence unfolding with such naturalness. The fervent flame ignited within Xia Qingfeng's heart blazed brightly, consuming him entirely. Outside, the tempest raged with greater ferocity than before, as the fierce winds and torrential rain relentlessly battered their sanctuary. The branches and leaves of several trees rustled in the wind, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic vision. Yet, within the safety of the shelter, an endless springtime ambience prevailed. The flames in the hearth danced, casting a warm orange glow throughout the room, dispelling the darkness and enveloping the space in a soft, hazy intimacy. This thunderstorm lingered unusually long. An entire night passed, and the following morning showed no sign of abating. The sound of the rain continued unabated until nearly noon, when it ceased abruptly. As the dark clouds dispersed, the sun once again poured its light upon the earth. In fact, the two had awakened early that morning, yet neither Summer Qingfeng nor Yang Jing rose from their shared bamboo bed, entranced by the patter of rain outside. They exchanged gentle words, avoiding any mention of the island's dire circumstances. Instead, Yang Jing recounted tales from his childhood, his school days, and experiences from his time in the military, peppered with amusing anecdotes from his training. Similarly, Summer Qingfeng shared snippets from his own youth, including his foray into modeling, the struggles he faced in achieving recognition, and the subtle ostracism from his agency. Yang Jing even brought up Summer Qingfeng's fiancée, Shenxiyu, which took him by surprise. Yang Jing explained that he had received a comprehensive dossier upon being assigned his task. He was well aware of Qingfeng's engagement and even knew the whereabouts of his parents' residence. Yet, discussing such matters at this moment felt distant and surreal, as if they belonged to two disparate worlds. Summer Qingfeng offered nothing more than a wry smile, allowing the topic to drift away. As the rain subsided, a tranquil silence enveloped them. Sunlight streamed through the crack of the door. Xia Qingfeng was the first to rise, closely followed by Yang Jing, who began to stoke the fire pit with some firewood. If they did not add more fuel, the flames would soon extinguish. For some inexplicable reason, their gazes met once again, and they shared a smile, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Xia Qingfeng pushed aside the wooden plank at the entrance, and the sunlight, having waited patiently, poured in, illuminating the safe house significantly. Meanwhile, Yang Jing busied herself preparing a simple meal. By the way, Yang Jing, where's Bai Hu? It was only at that moment that Xia Qingfeng realized something seemed amiss. It was obvious. Bai Hu must have sought refuge in that cave. You seem rather oblivious right now. The meal was uncomplicated, consisting of various meats and mushrooms stewed together in several large bamboo tubes. They shared a light meal before stepping out of the safe house hand in hand. The air was refreshingly crisp after the recent rain, and the leaves of the distant trees shimmered in vibrant green. The entire forest seemed rejuvenated, as if washed anew by the rain. Ah! Xia Qingfeng placed his hands around his mouth and shouted joyfully towards the woods, as if to release all the pent-up energy within him. Ah! Yang Jing, amused, echoed his call. Then Xia Qingfeng proclaimed, Yang Jing, I love you. I want to be with you for a lifetime. Rest assured, I will take you away from this deserted island. His words ignited a warmth within Yang Jing's heart. He loves me. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed. Yet, Xia Qingfeng suddenly appeared transformed, as if everything had clicked into place. What of the dome? What of the parasitic worms? Now that I, Xia Qingfeng, am blessed with a system, it is implausible that I should remain confined to this minuscule, desolate isle. I am resolute in my departure from this place. Xia Qingfeng cast a glance upon Yang Jing, who stood beside him, and was filled with renewed vigor and an indomitable spirit. Yang Jing, today I shall venture to the seaside, where I shall endeavor to accumulate the life force and soul energy necessary for the enhancement of both you and Bai Hu. Let us proceed with utmost diligence. Huzzah! Yang Jing, who had hitherto been unyielding, had, perhaps as a result of the preceding evening's events, become remarkably gentle. Her gaze was imbued with affection as she nodded demurely at Xia Qingfeng, saying, Go forth, but exercise caution. As it rained yesterday, there shall undoubtedly be an abundance of wood-ear mushrooms today. I shall venture into the forest to gather mushrooms and wood-ear, and replenish the supply of forage for our 4 juvenile wild boars, as the gluttonous creatures have depleted their stores. Upon hearing Yang Jing's words, it occurred to Xia Qingfeng to inquire, Pray tell, has the elder wild boar yet succumbed to its injuries? In response to Xia Qingfeng's query, Yang Jing playfully tapped him, retorting, Why do you press the matter with such haste? Is it not advantageous that it remains alive? Allow it to prolong its existence for a few more days. Have you not observed the copious quantity of pork it provides, sufficient to sate your appetite? Observing her playful demeanor, Xia Qingfeng abruptly leaned in and bestowed upon her lips a fervent kiss, before turning and fleeing. Initially, Yang Jing was unperturbed by his actions, but her foot involuntarily rose to deliver a retaliatory kick, which, alas, met with naught but air. Thereupon, she erupted into a fit of giggles. Life must needs continue. Regardless of the myriad adversities we may encounter, we must strive to surmount them. So long as one does not succumb to despair, there remains hope, does there not? This time, Xia Qingfeng arrived at the seaside and immediately set to work. The torrential rain from last night had thoroughly washed away all the sea salt he had harvested. He needed to gather seawater anew and let it settle beneath the rocks. Fortunately, he no longer had to use coconut shells for this process. He had replaced them entirely with bamboo tubes, each of which was equivalent to 4 or 5 coconut shells. Consequently, the speed at which he could produce sea salt had significantly increased. The harvested sea salt was far more than the two of them could consume, accumulating to nearly 4 or 5 kilograms. Once he finished with the sea salt, Xia Qingfeng devoted himself entirely to fishing. He hurled fish weighing about 50 pounds each onto the shore with great force. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation yesterday, and there was no dome at all. However, upon touching the dome with his hand, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The dome remained, as solid and unyielding as ever, with no discernible edges. Perhaps this dome had existed all along, unnoticed because he had not ventured far enough before. His previous attributes had not been sufficiently enhanced. His fishing had only taken place within 100 meters of the shore, while the dome lay 500 or 600 meters out. Chapter 65. Indeed, a talent emerged on the small screen. His vitality and soul value had surpassed 300. More than enough to enhance Yang Jing and Bai Hu. Upon returning to the safe house, he found Yang Jing busily engaged outside. A pile of fresh mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and wild vegetables lay beside her, while she meticulously sorted through some previously dried mushrooms. The mushrooms have been here for quite some time, some of them already showing signs of mold. The air on this deserted island is excessively humid, and the temperature remains high, averaging around 30 degrees. Consequently, even if these mushrooms are dried, their shelf life is limited. Currently, Yang Jing is sorting out the moldy mushrooms, preparing them to feed the wild boars. The remaining fresh mushrooms will continue to be dried into mushroom jerky. Xia Qingfeng greeted Yang Jing and proceeded to the water trough with the fish. There, he skillfully scaled the fish, removed the entrails, and sliced it into fillets. He then transferred the fish to a drying platform outside the safe house. This platform was originally constructed by Xia Qingfeng from tree trunks, but those uneven logs were dismantled and repurposed as firewood inside the safe house. Now, the wooden platform is made of bamboo, smooth and even, and it is more than twice the original size, measuring 3 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters long. Xia Qingfeng has even built 2 additional platforms, positioned closely against the outer wall of the safe house. One platform is already filled with mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, while the other is nearing capacity. Yang Jing, perhaps I should construct another platform, he suggested. In truth, we have amassed sufficient food. Shouldn't we start contemplating other matters? Other matters? Xia Qingfeng inquired with slight confusion. Yes, other matters, Yang Jing replied earnestly. Look, the forest surrounding us is too dense, with trees far too close. Our field of vision is severely restricted. If wild wolves attempt to ambush us like last time, our defense would be quite challenging. Considering the remaining time, we might as well extend the perimeter of this woodland by felling all the thinner trees and clearing the undergrowth. This way, should any creatures attempt to ambush us, we could detect them in advance. Indeed, Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, belatedly realizing the oversight. It wasn't entirely his fault, as he relied on his spiritual assistant and keen senses, causing him to overlook this matter. However, there was also Yang Jing to consider. In his absence, or under unforeseen circumstances, it would indeed be prudent for Yang Jing to expand the area around their home. Furthermore, he hadn't been felling trees in recent days, and their timber reserves were dwindling. Xia Qingfeng hefted a freshly caught fish, weighing over 30 pounds, entered the safe house, and tossed it directly to the white tiger. The white tiger, showing no ceremony, pinned the fish with its claws and began to devour it. The white tiger's appetite was such that it could now consume the entire 30-pound fish in a single meal. Observing the white tiger's voraciousness, Xia Qingfeng placed his hand on its head and gently stroked it. Immediately, the white tiger's status screen materialized. White tiger, adult, Physical condition, healthy vitality enhancement, 180 available soul enhancement, 180 available affection, 74. Affection levels 40 to 60 will not attack you. Affection levels 60 to 80 will follow you and provide assistance. Affection levels 80 to 100 will remain devoted and wholeheartedly aid your survival. Intelligence, 4 discerning. Without further ado, he allocated 80 points each to vitality and soul enhancement, fully maximizing both attributes. Abruptly, the white tiger ceased its feasting and fixed its gaze upon Xia Qingfeng. With a predatory gaze fixed upon him, Xia Qingfeng felt a sudden jolt of alarm. What is happening? This shouldn't be. His hand remained atop the tiger's head. Yet the information displayed on the small screen had shifted. White tiger, adult. Physical condition, healthy. Vitality enhancement, 00. Soul power enhancement, 00. Affection level, 80. Affection level 40 to 60 will not attack you. Affection level 60 to 80 will follow you and offer assistance. Affection level 80 to 100 will unwaveringly aid your survival with utmost dedication. Intelligence, 6. Normal communication. Soul level, E-. Talent, Tiger Roar. This ability generates a shockwave through its roar, causing enemies to be repelled. The effect is significantly pronounced on creatures with lower soul levels, who may even flee. Remove your hand. Are you not aware that placing it atop another's head is quite discourteous? A commanding presence surged within Xia Qingfeng's mind. The white tiger then contentedly shook its head, shivering briefly before disregarding Xia Qingfeng, returning to its meal of fish. It has truly evolved, becoming something remarkable. It even dares to admonish me. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the white tiger was enveloped in an additional layer, a soft, luminous sheen that gradually nourished its form. Furthermore, the tiger's size had increased considerably, now measuring over 4 meters in length. An increase in an animal's size signifies a corresponding enhancement in its attack power, a clear indication of its strength. Witnessing the white tiger's significant augmentation in power, Xia Qingfeng was naturally elated. Even more exhilarating was the realization that the tiger's affection level had just reached 80, ensuring its unwavering support in the future. Oh, how delightful! My esteemed tiger, please partake and savor this meal. Should your appetite require more, there is an abundance available. At present, you are truly the master here, and we dare not offend you in the slightest. If your favor were to diminish below 80, Xia Qingfeng would be inconsolable. Discretion being the better part of valor, Xia Qingfeng departed the safe house, leaving the white tiger to relish its fish undisturbed. Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng called out, a mischievous grin upon his face as he tiptoed towards her. Yang Jing, akin to a startled fawn, watched Xia Qingfeng approach with evident trepidation. What do you intend to do? She stammered. What do I intend, fair maiden? Bestow upon me a smile, and you shall be rewarded handsomely, Xia Qingfeng jested, adopting the guise of a rogue as he advanced upon Yang Jing. Her expression grew more fearful, and she recoiled, pleading, please, no. If you come any closer, I shall cry out for help. Cry out, you say? Xia Qingfeng guffawed. Your cries shall fall upon deaf ears. No one will come to your aid. Today, you shall yield to my desires. Xia Qingfeng, will you cease this tomfoolery? Yang Jing retorted, standing tall and glaring at him. Have you not noticed that I am occupied with my tasks? Furthermore, you have yet to prepare the fish. Bestir yourself and complete your chores. Enough is enough. I indulged your jest for a time, but you are becoming carried away. Fair maiden, Xia Qingfeng began, still immersed in his role, attempting to lunge forward, only to be halted by Yang Jing's hand against his chest, preventing his advance. However, she struggled to suppress her laughter. The events of the previous night had fostered a greater intimacy between them, and such playful banter served to ease the tension. Considering they were the sole inhabitants of this desolate island, deprived of mobile phones, Wi-Fi, and computers, their only recourse was to entertain themselves. Xia Qingfeng caressed Yang Jing's hands, which were pressed against his chest as if they were a cherished treasure. Yang Jing attempted a subtle withdrawal, but he held her firmly. Relenting, Yang Jing acquiesced, figuring a few caresses were inconsequential. Xia Qingfeng had, in fact, noticed Yang Jing's personal interface. With a delicate gesture, he replenished her vitality and spiritual essence to their maximum capacity. Yang Jing immediately felt the surge of a potent force spontaneously materializing within her. Her limbs tingled with vigor, and an exhilarating energy coursed through her veins, creating a sensation of imminent release. She felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her pent-up energy through physical exertion. Simultaneously, a fleeting disorientation clouded her mind, accompanied by a sensation of ethereal expansion. She perceived the presence of the safe haven in Xia Qingfeng. The sensation extended outward, encompassing the verdant flora of the surrounding forest. This extraordinary perception, though brief, left her with a heightened awareness. She sensed a formidable will nearby, emanating an aura of concern. It was Xia Qingfeng. Her enhanced soul had sharpened her perception of him. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng observed the alterations on Yang Jing's personal interface. Yang Jing, Black Harrier fighter pilot. Physical condition, optimal. Health, can enhance vitality, can strengthen soul power. Affection level 93, with an affection level of 40 to 60, they will not attack you. With an affection level of 60 to 80, they will follow you and provide certain assistance. With an affection level of 80 to 100, they will be unwaveringly loyal and wholeheartedly assist you in surviving. Intelligence 6, Human Elite, Soul E, Strength Evaluation. Your prowess ranks you among the upper echelons of humanity, albeit exclusively within human ranks. Talent, Focus Strike. Channeling all your strength, you launch an attack on your target, inflicting 200 damage. The talent has manifested. Indeed, the talent has emerged. Xia Qingfeng felt a surge of joy for Yang Jing. On this perilous island, Yang Jing had acquired a skill of her own. Moreover, her earth talent was commendable, capable of delivering a decisive blow in critical moments. Simultaneously, a flicker of gratitude stirred within him. He had not anticipated that Yang Jing's affection for him had reached an impressive 93 points, significantly surpassing that of the little golden eagle. This could not be fabricated. The system was unequivocally present. It could only denote that Yang Jing genuinely harbored feelings for him. No, Yang Jing, this focus strike is your innate talent. Come, let us venture over there to test it. Chapter 66, Berserk Mode. Yang Jing nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded into the woods. Initially, Xia Qingfeng intended to select a tree with a trunk as thick as an arm. However, Yang Jing opted for a tree slightly thinner than a human waist, appearing to be about the thickness of 2 arms. Before Xia Qingfeng could utter a word, Yang Jing executed a whip kick with remarkable force. A subtle gust of wind and thunder arose, akin to a projectile launched from a cannon, as it struck the tree trunk with a resounding impact. The trunk instantaneously splintered and fractured, causing the entire tree to topple outward. Fragments of wood and debris scattered in all directions, resembling the aftermath of an artillery strike. Witnessing the potency of her single blow, Yang Jing's captivating eyes widened in astonishment, her countenance reflecting utter disbelief. Yang Jing, you employed your innate ability, Concentrated Strike. Its power is quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Xia Qingfeng remarked from the sidelines, observing the scene. No, that was merely a conventional strike. A conventional strike? Xia Qingfeng's tone escalated abruptly. A conventional strike capable of cleaving through a tree of such girth? Now it is my turn to be astounded. Indeed, it was merely conventional. Do you underestimate me? Yang Jing retorted, turning her attention to an even more substantial tree, its circumference exceeding that of a human waist. Without any preliminary motions, she launched a direct flying kick. This particular strike exhibited a more pronounced momentum than its predecessor. A faint ripple even materialized in the space surrounding her foot, akin to a pebble dropped into a tranquil pool, emanating outward in concentric circles. Xia Qingfeng even detected a subtle cracking sound, a sonic boom. Yang Jing's leg had attained the velocity necessary to generate a sonic boom. As expected, with a resounding crash, the tree trunk succumbed to the impact and split asunder. Did you witness that? This is the true extent of Concentrated Strike's power, Yang Jing proclaimed triumphantly. The power is indeed impressive. How do you feel? Xia Qingfeng inquired with concern. I feel somewhat enervated. I am incapable of executing this maneuver again within a short period, Yang Jing confessed candidly. That is to be expected of innate abilities. There is invariably a cool-down period to prevent you from utilizing them incessantly. Take a moment to rest. How long do you think it will take to recover before you can employ that technique again? When you have free time, practice it a few more times. Once you become familiar with it, you will be able to seize opportunities during combat. In matters of skill application, Xia Qingfeng possesses considerable insight. Yang Jing listened attentively to his words, nodding obediently in agreement. This prompted Xia Qingfeng to draw closer to her once more. This time, Yang Jing did not push him away, and the two lingered in the woods for quite a while before emerging. Xia Qingfeng walked ahead, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Holding Yang Jing's hand, Yang Jing trailed behind him, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she pulled Xia Qingfeng to a halt. Xia Qingfeng, look. What is it? He responded, somewhat bemused. Gazing at Yang Jing, who had extended her hand before him. "Look here, didn't you notice before? I have a scar on the back of my left hand. It was from when I apprehended drug traffickers at the border last year. I accidentally got grazed by a bullet. That wound is so unsightly. I've always been concerned about it, but now look." Xia Qingfeng, perplexed, replied, "Do you have a wound on your hand?" "I didn't notice it." Before him lay a delicate hand, flawless and as white as jade, devoid of any scars. "Exactly," Yang Jing exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. "Did you enhance my vitality? I can't believe that dreadful scar has vanished. This is wonderful." Xia Qingfeng was astonished to discover that vitality had such an effect. "I feel like my skin has also become much fairer than before, under the relentless sun on the deserted island. I find it rather peculiar that my complexion appears even lighter than before," Yang Jing chirped merrily. Xia Qingfeng shared her delight, surprised to discover that her vitality could also enhance her beauty and diminish scars. Just as she intended to converse further with Yang Jing, a sudden change overtook her expression, and her gaze shifted towards the depths of the forest. Noticing his demeanor, Yang Jing's countenance grew serious, her attention drawn to the direction he was observing. Faintly, they could discern a cacophony emanating from that direction, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The sight of the numerous bamboo stakes they had planted provided them with a modicum of reassurance. What new threat could be looming? The island seemed perpetually beset by turmoil. One challenge barely settled before another arose. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a tree was uprooted and sent soaring skyward. Xia Qingfeng's heart raced. It was evident that whatever approached was formidable, for the tree lifted into the air was comparable in girth to the one Yang Jing had toppled with a concentrated kick. It was astonishing to witness such effortless destruction. Soon, their curiosity would be satisfied as a massive figure burst forth from the thicket. "A bear!" Xia Qingfeng exclaimed, recognizing it as a brown bear. Indeed, it was a full-grown specimen, standing over 3 meters tall, and notably afflicted by a parasitic condition known as the botfly larvae. "Be cautious, Yang Jing. Do you see that swollen mass on its back? It appears the botflies are nearing maturity," she warned. With utmost caution, Xia Qingfeng spoke. It was then that Yang Jing's gaze shifted to the mass protruding from the brown bear's rear. Indeed, this mass bore a striking resemblance to that of the green bamboo snake king, boasting a diameter of nearly 2 meters. The bear's hide was stretched taut, revealing the writhing, spider-like embrace beetles within. Furthermore, the brown bear was emaciated, its body riddled with wounds. Patches of dried blood matted its fur, rendering it a disheveled sight. One could only imagine the brutal battles it had endured. As the two of them scrutinized the brown bear, it lowered itself onto all fours and charged forward without hesitation. Its eyes, bloodshot and filled with agony, bloodlust, and madness, pierced through the air. With its jaws agape, it unleashed a series of enraged roars, exposing its enormous, menacing canines. It was evident that it was enduring immense suffering, driven to the brink of insanity. This was the pivotal moment for the embrace beetle's maturation. The transition from larva to adult demanded several times the usual nutrients and energy, all siphoned from the brown bear's body. The bear's gaunt appearance, practically skin and bones, attested to the excruciating pain and torment it had endured. Xia Qingfeng was acutely aware of the brown bear's predicament. Gazing upon the pitiable creature, he could only offer silent empathy, powerless to assist. It was unequivocally a life-or-death situation. The brown bear was clearly deranged, its vitality and energy reserves depleted by the embrace beetles. Consequently, it was not only racked with pain but also desperately in need of replenishment. The sole means of replenishing strength and energy is through consumption. At that moment, its gaze towards Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng was filled with an insatiable hunger, a vivid green light reflecting its ravenous intent. It disregarded the rows of bamboo spears before it and charged forward, intent on tearing the two humans apart and devouring them. Even before reaching the bamboo formation, 2 javelins soared toward it, thrown simultaneously by Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng. They could not stand idly by as the brown bear barreled toward their bamboo defenses. Having entered their range, they acted without hesitation. The bear's substantial size made it an easy target, and the 2 javelins struck fiercely into its body, penetrating over half a foot deep, nearly impaling its emaciated frame. Yet, astonishingly, the bear seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing its relentless advance. Xia Qingfeng, unwilling to allow such insolence, launched a barrage of javelins like a volley of arrows. The air was filled with a whistling sound as the javelins flew. The brown bear crashed into the bamboo formation, countless 2-meter-long spears piercing into its flesh. However, the immense inertia caused the bamboo to splinter and fly apart. The bear let out a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating through the forest, shaking the leaves with its might. Just as its roar faded, a louder growl erupted from the entrance of the safe house. The white tiger emerged, immediately unleashing its innate ability, the tiger's roar, aimed squarely at the frenzied brown bear. Though the bear was wild and lost to its rage, it was momentarily stunned by the force of the tiger's roar. At that juncture, it had nearly traversed more than half of the bamboo town, poised to assail Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing imminently. With a resounding roar, the white tiger propelled itself forward, vaulting past Xia Qingfeng to pounce upon the brown bear. A tiger's claw, brandished aloft, struck the bear squarely in the face. The brown bear, staggered by the blow, reeled backward, propelled over a meter away. Observing this, Xia Qingfeng ecstatically exclaimed, "Bravo, tiger! Show him who's boss," and raged further. The battered brown bear retaliated, engaging the white tiger in a fierce melee. In the ensuing chaos, the surrounding bamboo spears suffered collateral damage, snapping under their tumultuous struggle. Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, observing the entangled brown bear and white tiger, found themselves unable to intervene, each holding a javelin, hesitant to hurl it for fear of harming the white tiger. Empowered by Xia Qingfeng's augmentation of 100 vitality points, the white tiger's strength had surged significantly, capable of pulverizing stones the size of millstones with a single swipe of its paw. Conversely, the brown bear, parasitized by a neck-hugging worm, had entered a state of frenzied aggression, its power similarly amplified. Thus, the two combatants found themselves evenly matched. Xia Qingfeng watched from behind as the white tiger single-handedly battled the brown bear. This marked the first display of the white tiger's true capabilities, engaging the brown bear in a vibrant and spirited contest. A reciprocal exchange of blows ensued, with the white tiger's slaps leaving the brown bear's face bloodied. One of the bear's eyes was dislodged, a massive orb dangling from a nerve, swaying grotesquely and lending a terrifying aspect to the scene. The nimble white tiger evaded numerous assaults from the brown bear. In fact, the white tiger's intellect was remarkable as it outmaneuvered the brown bear. This was the result of Xia Qingfeng's enhancement of 100 soul power to the white tiger. No longer was it the tiger of old, but a veritable tiger lord, possessing exceptional intelligence and wit. "Assist me. Don't just stand there idly. Eliminate this brute." The white tiger's consciousness, accompanied by a roar, abruptly manifested in Xia Qingfeng's mind. Taken aback, Xia Qingfeng nodded repeatedly. "Hold on, Tiger Lord. I'm coming to assist you." He dared not refuse, as the Tiger Lord's affinity towards him stood at precisely 80 points. An increase of a single point would ensure its unwavering loyalty, while a decrease would render their relationship precarious. Should the Tiger Lord become displeased and depart, he would be powerless to object. However, before he could take 2 steps, he sensed an aura of hostility rushing towards him. His gaze sharpened, and his eyes emitted a piercing light as he peered into the depths of the forest. The oppressive aura was formidable, prompting Xia Qingfeng to instinctively activate his soul tentacles. He was adept at using this skill, and this time, it was different from before, as it had been upgraded. The range of the soul tentacles expanded to encompass a radius of 40 meters, granting him a panoramic perspective. With this enhanced awareness, his expression shifted abruptly, and he exclaimed, "Careful, Yang Jing, assist the Tiger Lord in dispatching the brown bear. 2 more are approaching." Upon his shout, his figure darted into the forest. Yang Jing, reacting with remarkable speed, successfully traversed the bamboo formation. She delivered a powerful kick to the rear of the brown bear, causing it to stumble. The cunning white tiger seized the opportunity, wielding its tail like a whip, striking the bear's head and dislodging one of its eyes from the socket. At this moment, the brown bear had been utterly transformed into a blind beast, roaring furiously in place, its claws flailing wildly in a futile attempt to strike. Unfortunately, it was unable to connect with anything. Yang Jing and the white tiger circled around it, seizing every opportunity to land a decisive blow. It seemed that it would not take long before the bear met its demise. Meanwhile, Xia Qingfeng had not yet plunged into the woods, but 2 monstrous creatures had already emerged from the thicket. These beings were unlike anything Xia Qingfeng had ever encountered, resembling a grotesque fusion of a wolf and a mantis. The lower half featured 4 legs and a body reminiscent of a gaunt wolf, while the head boasted 2 glaring, round eyes and elongated forelimbs that resembled scythe-like claws, akin to those of a mantis. Strikingly, those round eyes shone a menacing crimson, coldly fixated on Xia Qingfeng. making him feel as though he were under the gaze of death itself. Fortunately, his soul had been fortified to a D- grade. Otherwise, a mere glance from these creatures would have likely sent him into a panic. The two monsters bore an uncanny resemblance, both in appearance and size. Almost instantaneously, the system provided Xia Qingfeng with a notification, revealing the details of these two creatures: adult neck-hugging worm, wolfworm morphology, SMN stellar organism. Agile as the wind. With claws that could shatter anything, their sole vulnerability lay at the back of their necks. To Xia Qingfeng's astonishment, these were indeed adult neck-hugging worms. It is a creature that matures while parasitizing on wolves, hence its peculiar form. Previously, the bamboo leaf green serpent king had a parasitic counterpart, a fully developed neck-hugging worm, which resembled a fusion of a flying dragonfly and a spider. At that time, perhaps due to my still unrefined soul power or some other reason, the system provided no indication. However, now it has clearly presented its insights, detailing not only the attributes of this adult neck-hugging worm in its wolf-like form, but also its strengths, weaknesses, and attack patterns. It seems the system is indeed quite robust. Xia Qingfeng is currently in a state of soul tendril. He possesses complete mastery over the attacks of these two creatures. To him, the speed of the wolf worms appears rather slow, as if time itself has been halved. With his upgraded soul tendrils, he perceives with greater clarity than before. Evading the attacks of the two wolf worms, Xia Qingfeng retaliated with a bamboo spear. The spear, over 2 meters in length, struck the foreleg of one wolf worm with a resounding thud, akin to piercing through tough cowhide. It felt as though he had struck a hard, dried hide. As it failed to penetrate, the bamboo spear, bearing the brunt of his formidable strength, shattered upon impact, splintering into fragments, rendering it unusable. Noticing the system's warning about the wolfworm's swift attack and agile movements, Xia Qingfeng was taken aback by the creature's formidable toughness. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the wolfworm's claw struck like lightning. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Xia Qingfeng raised his engineering shovel to block the strike. A resounding clang erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The impact resonated with a metallic clang, the sound of sharp metal reverberating. The sturdy and keen entrenching tool met the wolfworm's bladed claws in a clash of equals, leaving neither unscathed. Xia Qingfeng observed that not even the tiniest nick marred the wolfworm's claws, a testament to their formidable hardness. In that instant, the other wolfworm's claws whistled as they descended upon his back. With swift, wind-like movements, it had circled behind him. Yet, with his hands gripping the entrenching tool before him, defense against the rear assault seemed impossible. Time for lamentation was a luxury Xia Qingfeng couldn't afford. Instinctively, he twisted his body, turning his back to the attacking wolfworm. A torrent of blood erupted as the claws sliced 2 ghastly gashes into his left arm. A pained groan escaped Xia Qingfeng as beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, dotted his brow and his neck veins bulged, a testament to his suffering. Even with his enhanced inner circulation of 11 points and fortified attributes, his skin's resilience, though surpassing that of oxhide, barely sufficed, had it not been for his enhanced physique. His left arm would have been severed clean off by the wolfworm's twin blades. With a sudden, sweeping motion, Xia Qingfeng's leg lashed out in a tiger tail whip, sending the offending wolfworm hurtling through the air. Despite its estimated weight of over 200 pounds, Xia Qingfeng, now a veritable humanoid monster with strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, launched the creature 4 to 5 meters away with that single blow. With a resounding thud, it collided against a tree, the abrupt impact generating a formidable recoil that brutally hurled it onto the earth, eliciting a piercing shriek from the dire wolf. The sound, dissimilar to a typical wolf's howl, resembled the grating scrape of fingernails against glass, a shrill and unnerving noise. As the trailing dire wolf was propelled backward, the one directly confronting him brandished its bladed claws. Launching a lightning-fast assault, SK sharpened instantaneously as he initiated his soul-pierce ability, unleashing an intangible force that emanated directly from his eyes, striking the dire wolf squarely in its eyes. As if confronted with its deepest terrors, the dire wolf's forward momentum faltered abruptly, its mind reeling as though battered by an invisible fist, causing it to stagger backward. The ferocity and frenzy that had previously blazed within its eyes dissolved into a state of bewilderment, leaving it disoriented and perplexed, astonished by the efficacy of his soul pierce. Observe the dire wolf standing motionless, seemingly rendered senseless by the attack. Seizing the opportune moment, surged forward, raising his entrenching tool and delivering a decisive blow to the vulnerable point at the rear of the dire wolf's head. Heeding the system's prompt regarding this critical weakness, he knew he must exploit it without hesitation. The system's guidance proved accurate as the entrenching tool whistled through the air, cleaving through the dire wolf's head with precision. A torrent of ebony blood gushed forth from the severed neck, prompting to swiftly evade the spray. The ichor splattered onto the verdant undergrowth. The verdure withered instantly, consumed entirely, emitting a pungent and acrid stench. Veritably, the ichor of a mature neck-embracing vermin possesses a greater virulence than that of its juvenile counterpart. Xia Qingfeng, leave this remaining monstrosity to us. Hasten to dispatch the grizzly bear. It cannot endure much longer. Take heed lest it expire prematurely, thereby depriving you of its life force and soul energy. Yang Jing exclaimed at this juncture. Xia Qingfeng, having already received the system's notification, was cognizant that the lupin insect before him had been vanquished. Acknowledging her words, he hastened towards the bear. The sight that greeted him was one of abject misery. 3 of the grizzly's limbs had been severed. Its head was a sanguinary morass, one orb dislodged from its socket, the other vanished, leaving a profound, gory cavity in its stead, from which flowed a sanguine and albuminous discharge. It lay prostrate, bereft of strength, blood trickling from its ursine maw. Only the prodigious fleshy protuberance at the rear of its cranium, wherein the neck-embracing vermin writhed frenetically, seeking to liberate itself, remained. The sole testament to the grizzly's continued existence was the slight, languid undulation of its chest, marred by a grievous wound. Xia Qingfeng, indifferent to its pitiable state, seized the opportune moment to deliver the coup de grâce. With a single, decisive stomp, he crushed the grizzly's skull into a pulpy ruin. He then cleaved the fleshy orb with his entrenching tool, persisting until the system's notification resounded. After cleaving the fleshy orb repeatedly with his entrenching tool, the system's notification finally chimed. The tenacity of these neck-embracing parasites was truly remarkable. Having dispatched the bear, Xia Qingfeng moved with swiftness toward the remaining wolf parasite. Yang Jing. By who? Target the back of its cranium. It's a vulnerable spot, he shouted, even before reaching them. Reserving the final blow for Xia Qingfeng had become an unspoken agreement within their group, a tactic employed to maximize their gains. What manner of creature is this? Its blood is potent, Yang Jing remarked, gazing at the deceased adult neck-embracing parasite. Bai Hu, too, turned his head, awaiting Xia Qingfeng's explanation. Xia Qingfeng chuckled softly. This is a wolf parasite, a mature form of the neck-embracing parasite. He continued, it appears that these parasites don't always mature into the same form. The bamboo viper king we encountered earlier and this wolf parasite are both examples of mature neck-embracing parasites. The former could fly, while this one possesses 2 sharp claws and formidable attack power. Xia Qingfeng used his entrenching tool to sever the claws from the wolf parasite's corpse. As he suspected, the claws became brittle and powerless upon the creature's death, losing their previous sharpness and hardness. They shattered upon contact with his entrenching tool, akin to over-tempered steel. You're wounded, Yang Jing said, looking at Xia Qingfeng with concern. Indeed, there were 2 deep wounds on his left arm. However, with Xia Qingfeng's internal circulation reaching level 11, his recovery capabilities had attained an extraordinary level. The bleeding from these wounds had ceased and was gradually healing. It's nothing, he stated nonchalantly, moving his left arm slightly, merely feeling a twinge of pain that was negligible to him. Such trivial injuries could be disregarded. A good night's sleep would suffice for recovery, he confidently asserted. Yang Jing was aware of his condition and scrutinized his wounds once more. They indeed appeared to be inconsequential and did not hinder his movements. Xia Qingfeng, are you still utilizing your skill, soul tendrils? Are there any more of those wolf insects around? Yang Jing inquired, her gaze alert as she surveyed the depths of the forest. None, Xia Qingfeng replied decisively, noting that his soul tendrils would dissipate in a few seconds. He was determined to seize this opportunity to observe his surroundings clearly. There were indeed no more adult wolf insects or other large creatures in the vicinity. Although I could not sense any adult wolf insects within my range, we should expedite our actions here. I sense an increasing danger on this island. These wolf insects could charge at any moment. We must be prepared. Xia Qingfeng's words garnered unanimous agreement from Yang Jing and Bai Hu. The only method to deal with the wolf insects and the enormous brown bear, which had been parasitized by the wolf insects, was incineration. Their remains and blood could not be left behind. It was far too perilous. Yang Jing and Bai Hu busied themselves heaping the 3 corpses together, subsequently gathering timber from the forest. The tree that had been uprooted by the bear was dragged over by Bai Hu, held in its jaws, and placed atop the bodies. Yang Jing then retrieved tinder from the safe house and ignited the pyre. Given the substantial size of the three bodies, it would likely take a considerable time to incinerate them completely. As they toiled, Xia Qingfeng sat on the ground, contemplating the spoils of their recent engagement. He felt the urgency to calculate his life force and soul force, converting them into combat prowess. He sensed an implicit competition between himself and the neck-embracing insects of the island. The one who augmented themselves more proficiently would thrive on the island, capable of vanquishing the other. Regardless, the incremental empowerment and the burgeoning sense of strength were becoming increasingly alluring to Xia Qingfeng, bordering on addictive. He glanced at his personal interface. Host, Xia Qingfeng, Soul Force, augmenting the soul. 313-200. Each full increment allows for one soul augmentation. Life Force, augmenting personal attributes. 521-200. Each full increment allows for one attribute augmentation. Muscle enhancement, 11 sensory enhancement, 10 internal circulation enhancement, 11 cellular activity enhancement, 10 soul, D-, soul, graded S, A, B, C, D, E, F, with each grade further subdivided into and dash. Enhances resilience, imbues a steadfast spirit, and cultivates the inner fortitude to slumber peacefully on the desolate island, as well as the audacity to conquer all. Upon activation, the soul tentacles establish a secondary soul force field within a 40-meter radius, with the user as its epicenter, for a duration of 40 minutes. This field is capable of detecting the majority of threats and locking onto most incoming assaults. Each activation consumes 40 units of soul force. Soul Spike. Through diligent training, one can condense soul power into a piercing spike, inflicting minor damage upon the target with a 10 probability of inducing a state of vertigo. Each application expends 50 units of soul force. The damage inflicted and the likelihood of inducing vertigo are inversely proportional to the user's soul level. Entities with a higher soul level may trigger a backlash. Exercise caution in its application. Initiating plant augmentation. Caveat: only plants exceeding 50 years of growth are eligible for enhancement. Plants younger than this threshold are ineligible. Activating the mission architecture. Current mission: eliminate 10 adult facehuggers, 210 completed. Reward: 1 weapon. Assessment of host capabilities. In my estimation, you remain diminutive and inconsequential. Persevere in your endeavors, insect. He perused the system's notifications. The demise of the parasitized grizzly bear yielded a vitality of 120 and a soul force of 80. Conversely, the identical notifications below indicated that the elimination of each wolf insect granted 160 vitality points and 120 soul force points. Ergo, this engagement resulted in a total acquisition of 500 vitality points and 320 soul force points from the grizzly bear and the 2 wolf insects. However, the activation of soul tentacles incurred a deduction of 40 soul force points, compounded by the initial utilization of Soul Spike, which depleted an additional 50 points. Cumulatively, this expenditure amounted to 90 soul force points. Factoring in his pre-existing, meager reserves of vitality and soul force, the current state is approximately as indicated. It undeniably evokes a sense of sudden wealth. Previously, he had been troubled, scratching his head to gather enough vitality points, only to find himself now reaping an unexpected bounty of vitality. As for how to utilize this newfound resource, he intends to meticulously calculate how to maximize these gains, transforming them into a formidable strength that could aid his endeavors. Plan enhancement. What could this possibly entail? Xia Qingfeng pondered, stroking his chin as he examined the small screen before him. This time, he could confidently declare it a resounding success. His vitality surged beyond 500 points, while his soul power exceeded 300. This was ample to enhance 2 attribute points and still have enough left for an additional enhancement of soul power. However, he chose to temporarily set aside his knowledge of these matters, for his curiosity was piqued by the intriguing concept of plant enhancement. What transformation would occur upon enhancing the plants? Given that it was a feature provided by the system, it surely held promise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Qingfeng resolved to experiment with the function of plant enhancement. As for his target, he need not look far. Just outside his safe abode stood a few colossal trees, each boasting an age of over 50 years. They were so grand that 2 or 3 individuals clasped hand in hand would struggle to encircle them. Initially, he had intended to preserve these trees, primarily due to the hassle of cutting them down. However, it now seemed fortuitous to use them for his experiment with plant enhancement. particularly since the system had specified the necessity of trees aged 50 years or more. The smaller trees could easily be disregarded. With this thought in mind, Xia Qingfeng rose and approached the nearest majestic tree, craning his neck to gaze upwards, only to find that the treetop was beyond his line of sight. The tall and majestic trunk stretches outwards, giving rise to countless branches that rise like layered peaks, resembling a colossal canopy. Only through the interstices of these branches and leaves can one catch glimpses of the azure sky above. As he placed his hand upon the trunk, he felt an unmistakable difference from previous experiences. In the past, when his system lacked the capability for botanical enhancement, he had rested his hand upon the trunk. But there had been no discernible change. Now, as his hand made contact with the bark of this grand tree, a small screen materialized before him. Earth's flora, age, 81, can be enhanced. Initial enhancement requires the expenditure of 200 vitality points and 100 soul points. Does the host wish to proceed with the enhancement? The screen displayed nothing but this solitary notification. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Qingfeng confirmed his choice. Instantly, he observed his green vitality progress bar and red soul power progress bar diminish slightly. Almost simultaneously, the magnificent tree before him began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The lush, vibrant leaves visibly withered at an alarming rate, while the branches and trunk appeared to age rapidly, losing their luster and vitality, resembling a collection of withered twigs and leaves. Xia Qingfeng gazed at this bewildering change, perplexed. How could this be? Each time he enhanced the little golden eagle and the white tiger, their forms expanded, and their strength increased. Yet this tree seemed to wither away as though its very life force had been siphoned. Was his method of interaction flawed? Regardless of his contemplation, the tree before him continued its inexorable decline. The leaves, branches, and trunk of the tree were all reduced to a fine powder, with debris cascading downwards. Xia Qingfeng could only retreat repeatedly, lest he be buried beneath the splinters. Though it may sound prolonged, these events transpired in a mere few seconds. A once vibrant tree had been transformed into a mound of debris, towering 4 to 5 meters high. Chapter 69. What does Daba eat? This outcome was entirely contrary to Xia Qingfeng's expectations. He had believed that by enhancing the tree, it would flourish even more or develop some extraordinary abilities, perhaps the power to breathe fire or to wield its branches for the defense of his sanctuary. Such would have been the natural course of events. Instead, it lay in ruins, a mere collection of wood shavings. Xia Qingfeng's gaze was fixed intently on the massive pile of debris. At that moment, the splinters seemed to flow before his eyes, as if something within was attempting to emerge. Indeed, it was not so simple. Xia Qingfeng took 2 steps back, gripping his shovel tightly. His eyes locked onto the mound of wood shavings. Soon, a section of tree trunk emerged from the debris, nearly causing Xia Qingfeng's jaw to drop in astonishment. He was not alone in his shock. The commotion had drawn the attention of Yang Jing and Bai Hu, who were observing from a distance. A fire had already been ignited nearby, and they too were perplexed by what Xia Qingfeng was up to, as he had managed to obliterate a large tree in an instant. Yang Jing intended to inquire whether he had acquired some remarkable skill, but now, witnessing the trunk emerging from the wood shavings, her curiosity intensified. Incredibly, Yang Jing was rendered speechless, instinctively rubbing her eyes. Upon reopening them, she indeed beheld a section of a tree trunk. At the apex of this trunk, 3 branches gracefully extended, their soft forms resting atop, adorned with sporadic clusters of tender green leaves. These leaves, reminiscent of freshly sprouted buds, exhibited a delicate hue of green. The trunk itself bore a deep brown color, while the roots below and the 3 branches above displayed a lighter shade, a soft brown. Xia Qingfeng stood in close proximity, and to his astonishment, he discerned 2 large, round eyes growing on the front of the trunk. These eyes, formed by the concentric rings of age, exuded an air of depth, with their centers enveloped in an enigmatic darkness. Below the eyes, a stout piece of wood, over half a foot in length, protruded like a nose. Beneath it lay a wide, upward curving mouth that seemed perpetually on the verge of a smile. This mouth was not merely a product of the wood grain. It possessed a profound depth, resembling an uncanny tree hollow. As he observed this crooked trunk approaching him, Xia Qingfeng felt an endearing, almost whimsical aura. His instincts informed him that this peculiar entity harbored no intentions of malice. He sensed no hostility. On the contrary, a sense of intimacy enveloped him, akin to the feeling one might experience upon encountering a newborn kitten one wishes to nurture. After enduring considerable hardship, This tree trunk had finally emerged from the debris of wood shavings. Approaching Xia Qingfeng, it gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Beneath the surface, 6 or 7 robust roots curved downwards. The entire tree trunk inclined towards Xia Qingfeng as a lucid consciousness permeated his mind. Master, greetings. I am your devoted servant. Ready to serve you. Xia Qingfeng was taken aback, wondering what was happening. His hand instinctively reached out, and the creature, far from resisting, gently leaned forward as if inviting his touch. A small screen materialized, displaying Treant, Level 1, Renameable. Experience, 0-10. Vitality, 10. Strength, 7. Stamina, 9. Agility, 3. Soul, E-. Affinity, 100. Note, this Treant was born of you, granting you absolute dominion. You may command it to do anything, even to perish for you. Xia Qingfeng's eyes lit up with elation. So this is how plant augmentation works? This feature is incredible. For a mere 200 vitality and 100 soul force, I can create a loyal subordinate with unwavering devotion. Where else could one find such fortune? The Treant seemed flawless in every aspect, its soul force even reaching E-, indicating considerable intelligence. Its affinity reflected complete obedience. While its attributes were somewhat low, Xia Qingfeng noted the presence of experience points and levels. Clearly, it could be developed. If he were to train it and raise its level by 10 or so, once she had managed to conjure a few more tree spirits, would she still fear those neck-hugging worms on this desolate island? Surely, she could act with abandon. Indeed, long live the cheats. Long live the system. She observed Xia Qingfeng's face brimming with joy, while the tree spirit before him stood still and unresponsive, prompting her to inquire. What delightful news! Xia Qingfeng, visibly excited, recounted the details of the tree spirit to Yang Jing in full. As she listened, her face illuminated with surprise. You mentioned that this tree spirit can be renamed. I can't believe it. Xia Qingfeng felt a twinge of frustration. Why did women focus on such different aspects? Of course, if you are interested in giving it a name. He replied, not one to miss an opportunity. Yang Jing, elated, jumped with joy. This tree spirit is simply adorable. I shall name you Debeo. It was evident that Yang Jing was thoroughly pleased with her naming prowess. The tree spirit, now officially christened Debeo, was the subject of her admiration. Yang Jing circled around Debeo, her fingers playfully twirling the 3 branches atop its head. Debeo stared back at her with a dopey innocence. For he had received a mental command from Xia Qingfeng to obediently cooperate with Yang Jing. With a rapport of 100 points, he was indeed remarkable. Following Xia Qingfeng's directive, Debeo complied splendidly with Yang Jing's whims, bringing her endless laughter. Debeo, lie down. Following her command, Debeo indeed laid himself down, his 2-meter-long trunk resting on the wood shavings. Debeo, roll over. Debeo blinked his innocent, wide eyes and rolled to the left. Ha ha, wonderful. Debeo is amazing. Debeo stood up, and Yang Jing ecstatically waved her arms. Her small hands nearly flushed with excitement. Stand up. A flicker of discomfort crossed Debeo's eyes. The 3 branch-like appendages sprouting from its head strained to support its body. These branches, though over 6 feet in length, appeared somewhat delicate as they painfully hoisted its trunk upright. Yang Jing, however, was even more delighted. Seizing a foot-long branch from the ground and tossing it. Observing Yang Jing frolicking with Debeo, Xia Qingfeng felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this individual his subordinate or Yang Jing's? It seemed as if he were at a disadvantage. But that's not right. Yang Jing is now his person as well. Everyone is on the same side, so there's no need to differentiate so distinctly. Yang Jing is now his woman. Being stranded on this desolate island brought loneliness. Seeing her so joyous and carefree made Xia Qingfeng feel genuinely pleased. He glanced at his own stats, while his vitality remained above 300. His soul force had dwindled to just over 100. It seemed he could potentially cultivate another Treant. However, after some contemplation, he decided against reinforcing the Treant. He had established a personal threshold. His soul force must not dip below 90. This would ensure he could activate 2 skills at any given moment. These 2 skills were Xia Qingfeng's trump cards for surviving on this desolate island. Without them, a situation like today's could easily lead to casualties. As his spiritual essence was depleted, precluding further augmentation of the Treants, the surplus of vitality seemed inconsequential. Xia Qingfeng, upon assessment, elected to expend 200 points of vitality to marginally enhance his sensory acuity. The ensuing, searing pain was an unavoidable consequence, yet it subsided within moments. Consequently, his sensory perception ascended to 11 points, profoundly amplifying his awareness of the surroundings. Sensations previously imperceptible now manifested with clarity. A pang of hunger, for instance, became distinctly noticeable. Observing Yang Jing engrossed in play with Dabao, Xia Qingfeng resigned himself to the impossibility of soliciting her culinary assistance. Very well, he mused. I shall assume the role of domesticity this evening and prepare a repast for Yang Jing. Without further ado, Xia Qingfeng commenced preparations. Meats were braised, and others were roasted. Once the water within the bamboo receptacles reached a boil, an assortment of meats, mushrooms, and wood-ear fungi were introduced. A savory aroma gradually permeated the confines of the safe haven. The broth produced was remarkably limpid, imbued with a subtle sweetness that mitigated any earthy undertones. In addition to the simmering broth, 2 bamboo cylinders were dedicated to boiling water over the hearth. Xia Qingfeng lifted one such cylinder, imbibed a small quantity of water, and proceeded to the exterior of the safe house, where he projected his voice in a resounding call. It was at this juncture that Xia Qingfeng was struck by a grave consideration. What sustenance was appropriate for Dabao? What provision should he offer the creature? Yang Jing, Xia Qingfeng inquired, you have been occupied with Dabao for the better part of the day. What, in your estimation, should we offer Dabao to eat? Does it partake of meat as well? Yang Jing's countenance registered a moment of bewilderment, evincing that this particular query had not previously crossed her mind. Turning, Yang Jing inquired of the Groot, what would you like to consume? Shall I prepare a pot of broth for you? It seemed that in Yang Jing's estimation, she truly regarded the Groot as a canine companion. Upon hearing Yang Jing's words, the Groot vehemently shook its head, the 3 branches atop it rustling wildly. It proceeded to the entrance of the safe haven, its roots undulating as if serpentine, burrowing into the earth. Soon, its stature diminished, the subterranean roots fully submerged. Subsequently, a look of contentment graced the Groot's countenance, as if exhaling a sigh of relief. It resembled the expression of one who, after toiling for hours, finally discovers a comfortable divan upon which to recline. Is that all it requires? Xia Qingfeng inquired with astonishment, exclaiming repeatedly in disbelief. The Groot is remarkably easy to sustain. It toils without need for sustenance. Very well, for this merit alone, I shall accept its lower attributes. After the repast, while Yang Jing cleansed the bamboo culms, Xia Qingfeng surreptitiously adjoined the 2 bamboo beds. All transpired with such naturalness and grace. The following day, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing arose from a shared bed, commencing a resplendent day on the deserted isle. Xia Qingfeng, now with greatly augmented strength, dispensed with the customary 2-hour morning training session. Mundane training held little substantive benefit for him. To genuinely augment his strength, fortifying attribute points with vitality proved far more efficacious. Exiting the safe haven, his gaze momentarily faltered upon beholding the Groot seated at the doorway. It seemed to him that the 3 branches atop Trant Dabao's head had burgeoned in thickness since the previous day. Nay, upon these very boughs, several verdant buds had newly emerged. He activated his small screen, where an additional option had materialized, simply inscribed with the word Trant. Upon selecting this, the page inverted, revealing Dabao's attributes. At present, he possessed but a single Trant Dabao. He harbored the conviction that, in due course, as he fortified and activated more Trants, their attributes would be directly accessible via this Trant page. Unlike the White Tiger, Xiaojin, or the Golden Eagle, Yang Jing, the Trants were his personal possessions. Thus, he could peruse their attributes directly on his property page. Trant, Level 1. Name Dabao. Experience, 110. Health, 10. Strength, 7. Stamina, 9. Agility, 3. Spirit, E-. Affinity, 100. Prompt. This Trant owes its existence to you. You wield absolute dominion over it, empowered to command it to perform any task, even to lay down its life for you. Xia Qingfeng was somewhat perplexed. Trant Dabao's attributes appeared unchanged, save for the name, which he had altered himself. But wait, how had its experience points increased? Master, it exclaimed, I feel invigorated. I've been here all night, and my experience points have automatically risen by 1. I'm not entirely certain, but it may be a peculiar trait of us Trants. The Trant's intellect was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of Xiaojin. It seemed plausible. Content with this explanation, Xia Qingfeng ceased his contemplation. He would simply remain vigilant and explore gradually. The method of upgrading for the tree folk and the means of acquiring experience points are certainly known. Just as Xia Qingfeng contemplated this, a resounding cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. The little golden eagle soared down, flapping its immense wings, and landed upon Xia Qingfeng's arm. Its keen, sharp eyes gazed curiously at the tree folk, Dabao. In turn, Dabao, with its adorably innocent large eyes, looked back at the little golden eagle. And thus they exchanged glances. Nearly simultaneously, a mutual consciousness reached Xia Qingfeng's mind, both inquiring about each other's identity. Observing this, Xia Qingfeng promptly introduced them. This is the little golden eagle. This is Dabao, the tree folk. He will soon be a member of our family. You can fly. So please take care of Dabao and ensure he comes to no harm. Dabao, this is my son, my own flesh and blood, the little golden eagle. In times of need, you must heed the words of the little golden eagle, understood? Father, rest assured, I shall look after Dabao, it whimpered. My master. I shall certainly listen to the little golden eagle, Dabao affirmed, both exhibiting utmost earnestness. Xia Qingfeng felt immense joy. The harmony within the team surpassed all else. At that moment, Yang Jing emerged from the safe house, exclaiming, Dabao, come with me. With a pitiful expression in his large eyes. Dabao gazed longingly at Xia Qingfeng, yet was shamefully betrayed by his master. Looking left and right, he feigned indifference, shaking his head. With no alternative, Dabao reluctantly approached Yang Jing. Xia Qingfeng, I shall take Dabao to the woods to gather some mushrooms. Look here, these bamboo spears have all been damaged. We must promptly repair and replenish them. At that moment, the white tiger staggered out of the safe house. Xia Qingfeng observed the elder tiger and wondered if it bore a semblance of a smile. Was he being mocked? Yet what could he do? He dared not confront the elder tiger. As the white tiger passed by, he cast a glance at the little golden eagle and commenced his daily patrol. Meandering around the safe house. Did you eat yesterday? Are you hungry? Xia Qingfeng inquired with genuine concern. All right, if you're not hungry, that's good. But if you are, there are provisions in the safe house. Just let me know, and I shall fetch them for you. Subsequently, he engaged in heartfelt banter with the little golden eagle until it took flight. This flurry of activity extended into midday as he restored the bamboo formation surrounding the safe house to its original state. However, gazing at the bamboo barricade, he felt a twinge of doubt. Judging by the events of yesterday, the effectiveness of these bamboo spears seemed rather lacking. In the face of the parasitic brown bear and the two wolf-like creatures, the defense provided by the bamboo was almost ludicrous. The treeman, Dabao, sported 3 branches atop his head, all adorned with an array of colorful mushrooms of various sizes. The sight was amusing in its own right. Yet, the more pressing matter was that Yang Jing emerged from the woods, her spirits evidently high, bouncing with joy and humming an unknown tune. Followed closely by the morose Dabao. Upon spotting Xia Qingfeng from a distance, Yang Jing's smile radiated even brighter as she directed Dabao to place the mushrooms on the platform outside the safe house. Turning to Dabao, she inquired, Dabao, do you see those trees in the woods? Can you chop them down? Please, fell them all. Upon hearing Yang Jing's words, Xia Qingfeng nearly had a cardiac arrest. The notion of instructing the tree folk to fell trees, essentially pitting them against their own kind, evoked a sense akin to ordering someone to commit murder. Yet, tree folk Dabao obediently heeded the command, carefully placing the mushrooms before turning to head into the woods. Both Yang Jing and Xia Qingfeng were consumed by curiosity as to how tree folk Dabao would accomplish this task. They watched as Dabao's roots propelled him forward. Halting at the forest's edge, his large, innocent eyes darted about, scrutinizing the surroundings before finally settling upon a sapling no thicker than a wrist. Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but wince at the sight of his selection, deeming it excessively timid. Dabao approached the chosen sapling, extending the 3 branches atop his head to tightly encircle it. He exerted force, attempting to uproot it, but after much effort, the sapling remained firmly planted. Yang Jing, observing from behind, was overcome with laughter. Xia Qingfeng couldn't resist interjecting, questioning whether she was deliberately teasing Dabao by assigning him such a task without providing him with the appropriate tools, such as her military-grade dagger. Yang Jing, whose laughter had been incessant since acquiring tree folk Dabao, now clutched her cheeks in amusement, exclaiming that her cheeks were aching from laughter due to Dabao's endearing nature. She then approached and handed Dabao her military dagger. Dabao, possessing a reasonable level of intelligence, promptly grasped the dagger with his 3 branches and struck the sapling before him. However, his strength was limited, nearly equivalent to that of an average person. Yet, its merit lies in the keenness of the military dagger. After several strikes, the sapling, no thicker than a wrist, was felled. Chapter 71. Unleashing the tiger amongst swine. Observing that Treant Dabao had finally hewn down a small tree, Xia Qingfeng felt a stirring within him. He promptly activated his personal screen, discovering that Treant Dabao's experience points had surged to 4. When had this transpired? How had they accumulated so rapidly? Did felling a tree yield 3 experience points? Puzzled, he scrolled back through the notifications, only to realize that Trant DeBeo had gained a solitary experience point from standing guard at the safe house entrance throughout the previous night. Furthermore, foraging for mushrooms that morning had contributed approximately 2 points. The act of felling the tree had granted an additional point, culminating in a total of 4 experience points. Understanding dawned upon Xia Qingfeng, elucidating the means by which Trant DeBeo was advancing in levels. He surmised that if Trant DeBeo were to slay an animal, it would undoubtedly yield experience points as well. This revelation was heartening. Despite the Trent's current fragility, Xia Qingfeng foresaw its potential for formidable strength as it ascended in levels. Despite their predicament of being marooned on a deserted island, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing maintained their habit of partaking in 3 meals a day. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they adhered to a punctual dining schedule. Upon emerging from the safe house after a meal, Xia Qingfeng cast a mere glance outward before his countenance underwent a dramatic shift. He immediately bellowed, "DeBeo, cease." "What is it?" Yang Jing inquired, emerging from the safe house, curiosity piqued. Xia Qingfeng, however, paid her no heed, instead dashing forth. It transpired that within the forest, Trant DeBeo was brandishing a diminutive military dagger. A colossal tree, so immense that it would require 3 or 4 individuals linking arms to encircle it, was the object of the assault. Alas, DeBeo's cognitive faculties were insufficient to grasp the magnitude of the task. Such a stout tree would necessitate an inordinate amount of time to fell. Xia Qingfeng hastened to intervene, promptly halting DeBeo's actions, declaring that this particular tree was sacrosanct and must remain untouched. It was evident that the tree was at least half a century old and was to be preserved. Once his own vitality and soul force were sufficient, he could cultivate another tree entity. Previously, Xia Qingfeng had regarded these arboreal giants as somewhat of an impediment. However, with the advent of DeBeo, the tree entity, these trees had become invaluable treasures in his eyes. He patiently elucidated to DeBeo that his current level was too low, and he should only fell trees the thickness of a wrist. Any trees of greater girth would have to wait until he had leveled up. It was then that DeBeo comprehended, and he resumed felling trees with a military dagger lashed to 3 branches. Xia Qingfeng harbored a certain anticipation as to what form DeBeo would assume upon leveling up. Following the previous day's engagement with the 2 adult wolf worms and the parasitic brown bear, his previously amassed javelins and bamboo spears had been largely consumed in the fire pit, serving as fuel. These implements were essentially disposable, expended upon launch. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng resolved to procure a larger supply. Yang Jing remained indoors, commencing the process of spreading out the mushrooms harvested in the morning to dry. She also rummaged through the dried fish that had been sun-dried in the safe house, scrutinizing them for any signs of mold. Any affected fish would be extracted, minced, and combined with wild vegetables to feed the wild boars. The sole large wild boar inside was evidently nearing its demise. However, the remaining 4 piglets had been nurtured to a plump and healthy state by Yang Jing. It was at this juncture that DeBeo, the tree entity, finally leveled up. A shimmering, alabaster aura momentarily enveloped him. Xia Qingfeng scrutinized Trant DeBeo, discerning a deepening in the hue of the bark on its trunk. The trio of branches atop its head had noticeably thickened, and most strikingly, an additional root had sprouted beneath the trunk, previously possessing 6 or 7. A meticulous count revealed 8. With these 8 roots, Trant DeBeo moved with greater stability and increased celerity. A glance at the small screen revealed Trant DeBeo's updated attributes. Trant. Level 2. Name DeBeo. Experience, 0-20. Health, 11. Strength, 8. Stamina, 10. Agility, 4. Soul, E-. Affinity, 100. A note indicated, this Trant owes its existence to you. You possess absolute dominion over it, capable of commanding it to perform any task, even to sacrifice itself for you. These attributes elated Xia Qingfeng to the point of leaping with joy. The augmentation of every attribute by 1 upon leveling up was extraordinarily powerful. No wonder Trant DeBeo appeared so robust. The subsequent level required 20 experience points. Trant DeBeo, persevere. I have faith in you. Cease your revelry, Qingfeng. Once you have finished sharpening the javelins, proceed to slay the large boar within the dwelling. It is already near death. By killing it, you shall acquire both vitality and soul essence. After the deed is done, prepare the carcass accordingly. Yang Jing began to assign tasks to Xia Qingfeng. Xia Qingfeng, scratching his head, could only acquiesce. He perceived a shift in his standing on the deserted island, from one of unchallenged authority to that of an advisor behind the scenes. Xia Qingfeng hurried into the safe house and, upon inspection, realized that there was no time to delay. Several wounds on the wild boar had already become inflamed. Without hesitation, he raised his entrenching tool and swiftly dispatched the creature, hoisting it over his shoulder to cleanse it in the nearby pond. Meanwhile, Yang Jing had unexpectedly released 4 young wild boars. However, her intentions were not entirely to set them free. She merely untied the vine that had bound their little hooves. A bamboo vine was fastened around the necks of the 4 piglets, linked together like a chain. Yang Jing held one end of the vine, signaling her intention to take the pigs outside. Confined within the safe house for too long, she feared they would fall ill. With the sun shining brightly today, she wanted the 4 little piglets to bask in its warmth. Yet, as soon as Yang Jing led them out of the safe house, chaos ensued. The 4 little creatures scattered in all directions, behaving as if possessed. They struggled fiercely, using their snouts to gnaw at the vine binding them. After all, these were wild boars, not domesticated pigs that had been tamed over generations. Now, with their hooves free, the innate wildness within them surged forth. Each weighed over 40 pounds, and together they exerted their strength, making it difficult for Yang Jing to maintain control. Just as she found herself in a precarious struggle with the 4 wild piglets, the white tiger ambled around from the back of the safe house. The tiger had come to regard this territory as its own domain, patrolling it diligently each day. As it emerged from behind the safe house, the white tiger spotted the 4 young wild boars engaged in their frantic struggle, while Yang Jing clutched the vine tightly. The tiger, driven by its mission, sought to subdue them. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger revealed its cavernous maw. An invisible surge of power emanated from its mouth, sending the 4 piglets tumbling head over heels. Unexpectedly, the tiger unleashed its innate ability upon them, a tiger's roar. At that single sound, the 4 piglets were instantly subdued, each one prostrate on the ground, their tiny eyes trembling as they gazed upon the tiger, akin to mice before a cat. The white tiger, exuding an imposing aura and radiating murderous intent, advanced step by step. An intangible force emanated in all directions, casting a shadow even upon the heavens. Its enormous eyes, filled with predatory intensity, were fixed upon the 4 piglets below. The unfolding scene left Yang Jing in stunned bewilderment. What was happening? Was the white tiger about to devour the piglets she had painstakingly raised for so long? Yang Jing felt a pang of reluctance, having nurtured them for many days and watched them thrive. With each step the white tiger took, the piglets emitted faint, mournful cries, huddling together in a terrified mass. Finally, the tiger loomed over them, its mouth agape, revealing 2 exceptionally sharp teeth that resembled steel spikes. The 4 piglets, huddled together in a ball, were so terrified that they closed their eyes, unable to even attempt an escape. One of them even discharged a puddle of excrement in fear. However, instead of biting the piglets on the ground, the tiger snatched the vine from Yang Jing's hand and flung it violently to the ground. Subsequently, with its immense jaws, the tiger severed all the vines binding the 4 wild boar piglets. Throughout this ordeal, the piglets merely trembled and emitted plaintive squeals, refraining from any resistance, appearing utterly submissive, devoid of any vestige of wildness. Having accomplished this, the white tiger turned and ambled away, resuming its patrol of its domain with a leisurely gait. Trailing behind it were the 4 piglets, maintaining a respectful distance, not daring to stray. What was the meaning of this? A tiger herding swine. A tiger capable of herding swine. Observing the 4 diminutive wild boar piglets trailing obediently behind the white tiger, Yang Jing was momentarily disoriented, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered. When Yang Jing summoned Xia Qingfeng, who was occupied with processing the large wild boar near the pool, Xia Qingfeng was equally astounded by the spectacle before him. A majestic white tiger leading 4 trembling wild boar piglets. The scene appeared altogether bizarre. Yet, it was undeniably unfolding before their very eyes. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing experienced several days of tranquility. During this period, they did not encounter any further attacks from the neck-hugging parasites. Each day, Xia Qingfeng would venture to the coast to spear fish. His motivation was no longer solely the flesh of the fish, but rather the necessity for an abundance of soul force. Chapter 72, Extreme Agony to Sustain Life Force. He could simply fell bamboo or trees near the safe haven. However, to acquire soul force, he was compelled to visit the coast and spear fish. Over the course of these days, Trant Da Bao had advanced to level 3. To ascend to level 4, it would require 40 experience points. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng brought forth 2 more offspring, then a third, and finally a 4th. At present, for Trance tirelessly hew trees outside his sanctuary, gradually expanding the open space. This was a plan previously devised with Yang Jing to create a vast, open area around their refuge. This would allow them to detect any approaching animals or facehuggers from a distance. Several of the stout trees had been transformed into trance by Xia Qingfeng, standing guard at the entrance of the sanctuary. The view from there was unobstructed, extending over several hundred meters of cleared land. At the center, the 5 great trees that formed the sanctuary flourished, their abundant foliage enveloping the structure in shade, shielding it from the direct sunlight. On this desolate island, a refreshing breeze filled the air, invigorating the senses. Furthermore, they had erected a bamboo barricade around the perimeter. Overall, the progress made in recent days had been quite gratifying. The White Tiger's pig-herding endeavors were also proceeding smoothly. Under Xia Qingfeng's guidance, the White Tiger now took the 4 young wild boars into the forest each day, allowing them to graze on wild grasses. This alleviated some of Yang Jing's burden, as the 4 young boars grew larger and their appetites increased. It had become challenging for Yang Jing to provide enough wild grasses for them on her own. Currently, their primary food source remained fish. However, these 4 young boars could consume over 100 pounds of fish in a single day, in addition to the wild grasses they devoured. Consequently, the 4 young boars had thrived in recent days, each growing plump and exceeding 50 pounds. When he placed his hand upon the 4 little wild boar piglets, the small screen displayed that there was no means to enhance vitality or soul power. It seemed that the enmity had been deeply ingrained from the past. Reflecting upon it, he realized he had nearly exterminated an entire herd of wild boars. At this juncture, he recalled the monstrous mother boar and wondered how she fared now, whether she had fallen victim to parasitic neckworms. Xia Qingfeng could only lament, "Alas, you 4, you were never destined to survive," ultimately resigning them to become mere sustenance, braised pork. Acknowledging the reality, Xia Qingfeng released his troubled thoughts, no longer concerning himself with the 4 little boars, and devoted his energies to nurturing his trance. Apart from the first trance, which had momentarily stalled at level 3, he had successfully elevated the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th trance to level 2. At that moment, the little golden eagle disrupted Xia Qingfeng's tranquil existence. Delivering unwelcome news, a large horde of parasitized monkeys was rushing toward the safe house. Initially, Xia Qingfeng intended to develop his strength more cautiously. With the trance at his disposal, why not adopt a more prudent approach? His plan included amassing 10 trance before venturing out. However, he did not anticipate the sudden arrival of a monstrous threat, and a considerable one at that. Although the little golden eagle possessed a commendable intellect, it had never received formal education, thus could only distinguish between a group and a large group without providing Xia Qingfeng with an accurate count. Nevertheless, even so, the little golden eagle served as a valuable lookout, granting Xia Qingfeng precious time to prepare. Without the presence of the golden eaglet, he might have found himself in a precarious situation, vulnerable to the ambushes of these parasitic primates. All available combatants within the safe haven were assembled. Yang Jing secured the entrance with tightly bound vines, positioning herself alongside Xia Qingfeng at the forefront. To their left stood Bai Hu, and to their right, a neatly aligned formation of 4 trance. Daba, the foremost among them, was noticeably more robust than its counterparts. They were not kept waiting long before a rustling sound echoed through the forest. Indeed, a troop of monkeys emerged, traversing the trees with ease, leaping from branch to branch, creating a cacophony of rustling leaves. The sheer magnitude of their approach resembled an overwhelming surge, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Xia Qingfeng stood behind his 2nd bamboo spear array, strategically offsetting the entrances of the 2 arrays to maximize their defensive capabilities. Soon, he observed diminutive monkeys descending from the treetops, their height generally under a meter. Their movements were remarkably agile as they bared their teeth, emitting piercing cries, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon landing, the monkeys refrained from random scattering, instead gradually forming a line. Despite their sparse numbers, they subtly established a formation, which, once complete, prompted them to advance upon Xia Qingfeng in a surprisingly organized manner. The extended battle line hinted at an attempt to encircle the safe haven. As the troop of monkeys approached rapidly, Xia Qingfeng observed them with great seriousness. He discovered that these monkeys, like other parasitized creatures, were emaciated, their fur devoid of luster. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with a frenzied bloodlust. At the back of their heads, a grotesque, oversized flesh bulb had formed. Overall, they appeared hideously terrifying. a sight to behold. It was evident that the parasitism had persisted for some time. The neck-biting worms within were nearing maturity. Furthermore, with his heightened senses, he perceived that many monkeys at the rear of the group were not advancing towards him but remained stationary. The parasites behind their heads began to thrash violently, causing the flesh bulbs to rupture, splattering dark blood. These neck-biting worms had indeed begun to mature into adults. The adult form of the neck-biting worm bore a resemblance to the mature neck-biting worm of the green tree viper found in the bamboo grove, sporting 3 pairs of dragonfly-like wings. At that moment, Xia Qingfeng's system provided him with an alert, adult neck-biting worm. Dragonfly worm form. Semaniostar organism, moves like the wind, capable of reaching a maximum flight altitude of 10 meters. The 3 pairs of wings can produce sonic cuts. Its sole weakness is located at the back of its neck. Xia Qingfeng noticed that behind the troop of monkeys, there were approximately 6 or 7 mature neck-biting worms, ominously beginning to ascend into the sky. Xia Qingfeng. There seem to be quite a few monkeys. I estimate at least 40 or 50. Yang Jing's voice echoed beside him, clearly tinged with anxiety. It was evident that Yang Jing felt nervous. Their group consisted of only a handful of people, while the opposing force outnumbered them several times over. Do not worry, Yang Jing. These are merely small monkeys. I can eliminate them all. You must believe me. Do not be concerned. Xia Qingfeng, far from feeling fear, was instead imbued with a subtle thrill of bloodlust. His experiences on this desolate island over the past several days had irrevocably altered his mindset. Instead of being repulsed by such violence, he found himself somewhat addicted to it. In recent days, with the absence of the neck-encroaching insects causing disturbances, he even felt a tinge of boredom. Before Xia Qingfeng's words could fully escape his lips, a troop of monkeys charged forth, launching an assault. These agile creatures, as they surged forward, snatched up stones of various sizes from the ground and hurled them in his direction. As he beheld the deluge of stones raining down upon him, Xia Qingfeng let out an expletive. Good grief, they can attack from a distance. With that, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Yang Jing. Possessing extraordinarily keen senses, he could clearly discern the trajectories of the stones hurtling through the air. By shielding Yang Jing, he adeptly dodged the incoming projectiles when evasion was impossible. He used his entrenching tool to swat the stones aside. After this barrage, both he and Yang Jing had successfully avoided harm, while the small golden eagle had already ascended, remaining untouched beyond the range of attack. Alas, the unfortunate white tiger could not evade the onslaught and was struck by several stones. Although uninjured, it let out an enraged roar. However, the white tiger's intellect was intact. This roar was merely a standard call, not its innate skill, the tiger's roar. To unleash its tiger's roar for just a few stones would be an egregious waste, given that the skill's effective range was a mere 10 meters. At present, the simian horde remained beyond the bamboo barricade, maintaining a distance of at least 40 to 50 meters. Consequently, Xia Qingfeng and Yang Jing, without hesitation, commenced hurling javelins, each throw impaling a monkey upon the earth. Despite their considerable accuracy, they managed only a few throws before the diminutive yet swift monkeys breached the bamboo defense. Driven by the evident agony inflicted by the neck-embracing parasites, ordinarily, the monkeys' agility would have allowed them to evade the bamboo spears. But their current frenzy rendered them heedless of the sharp points, resulting in violent collisions. One monkey, impaled through the chest, emitted frantic shrieks amidst its death throes, its limbs flailing uselessly as it slid down the spear, creating a scene of gruesome tragedy. Xia Qingfeng, initially doubtful of the bamboo's efficacy, was pleasantly surprised to find that it had claimed 6 or 7 monkeys, an unexpected boon. From above, the monkeys resembled a surging tide, forming a dark line as they overran the bamboo and clashed violently with Xia Qingfeng and his companions. The space between the outer and inner bamboo layers, deliberately left at 10 meters, provided ample room for maneuver. In the ensuing melee, Xia Qingfeng was the first to charge, wielding his bamboo spear with remarkable skill. With a flick of his wrist, the bamboo spear pierced through the skull of a monkey, even skillfully aligning it with the future embrace of its parasitic worm. Chapter 73, Glorious Achievements. In the heat of battle, Xia Qingfeng was the first to wield his bamboo spear with an almost ethereal mastery. With a swift motion, he dispatched another monkey, its lifeless body crashing to the ground, utterly defeated. The creature let out a pitiful scream as it spewed forth blood, propelled several meters away. Yang Jing faced the onslaught of monkeys with remarkable composure. Her agility and deftness allowed her to wield a military dagger that glinted menacingly in the light. One by one, She dispatched the monkeys that dared to approach her. Meanwhile, the nearby white tiger displayed its formidable might, swatting at the small monkeys with its paws and sweeping them away with its powerful tail, eliciting frantic cries from the little creatures. However, it was only after witnessing Daba's performance that it realized its initial misjudgment. A monkey screeched as it lunged at Daba, but the 3 branches atop his head shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the creature. Perhaps due to the inexperience of his first battle, only one branch managed to secure itself tightly around the monkey's neck, while the other 2 missed their mark. The ensnaring branch constricted like a python, tightening relentlessly. The monkey's face turned crimson in an instant, and it protruded a small red tongue from its mouth in desperation. At this juncture, Dabao's other 2 branches also entwined around the monkey, seemingly intent on strangling it to death. Were it just this single monkey, it would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. However, dozens of monkeys were surging towards them. Before Dabao could finish constricting the first monkey, 2 more had already pounced upon him. One monkey clung to his trunk, ferociously tearing away his bark with its claws, its jaws also gnawing at his trunk with great intensity. Meanwhile, another monkey ascended directly to the crown of his branches, commencing to rend and tear at them. From Dabao's reaction, it was evident that he was unconcerned about his trunk, but held his branches in great affection. With a swift retraction of his 3 branches, he released the monkey he had nearly strangled, causing it to plummet to the ground. The monkey lay there agape, its tongue lolling out, gasping for breath. Its limbs trembled uncontrollably, indicating the severity of the constriction it had endured. At that moment, a large foot suddenly crushed its head into a pulpy mess. Simultaneously, a trench shovel cleaved through the hug bug on its back. Confronted with monkeys already ensnared, Xia Qingfeng merely needed to wield his trench shovel with a gentle flourish. A monkey's head went flying into the air, accompanied by a gush of dark blood, and the hug bug on its back was similarly cleaved in twain. Then, without pausing, Xia Qingfeng bypassed a bough and slew another monkey constricted by air bough. His figure darted swiftly among the 4 tree men. As soon as one of the tree men had ensnared a monkey, his trench shovel would arrive without delay. He reaped a substantial harvest of life essence and soul energy, which filled Xia Qingfeng's heart with delight. These monkeys were not attacking him, but were clearly intent on bestowing points upon him. He was already contemplating the complete annihilation of the simian horde, envisioning the subsequent augmentation of several treants. Furthermore, he mused over the prospect of enhancing his own attributes, his heart swelling with anticipation. What he had initially anticipated as a harrowing conflict had, to his surprise, transformed into a facile endeavor, owing to the presence of the 4 treants. In truth, the monkeys were diminutive in stature, their offensive capabilities rather unremarkable. Their primary menace lay in their exceptional agility, rendering them elusive targets. However, the 4 treants proved to be their nemesis. Once ensnared by the arboreal limbs, the monkeys were rendered utterly helpless. Xia Qingfeng dispatched them with ease, wielding a trench shovel with deadly precision. As time wore on, the treants exhibited increasing dexterity, with even Dabao managing to restrain 2 monkeys simultaneously. Yang Jing also lent her assistance, though not in the act of slaying the monkeys, as she would derive no benefit from such actions. Instead, she focused on thwarting ambushes, knocking the simians to the ground with forceful blows, some even sent sprawling by her powerful kicks. Meanwhile, the white tiger's performance was nothing short of commendable. With mighty swipes of its massive paws, it sent the monkeys flying, each one landing with a resounding thud, disoriented and vulnerable, easy prey for the trench-binding branches. Their fate, of course, was to become sustenance for Xia Qingfeng's life force and spiritual essence. The team was evolving into a cohesive unit, each member fulfilling their designated role with seamless coordination. Before he knew it, the dense throng of monkeys had vanished, and Xia Qingfeng realized that they had decimated the simian population. Only 4 or 5 bloodied monkeys remained, still desperately assailing the treants. But they were swiftly subdued by the treant's arboreal grasp. The summer breeze was merciless, swiftly dispatching the monkeys without hesitation. When he raised his gaze once more, not a single live monkey remained in sight. At that moment, a group of 8 or 9 adult dragonfly-like insects began to glide toward them. These were the dragonfly bugs, adorned with 6 translucent wings resembling those of a dragonfly. Their wings fluttered silently, enveloping the group like phantoms. Having encountered these formidable adult dragonfly bugs before, Xia Qingfeng recalled the prowess of the golden eagle. The golden eagle would be well suited to contend with these dragonfly bugs. However, there was but one golden eagle at their disposal, should it face the onslaught of 8 or 9 of these creatures. it could easily be reduced to mere fragments by their razor-sharp wings. Thus, a strategic approach was imperative. The overarching strategy involved using Yang Jing and the others to divert the attention of the dragonfly bugs, allowing the golden eagle to launch a surprise attack from behind. Coordinated with Xia Qingfeng's swift strikes, the four tree people, Bai Hu and Yang Jing, instantly grasped Xia Qingfeng's tactical intent and began to brandish their limbs menacingly as they charged toward the dragonfly bugs. These dragonfly bugs soared effortlessly through the air, rendering the bamboo spears on the ground utterly ineffective against them. Moreover, the space between the first and second layers of bamboo was strewn with the corpses of monkeys. At this juncture, it would be more advantageous to confront the dragonfly bugs in the open terrain. The collective charge of Xia Qingfeng's team was quite formidable, particularly as the four tree people swung their branches, creating a resounding crackle that amplified their presence. The dragonfly bugs in the sky immediately emitted shrill cries, akin to the sound of a fingernail scraping against a blackboard. The chorus of 8 or 9 dragonflies emitted a cacophony akin to a single individual desperately scraping 10 fingernails against a chalkboard, an unbearable sound that could drive one to despair. Amidst the fray, Xia Qingfeng quickened his pace, skillfully drifting from the central position to the outermost edge, standing outside the quartet of tree guardians. Upon contact, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. In a brutal clash, flesh and blood flew as weapons met. In a single encounter, Erbao's branch was severed by the dragonfly's wings and sent flying, while another dragonfly alighted upon Sanbao's head, its 6 claws viciously raking at his trunk, sending chunks of wood the size of fists scattering. In retaliation, his branch began to ensnare the dragonfly fiercely, yet he dared not touch its 6 transparent wings, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. The 4 tree guardians, who had previously outshone the monkeys, found themselves in a dire predicament upon facing the dragonflies, quickly becoming a picture of disarray. Meanwhile, the white tiger unleashed its might with a thunderous roar, momentarily stunning 2 or 3 dragonflies in midair. Following this, its powerful paw descended, crashing down upon the dragonfly's mandibles. Although 2 formidable pincers provided some protection, the immense force still sent the dragonfly crashing to the ground. Yang Jing also launched her assault, wielding her military dagger with precision, inflicting significant damage on the dragonfly from unexpected angles, causing torrents of dark blood to spurt forth. At this juncture, Xia Qingfeng had already activated his soul tendrils, gaining mastery over the battlefield's dynamics. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of their team, the majority of the dragonflies were drawn towards them, leaving only a single dragonfly charging towards Xia Qingfeng. Seizing the opportune moment, Xia Qingfeng dashed outwards, luring the dragonfly insect a good distance, some 10 meters, away from the group. This was the precise instant where teamwork would shine. When the need arose, his teammates would provide the most robust support. Like a plummeting meteorite, the golden eagle descended from the sky, striking the dragonfly insect squarely on its back. The familiar strategy was employed. Its 2 steel talons plunged directly into the insect's multifaceted eyes, tearing them into bloody craters. The golden eagle's weight had now increased to approximately 50 pounds. Its wingspan had reached a terrifying 4 meters, transforming it into a veritable raptor of the skies. The immense momentum of its dive from such a height slammed the dragonfly insect, an entity of nearly equal mass, onto the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Almost simultaneously, Xia Qingfeng's entrenching tool came hacking down. A furious assault, akin to a torrential downpour, concentrated on the dragonfly insect's head, pulverizing it into a mass of gore in mere moments. This kill was executed with seamless cooperation and ruthless efficiency, a textbook example of teamwork. Immediately following came the second dragonfly insect, then the third. Finally, Xia Qingfeng finished off several more dragonfly insects that had been critically wounded by Bai Hu and Yang Jing. Thus, the battle concluded, with Xia Qingfeng's team achieving an unprecedented and glorious victory.